Stop by a store nearest you. Locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour of the show is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Chicago, it's time for the Mully and Haugh pregame show with your host, executive producer of the Mully and Haugh Show, Dustin Rhodes, on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. All good here.
Morning, Chicago. Welcome to a Thursday, 13th day of the month. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show. We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Mully and Haugh will be live and local for you beginning at 5:30. They'll get you all the way up until 10 a.m. this morning. Their plan of attack is as follows. The Pick Six at 6, the top 6 sports stories of the day will be tackled. Biggs time, Brad Biggs joining the guys at 7. Casey Johnson back from Detroit, 8:25, talking about the Bulls. We've got week 11 of the NFL kicking off, so we've got Nick Costos for you, the Prop King, at 8:44. Jake Butt talking college football at 9 o'clock. Northwestern, Michigan, at Wrigley Field this weekend. 9:25 out to Las Vegas. Talk to our guy Bruce Levine. The guests join us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Pistons play without 4 of their 5 starters. Still beat the Bulls, minus Josh Giddey. Pistons 124, Bulls 113. Bulls dropped their 4th in a row and 5 of the last 6. Bulls never led as the shorthanded Pistons win for the 8th straight time. Matas Buzelis, 21 points, 14 boards. Kevin Herter, 20 points. Billy Donovan with some strong words post-game. Quote, "We're not talented enough to not play desperate," end quote. Bulls have a couple of days to get healthy, lick their wounds. Giddey supposedly going with the team out west. They are in Utah taking on the Jazz Sunday. That is a 6:45 pregame here on the Score. Your Bulls are 6-5 overall. Blackhawks now 8-5-4. Go to OT with the Devils, but fall short 4-3. Devils defenseman Simone Nemec scored his 3rd goal of the game, 3:28 of overtime. Connor Bedard scored for the 4th straight game and extended his point streak to a career-high 9 games with 8 goals and 11 assists in the run. The Devils extend their winning streak against the Blackhawks to 7 games. Blackhawks host the Maple Leafs Saturday. They'll drop the puck at 6 over at the UC. Tariq Skubal, the left-handed ace of the Tigers, won his 2nd consecutive AL Cy Young Award on Wednesday, while Paul Skeens, the second-year righty from the Pirates, followed up his Rookie of the Year season by winning his 1st NL Cy Young Award, getting all 30 first-place votes. Skubal becomes the first pitcher to win back-to-back awards since Jacob deGrom, going back to 2018-19 for the Mets, and the first AL pitcher to do so since Pedro Martinez in 1999 and 2000 for the Red Sox. Skeens becomes only the 5th pitcher to win the Cy Young Award after his 1st or 2nd season, joining Fernando Valenzuela, 1981, Brett Saberhagen in 84, Dwight Gooden, 85, Tim Lincecum in 2008. Week 11 of the NFL kicks off tonight. Jets at Patriots. Our coverage beginning here at the Score at 6:30. The Patriots are minus 13. The total in this one is 43. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets to our Football After Dark at Moretti's in Bedford Park on Tuesday, the 2nd of December, with special guest Nahshon Wright, hosted by Layla Rahimi, all sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing. The number one in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com and brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. Your Bears, they're 6-3. They're at the Vikings Sunday noon kick on Fox. A-team, Brady, Burkhardt, Andrews, Rinaldi, Vikings -3 total. 48.5 on the injury report. Did not practice. TJ Edwards, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, Jaquan Brisker, Kevin Byard, Grady Jarrett. That was rest. Tyreek Stevenson, Walker limited. Cole Kmet, Dominique Robinson, DeAndre Swift. Full was Josh Blackwell. Again, Week 11 of the NFL kicks off tonight on the Score. Coverage beginning at 6:30. Jets and Patriots. Patriots -13. And before Chicago takes on Minnesota, tune in Sunday 9 to noon for your local Ford dealers pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Kreutz, Patrick Manley, and Mike Mulligan getting you set for the game. Immediately following the game, instant reaction on the postgame show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Atturo Tire, and all of it can be heard right here on The Score and that free Odyssey app. If you just woke up, welcome to a Thursday. It is the 13th day of the month, and it's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh, they'll start at 5:30. They'll do it all the way up until 10, and they'll broadcast from the Hyundai Score Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. They've got the pick six at 6. Biggs time, Brad Biggs at 7. Casey Johnson checks in 8:25. Nick Costos, the prop king, 8:44. Jake Butt talking college football, 9 a.m. Bruce Levine, 9:25 live from Las Vegas, where the MLB GM meetings are underway, and the guests join us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, it is the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Let's take you up to Halas Hall. Big day. Lots of talking going on at Halas Hall. We'll start with Ben Johnson talking about the Bears in Week 11 compared to the Bears in Week 1 when they hosted the Vikings to kick off the season.
What do you notice as the most marked difference between the offense you took into the season opener and the one that you're seeing now?
Well, we found out a lot about ourselves over the course of the season so far. We're a different team than we were Week 1, and so is Minnesota. So this will be a completely different matchup as far as I'm concerned. I have, the trust level is grown for a number of players in our coaching staff. I think we really can hang our hat on a number of guys now at this point and feel really good about what we're going to get on game day. And so, and then you look at offense, we're running the ball a little bit crisper and cleaner. I think the backs have a better feel for what we're asking them to do. The O-line has started to gel. I think Caleb's got a better understanding of what we're getting done. And then on defense, it's really the same thing. I think the longer you're in the scheme, the more comfortable you are in terms of what the coaches are asking to do. I think we've up front done a better job of trying to play physical and shed blocks, and that's got to show up here for the second half of the season.
That's Ben Johnson talking about his Bears in Week 11 compared to Week number 1. Bears at Vikings, noon kick Sunday on Fox. A big thing up at Halas Hall is the living in the now, and Bears coach Ben Johnson here crediting local guy made good, Antoine Randall L.
What is how do you define living in the known? Because it's something that a lot of the players are uttering to us when they talk about these games and the opportunities they've had.
Yeah, I can't take credit for that because really Antoine Randall is such an integral part of what we're doing. Really, the entire coaching staff is doing a phenomenal job. They really are, and yet L's got an opportunity each week on Fridays to come up and talk with the team in the team meeting, and that's something he kind of struck on a few weeks ago, and it's really started to carry through for us, where he's talking about you start with this hope going into the season, and then you start pulling away with some of these wins, and you start believing in what we're doing and the progress that we're making as a team, and then you get the next step is knowing what's going to happen next. And so it's really, I think he's been the one behind that movement. I'm glad the guys have really resonated with what he's said. It's kind of the vision of this coaching staff. You bring in all these guys with so many different experiences, from playing at this level to coaching here for a long time, and I think each and every one of them has had a profound impact on our team.
Ben Johnson addressing a question from our very own Mark Rohde and crediting Antoine Randall specifically, but all the coaches for what they bring to the table up to Halas Hall each and every week. There may be some good news on the injury front.
Can you give any update on status of Kyler and Jalen, just in their recoveries and how far away they might be from?
Yeah, I think we should be able to get them back at some point, end of the season here, but kind of to be determined on when those clocks will start clicking here. I just saw Jalen in the weight room, so he seems like he's excited about where he is right now, and he's hopeful that he's going to be able to be out on the practice field here in the near future.
Tyler, you initially said short. It would seem like it would be a short-term IR. Is it?
Correct. We're still thinking that.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still thinking that. So I can't tell you exactly when, but hopefully in the near future here.
In the near future, Ben Johnson telling us that they might get a couple of defensive backfield guys back on the Soldier Field turf, or at least at the practice fields at Hallis Hall. Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon working out up at Hallis Hall. Caleb Williams also taking to the podium, talking about facing the Vikings defensive coordinator in Flores.
I would say he's probably one of the more challenging coaches that I've had to, go against so far in my career. Obviously, I haven't played, every single team yet and every single D coordinator, but up to this point, he's been that. It's all 70, plus plays that you have or so. It's a full mental. You got every single play is. He's challenged you to the full mental capacity that you are and can be at. And so. This is always a fun game, going versus, Flo and his defense and, all his, players over there that he has on that side of the ball. It's like I said, it's always fun going versus, a D coordinator on a team like this.
It prompts you to dial in more. Like what you're talking about, that just the stakes of knowing that you have to be hitting every single play against them.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it prompts me to dial in more. You just understand that you have to be as close to perfect as you can be, and so practice and the small details all matter. Protecting the football, the routes and the depth and the spacing and my timing and everything matters. And so just trying to emphasize that this week and trying to get our first victory in division.
Caleb Williams addressing the media, talking about the Bears looking for getting that first division win. Obviously, it would be the first road division win of the season. And part of how they've been winning lately is on the not only the arm of Caleb Williams, but on the legs of QB1.
I think it's been on my mind to be able to help the team in any way possible. And so it was space and opportunity within the game, but. There are some times where it's like a play needs to be made or a spark needs to happen, and I think I have all the ability between arm and legs to be able to make it happen. And so whatever comes available first, whether it's a run or whether it's a pass, I feel that I'm there to help out and try and help the team win and stay on track or create a spark.
Creating a spark with his arms or his legs, Caleb Williams doesn't care as long as something's going positively on the offensive side of the ball. Don't forget, before Chicago takes on Minnesota, tune in Sunday 9 to noon for your local Ford Dealers pregame show right here on The Score. Olin Kreutz, Patrick Manley, Mike Mullen will get you set for the game. Then immediately following the game, we'll have the instant reaction on the postgame show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Atturo Tire. All of it can be heard on The Score and that free Odyssey app. The Bears are getting 3 points. The Vikings are favored, and the total in this one sitting at 48.5. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, nice addition to the defensive side of the ball since he's been here for a couple of weeks now, talking about trying to contain, trying to slow down the Viking star, Justin Jefferson.
What separates a great wide receiver like Justin Jefferson from somebody who's just good or average? Because everybody's fast, everybody's athletic. What separates a guy like him?
He knows how to help his team win. He's a productive player, and the more I've seen him on the film and the more I played against him, there's nothing you really can do besides try to contain him. It's a dominant player, man. I just, as a team, we got to do our to keep him in the box and try to do what we can do to contain him.
Why is he great, though? Can you pinpoint it?
Man, he can block, he can catch screens, run the ball. He's one of a kind. He's a unicorn.
And he's one of those guys, too, who you can't get that down if he's making plays. Like you kind of just said it. Like you got to contain him, right?
You got to do what you got to do, play with the defense, and don't get frustrated.
That is the Bears' C.J. Gardner-Johnson visiting with R. Mark Grody up at Hallis Hall yesterday. How about the other team that Bears are facing, the Minnesota Vikings, led by local guy, made good J.J. McCarthy. here he is talking about where his game has advanced between week 1 and now here we are ready to get underway with week number 11.
JJ, what do you think you've learned about yourself as a quarterback since the first game against the Bears?
A lot. I learned a lot. The biggest thing that comes to mind is just consistency. You know, that's the name of the game in this league, and any real profession is just how can you be consistently great over and over again. And you know, it all comes down to the little things in your routine. How disciplined are you with your habits? How disciplined are you with your mental thought patterns? All the little stuff that, you know, goes into play to making sure you stay in that flow for 60 minutes.
That's the Vikings quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, local guy, made good, pride of Nazareth and LaGrange Park. If you just woke up, welcome to a Thursday, 13th day of November. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh live and local for you, beginning at 5:30 all the way until 10 a.m. They'll broadcast live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Their plan of attack is as follows. They've got the Pick 6 at 6. They've got Brad Biggs time at 7 a.m. Casey Johnson talking Bulls, 8:25. Nick Costos, the Prop King, as Week 11 kicks off tonight here on the Score. Jake Butt talking college football. His Michigan Wolverines in town, taking on the Northwestern Wildcats over at Wrigley Field. The big noon kickoff show will be outside of Wrigley as well. We've got Bruce Levine live from the MLB GM meetings out in Las Vegas. He'll check in at 9:25, and all the guests join us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. No Josh Giddey. Would that be a problem for the Bulls up in Detroit? Find out next right here on the Mully and Haugh pregame show. This is 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m. Mully and Haugh on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
This segment of the show is brought to you by Staples.
Have an easy holiday, only at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, plus shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely. Don't miss out on the latest laptops, up to 45% off. Staples, that was easy.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Helzberg.com for up to 50% off.
Coach Dave Wannstedt here, and I want to tell you my good feet story. I'm a guy that likes to walk everywhere. When you're coming off ruptured Achilles and knee replacements, that puts stress on your feet. And I have tried everything with no relief until I stepped into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk. Since I've been wearing the Good Feet shoes and supports, I haven't backed off my activities either. Sure, walking is the big part, but I'm using the elliptical, I'm biking. The Good Feet arch supports can help with foot, ankle, knee, hip, even back pain by properly aligning your body from the ground up. And they slip into the shoes that you already have. You can use your HSA or your FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Live the life you love, free of foot, knee, hip, and back pain. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by a store nearest you. Locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, Job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Winter is coming, Chicago. Atturo Tire is your hometown tire and knows this climate. Check out their new all-weather tires at your local independent Atturo Tire dealer. To learn more, visit Atturo.com and find performance within reach.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We've got trade wars, rising costs, global chaos, and a skyrocketing national debt. It's no wonder gold keeps hitting record highs. With everything going on in the world, thousands of hardworking Americans are looking to help diversify their savings with precious metals like gold and silver. And they're turning to the top-rated gold company, Goldco. Right now, Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you could get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver if you qualify. Find out how you can diversify your savings, tax and penalty-free today. Call 855-969-GOLD. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Guys, you can feel your energy slipping away, losing what makes you, you. It could be low testosterone. Take action now. Synergen X and Low T Center can help reclaim your energy with a quick and simple free T-test. Visit a local Synergen X or Low T Center and receive pharmaceutical-grade testosterone, never compounded like other clinics. Experienced providers increase your testosterone to the level that's right just for you. Treatment is covered by most major insurance with affordable self-pay options available. The best you is waiting. Book your free T-test at trtmvp.com.
Hi, it's Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. If you're in the market for windows, we do things different than those other big window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product made here in Chicago with the best installation and best warranty, all at the lowest price. Deal directly with me and call the Chicago Window Guys at 847-881-3060 and check out our 5-star reviews at chicagowindowguys.com.
chicagowindowguys.com.
Time is ticking away. Don't let another minute pass. Plan your retirement now with Trajan Wealth for the future you deserve. Call Trajan today at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Coming up in 60 seconds. And coming up at 5:30, it's Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Welcome back to the Mully and Haugh pregame show on 670 The Score.
I mean, credit to Troy Williams, left side, 3 off the mark, and this ball game is over. Wow. The final for Motown, and the Bulls suffered a Motown meltdown tonight. 124-113. Detroit winners of 8 in a row, and the Bulls have now dropped 4 straight.
Motown meltdown. Bulls lose, Bulls lose, Bulls lose. You heard Chuck there right here on 670 The Score last night. The final 124-113. The Pistons playing without 4 of their 5 starters, still winning the game. Bulls, of course, did not have Josh Giddey in that one. Matas Buzelis leading the way for the Bulls. 21 points, 14 rebounds. Kevin Huerter, 20 points in another game that he started. So the Bulls now will have a little time off. They're going to go west. Josh Giddey supposedly will be with them. They're at the Jazz on Sunday. It'll be a 6:45 pregame right here on The Score. Let's hear from a very disappointed Billy Donovan postgame.
I'm a big believer that you get what you earn. And we didn't do anything to earn it, and not taking away anything from Detroit, because certainly all the way around, from myself, our staff, the players, they were just better all the way around. And we talked about it before the game, about them having some players out. We obviously have players out too, but I think maybe Joe had mentioned to me, maybe a couple days ago about, how open maybe the East is as wide open as it's been. But to me, this is my point. You got to earn it, and we're not good enough, quite honestly, just to go out there against any team and not earn it. We're just not, and, we've obviously had to play without Kobe, for a period of time. We've played without Josh a couple times, and I think that we certainly put ourselves in a much better position, against some other good teams. Now, they've been the best team in the East right now to this point in time, but, Cleveland's really good, so is Milwaukee, and then obviously San Antonio. And we earned the opportunity coming down the stretch where, you look at those games, and, we had a chance, and, there's areas we can get better at, and we earned the right to be in it. We didn't even earn it. I mean, we made a valiant dash towards the end to try to, make a run at it. But you can't, to your point, play defense for part of the game and then expect to win. It just doesn't work like that.
Doesn't work like that. The Bulls didn't work out up in Motown, the Motown meltdown, as Chuck Swirsky called it. The Bulls falling to the Pistons 124-113. Bulls Jazz Sunday night right here on The Score, 6:45 pregame. The Blackhawks did get a point. They fall to the Devils in overtime, 4-3. They are 8-5-4 overall. Connor Bedard scored for the 4th straight game and extended his point streak to a career-high 9 games. Tonight on The Score, Week 11 of the NFL kicks off. It is Patriots hosting the Jets. Our coverage beginning at 6:30. The Bears looking to get a little healthier before Sunday's game against the Vikings. Noon kick on Fox. The injury report: did not practice T.J. Edwards, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, Jaquan Brisker, Kevin Byard, that was rest. Grady Jarrett, that was also rest. Tyreek Stevenson, shoulder. Limited: Cole Kmet, Dominique Robinson, DeAndre Swift. Full was Josh Blackwell. The Vikings are -3 to total in that one, 48.5. Tariq Skubal and Paul Skeens, your winners of the AL and NL Cy Young Awards. And before Chicago takes on Minnesota, tune in Sunday from 9 to noon for your local Ford dealers pregame show right here on The Score. Olin Kreutz, Patrick Manley, and Mike Mulligan will get you ready for the game. Then immediately following the game, they will have instant reaction on the postgame show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing, Turo Tire, and all of it can be heard on The Score and that free Odyssey app. Mully and Haugh right around the corner, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. The Pick 6 at 6, Brad Biggs at 7, Casey Johnson 8:25, the Prop King Nick Costos 8:44, Jake Butt talking college football at 9, Bruce Levine live from Las Vegas, the site of the MLB general managers meetings, joining the guys on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. 5:30 on your Thursday. It's time for Mully and Haugh right now on 670 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
I know how horrible things have been going for the Ramblers. It's been just awful. They were favored in their first game by 17.5 points. They won on a last-second shot.
I remember, it was glorious.
Goes into Tavares for the win. It's good. And the Loyola Ramblers take down Cleveland State.
Then they lost to, help me with this team name, Mercyhurst?
Mercyhurst.
What is that?
Yes.
Is that a team?
Yeah, it's a team.
I don't think I'd ever heard of them.
They lost to Mercyhurst?
They lost to
I didn't pay closer
Mercyhurst.
attention here.
And then Layla's North Texas useless players.
And there's no better cause than my school, which I wasted a lot of money on.
It is the mean green, so she might be a little green.
Mercyhurst is in Erie, Pennsylvania.
Okay, like I said. Never heard of them.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
Go Ramblers!
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Gosh, you mentioned a bad moment, and Brandon jumps on it for an open.
Good morning, Mully. Happy Thursday.
Here's humiliated Mully.
Yeah, nah.
Let's all have a laugh.
By the way, the Loyola women's team lost to UConn last night. I think it was close. They kept it within 30. Sorry. Go Ramblers.
Your guy, Gino. How do you ever get a win?
Not my guy. I was busy watching the Bulls, and then I was disappointed. Then I was watching the Blackhawks encourage, then a little let down at the end. They lost in overtime for those who did not stay up.
Oh, those of us on at 5:30 this morning.
I couldn't help it, Mully.
Did not stay up.
I could not turn it off.
It started at 8:30.
Hawks play 8:50.
So what was that?
Man.
What was it? Midnight?
I was in and out the third period, and then it went into overtime. I was kind of dozing in and out. Could not turn it off because they took the Devils, the best team in the East.
Well,
they gave them all they could handle.
Team that kind of owns them. Let's be honest.
Yeah, Nemitz has. You get a guy who has a hat trick, and you can't do anything about it. But the Hawks did play at a high level. Bedard did score, and it was. They got a point, and it felt like more.
I would argue that. I don't know a lot about coaching, but are you allowed to just have a hat trick? That guy has a hat trick. We'll get out of his way and let him shoot. I mean, isn't the idea of that guy can score, stop him?
Okay, I think it's easier said than done, but point well taken. They have a lot of talent. Jack Hughes is fun to watch. So is Connor Bedard.
Oh yeah,
and they went at it, and
he had a goal.
It was
Is that 9 games now? The scoring streak.
He has scored a goal in 4 straight games.
No, but I'm saying a point
streak to a career high 9.
Thank you.
8 goals and 11 assists in that run, and they
8 goals and 11 assists in that run. Give me a break. That's pretty good.
Second highest scoring player in the NHL. Hawks playing well, playing at a high level. It was encouraging, and we'll see Saturday night. They're back home. Maple Leafs coming to town. That's another good test, another good Eastern Conference team. We'll see.
Well, first of all, he's been absolutely spectacular this year. It's such a pleasure to see, because coming into the league at 18, you got all this pressure on you, and you got all this focus on you, and you're not a very good team. You're a young team, and you're rebuilding. And he was front and center. He didn't back away from anybody or shy away from the media. And for him to work as hard as he did in the offseason and come in and play at the level he's playing at now, he's earning his way onto Team Canada.
Come on.
He worked all summer to get to that point where people were going to say, hey, it's really hard to keep him off the team. So good for him.
That's not some mope. That's the great one.
That's the stamp
of
greatness. Yeah, that's pretty cool when you hear the great one talking about somebody in your backyard who's 20 years old, dominating the league so far, small sample size, but changed his body and made this possible. He had an excellent night last night. The Hawks just lost in OT, but it's nice to hear that stuff.
I saw the great one when he was younger than Bedard is now.
We have talked to the great one on this program.
We have had the great one golfing with Chelly on this
program. He was
program.
a guest at that $59 million mansion.
He is unbelievable.
Yes.
He's the great one.
He is Wayne Gretzky.
He could throw a Gretzky-style party in that mansion.
And I thought that
that's a Gatsby
there was going to reason to celebrate last night, but Hawks lose in OT after the ridiculous effort by the Bulls in Detroit. I needed to cleanse my palate after that one, so I turned on some hockey.
Bulls suffered a Motown meltdown.
Thank you, Chuck.
The Bulls, can I use the word? I'll use it. Shame. Shame on the Bulls. That was a shameful performance.
Because it wasn't just a loss to the Pistons.
It was a loss to the G League.
It was a loss to the Pistons backups, which resembled a G League unit. And
it was a loss to the Wisconsin Herd.
They could not have beaten the Wisconsin Herd last night because the Wisconsin Herd would have played harder. And the Bulls did not. For whatever reason, they have now, after a 5-0 start, stand at 6-5. That means they've lost 5 out of 6. Do the math. That's not good.
No Gouda.
No.
Score has learned. And, I mean, they missed Josh Giddey a ton because the pace of play was absolutely awful. But I don't know anyone that was going to get him out of those doldrums.
I think that
Mike might have won single-handedly, but no, that was awful.
The Bulls lost the right to say they missed Josh Giddey when you look at the Pistons didn't have 4 of their 5 starters and their top 7 players.
That is 7 guys from the rotation, definitely their top 6 guys. How do you...
Did you know Paul Reed still was in the NBA? The DePaul product.
No.
How about that?
Did he? He had 28 points. He wasn't just in the NBA. The other thing is,
he was dominant.
If you watched that game,
I did.
I'm just saying, there were a lot of layups and a lot of, here, escort to the basket.
Defense was optional.
They were knocking down threes because they were wide open, and then they were just making layups at will. And it was,
It was discouraging.
Awful.
It was disappointing.
Worst loss of the year.
It was embarrassing.
It's
not even close. They've only had 5, but it is the worst of the 5.
Was by far the worst.
And it gives Billy Donovan a reference point to you can't be as lax as you were in Detroit. Remember that? Let's try to forget it.
Wow.
Because that wasn't a professional effort, and I think that's what you heard in his voice post-game. He sounded like the disappointed dad who just did not have his team ready to play, and they let him down. And
I have always had a good time in Detroit, okay? I've been to Detroit far more than I probably should have in my life. And my wife's from Detroit, and we go to all these fun spots. It's a great town. You can have a good time. You can't go there and mope around. If you mope around, you know what you are? You're a mope.
Are you calling the Bulls a bunch of mopes?
Yesterday.
Okay, last night they were.
Didn't they play like a bunch of mopes?
Mopish. They were mopish. Kevin Huerter at 20.
If you were watching that game, you would see like the ball's thrown to Vooch, and you'd say, "Look at this mope." And that's I care about Vooch.
The offense was less discouraging than the defense.
What defense?
There was no defense.
There was none.
And I that's why I think that it was more than just missing Josh Giddey, because Josh Giddey does not provide any kind of defensive presence.
But he would say, "Get on ya now. Come on, mate."
Not sure that would have helped. It was one of those nights in the NBA where a team just doesn't show up, and the Bulls did not show up.
You're playing like a shrimp on the barbie.
They need to go on the road out west. They do. They've got the Utah Jazz next.
Oh, boy.
They're expected to get Kobe White back.
Never really had fun in Utah.
Josh Giddey.
I don't think it's allowed.
That's not really the point.
Have you had good times there?
Yes, I've had a good time in Utah.
Do you lie to yourself?
No. Utah is fantastic. It's in spots. I was at Moab.
Okay.
It's a great vacation spot.
Yeah.
I think Salt Lake City, I remember.
Get a nice trail walk. That's great. Hike. But I'm saying as a nightlife town.
Well, no, I'm not going out to be nightlife.
Who are you
I'm
kidding?
not going to Utah for the nightlife.
You are Mr. Fun.
It's not on my license plate. No. What's the enemy of fun? That's too big to get on.
I think it's called Mr. David.
Okay, thank you. Wow. I guess I walked into that one. Yes, I did. But yeah, that was no fun watching that Bulls game. And Billy Donovan, exactly right when he talks about how they can't be that talented. And they need to play desperate every single night. And if they don't, and this continues to go in this direction, we're going to have a lot more conversations about trade speculation.
Yeah, they just cut to the guys on the bench, and there was Kobe and our wonderful Australian star sitting next to each other. And
Zach Collins.
Those guys are going to have to put their clothes on, their uniform on, and get out there.
Zach Collins, too.
I'd rather have Kobe limping than whatever the hell I watched.
Well, I think Zach Collins will give them a little bit more of a defensive identity in the paint where it was just too easy.
Couldn't be worse.
All lanes open.
Couldn't be. It was. That's what it looked like.
It was like the expressway.
There had been some construction, and they just opened up another lane, and then they got out there, and they're just waving guys to the basket.
And the Pistons played like guys trying to impress the coach so they could stay and not go back to their G League team. I mean,
ridiculous.
It was very bad. So
very
he had the Bulls disappointing, the Hawks encouraging but in a loss. And then at Haugh, we had Ben Johnson talking, Caleb Williams talking, and a lot of conversation that makes you feel a little bit more excited about Sunday against the Vikings.
It's a big game.
It's not a game you dread necessarily. I think you look forward to it as a good measuring stick and an opportunity for the Bears to win their 7th game.
I think you feel good about it up to the point you read the injured list. But that's kind of been going on every week.
Wednesdays are, speaking of things that are optional, Wednesdays, I think, have that look at Haugh in terms of practice. Giving a lot of guys a day off makes you wonder about then.
I think it's called the Grady Jarrett.
Well, okay, the rename, the Grady Jarrett practice day. Could he sponsor the injury report brought to you by Grady Jarrett? Yeah, I think he takes Wednesdays off. He's 32.
Worked a Wednesday
you want him to be fresh,
especially since he signed for 3 years.
Yeah, you want to make sure that he's healthy and contributing more than he has. Second half of the season, maybe he'll be rested because he hasn't practiced.
Are those things related? His health and his contribution, because he has been technically up and available.
Well, let's hope so.
He's been playing.
Yeah.
He just hasn't been contributing.
He hasn't been as obvious as you'd like him to be. He's made a couple plays here or there, but he has not been as obvious or as impactful, not certainly according to his contract or his past.
We'll talk to our guy Bigsy at 7 o'clock, but I hope he has kept and I'm sure he has all of the injury lists that they hand out, because I would love to just go through the various body parts that are damaging DeAndre Swift. I think he's out with a hip now. Was that what he missed with yesterday? A hip?
I believe so. He's banged up.
Was that a new one?
I think we've had that before.
I think we've had a groin. I think we've had a.
You should really keep. Keep the injury reports.
When I was a younger man covering the team, it was always I would always keep that. I would always keep, I'd have all my game day stuff lined up. I used to take a roster.
Why'd you stop? You seem to be very interested in the injury report on a regular basis. I think you'd want to keep that.
I would say hello to the guys and just have a little greeting. Oh, he's there. Okay, he's there. And because that's how you find out when people aren't around.
I know.
They move positions. I'm just saying.
Not my first rodeo.
I know, but I'm saying that's one thing you got to do. But this.
So who concerns you the most on the injury list? Let me look.
I mean, you name them. They all are concerned. But some of them are just on the injury list and they're going to play anyway, right?
Exactly. That's why you don't overreact on a Wednesday.
But I'm just saying, you do look at the different injuries. Like, it's amazing to me how so many guys on the Bears seem to have dual injuries. Like for instance, the hand surgery / hamstring.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the greatest concern.
TJ Edwards, his status, let's face it, all the other ones are guys who are likely to go. They might be banged up, but nobody's healthy in mid-November on an NFL roster. Nobody's feeling great.
But you don't usually lose guys on Friday at practice, and that happened again last week.
Who did they lose?
I forget. Biggs will tell us. There was somebody who popped up on the thing.
Biggs tells you when to worry?
Biggs will lay it out for us when we talk to him at 7. Biggs time.
Yeah, whatever. I think TJ Edwards is the biggest concern because of his role in this defense, and if the Vikings establish the run, J.J. McCarthy becomes more dangerous as a quarterback. If the Vikings get both phases of their offense going, that's how they will beat the Bears. That's why you have to shut down one of them.
The other thing that is really disturbing about the injury news is that Ben Johnson was asked specifically about 2 players, about Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon.
Mm-hmm.
And I always thought of them as kind of separate entities, like maybe Jalen Johnson doesn't get back this year, but we know that there's a ability to bring back Kyler Gordon. He was just going to be out for a month. His answer was, we're hoping to get both guys back by the end of the year. And I did, a total spit take when I heard that, because I like to do a funny spit take even if there's no one around, because there's no quick return for Kyler Gordon. I don't think
let me ask you this,
I wasn't expecting a quick return.
So what made you think that there would be?
Well, the fact that I was told he was coming back and that he would be out 4 games. You didn't believe that?
No,
okay.
Because I think
because
that
it takes 3 more weeks before you activate
Ben
someone
Johnson
off of IR?
sort of let his guard down a little bit the other day when he was asked a question, and in his answer he said, "Well, I'm not even sure what to think about Kyler Gordon because I've not been around him very much."
Yeah,
and he wasn't like, well, that's almost something in his head. He just has moved on, I think. And
I think you're right.
Unfortunately,
I think there was evidence of that yesterday.
It's probably wise to do the same thing. Kyler Gordon at this stage now is somebody who's, if he contributes in the second half of the season, I think there'll be an element of surprise because it will be in December at some point, it sounds like.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
And
but
was
also
told
they signed somebody to play his position, a veteran, not a maybe.
I know, and he's done.
And now he's done a great, impactful job, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And so when he's playing at this high of a level, the concern or the pining for Kyler Gordon's return is lessened because I'm like, okay, Kyler Gordon seems like he's an injury-prone guy at this stage of his career. It's unfortunate that the Bears locked him up to that extension. And his response to this season has been he's been injured, but that is the NFL. Happens.
Oh, thank you. I will try to study it closer. I'm just saying.
I'm not saying it's for you necessarily.
The two of them are lumped together.
Yeah.
They're lumped together now. That's not good.
If I had to guess.
The one guy was out for the year, and they're like, no, he might come back. Maybe he could come back. Maybe in late
Kyler
December.
Gordon would come back before Jalen Johnson.
Oh, I would. I mean, I was under that impression.
I'm not even sure Jalen Johnson. It's a nice thing to monitor,
right?
Chronicle.
It's a wonderful, what would you call it, goal for him to have that he could compartmentalize.
All players rehabbing need to have something that pushes them on a day in, day out basis. Yeah. If that's it for Jalen Johnson, great. But do you expect him to start a game before the end of the year?
I didn't think he would. I thought they were going to admit that at some point, and then they decided not to. But the fear you have is he didn't have any surgery. They didn't. So whatever it is, it wasn't really addressed. They're just going to let time heal it. I just hope that surgery doesn't come after we don't see him the rest of the year. Do you know what I mean? You would like a timetable there.
Yeah. It's
one that signifies he's returning, even if it's for next year.
Well, the defensive backs who are likely to play, of those, Tyreek Stevenson, who has a shoulder situation.
He still has the shoulder.
Jaquan Brisker has a back issue. That's better than a concussion issue.
That is.
And Kevin Byard took the day off. So I think that those 3 guys are very important in stopping J.J. McCarthy and limiting the impact of Justin Jefferson. Jordan Addison will play this game against the Bears, unlike the opener.
Yeah.
That will make them a little bit more dynamic in the passing game, and that building certainly will help as well because there's a comfortability. And if they start out on top, it will get louder as the game gets older. So the Bears have to be prepared to
it's just
all of that stuff.
It's just a concern, isn't it, when you see the length of the injured list? It is. It's just a reminder that they are, and you're right, the whole league is banged up. There's got to be a way to prevent that. I don't know what it is, but not play football is probably the answer.
To prevent injuries? Yeah.
But it doesn't seem...
When you come up with that plan, let me know.
But I'm saying the I won't practice, well, let's not make them work hard. That seems to create injuries as much as prevent them, in my opinion. In the old days, it didn't feel like... It just felt like people...
You know what my opinion is?
Stumbling through
The NFL should make it so the injury report need not come out until Thursday. Because most teams are doing what the Bears are doing, giving a lot of veterans time that they need
and
to
it's
take off.
difficult to read whether they're getting a day off or they're.
I'm sorry, we talk in circles about who could be available and who isn't, and it's so unclear on a Thursday morning or a Wednesday afternoon that it's somewhat repetitive. And I think that if they could save some of that, and it's not very clear.
It's not clear at all. And
so
that is kind of that's the problem, because as we've talked about, well, he's not playing because of that. He's not playing because of this. Well, you can monitor injuries and you understand technically the length of time usually if you have that injury, and it usually takes longer than we're pretending it takes now. Is Dominic Robinson out with a high ankle sprain? That is a 6-week injury, generally speaking. But he practiced in part yesterday. Is that right? We got to go over this a little bit with Bigsy. It's,
okay.
Why are you laughing about it? I mean, David, you get information and it's non-information, so you try to apply it to the way it once was, and I don't think it is anymore. So there's that. I really think this is a very important game just in terms of being able to confirm or deny contention status.
Well, the Bears are in contention.
Need that.
The Bears are in contention.
Right.
And
are they?
If you fast forward, I mean, if they're sick, right now, let's say worst case scenario, they lose on Sunday and it's 6-4. When you look at the NFC big picture, it would be discouraging to lose to the Vikings in that building, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it will be the end of days and the end of speculation about a playoff pursuit. And they could beat still the Steelers at home.
Yes, they could beat everyone Sunday. On their schedule. They could beat Detroit when Detroit.
So it's a good indicator.
Have happened throughout the year.
Yeah, I think it's a good barometer.
Yes,
and certainly a huge challenge to win in that building for Caleb Williams in this offense. But I don't know that I will go into this game like maybe you felt like the last couple against beatable opponents that were must-win games to take them seriously. I think the Bears are to be taken seriously as playoff contenders. And this Sunday, the Vikings will have the higher stakes, more desperate team.
I think the difference between the two teams, quite frankly, is that the Caleb Williams performances have improved, and JJ is getting worse. He just hasn't played as well. I think that's the thing that's kind of uplifting for the Bears, is that the combination of the player and the coach is really fun to see. There was a photo of them online where they shared a hug, and they talked about, he said, "I'm proud of you. You're getting better," and Caleb apparently said, "We got to get better." It's just a nice moment, because that relationship and that particular performance level will determine eventually whether you win or lose in this league. It always will.
Yeah, you don't want him getting complacent, and it doesn't sound like that's his response to victory or success.
Right.
And that's the right response for a young quarterback, still proving himself and showing people what he's capable in, week out. That's what is this season was about many things, but one of them was getting Caleb Williams to buy in to what Ben Johnson was saying, and I think that fell under the category of coachability.
Right.
And he has answered that question emphatically, I believe, so far. Long way to go, but he's got the right approach, and the Bears have to feel very good going into Minnesota.
All right, we are going to get to the Pick Six. We're going to pick apart all the stories of the day. We will do so next. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the Score.
Bears fans, it's week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota, looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to the Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the Black Friday Now sale at Grand Appliance for Black Friday deals like the LG Counter Depth Refrigerator, starting at just $15.99. Visit GrandAppliance.com or your local Grand showroom to save all month. That's Grand Appliance, appliance experts since 1930.
If your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or a bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer and Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday, it's going to end soon. So here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever, and they make it so easy. Comer and Cross employees are all professionals. They don't use any subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly, and they even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer and Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to Comer, COMER Cross.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
For 75 years, one Chicago family has turned moments into heirlooms and clients into family.
I cherish when I see in the store that somebody that my parents took care of. But when my kids are waiting on great grandkids, that's the future.
At Rasny Jewelers, that's more than tradition. It's a family promise. And that feeling extends far beyond the showroom because every diamond, every detail is hand-selected by the Rasny family.
It's a diamond that's been hand-picked by my daughter, who's a gemologist, myself. We're going to the source. We're eliminating all the middlemen.
When you come to Rasny to buy an engagement ring, you already know that the quality of the diamond is going to be far superior than anything you can find anywhere else.
Family-owned, Chicago-born, built on 75 years of trust. Rasny Jewelers, where your story becomes part of ours.
And that's what our customers are, part of the family.
Shop suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast, or online at rasny.com.
If you're waiting for the perfect time to get into a new Hyundai, your wait is over. Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai is clearing out all remaining models during the year-end model clearance event. We're talking incredible deals. Rebates up to $11,000 or 0% financing for 72 months on select vehicles. Rosen Hyundai is the goods. Don't miss your chance to save big. Stop by Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha, right on Highway 50 at I-94, or visit them at Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin, just south of the expressway on Randall Road. Rosen Hyundai, where you always save a fistful of dollars. Find your new ride today at buyrosen.com. Financing to qualified buyers.
Does this sound like you, where every step or reach is a reminder of what hurts? Oh, do I have good news for you. At QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli and her team taps into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment. And for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. So call QC Kinetics today, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score update studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Motown meltdown. Bulls without Josh Giddey falling to the Pistons, who play without 4 of their 5 starters. 124-113 the final. The Bulls are going to be at the Jazz on Sunday, 6:45 pregame here on The Score. Connor Bedard did score for the 4th straight game for the Blackhawks, but it was not enough, as the Blackhawks get a point going to overtime, with the Devils falling short 4-3. They are 8-5-4. They host the Maple Leafs Saturday over on the west side. Tonight, 6:30, the coverage begins for Week 11 of the NFL, Jets and Patriots, right here on 670 The Score. Bears prepping for the Vikings. Sunday noon kick on Fox. Vikings -3. Total 48.5. Injury report, not great. Well, maybe just a bunch of rest and a little time to heal up before Sunday's kick. Keep it right here for all the latest injury updates. Tariq Skubal and Paul Skeens, your American League and National League Cy Young winners. This hour of the show brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
How much are the Bulls missing Josh Giddey, who was out again with the sprained ankle for the game up in Detroit? Is their pace of play impacted? What did you make of the 4th quarter comeback when they came back from down 23? They never took the lead, and the Pistons won their 8th straight contest, 124-118.
I think they are missing Giddey. I think Giddey controls the speed of play, and I think they were totally out of whack as far as speed of play was concerned. I think that, be hard for anyone to fix what was wrong last night, because they just didn't have very much passion to their game. They didn't really play at a high level. I think they thought they had won the game before the game had started because of all the injuries. But it's definitely Giddey has been a better player on this team than maybe we're giving him credit for. He has been excellent to start the season. And it's not mere coincidence that they've fallen off with him out. I think that, they had a lot of turnovers yesterday. They did. It's not, they got some players that can play. I'm not saying that Giddey's the only guy that can do it, but I think they missed a couple of things about his game. I think he's a much bigger, a taller player than we acknowledge, and he's able to get rebounds, as is evidenced by the triple-doubles. But I think the real part of it, and I'm not saying he's flawless and doesn't turn the ball over, but they had a ton of turnovers. They had a lot of nonchalance in their game last night, and they just fell behind, and they thought, and they were correct in the 4th quarter, that they could come back anyway, but they couldn't come all the way back. So it was super disappointing to see them without Josh Giddey and to see the results. So since he's the guy that's not there, I'll tell you what, they miss Kobe White? Yes, they missed everybody. They missed everything because nobody played very well, quite frankly.
No, nobody played well. Josh Giddey out. He is their best player. Kevin Huerter in his place.
He played pretty well.
He got back-to-back 20-point games. He said this afterwards. This happens all the time in the NBA. Guys are out. Teams relax. They kicked us in the teeth. We were lackadaisical all night. I mean, those are pretty strong words for a guy who's like the 8th guy in the rotation. Right? I mean, they kicked us in the teeth.
Totally true.
We were lackadaisical. It is true. I'm just saying those are that wasn't the head coach. This is a guy who shares a locker room with 12 other guys. That's pretty harsh criticism. I don't disagree at all. I'm just surprised where that criticism came from.
Yeah, but he's a veteran. And I think I understand what he means. Anyone who watched understood what they were seeing, and that was a team getting kicked in the teeth. I think that Josh Giddey was off to a kind of start that we talked about, MVP odds, and Sam Smith compared him to the greatest in the sport. And it was a glorious week and a half. But his absence has hurt the Bulls, but not to the extent that they can excuse what happened last night in Detroit. Detroit had lost Cade Cunningham, who's better than Josh Giddey.
Mm-hmm.
And they had 4 starters out. We know that they were down to their G League starting lineup. And they made the Bulls look like they were disinterested. They made the Bulls like they were ineffective, and they kicked the Bulls in the teeth. That has much more to do with the players who were in uniform than not. The effort was unacceptable. And Billy Donovan has a captive audience as they get ready to go west to Utah and then on that road trip before they come home and get things together, because this could get away from the Bulls in a hurry. We thought that the 5-0 start was great while it lasted, a little fluky, but only because it was at the beginning of the season. They can't let go of the rope now. Billy Donovan has to make sure that they come out focused, and you talk about a game that has meaning and urgency. The next time the Bulls play, is it Saturday night in Utah?
Sunday night.
Sunday night in Utah. That carries some urgency because they have to respond in a way that says they're not going to be a team below 500 and meet Brandon's goal or prediction.
That's a great question.
38 wins.
So I'm just curious, Dustin, real quick. Who could say that without raising your eyebrow? Vooch? Anybody else?
Probably Vooch on this team, just for their place on the team. Yeah. I just listen. I totally agree with him. I'm more surprised that he was that.
But more to Mully's point, who would you expect to hear that from?
Billy Donovan. That's it.
But what player? That's a good question.
Maybe Josh Giddey, but they probably wouldn't have got their teeth kicked in.
Josh Giddey is a very young guy. Herter is 27.
He's affable as well.
It doesn't matter about age.
Personality type, though. Who's got that edgy personality? They don't have a C.J. Gardner-Johnson in that locker room.
Patrick Williams?
Maybe Patrick Williams could have said something.
He had a bad game.
Dustin likes to imitate him as well, but I don't think he would be that guy to raise his voice.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. He was -9 last night. Patty Williams.
It wounds me to hear that impersonation.
David did it on purpose.
I did cue him.
I know, but you just
0 for 4 from threes, Patrick Williams.
Oh, yeah. Ditto Vooch.
He took the bait.
No, you had to laugh, and I
paid attention.
Saw my face go, no, because I went like, no,
let's move on.
Don't encourage him.
As much scrutiny as Ben Johnson's play calling does receive, does Dennis Allen receive the critique that he should? 9 games in, how would you evaluate the defense and the job that Dennis Allen is doing?
That's an interesting question because I don't think that we objectively should look at the Bears defense and be satisfied. And yet, when we talk about the Bears defense, the conversation surrounding the Bears defense, I think reflects a football city largely satisfied. I don't get it. I think that I get this. People tend to be very happy because Ben Johnson frees up. Dennis Allen frees up Ben Johnson to be a head coach, to be a play caller. And Dennis Allen's presence is kind of lumped into the category. Aren't we glad that Ben Johnson is here? The right coach is able to do whatever he needs to do to put the Bears where they are because Dennis Allen is allowing him to focus solely on the offense. So I think we give him a little bit of grace there. But the defense is not good. I mean, let's just be honest. When you look at the numbers, the takeaways are great. But to live and die by takeaways, it means you're an up and down as a defense. I don't know what you would prefer. I guess that's a good football debate for a convention or something. What would you rather have, a defense that can stop the run and get to the quarterback, or a defense that has a penchant to take the football away on a regular basis that's kind of inconsistent? One week it's 3 takeaways, the next week it's none. So I think Dennis Allen continues to be evaluated. I don't think it's a complete body of work, but I think he overall has been more asset than liability.
I would agree. More asset than liability. I mean, where would they be without those takeaways? And he does dial up nice blitzes. I mean, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he that was a guy, I'm sure he was the guy, if you go to the old, who was standing on the table for that guy, it was probably Dennis Allen, and it worked out. He's showing for him. The other difference is Dennis Allen speaks once a week, today. And so by the time you get to today, you're pretty removed. It's time to turn the page, focus on the next opponent. You know, the old Bill Belichick. We're on to the Vikings. We're on to the Vikings. We're not talking about the Vikings. So you're talking about the present, and there's not a whole lot about going out into the past.
Those are a couple of the worst impersonations.
Well, we get Grody. We'll see if Grody's not too busy. He's got like 7 hats. Maybe he can come in and do impressions during the pick six.
I'd listen. He does me pretty well.
Okay. What would one prefer? What have we seen all these years? We have seen the Bears capable of playing defense. We've seen great defense in this town, and I know we have a high standard for it. But what was it? Was it a couple years ago, maybe, that Matt Eberflus had to put on his defensive coordinator's hat, and he saved his job because he was a good defensive coordinator, and they had that, they could hang their hat on that, and that was a good thing. And then when they got a quarterback and they just kept trying different play callers, you realized, okay, this isn't going to work. So you go and you get Ben Johnson, and he has been excellent because he has, I think, more than anything else, changed the culture, held people to a standard. He knows what he's doing as a play caller. He's done a great job with that. And because of that, he has handed over the defense to Dennis Allen. Now, Dennis Allen has a couple of really interesting things that are going in his favor. Obviously, the takeaways have been huge, and they've covered up a lot of the problems. But Dennis Allen has never had the team that he kind of thought he was coming to coach. You know, he talked about Kyler Gordon. He mentioned him by name as a player that he really had a lot of plans for and a lot of things we're going to do. We haven't seen enough of him. Jalen Johnson is probably their best defensive player and paid as such, and we barely saw him at all this year. No. Barely on the field. I mean, I wonder if he...
Was he on the field? He did play, right?
He played...
Detroit.
Very briefly, and he did not play any of the off-season stuff and any of the... It's just kind of very disappointing. I think that what Dennis Allen has done... Fishbane has, Matt Fishbane is a great story in The Athletic today, as a matter of fact. I think it was on yesterday about players looking forward to go to work on Thursday because that's when he will give them all the different, he's talking to Kevin Byard, different guys going in. They find out what the blitz package is, how they're going to be attacking this opponent and what they're going to be doing. And the Bears are very, very good on third down defense. We talk about him putting all these guys on the line of scrimmage, and some of them are going back and covering, and other guys are moving forward and blitzing. And he's done a phenomenal job of disguising that to the point where Tom Brady, who is covering the game this week, couldn't figure out what he was doing before they played the Raiders, for God's sake.
How could I forget that?
So I think he's done very well. He's just been down so many players, it's difficult to judge him too harshly. I just think with 4 starters out and none of the players that he thought he was going to be coaching available, it's pretty impressive that they're holding teams to like a 33rd percent conversion rate on third downs, whatever it is. It's pretty high in the league.
It's a good question.
Did you like hearing Caleb Williams say the secret to beating the Vikings under DC Brian Flores is having a mistake-free game?
You have to be as close to perfect as you can be, and so practice and the small details all matter. Protecting the football, the routes and the depth and the spacing and my timing and everything matters. And so just trying to emphasize that this week and trying to get our first victory in division.
Like that?
Love it, because I'm sure part of that is what the head coach has been preaching all along. That is, he's all about all the little things and how important they are and how they add up. And I think that for a guy like Caleb, this is a great teaching team to go against, because Brian Flores does an excellent job of trying to take something away, which is the New England tradition. That was Belichick as a defensive coordinator, and that's where Flores got his start. I think that he does a really good job, Flores, of kind of hitting you at different times from different levels. Didn't Caleb call him the king of the zero coverage before the first game? So it to me emphasizes that he's learning more about what he's doing and the teams they're playing and the division opponents and all of it. And I think that's excellent. It means that the coach is getting through to him.
One of the big takeaways for me from the win against the Giants was the turnover number, or the penalty number 3. It got all the way down to 3. It's been double digits. It's been high in 100 yards, 90 yards. So
3 more were called and not taken because there were successful plays on them. 2 on 1 play. So there were some decline penalties there.
I think Caleb Williams is showing that he is coachable and he is listening. And these things from Ben Johnson and the points of emphasis from Declan Doyle and JT Barrett and all the guys that are there to make him a franchise quarterback are doing their jobs well, because he sounds like these are the coaching points that they're being instilled in him on a regular basis. There was a time when that was in question. So now that's getting done, and that's showing progress. I find it somewhat amusing that now that Caleb Williams is protecting the football, doing more of the little things on a more consistent basis, certainly has 4 fourth-quarter comebacks. Now the narrative has shifted to, well, why can't he be Mr. Fourth Quarter in the first 3? Which is, I suppose, a fair question, but that somewhat diminishes or misses the point, doesn't it? He's playing more efficiently, and I don't think you ever want to be satisfied. No quarterback really is. Josh Allen's still trying to achieve consistency, for goodness sakes, and he's the MVP. But I think that you don't want to diminish the importance and the special of what's going on here in the fourth quarter. This is a clutch player. How do you explain clutch? It's difficult to do. But we're going to keep trying here in Chicago because we seem to have a quarterback who is grasping the little things but is wired for the big moments. That's a great place to be.
I'm not talking necessarily about a pick 6 or something like that.
The Bears' Wednesday injury report was lengthy as expected. 8 players out, including Grady Jarrett, Kevin Byard getting Veterans Days off. Of the 6 remaining guys, like Rome Odunze, ankle, DJ Moore, shoulder, Tyree Stevenson, shoulder, have been on and played. And does DJ Edwards, he's got the hamstring, remain the player the Bears most need back on Sunday?
Yes, TJ Edwards is the guy and the player who I'm most concerned about from a defensive perspective, because his availability has become a problem week in and week out. When he pops up on the Wednesday, let's give everybody a rest day injury report, brought to you by, need a sponsor, like some sort of
Grady Jarrett.
something with a hammock.
Grady's Goodies.
Exactly. Grady Jarrett is on there every week.
Special snacks from a special guy.
TJ Edwards is the one that, if he were closer, I think he would have tried it. There might have been limited practice, let's see how far we are along here. The fact that he didn't makes me wonder if he's going to try it at all this week. And without him, Noah Sewell, frankly, didn't step up last week. Wanted him to, thought he could. He's had some good moments, but that wasn't good enough. And I think when you see how Tremaine Edmonds has played at a high level, Noah Sewell needs to step it up. If TJ Edwards can't go, it's on him because I don't think they have enough healthy backups. But, yeah, that's the biggest name that stood out to me.
Tyreek Stevenson's got to get better by Sunday.
You need all those guys. You need anybody on defense to play. You need everyone on defense to play. You need all hands on deck without question. I think that I'm probably a little over the top with the injury list, as David, you subtly pointed out earlier.
Subtly pointed out.
You did. It was subtle.
It wasn't subtle.
No,
It was polite.
I didn't mean that you were insulting me in any way, but I probably do really look forward to Wednesdays for the injury list, and just there are all sorts of stories that are connected with that stuff. I'm just like I'm a trained beat writer. I can't help it. It makes me want to go talk to backup players and other guys and just see how that.
I have another thought on that, but
I'm just saying. I part of the way I look at stuff is still looking for stories. But I'm trying to cool off over some of this stuff, and Grady Jarrett just needs to play better. No offense to him, because he's had a great career, but this is the first of 3 years here, and it's wonderful that he's been such a veteran leader that he was voted captain despite not being here and despite not being available. But
heck of a press conference.
Yeah, I hope for the best. Kevin Byard doesn't miss a lot of time. He's kind of an old school guy. So him being on the injury list is an example of something that doesn't really alarm me. But if a guy like that misses a game, that definitely would be something to be concerned about and to worry about. I get the idea that I get a little carried away with the injury list, so I will calm down.
I don't think that I was being that overt and saying you were getting carried away.
No, I said you were subtle.
Here's one thing I do think is interesting to me, why I understanding
because
why
it's
you're
no longer relevant, right?
Well,
the Wednesday injury list, seriously.
Because they don't take Wednesday practices as seriously, because the CBA has changed how much they can emphasize Wednesday practices. I also think, Mully, back in the days when we covered the team on a regular basis, and certainly you preceded me here a lot of days, Tuesdays were so that you just didn't have any activity. You didn't have any. You didn't know
You'd
things.
Go see a player about town. You'd go to some school.
And so you waited to get some sort of information to fill that void.
Yeah.
Because of the first information you got in a while.
That's a good point.
And so now I think it's a little bit different because they manipulate the injury list to suit them and to maybe mislead sometimes. Do you really think, like, Kevin Byard did not practice? He's going to play.
It's not relevant for that reason, because he plays all the time.
He plays all the time. Interesting stuff.
All right, we've got to take a quick time out. We're in the middle of the Pick Six. We've got a lot to talk about. There was a lot of funny moments with Scott Boras, if you like puns, and Peoria Matt. I hope his ears are perked up. But there was also a serious moment that was very relevant as far as I can tell, and there's other things to discuss from Vegas. We've got, obviously, a lot more Bear stuff before we're out of here. It is the Pick Six, Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Before Chicago takes on Minnesota, turn on the Score from 9 a.m. till noon for your local Ford dealers pregame show, featuring Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz, long-snapping Iron Man Patrick Manley, and Mully from the Mully and Haugh Show. Listen in as the guys get you ready for the game. Your local Ford dealers pregame show, 9 a.m. to noon on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeart Radio apps.
It's David Haugh for BetterHelp. As seasons change and days grow darker sooner, it can be a tough time for many. This November, BetterHelp is encouraging everyone to reach out, check in on friends, reconnect with loved ones, and remind the people in your life that you're still there. Just as it can take courage to send out that message or grab coffee with someone you haven't seen in a while, reaching out for therapy takes some courage as well. That's where BetterHelp can help you help yourself. BetterHelp does the initial matching work for you so you can focus on your therapy goals. A short questionnaire helps identify your needs and preferences, and BetterHelp's 12-plus years of experience and industry-leading match fulfillment rate means they typically get it right the first time. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp is one of the world's largest online therapy platforms, having served more than 5 million people globally. And it works, with an average rating of 4.9 out of 5 for a live session based on over 1.7 million client reviews. This month, don't wait to reach out. Whether you're checking in on a friend, reaching out to a therapist yourself, BetterHelp makes it easier to take that first step. And listeners to The Score get 10% off their first month using BetterHelp. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword David Haugh. That's keyword David Haugh after calling pound 250. This segment is brought to you by BetterHelp. Give online therapy a try at betterhelp.com/DAVIDHAUGH. Get on your way to being your best self.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
This segment brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. New teeth, new smile, new you. Why pay more at AlmostFreeTeeth.com? You can save up to 95% on full mouth implants. A brand new smile is finally within reach. Visit AlmostFreeTeeth.com today.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown of the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz would be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile. Thanks, Zoe.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply, select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The University of Washington women's soccer team won the Big Ten championship last Sunday, just days after their beloved teammate and star goalkeeper, Mia Hamant, succumbed to kidney cancer at the all-too-young age of 21. We kept her in our hearts throughout, said Huskies goalie Tanner Ejams. We were like, we're going to do this for Mia. And boy, did they. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya Kuselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick Six with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
Then you have to answer the question.
What did you make of super agent punster Scott Boras saying MLB did not go far enough in the wake of the fixed pitch scandal of Luis Ortiz and Emmanuel Clase? MLB announced earlier this week that prominent U.S. sports books will limit wagers on individual pitchers to $200 a wager.
You have to remove those prop bets to make sure that the integrity, so that the players aren't questioned. Because there's going to be all forms of performance questions given now to pitchers and such when they throw certain pitches to the back of the screen or situationally. And really, we don't want any part of it. We want our integrity, the players' integrity, never to be questioned.
What did you make of that?
I thought it was a very rare, serious moment where the guy spoke the absolute truth. He wasn't trying to make a bad pun. He wasn't trying to get a leg up on anyone. That is the absolute fact. They've got to ban that sort of thing. And unfortunately, and it really is unfortunate, but there are people that come from really poor circumstance and they get into a situation, and despite the amount of money they're making, they still have a lot of people they know that, hey, what can you do for me? How can you help me? Oh, I'll throw a bad pitch in the fourth inning. Just bet on that. I'll throw a ball. It's a horrible reality that you would put the game, the credibility of it, your own livelihood on the line over a $5,000 payoff. Doesn't make an ounce of sense to me unless you feel like you got some larceny in your heart and you're used to not having anything, and if you can help somebody get something, maybe you do it. It doesn't make any sense. I'm not forgiving it. I'm not saying it's okay, but I think this is a dumb thing. I think this is kind of it's a weird. I don't anticipate I don't make wagers on whether a guy. I don't really do much kind of in-game wagering, and I know a lot of people like to do that. I know that there are. I have friends. I have one particular friend who loves it. Thinks it's tons of fun. And I was introduced to it probably 40 years ago on a visit to England where you could do it while watching a game. And I was just like, holy God, like it was just extraordinary to me, the idea that you could kind of try to play along with the game and make a prediction on a play or on a particular thing that could occur. I found it really kind of fascinating, but unfortunately or fortunately, I was never exposed to it, so I just never got into it. I just hate the idea of it. And unfortunately, now that we've had a scandal of this magnitude, I don't think we can ignore it. I think we've got to address it, and that would be one way, a sensible way, in my opinion, of taking that out of the game.
There would have been no shot that they were going to get rid of prop bets. And
I didn't say all prop bets. I'm talking about these pitch bets.
Okay.
But I'm saying, you want to get rid of all prop bets, then we need to have a longer conversation.
Well, that's what he suggested. He suggested you have to remove those prop bets.
Yeah, meaning the pitch prop bets.
Okay. I didn't know.
Isn't that what he said?
Well, I mean, we're interpreting what he said. I mean, there are lots of prop bets. Prop bet. I mean, whatever. Doesn't matter.
I think you have to give credit to Scott Boras. Bravo to baseball's most powerful agent. He had an audience, a captive audience. He had the baseball media there assembled to laugh at his bad puns, sometimes when they're not even funny. But there was nothing but a serious tone to what he had to say, and I commend him for taking that opportunity and taking advantage of that, because this is a serious issue. Earlier this week, we heard from Major League Baseball, and they did address this because they said that there are new restrictions on pitch-level prop bets. The pitch-level prop bets are where you start to attack the bigger problem. If then you can open that door to a wider conversation, a longer one, as you say, and it's true, to all prop bets, then great. But this was an important start to that kind of rhetoric, because these things lead to scandal. And when you have this scandal on the heels of the NBA scandal, it's numbing to the sports public, and it becomes a threat to the integrity of each and every sport. So bravo, Scott Boras. No special interest being served, no agenda, no play on words. He just understood what needed to be said, and he said what needed to be heard. So this is a good step in the right direction.
And it's nice that they addressed it, but he's right. They didn't go far enough.
Fair enough.
All right.
I'm not going to take any questions.
White Sox general manager Chris Getz said Grant Taylor will be a reliever.
You look at our bullpen when Grant Taylor came up, it was we had a better chance to finish off games, and it wasn't just because of Grant's outings. It was able to slide certain arms in different situations and balance out the bullpen a little bit more.
Is that a good idea?
No, it's not a good idea. I think Grant Taylor should be a starter every fifth day. Give him the ball, let him cook, let him throw, let him be the guy that gives you 5 strong innings, 100 great pitches. Let him flirt with 100. He's one of those dudes. He's one of those guys. Bulk reliever doesn't excite me. Closer, maybe. Starter, definitely. And here's the other thing. Bruce and I interviewed the young man a couple Saturdays ago. He wants to start. Does that matter? Tell me if it matters or not, because I think it's got to at some point in time. So maybe they know what's best for Grant Taylor. They do have Brian Bannister. They do have a new pitching coach. They do have all the backgrounds to all the players. But Grant Taylor, to me, can make the most impact on the White Sox moving forward, pitching every fifth day.
Do the White Sox have 5 better starters than Grant Taylor? I would say today at 6:37, they do not, so he should start.
I got no problem with this. The Sox aren't spending any money. They aren't giving out any multi-year deals. We've heard that already. I think that Grant Taylor is a guy that had some arm issues in college, had a Tommy John, I believe, and now you're talking about a guy who kind of reminds me a little bit of how they handled Chris Sale. He came up, he was a reliever, and it was like, man, they really need to start him. And they've done that with a lot of different pitchers. I believe Mark Burley was the exact same way. Certainly, Crochet was handled the same way, came up first as a reliever. I don't know that this means that Grant Taylor will never be a starter in MLB, but given the team that he's on and the needs that they have, think about it. At the trade deadline, how many teams contacted the White Sox about one guy, Grant Taylor, because he's got a special arm, and we've heard that from the pitching guru. So I like the idea of just being careful with them helping him to grow and get used to being in this role. And then eventually, maybe a year from now, you do make that kind of a move if indeed we have baseball, if there's not a lockout. But I know he wants to do it. I still think he can do it. But I think that they're handling him in a way historically that the White Sox have handled different pitchers, and it's been to their benefit. So I don't have a problem with
Can I speak to the guru, please?
Oh.
What would it take to get Grant Taylor?
Is the guru there?
Is the guru there? What floor is he on?
Yeah.
Just down to Jerry's office and take a right.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I don't think Bannister is making the trade move. I think you'd have to talk to Chris.
But I think you're right, though. Teams at the deadline probably asked just out of curiosity, what would it take to get Grant Taylor?
Because he's that good.
And he's that good, and he was already on a major league roster, so he could impact a major league outcome. The younger guys may have more curiosity this offseason, but they've got to be – nobody's untouchable, but the Sox aren't trading young pitching.
Yeah, they got about 11 of these guys, and they probably have right now 2 pitchers, right? 2 guys that you could say are going to be starters next year.
Smith and Schultz?
No, it would be
Schultz and Smith.
No, it would be probably Davis Martin and Smith.
Okay, Shane Smith,
Davis Martin, just based on what they had this year.
I
There's
see what
a
you're
bunch
saying.
of other guys
Locked into this year's starting
That's
rotation.
What I'm saying.
Opening day rotation.
And
how
those
about Burke?
guys that you talk about,
Sean Burke?
I don't think he's locked in. I think they're all on kind of a tryout area.
I'm calling the guru.
We got to get the guru.
I got to get the guru.
Give me the guru.
Give me the Sox guru.
Pitching guru.
All right, sorry.
I apologize.
No,
but
no.
That's what I think is going to happen, or what is happening. We got the extra point next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Immediately after the Chicago-Minnesota game, tune into The Score's postgame show featuring Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz, long-snapping Iron Man Patrick Manoah, and Mully from the Mully and Haugh Show. Win or lose, the guys take your calls and react to the game on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Atturo Tire.
Hey, if your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks and a bad epoxy job right now, you can get 50% off all labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday ends soon. Here's their number. It's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement in years. I'm telling you, it's like pulling into a new car showroom every single night. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And they make it so easy. Comer & Cross employees are professionals. They don't use subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly, and they even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36 plus. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Right
Gavin's here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. With the Jets in action and an Island game on Thursday night, you need a reason to watch. New England's Travion Henderson has officially arrived. He's amassed a stellar 6+ yards after contact per attempt the last 3 weeks, racking 147 yards and 2 scores in Week 10. Give me the over 76.5 rush yards at -110. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
This November, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest for 5 years.
Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. Businesses with seasonal workloads know just how important it is to have reliable banking behind you. Business owners like Annie Leslie agree.
Hi, I'm Annie, president and owner of Raimondi Drilling Corporation. We have been providing soil and bedrock drilling and sampling services across the country for more than 50 years. In 2004, my company needed a loan to complete the largest project in the history of Raimondi Drilling. Due to our seasonal income, our previous lender wouldn't approve the loan needed to perform the work. Cornerstone, however, was just the bank to step up. Since then, Cornerstone has been there for us, from offering advice to cash flow monitoring to protect our financial stability and give us peace of mind that our hard-earned money is safe.
Thanks, Annie. For more information about how Cornerstone can help your business, visit our website at cnbtc.bank.
Member FDIC.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Set up this extra point.
It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Ben Johnson went into detail praising assistant head coach Antoine Randall L. and explaining living in the known.
How do you define living in the known? Because it's something that a lot of the players are uttering to us when they talk about these games and the opportunities they've had.
Yeah, I can't take credit for that because really Antoine Randall L. is such an integral part of what we're doing. Really, the entire coaching staff is doing a phenomenal job. They really are, and yet L's got an opportunity each week on Fridays to come up and talk with the team. He's talking about you start with this hope going into the season, and then you start pulling away with some of these wins, and you start believing in what we're doing and the progress that we're making as a team, and then you get the next step is knowing what's going to happen next. And so it's really, I think he's been the one behind that movement. I'm glad the guys have really resonated with what he's said.
Okay, living in the known.
Love that he gave Antoine Randall L. credit. I think you wonder about his role a little bit because he's not coaching a position group. He's not a coordinator. He is the assistant head coach, and he does have purpose, and he does have value. And I think we see a little bit of that on a weekly basis on the sidelines because he looks like he's the adrenaline guy. And now we're hearing specifically players quoting him. That's a good sign. That's a good staff. I will be very curious. The Ben Johnson effect. After the season, if these guys get opportunities, will they move on? Do they want to work for him? Do they not want to work for him? You don't know who's he cursing at in the headset. You know, who's the guy who's getting the brunt of that? Very fascinating time. When you win, everybody gets a little bit of the credit, and you wonder how that will manifest itself. We're not there where I remember a big civic crisis over, Luke Getsy's going to go be a head coach before he fixes Justin Fields. Don't worry about that. I think Antoine Randall deserves credit. I like the way that Ben Johnson addressed the question, and this is a staff getting the job done.
Still not sure, this won't be shocking, that I understand what living in the known is. I'm still looking online, for what that's worth, living in the known.
It's confidence, man. It's confidence.
It doesn't seem like a very positive thing.
It is. Okay. Come on, Dustin. Live in the now. Live in the known.
Well, there's a difference.
Believe.
There's a difference. I don't want to. I hope Rantoine L gets an interview for an NFL head coaching job. Is that a good way to answer the question?
I don't know. I'm just.
Well,
I'm sorry.
To finish this, the question is, do you believe that there's going to be interest around the league for potential head coaching jobs for the Bears if they make the playoffs, and is that something to worry about? I don't think Dennis Allen is going to go anywhere.
You don't.
And he's running half of the show. He's running one part of it. Don't think he comes from one particular play calling outfit. It's not like he is trying to. He seems like a bit of the originator of his own offense, and that is a rarity to find in the NFL. But he's not reliant upon all the people that he's been around to determine how he does it. But I think that what we've seen with the great signal callers in the league, you know, the McVays of the world, the Shanahans of the world, is the experience of working with those kind of guys will get other people jobs all the time. Mm-hmm. And we've had these discussions quite often about, choosing between getting a defensive head coach or an offensive head coach. And, well, the defensive head coach comes probably with better special teams because he wants defensive guys. He wants a different kind of – but the league is all offense, and you need creative people that can call plays. You don't have to worry about losing your play caller because he's your head coach. So it'll be really interesting to see how this develops with Ben Johnson. He's having a great year in this area. And if they continue to get better and the team improves and they start really winning the North and then taking that through the playoffs, I think it's possible that all these offensive coaches on his staff could grow into different jobs and get better jobs, and being around him will be a life lesson that they kind of graduated from Ben Johnson University and go on. That's a long way down the road. But I feel like Dennis Allen, at his age and with his experience, is in a really good spot for Dennis Allen, where nobody's going to mess with him. No one's going to tell him what he has to do or can't do. They're going to try to take care of him. I think it's a different deal with a veteran older coach than it would be with somebody who had not been a head coach before.
So Dustin, you found living in the known, meaning people can get comfortable and efficient, pros. Cons, it can lead to boredom, unhappiness, and a sense of being stuck. Is that accurate?
That's what I found on the internet.
So pros and cons. What are you throwing up your hands for? It's a thing. Do you not think the Bears have been talking about it enough that Mark Grody asked about it?
I guess so. It's the first I've heard of it, but I'm not at Hallis Hall, obviously.
Living in the known?
I've heard of living in the now. I've not heard of living in the known. It sounds like like let's try to be fancy instead of just living in the now, and let's
just throw a K on it.
Yeah, like to just change it up and I'm this. It's cute and stuff. I mean, it's just to me, it's like
a lot of people are living on the phone, but that's getting better now with
living on the edge.
We'll be right back. 312-644-6767. We are Going to bring in our guy. It's Biggs time. We'll get all the answers.
I bet he knows.
Brad Biggs next on The Score.
Did you know you can take the Score's Mully and Haugh with you to start your day on the Odyssey app?
You know, I think it's a really good question.
Well, you can. After all, they are the #1 sports radio show in the morning.
David Haugh would like to recognize that I pointed that out.
Start your day with Mully and Haugh on the Odyssey app.
You get out.
Whether you're catching us live or on the Rewind feature, use the Odyssey app to take Mully and Haugh with you everywhere.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday Touchdown Jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in on this Thursday's action tonight, all you've got to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/score to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issues, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
FinishingChicago.com's decorative finishing contractors can transform your commercial spaces for staff, tenants, and customers alike. Our contractors' dedication to safety ensures everyone, including the assets of your building itself, are taken care of from start to amazing finishes. Visit FinishingChicago.com for your free list of decorative contractors specializing in decorative painting, wall covering, drywall finishing, glass systems, and custom signage. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Finding health insurance can be so confusing. People need help. That's why I work for Get Covered Illinois.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
And we're here to help. With thousands of brokers certified by the state and hundreds of trained insurance guides, what we call navigators, available in communities across Illinois.
All free.
At getcoveredillinois.gov, we're here to help.
Nice and sunny today, a high of 55.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This segment is brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard Update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Bulls lose, Bulls lose, Bulls lose. This time to the Pistons without 4 of their 5 starters. Josh Giddey was not there for the Bulls. They hope to have Giddey back when they head out west. Last night in Detroit, 124-113, the final. Bulls at Jazz Sunday, 6:45. The Blackhawks had Connor Bedard. He scored for the 4th straight game. Was not enough as they fall in overtime to the Devils 4-3. Blackhawks are 8-5-4. They host the Maple Leafs Saturday. The puck drops at the UC at 6. Week 11 of the NFL kicks off tonight on The Score. 6:30 the coverage starts. The Jets are at the Patriots. Patriots are -13. The total 43. The Bears have a long list of injuries. We'll discuss those next with Brad Biggs. They're at the Vikings Sunday, a noon kick on Fox. Vikings -3. Total 48.5. The hour of this program is brought to you by Jewel Osco.
Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggs. With Mully and Haugh. Biggs time. The Biggs Report with Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggsy. His name is Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs talks football with you.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Brad Biggs, the football man of the Chicago Tribune, a longtime contributor to the station and a valued friend. And he joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Big Zay!
Morning, Brad.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
You know, Brad, I have realized that I probably put far too much of my attention and interest in the injury list, just because I think that in this case, it may be with a new administration coming in and questions about a guy like Jalen Johnson in the offseason. I was just waiting and waiting to get the first injury list to figure out what's wrong with the guy, how he injured himself. I never felt we got great clarity on it. And I still am feeling like a lot of the different stuff that has been coming down, maybe because there's been so many different injuries and so many bad ones, it just it makes me look forward to and search the thing. And I can't help but notice that every time I think they mention DeAndre Swift, it seems like it's a different injury. It seems like he's had like 1,000 different leg injuries, and I don't know if they're losing track of it. And that could be me responding to a hand/hamstring injury or groin/calf injury. It's just some seemingly contradictory information, and you just can't figure out, well, then what's really the problem?
Well, Swift was on the report for a few weeks with a groin/hip, and it's now just hip. But here's the good news: for a stretch there, Swift had been not practicing on Wednesdays, and then they'd get him going in limited fashion. And of course, with the exception of the one game at Cincinnati, he answered the bell. It's only the hip now, and he was limited. So he's on the practice field participating yesterday on a Wednesday. I would take that as a good sign, a sign that the time off from that Bengals game has helped him feel a little bit better.
Brad, up in Minnesota, Jonathan Grenard is a big part of that defense. He was injured to the shoulder in the third quarter last Sunday. He did not practice on Wednesday. His availability is up in the air, but there's some people in Minnesota speculating that he might not play. How much will his presence or availability affect the way that you view this game?
Well, he's important to that defense. There's no question about that, but the Vikings were missing some key guys the first time around as well. I think Van Ginkel actually got injured in the initial meeting with the Bears, but Grenard was he's a player that's been a perfect fit for what Brian Flores wants to do. He's one of their better pass rushers. There's no question about that, and he's had some success against the Bears over the last couple of years. 3.5 sacks against them, 3 sacks in 3 games as a member of the Vikings against the Bears. So Grenard's availability is a question mark. They should have Harrison Smith, right? Did not have the veteran safety in the first game. But the Bears are keeping an eye on this when Ben Johnson notes that Grenard's availability is a bit of a question mark for the game in his remarks yesterday.
So how do we look at all of these particular days off? Byard and Grady Jarrett with the rest days, that's totally different. But with 8 guys out, 6 of them you do kind of wonder about. And, I get it. Like, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, those are guys that have been on the injured list and then have played. So they've got, a good track record with that. Tyreek Stevenson's still down with the shoulders. I guess what I'm saying is, how do you differentiate between sort of a maintenance day, if I could use that word, versus a fresh injury day? And who got injured? Someone got hurt last Friday or was suddenly on the injury list. Was that the...
that's Ja'Day Walker.
Yeah.
He's got a concussion. Yeah, I mean, Walker's barely played on special teams this season. As I look at this injury report, there's really no new concerns right now when you talk about a rest day for Byard and Grady Jarrett, so you'll see them out there today. Brisker's hurt the back in the game, so you knew that was going to be there. DJ Moore and Rome Odunze, they've been listed on the report for a couple weeks now, and they ramp up as the week gets going, and they're out there. The concerning one here, Stevenson's had the shoulder previously. The concerning one is TJ Edwards, missed all last week, is a DNP yesterday. That's not a good sign. Doesn't mean he can't get back out there in time later this week, but you would have hoped he would have been limited. So the ones to keep an eye, I think we're seeing a lot of names. I don't see major reason for concern at this point. The names to keep an eye on later today are going to be Edwards and Brisker.
Brad, yesterday hearing from Caleb Williams talk about spacing and timing and depth of routes and talking about sounding like a technician. And then later in the day, or maybe it was just before, you see that Pro Football Focus and different people have different interpretations of their grading system, but they essentially, the last 2 weeks, Caleb Williams is their highest overall graded quarterback at PFF. Do you connect the dots there? Do you see a quarterback? We talk a lot about the fourth quarter heroics and the clutch gene, but the attention to detail in the entirety of the game, and then you see how he's being graded by PFF, who grades such things. Are we seeing Caleb Williams become more of a technician?
I just think we're seeing Caleb Williams slowly get a better feel for the offense and what he's being asked to do and how plays should unfold against certain coverages and what to look for. So you're seeing him gradually become more comfortable, and that's what they would hope. You're looking for growth throughout the course of the season. And as they get going here, we'll find out how much of the growth and the production and what the Bears have been able to put up offensively across the board, not just Caleb Williams, is a result of them being more than halfway through the season and is partially attributable to playing some really bad defenses, right? Like they've been able to take advantage of a schedule that before the season started looked like it would be much more challenging than it's been, and it's been packed with some cupcakes in terms of opposing defenses.
This segment with Brad Biggs is sponsored by Estwing Professional Tools, made in the USA for over 100 years, estwing.com. So we know, Brad, that the Bears have a share of first place in the division right now. None of the tiebreaker stuff kicks in till the end of the year when you see how everyone's done. They're playing in the division this week. Minnesota, huge game for them to just try to get back into the division. They're a game behind at 500. And I just wonder, when you look at this game for the Bears, what is the theme of it to you? Is it the Bears kind of emphasizing the fact they're in contention? Is it the first time that the new head coach is facing an opponent for the second time? Is there an element of sort of revenge over dominating a team and then finding a way to lose at home? And the Bears are different now. Is there any element of this that jumps out to you as sort of the theme of this game?
I think the element is probably that they're in the thick of the race. You want to be in this mix. You've got to step up each and every Sunday. You've got to deliver each week. The Bears really can't afford a setback. And listen, can they talk about being this team that can compete to win the division if they go to 0-3 on Sunday? If you're 0-3 in the division halfway through, would they be out of the division race? No, not by any means, but would you take them seriously as a threat to win the thing? If they go 0-3 in their first half of the division schedule, I don't know. That wouldn't knock them out of the wild card race, but I just think it's the next game, and they got to keep going. And I don't know that Ben Johnson is necessarily looking for a theme from week to week. They've got a good thing going, having won 6 of their last 7 games, and they've got to keep it going against a team that there's some bad mojo for the Vikings this season. I think when you look at the quarterback situation and sort of some of the fallout from the quarterback situation, and a team where everything was running so smoothly for a couple of years has hit some rough times, and that's a team that won 14 games last year that now has an immense amount of pressure on a second-year quarterback who's going through a rookie season experience in terms of playing for the first time. And it just seems like things are a little bit off for the Vikings now. Now they've still done some terrific things. You talk about going into Ford Field and taking one from the Lions. That's a heck of a victory. But there's just been some things that appear to be a little bit off for the Vikings as a whole as they sit here right now, 4-5.
9 games into the season, what has been your evaluation of Dennis Allen, not necessarily game to game, but overall, Brad, from where he started, what he inherited, dealing with the injuries through last Sunday's game?
Yeah, I think it's been very positive. Defensive coordinator is only going to be as good as the players that he's got, and Dennis has been put into a position that happens from time to time. There's no way this is the first time that he's gone through a year where a bunch of his top guys have been sidelined for much of the season. Like, you coach long enough, you run into that very scenario. So considering what he's had to work with and how he's gone about it, I think it's very positive because and it's an interesting study because they are terrible in some defensive metrics, right? Some of the things you look at, you're like, oh boy, this isn't good. Difficult way to play football and have success. And then you check out some other metrics and you're like, wow, this is where you find some of the better defenses in the league. It's almost like there's not a lot of categories where there's middle ground for that Bears defense. But when you talk about third down, when you talk about the red zone and things of that nature, and then you talk about the takeaways, they have been terrific. And when you can be good on the money down, which is third down, they're sixth in the league right now at 34.4%. You can be solid in the red zone. They're 12th right there. And you can lead the league in takeaways. That can help you cover up a lot of other things that haven't been as pretty, like the total yardage, the run defense, the yards per pass play by attempts, the pass rush, which through the first 5-6 games was clearly not what they had hoped. You take the ball away like that, you force the opponent to get off the field on third down, and things are going to be better for you.
What are you seeing from Minnesota? When you look at that team, I mean, J.J. McCarthy has had his downs, had his up against the Bears, really. But I'm just curious, when you talk to people about them, when you look at them, what is it that you're seeing from them?
Well, I think the Vikings, and we can get into a little bit more of this tomorrow, but the Vikings have got to find a way, and not just against the Bears, they've got to find a way to run the football. If they can get things going with Aaron Jones, and they can keep McCarthy out of some of these second and long and pure passing situations on third down, that's going to make life a lot easier for their play caller and their young quarterback. And when they've struggled to do that this season, he's had a very tough time, and things can get sideways. And they needed to do that when they were playing Carson Wentz as well. And then on the flip side, I'm kind of curious about the Flores defense stopping the run. They have been very good at it at times. You talk about holding the Eagles to 45 yards rushing. That win I referenced that they had at Ford Field a couple weeks back, Detroit had 20 carries for 65 yards. On the flip side, they've been really bad against the run, giving up 207 in a road game against the Chargers, 218 to the Falcons. I think the Ravens hit them for about $152 last week, which is somewhat in the neighborhood of what Baltimore ran on the Bears for. So what is that going to look like? Because the Bears' rushing offense has changed more than anything that either of these teams do since week one. You look at that week one game and you say, what's the biggest difference since week one? Well, the Bears are running the hell out of the ball now, guys. Since the bye week, starting with the game at Washington, the Bears are averaging 5.92 yards a carry. They've been almost a wagon running the football. So the Vikings were able to prevent the Bears from running in week one with a lot of too high shell looks. They didn't need an extra defender in the box, and that really threw the Bears for a loop. Like, you talk to their offensive coaches, you know, what got sideways in this first game? Well, they knew they needed to be able to run the Vikings out of some of that too high stuff, and they were unable to do it. Now, Bears have been able to run against too high. They've been able to run against 8-man front. So that's the biggest change for either of the two teams since the opener.
Brad, what did you make of Ben Johnson explaining yesterday, being asked by our Mark Grody about the players' mantra of living in the known? What did you make of that?
Yeah, man, you guys gave that a long segment already. The known, is that they are capable of success, that they can go out, that what they're asked to do is going to work, and if they go out and execute it, they're going to have success. But I'm kind of with Dustin a little bit, like,
define it.
Yeah. But they're, they've found some success. They've found a way to build off it. And this is a team what was one of the things we talked about way back when they evened things up at 500. Then they get to 3-2. What was one of the things we talked about? Can this young football team, and it's not the youngest in the league or anything, but new group, handle prosperity? Because for the longest time, when you've seen the Bears win 2 or 3 games in a row, it didn't last. They couldn't. And 2020 was a great example of that. They start the season 5-1, and then the wheels came off, and eventually they dropped the transmission. And they're able to back into the playoffs at 8-8. But that team couldn't handle prosperity. It was a bit of a paper tiger with close wins against some very mediocre teams. But this team has proven it can handle the prosperity, that it can have success, and however they need to frame it, to be able to turn the page from one Sunday to the next quickly while making improvements, do it. And as long as it's working, keep doing it.
Sadly, we're out of time, Brad, because I really wanted to ask you about the impact on the running game of Caleb. 2 weeks running now, he's gained 50-plus yards. When the Bears had a really dominant running game, last time was probably with Fields, who was single-handedly running all over the field.
Sorry, I didn't ask you that, Brad. We'll talk tomorrow.
Just kind of adding to it. We can get into it tomorrow and have a great day.
Have a
See
great
you, buddy.
day.
That is our guy.
Thanks for feedback.
Brad Biggs. He is the football man of the Chicago Tribune. We will be turned directly. 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
What really is going to refine this team? What is going to prove that the first 9 games weren't a mirage to you? Reward in the NFL. And we know that means playoffs, number 1, for the teams who try. Are you ready to embrace the concept of being not only in the hunt, but on the graphic that's got the real playoff contenders?
Well, it's here. You don't
seeds.
Just accept that it's here.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, does this sound like you? Every step is a reminder of what hurts, of what you're not able to do, of how far you've drifted from the life you used to have. Well, I got good news for you. Relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel. At QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli and her team tap into your body's own regenerative power. They use natural healing factors to help restore damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. It's your body's comeback story. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery, just your body remembering how to feel alive again. Imagine swinging the golf club, hiking the trail, or dancing again. That's the freedom that QC Kinetics helps people rediscover. Don't just mask your pain. Let QC Kinetics help you regain what pain took away. And remember, it's near Valentine's Day, and they're giving back. Veterans get $500 off treatment. And for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. Call QC Kinetics today for your free consultation. That number is 312-847-4347, 312-847-4347, QC Kinetics, 4347.
Estwing, your go-to tools for tough jobs. Trusted around the world for unmatched comfort and durability. These USA-made hammers are built to last. For a century, Estwing has supported American workers, delivering reliable tools to get the job done right. Experience the power of American craftsmanship with Estwing's brand new titanium hammer. This new 14-ounce titanium hammer offers our superior shock reduction grip and all-steel face. Choose the tools the pros use. Estwing, made in the USA for 100 years. Learn more at Estwing.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
Coach Dave Wanstead here, and I want to tell you my good feet story. I'm a guy that likes to walk everywhere. When you're coming off ruptured Achilles and knee replacements, that puts stress on your feet. And I have tried everything with no relief until I stepped into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk. Since I've been wearing the Good Feet shoes and supports, I haven't backed off my activities either. Sure, walking is the big part, but I'm using the elliptical, I'm biking. The Good Feet arch supports can help with foot, ankle, knee, hip, even back pain by properly aligning your body from the ground up. And they slip into the shoes that you already have. You can use your HSA or your FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Live the life you love, free of foot, knee, hip, and back pain. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by a store nearest you. Locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
The Chef IQ Sense is a must-have wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat, whether on a stovetop, oven, or grill. It is built to withstand extreme heat. The probe is inserted into your food and connected wirelessly to an app. Once you've selected your desired doneness, the app alerts you when to take the steaks off the grill and even alerts you when to flip them. It's that simple. Order the newly released third-generation Chef IQ Sense, now with so many upgrades at chefiq.com. Enter the code word SCORE for 15% off your order.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. When it comes to flat-out giving away games, the Browns out-Jetsed the Jets last Sunday to fall into the People 5 at number 28. Next come the Giants, who fired head coach Brian Daboll, and the aforementioned hapless, offenseless, and often clueless Jets. The Raiders can't get into any offensive rhythm, and the last-place Titans, well, they keep looking worse and worse as the season goes by. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
Well, I think we all know how Dylan Cease pitches in Wrigley Field. He is dominant. And to have durability, to have dominance, He has got both. Other than Skubal next year, I don't see a pitcher in the market coming that is going to have the potentials that Cease has and the proven element of durability to go along with that quality and potential.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670. The Score. That is the super agent Scott Boras, and he knows a little bit about Dylan Cease, and he likes the idea of Cease to the Cubs. Pretty amusing when you rely on an agent to tell you about his client, but the reality is there does seem to be kind of a conflict of interest. But the reality is that is about as good a move as the Cubs could make. We've heard from many people speculating that they're going to be making a big move with their pitching. I think Bob Nightingale said that recently, but I don't know that the Cubs are going to do it. Skubal, he mentioned, won the Cy Young again yesterday in the American League with the Detroit. And then, of course, Paul Skeens wins his first Cy Young for the Pirates. And those are two guys you wouldn't mind having on your team.
Yeah, Scott Boras is going to say what he's going to say. He represents Dylan Cease, so that's going to be predictable. And his reference to Dylan Cease at Wrigley Field, Dylan Cease was dominant. I think it was May. Did he throw a one-hitter here? That might have been the case. He's at the top of several teams' lists, and when you talk, I'm sure tuning into San Diego radio this morning probably he's saying what value there is in him going back to San Diego. Probably Houston radio. Scott Boras has accommodated their
and that was
interest.
Scott. That was Scott on the Marquee Network, right?
Yes,
that
with
was,
Bruce. Yeah.
So I mean,
Scott
of
and Bruce,
course, you're going to get
Scott Boras and Bruce have a good relationship, and you get a lot of that stuff. But I think that with Jed Hoyer, the one thing that I think is relevant to all this is that he was asked directly if, hypothetically, Shota Imanaga accepted the qualifying offer for 1 year, $22 million, which to some people might seem like a burden at the end of that rotation. It would not preclude him from going after the pitchers at the top of the market. One thing we heard from Jed Hoyer at the GM meetings in Vegas was that the Cubs plan to be active and they will pursue pitchers at the top of the market, and pitching is a priority. I guess that's three things. So that's good news. I don't think you're not going to disqualify the Cubs from any conversation when it comes to Framber Valdez or Dylan Cease or Joe Ryan, which would be a trade with the Twins, because they have a need there, and how big of a need, that's up for debate, but Jed Hoyer sounded open for business.
Yeah, and it's a good thing to have that going on. And obviously, multiple conversations take place. There's not really breaking news out of these meetings, but there is a direction that you see from teams, and you usually make a lot of contact there, and you start conversations that may come to fruition a little bit later on.
Well, free agency is an ongoing process. The thing of it is that we're talking today on November 13th. It
Right.
could be months.
Oh, yeah.
Before this is resolved.
When
because,
did they make the trade for Tucker?
Well, I think it was
pretty,
December. December's often active
yeah.
because you also have the next round of meetings.
Yes.
The winter meetings. But I also think this year is, comes with an asterisk because you don't have the certainty of anything after 2026.
The threat of a lockout is hanging.
That's what I don't know if I heard Boras address as specifically, and he is an agent, so I think you take some of these things with a grain of salt.
Didn't he make like 15 puns about Bellinger?
Yeah, Cody Bellinger is a guy that he made sense about as well because he is his client, and he said the familiarity with the Cubs would lead you to believe, that the puns are part of
are even
the shtick.
Bad for you?
Yeah, I mean, we've heard all the Bellinger ones before. The Brexit for Bregman, we heard that before. I'm sure there are others that we have heard before, but it doesn't stop him from repeating them again. He is entertaining. And he's talking about somebody that the Cubs could definitely need. It's informative, but I would love to hear from Jed Hoyer when they pursue or sign Dylan Cease instead of the speculation. But that's going to go on for months.
Yeah, I think he always has his moment at these meetings where he's willing to spend the day kind of talking to everybody, and he does this 2-drink minimum type performance. And it's always interesting just because he will get into various things. Now, a lot of it is just nonsensical, and it is designed to create a good pun, and he's obviously worked on some of that stuff. But I thought the stuff he said about the gambling probe was very interesting. And other than that, I'm not sure there was, anything that would you be considered breaking news. Yeah, you should go after this guy. Okay, that sounds good. Shouldn't everybody? I mean, isn't that kind of the whole point of free agency?
Yeah, well, I think that's what he would like his teams to do for his clients because it drives up the market. The Cubs have been linked, at least in reports, to Tatsuya Imai, the right-hander from Japan. I suppose that's not as sexy as some of these other possibilities. The thing that he said, too, that I was curious about, because he represents Bellinger, he represents Bregman, and he represents Pete Alonso. He talked about Pete Alonso being open to being a DH, among other things he said. So I wonder, you wonder about all kinds of possibilities, because that's how he would fit with the Cubs. This is Scott Boras, who had this to say. Do we have him on Pete Alonso being a DH and being open to that possibility for whatever team is lucky enough to sign him?
There's no doubt that Pete's pursuers are primed to pay the power piper. Pete picked a perfect period to play preeminently at a primary position. A playoff parched plethora will pounce to participate in the polls. Pete possesses a pachydermian-like perseverance. I mean, he has a nature about him that is so, and don't get me wrong, power, production, punishing pitchers, they're fully aware of his skill, but what I think they most pay attention to is the core element of what he can do to provide a team that consistency of 40 home runs, power, and production. And because they're just not finding it. They're finding a lot of players in the market that are somewhat there and somewhat not.
What would you say about
pull or plunge? When you look at the number of first basemen that can play 100 games, you'd have to rank Pete right up there in the top 7 or 8, because there aren't many first basemen that can play first base and keep the position. They just don't want to play people there. Forgive the pun, but it's become a platoon, except for Pete.
Forgive that pun?
I'm about done with my peas, I think.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That deserves to stop talking about.
Very alliterative.
Did he have a lot of? Does Pete? If Pete picked some pickled peppers, how many pickled peppers would Pete?
Cubs should take the polar plunge. He's going to be.
You did that, right?
Yeah, I think Pete Alonso. Well, you take out all that nonsense.
You did that though. You did the polar plunge. Only you walked on water, as I recall.
The polar plunge? Oh, yeah, I did that. Yeah, was that last year or 2 years ago?
I think it was 2 years ago.
I've done it once. Yeah, I would do it again. That's no problem.
Let's go.
I jump in the lake.
Right
Would you do it?
I do it right now, this second.
You do it right now?
Right now, let's go.
8 o'clock, we could be at the lakefront about 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Dive in.
I mean, listen.
There's a guy that does it every single day.
Anything but the Chicago River. No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But it's heating up. It's getting all
Lake Michigan plunger. Hold on, I got to find
It's going to be in the 50s today.
That's going to be your impetus to jump in is the temperature.
I have jumped in the lake many times in kind of March.
Let's do it.
Where it's freezing still. I've been in the lake when it's cold, and it's It actually is invigorating. Do you ever do any cold plunges?
Yes.
I know.
Oh, yes, you do. I know. You're setting me up. Not in Lake Michigan.
You have done one, though.
I have done. I did it. It was every March. It's a great cause.
Yes.
I went in with the Chicago Fire crew, not the
team,
the TV show.
Oh.
No, not the soccer team.
That doesn't.
Not the real firefighters. The actors who play roles on the Chicago Fire.
Wow.
And the guy from
were you completely gaga over that?
He wasn't there, or else I might have been. He wasn't there.
Long over.
Yeah.
I believe she's married now, right?
Lady Gaga?
Yeah, she's up for some Grammys.
She could win every year, as far as I'm concerned. She's terrific.
Okay.
She's an all-timer.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a guy that jumps in the lake every day.
The Great Lake Jumper.
Yeah, the Great Lake Jumper.
I just retweeted. He tweeted out 43 seconds ago.
Thank you.
The 13th, the 40 degree air temperature, 44 degree water temperature.
Let's do it, Mully.
It's on our Twitter
44
account.
44
right
is
now.
nothing. That's easy.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's go right now.
Right now.
Dustin, get some equipment so we can still do the show while we walk over.
That would be good.
We're going to peel down to our skivvies and take
More
the polar
likely,
plunge.
we would get somebody to sit in.
More
we
likely,
would go jump in.
More likely,
and we would
we'd
walk
be
back.
arrested. I'm talking cardiac arrested.
Yeah, I don't think we'd be arrested. It's a lakefront.
It was a cardiac arrest joke.
It would be.
Stay with me.
Now you sound like Boris.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Only I didn't come up with 16 different P's.
All I was trying to say was that Pete Alonso.
Yeah, you love that guy.
I do.
I know you do.
I like all three of his clients. That would be acceptable if the Cubs were to sign them. One of the three: Alonso, Bregman, Bellinger. Either. I'll take that power bat in the middle of that lineup.
How much would all three cost?
More money than I think.
Then you'd have a platoon of
Dodger-like money.
payments.
Forgive the pun. That pun is to be forgiven. What about the rest of them?
Yeah.
They are to be
It's
tolerated.
a little over the top. In a good way. No. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh. We're going to be right back. We're going to run down the lake. We'll be right back on Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 in the Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on the Score.
You should never apologize for wins. Never. It's seeing the Bears in a position where people can dream, and you can look at the last 8 games. And for me, the number is 10. Can you find 10?
I agree.
Can you find 4?
From now, it's can you find 4?
Can you find 4 out of the next 8? That's up to you.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Mully and Haugh here for Window Nation. You want your home to be comfortable year-round. You want your family protected, and you want an investment that you can feel great about for years. And now, during Window Nation's end-of-the-year sale this November, you could save big on windows to do just that. You're going to save 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0% financing for 5 years.
And your total price even includes Window Nation's professional one-day installation. Window Nation's proven quality windows are so good you'll actually save money on lower utility bills every month and are backed with a lifetime warranty. Window Nation even has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau.
That's real peace of mind when choosing the right company to upgrade your home. Prefer to hear from what other customers have to say about Window Nation? Check out over 45,000 five-star customer reviews.
Don't wait, though. Window Nation's end-of-the-year sale is your chance to save big with 50% off all window styles, plus 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com today and get started.
And all you got to do is just tell them Mully and Haugh sent you.
Bulls fans, Chuck Swirsky here. Join Bill Weddington and me for all the high-flying action of every Bulls game on 670 The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network powered by Heli Forklifts.
Bulls win! What a ball game!
See red, Chicago.
This segment brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
If you're an experienced homeowner who's outlived your assets or your spouse recently passed away, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local reverse mortgage lender. Alice, 90, widow, income $24,000 a year, living in a $500,000 home with no mortgage. Alice's husband recently passed away and she was terrified about losing her home, so her daughter called for information about a reverse mortgage. We helped Alice secure a reverse mortgage, which allowed her to access $300,000 tax-free dollars so she could afford in-home health care. Let's review. Alice's husband recently passed away. She outlived her assets and thought she had to sell her home. Our reverse mortgage expert, Jose Rodriguez, helped Alice secure a reverse mortgage so she could afford in-home health care and peacefully age in place. Team Hochberg's helped thousands of radio listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit that website you know and love, 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36 plus. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for our 7-day free trial of our all-access plan, which gives you over 300 live games per year. Catch every basket and every goal from your mobile device, television, or wherever you want to watch. CHSN is your home for the Blackhawks and Bulls all season long. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
We need to continue to listen, and you know, he's still very attractive. He is. Plenty of organizations have reached out and expressed interest, but that's been, you know, the case for a while now. So, you know, from our standpoint, you know, we look at, you know, not only what he did in that second half, but also, you know, what we anticipate him doing next year, in future years. You know, we believe in the player. We do. And so, you know, we don't want to be short-sighted, and if there's an opportunity that makes sense, then you know, something needs strong consideration. We'll have those conversations, but if it doesn't come together, gosh, we'll still be very happy to have Lou Robert in center field.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. That's Chris Getz, and he's talking about the center fielder, Luis Robert Jr., who is coming back for another year with the White Sox, or maybe coming back to be traded by the White Sox.
Back for another year of trade speculation.
That's right.
Essentially.
Fair enough.
Trying to be out there as a target for other teams who need a center fielder. We'll see how that develops. Bruce had a one-on-one with Chris Getz. We'll talk to Bruce at 9:25. He'll tell us some of the highlights there because he did sound open to – Bruce asked him specifically about a left-handed power hitter who plays first base, and Getz didn't close that door. I think they need a lot. I don't know if they're going to be willing to spend. That's going to be the question about the White Sox now and forever. Will they spend to get to the point where they're more competitive, or are they going to rely on internal options that they have had success with last year?
They're kind of out of that, though, aren't they? I'm just saying.
In terms of what?
In terms of the young players coming through the system.
Who's left? Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Well,
They
the young
brought
pitchers have to
everybody up.
develop.
Yes.
You need Hagen Smith,
Yes.
Noah Schultz.
No question.
And they have to come up. And to some degree, Grant Taylor's got to continue to progress.
No,
He's up
all
there.
these guys have to
Braden
continue.
Montgomery is maybe the last big prospect.
He's the last big prospect.
Although they have a Carolina League MVP that I think is somebody to keep an eye on, that maybe came out of nowhere. But Braden Montgomery, if he is the type of prospect who has a good spring training, you do wonder if he could sneak into the opening day lineup.
Yeah, I mean, there's a need for a guy like that, but they still have some veteran, well-played players in their outfield. So we'll see if they're waiting on anything. And again, there is the uncertainty about next year, and it seems to affect some teams more than others. But we know, and we've been told already, that there are no multi-year deals available from the White Sox. They're not going to do a lot of multi-year deals, which would indicate that
one-year rentals.
That's what they're looking for.
Caleb Bonnemer is the young man who
Yes.
is the Carolina League MVP and one of the guys who could be eventually on the way
eventually.
or
I don't
posed
think
as an internal option.
I don't think it's this
No.
year. Right.
He just turned 20 on October 5th.
Right.
Bonnemer is further away from the majors than Montgomery, but he did have a good debut in the Carolina League. That's down the road. The Sox are going to have a couple one-year contract guys who are placeholders, and they aren't going to go out and make a splash. And they're not going to be held to the same standard that the Cubs are this offseason.
Why don't they go out and sign a lot of backloaded contracts? They could get some of those Ohtani deals done and then leave it to the next owner to deal with it.
They're not going to do deferrals, however you want to refer to the
kind of a
deferral.
joke.
Look, we're not going to be in an Ohtani race. I'll tell you that right now.
They're not going to be talking to Pete Alonso, Kyle Schwarber. They're not going to be talking to Cody Bellinger.
Tell them you pay him in
Certainly not
29.
Kyle Tucker.
It's 2025.
Kyle Tucker's name
2026.
we haven't mentioned that in a while. I think there's almost a foregone conclusion the Cubs are out on him. MLB.com did a list of or tiers, and maybe that was the Athletic. And the Cubs were the 7th team, or maybe the 8th team mentioned in relation to Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
Other teams were ahead of them on the tier list, and I think that everybody kind of has an acceptance level of what they're not going to be able to do.
Oh.
And the Cubs can't, the thing is to keep the pressure on and keep talking about these possibilities about Alonso, Bregman, Bellinger, Schwarber, Cease, Valdez, guys who are expensive, guys who are difference makers, and guys who the Cubs can afford and should be involved with, not just as a seat at the table, but
boy, I hate that turn of phrase.
I know you do. But I'm saying in the context of not just that.
Oh, that's
they need to close a deal on
totally
one of these
agree.
big name guys.
That's not acceptable. Seat at the table doesn't mean anything to me. Yeah, they listened to our pitch, so you didn't make a good enough pitch. It just doesn't mean a thing to me. I think that it's what you do. And, frankly, the Cubs could do whatever they want to do. I think that the White Sox probably could do whatever they wanted to do, but
I think the Cubs need to do something like that. I think the Cubs, this is a big offseason in terms of taking that next step in credibility with the fan base. And in Tom Ricketts and Jed Hoyer and Crane Kenny, I think they have to recognize that because it is a massive offseason. And they are close, and they have to make some bold move to get even closer and over the top.
You would like the feeling you got at those games at the end of the year, the playoff games at Wrigley Field, to not be fleeting, to be back in another year.
Don't want to wait another 7 years for a playoff game at Wrigley Field.
All right, we're going to hear from the Minnesota Vikings. Big game with the Bears heading there on Sunday. We'll take a listen to what Kevin O'Connell thinks of what he's looking at from the Bears. We'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Bears fans, it's Week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota, looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, Chicago, Thanksgiving is right around the corner. It's coming fast. Make it easy. Make it delicious with Wild Fork Foods. From whole turkeys to tender breasts, plus duck, lamb, ham, beef roast. They've got every centerpiece and every side covered. Shop in-store, have it delivered right to your door. Enjoy turkey starting at $128 a pound, smoked spiral sliced ham, delicious at $328 a pound, or boneless lamb leg roast at $498 a pound. So much more. They do an unbelievable job. Make sure you stop in, check out Wild Fork Foods, or visit them online, wildforkfoods.com.
Losing my papa, a Chicago police officer, was the hardest thing my family ever faced, especially around the holidays. But then in walks Santa and Mrs. Claus alongside the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation. They brought gifts, cheer, and the promise that my dad's sacrifice would never be forgotten. This December 6th and 7th, they'll visit 24 children. Help us keep that promise. Your generosity brings them a much-needed smile.
Learn more at cpdmemorial.org.
The premier name in bridal and engagement rings here in the Chicagoland area is Rasny Jewelers. If you're ring shopping, Rasny Jewelers is your destination for exceptional quality, far from the big corporate chains, the diamond wholesalers, and the online sites pushing mass-produced diamonds and settings. With Rasny Jewelers, you're going to own a natural diamond that has inherent value, a diamond that's been hand-picked for maximum brilliance with no middleman markups, and a diamond she's going to be proud to wear. Guys, she's going to look at that ring every day for the rest of her life. Make the right decision. Rasny Jewelers is a name you can trust, and they're local. They're family-owned, and they have spent 7 decades building an amazing reputation. You're going to love the Rasny Jewelers price. The value is absolutely incredible. Don't make a mistake and end up with a poorly cut diamond. Rasny diamonds are the top in quality, cut, the top in sparkle, in every shape and every size. And relax. At other places, it's all a salesperson making a transaction. At Rasny Jewelers, it's the start of a relationship. Their team will guide you every step of the way, sharing their expertise so you feel confident in your choice. Rasny Jewelers, Chicagoland's local jeweler in Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and on Chicago's Gold Coast. Or you can check them out online at rasny.com.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Hey everybody, it's Spiegs. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score.
Every NFL Thursday, it's your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Matt to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Matt for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard Update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. No Josh Giddey proved to be a big problem. A Motown meltdown for your Bulls last night in Detroit. Pistons 124, Bulls 113. Bulls dropped their fourth straight and fifth of 6 games. Bulls never led against the short-handed Pistons. Bulls Jazz Sunday out west, 6:45 pregame here on The Score. Connor Bedard scored for the 4th straight game, extended his point streak to a career-high 9 games, but the Blackhawks did not win. They did get to overtime. They fall to the Devils 4-3, are 8-5-4. They'll host the Maple Leafs Saturday on the west side. It's a 6 o'clock puck drop. Tonight, 6:30 on The Score. Week 11 of the NFL kicks off. Jets at the Patriots. Patriots minus 13, total 43. The Bears portion of Week 11 has them in Minnesota against the Vikings. You'll watch it on Fox. The A-team will be there. Brady, Burkhardt, Andrews, Rinaldi, and the Vikings are minus 3. The total 48.5. The hour brought to you by Cars for Kids.
I think their offensive line's probably not getting talked about enough. Darnell Wright. When I turn on the tape, I see one of the best right tackles in football, and I think their additions, at center and guard, have shown up and been pretty consistently healthy and been out there on the field gelling together. And they made the switch at left tackle, and you see the production that they're getting out of that position now.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That's the voice of Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell saying that the Bears' offensive line looks better to him, and they're getting more. They're getting a lot of production out of the Unicorn.
9 games in, the offensive line is the Bears' strongest position group. I don't think that's even debatable. I believe that everything is about Caleb Williams' ability to grasp this offense, execute when he needs to, and win games down the stretch. That's been the focus. But the offensive line has been, since the bye week, I think definitely dominant at times, consistent overall. And since they played the Vikings, the biggest difference in this team is the ability to run the ball when they want to run the ball. And the Bears are a different team than they played on opening night against the Vikings on Monday Night Football because the offensive line at that point was still in the getting to know you phase.
Right. They were huddling up just to introduce each other.
Hello, I'm Braxton. I'm not going to be here long, but this is Theo. He's going to replace me. Oh, hi. Hi, Darnell. You're the unicorn, right?
Did you see that that J.J. McCarthy showed up at practice or practiced with a bandage on his hand?
That's not any small thing. You're right.
Yeah.
He did. J.J. McCarthy, another injury.
Well,
it's not his knee.
He was following through on a throw.
It's not his ankle.
And hit a helmet.
He hit a helmet.
That happened.
He compared it to slamming your hand in a car door.
Which happens too.
Who hasn't?
Sometimes I slam my head in a garage door.
Sometimes just to kind of wake up, or just because you punish yourself?
Frustration.
Okay. Traffic?
Whatever it might be.
Better that than road rage.
It's like bang my head against.
If you're just frustrated in traffic, just do that. But J.J. McCarthy compromised by that injury. Did you see? He did it in the third quarter. 2 minutes, 31 seconds left in the third.
Yeah.
He was throwing for Justin Jefferson.
They noticed it.
He hit the helmet of left guard Donovan Jackson.
Let's take a look.
Did they listen? Yeah, okay.
Just so you guys are aware, J.J. McCarthy will have a little, bandage or coverage on the top of his hand. He hit it on a helmet at one point in the game, late in the game, and everything's checked out. But we just want to get out in front of potentially making sure you guys are aware from a communication standpoint exactly what that is. Don't see that affecting really his week of preparation very much at all.
Oh, really?
Right hand. Yeah, he followed through on
right
a throw to Justin, I believe, and caught one of our linemen's helmets.
Thank God it's not his ring hand.
Kevin O'Connell, I think, can wish that into existence. But the fact of the matter is that in the fourth quarter, he was 6 for 16. J.J. McCarthy was 6 for 16 in the fourth quarter after injuring his hand. ESPN Stats and Info had his off-target rate rising to 40%. So that would tell me that it is a problem. It is something to be concerned about if you're the Vikings. And, you're getting a guy that is once again injured.
He can't take a snap, but the bandage should clear everything up.
You do wonder if it's going to affect the fact that whether or not they're in the shotgun more.
Mm-hmm.
They're in the shotgun quite a bit, but I think it's much easier to catch a snap than to take one that is you're directly under center. If you have a hand that's bruised, maybe it won't be an issue. But for a guy that missed 23 of his first 25 NFL games due to injury, I think you start to wonder.
Yeah, no, it's definitely nothing to anticipate or to plan on, to wish on anyone. It's a kind of thing, even an annoyance for a quarterback. I mean, think about a pitcher. Those guys get a blister and the whole world stops.
Yeah.
Now it's just a bandage on his hand. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I banged it on a helmet. He's fine.
I know what you're saying. It's not pitching blisters are amusing because it's you can be in perfect condition, be ready for a great start, and then you're going to be out of the game.
They're horrible. They're really
horrible.
bad. But it's like turf toe. If anyone's ever had turf toe,
you can't gut through a blister though.
Oh no, because it just gets worse, and then it lasts longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could probably gut through a hand injury, but if it's impacting your throwing motion, I don't know how much your gut has to do with it. It's not a good injury.
No, it's not. Hockey players are probably hearing this and scoffing.
Well, they spit out teeth and keep playing.
Exactly.
I mean, that's a totally different sport.
It could affect them. A week to have it recover is probably good for them.
Yeah.
J.J. McCarthy taps into his alter ego anyway, 9. His alter ego is 9. And he's a gamer. He's a competitor. And that mentality is probably what his greatest strength is right now. Because as an NFL quarterback, he's faced
a lot.
He's pretty inconsistent so far.
Well, he's faced a lot of turmoil in his career. His career he's basically a redshirt freshman, and he's starting, and it's not going great, and there are all sorts of various reasons for it.
Well, he's got to face on a weekly basis not necessarily being compared to the other quarterbacks in the 2024 draft, although there is that. I think he's got to face on a daily basis in Minnesota the reality of people looking at him and wondering why he's there and Sam Darnold isn't.
Or even Daniel Jones.
And Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones, the kind of bloom is off the rose a little bit. Would you say that? I don't know. He's had
he hasn't played as strong
weeks.
lately.
Yeah.
But he's still in a very good spot. He's still the quarterback of the best team in the AFC right now.
On paper.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see where that winds
Okay,
up.
I know. But, I mean,
I'm just
if
saying,
you look at the standings, the Colts are on top.
I know, but he has been struggling a lot more than he was earlier in the year. We'll see how that turns out. That hasn't been the case in Seattle. But, again, you're talking about a player that really had his two worst games of the year in the last two games he played. So that's one of the reasons he's probably out of Minnesota.
Bottom line is both guys are having better seasons than J.J. McCarthy. Okay. And Kevin O'Connell made a decision, even though it wasn't him, all of him, but they moved on from two guys who probably would be better. The Vikings, would you think the Vikings would have a better record if either one of those quarterbacks were here?
Yeah, I would. The other thing is there was talk that maybe they'd make a trade to get Cousins back, which is kind of insane now. But at the time, there was talk about that. I think he'd probably have a pretty good start to the season there.
Yeah.
He's a pretty good, accurate player.
I would think that would
tough.
I would think, given how J.J. McCarthy has been up and down, all three of those veterans would be considered better options for a team that has been disappointing. I think they came into this season with higher expectations, and they are the most disappointing team in the NFC North at 4-5.
I think that the Green Bay Packers are headed to as big a disappointment.
They're on the way.
Because they were thought to be a potential Super Bowl team, and they've just suffered through some bad losses and some mediocre performances from their quarterback that don't make tons of sense when you look at it. When you start saying things like their defense is playing great, but their offense is really causing them problems and the coach is under all sorts of scrutiny, I don't think anyone saw that coming.
Well, their defense is playing great, and their coaching is suspect right now.
But
they're playing down to the competition. No.
Was that on your list of your bingo card?
No.
When you started playing this season?
Matt LaFleur on the hot seat was not something I considered this season. I did not think that it would get warm in Green Bay, and I did not think that he would be struggling.
Never gets warm in Green Bay.
Yeah. Well, walk into Matt LaFleur's office. You want to warm up?
Cool off? Yeah.
Definitely. That's where you can find all the heat, because it's deserved right now because of the way that they've taken a step backward in the division. They've lost to two teams that played down to their competition level, two teams that they should have easily beaten, in the Browns and the Panthers. And there's no really good explanation for that. So, yeah, it's a good race. I think the Vikings, though, probably had higher – I shouldn't say that because the Packers still have a winning record. The Packers are still above 500. The Vikings are not. So that may be it's a worse situation in Minnesota, relatively speaking.
It is, but I think that you could have anticipated that a young quarterback who missed his first year would struggle as he's learning to play in the NFL. I don't think that's beyond the pale. I do think that if you had told me that Jordan Love was going to have all these issues and problems at this point in the season, I'm not sure I would have thought that was realistic.
Yeah, we started out the season looked like an MVP candidate.
I know.
And he certainly hasn't looked the part lately.
Not at all.
And the Vikings have, they have their own MVP candidate not having a great year, Justin Jefferson. If there was a guy who was most capable of being, one of the best at his position, he's recognized as one of the best at his position, but he doesn't have the numbers to back it up. A lot of that's related to the quarterback issues.
No doubt about
Carson Wentz before J.J. McCarthy, and now J.J. McCarthy struggling a little bit in the passing game. The Bears have to take advantage of that. They can't let this be the game where the Vikings use as a launching pad.
No question. You really got to take advantage of the fact that they're down a little bit. Don't let them get healthy back at home. And we talked with Bigsy a little bit about some of the storylines for this game. I mean, this is a desperate position that the Vikings are in. They really need to start getting back to where they want to be, if indeed they're going to be there. But the Bears are ahead of them right now, and you need to press that advantage. And you need to avenge an earlier loss where, you were a different team than you are right now, hopefully. And we'll see exactly how good they have gotten. But there is, if you're looking for a storyline with the quarterbacks, it's one guy getting worse and the other guy getting better.
Yeah, I think this is a bigger game for J.J. McCarthy than Caleb Williams because the doubt that exists surrounding his viability as a starting quarterback.
Yeah, that's true.
Caleb Williams has proven a lot in the last month or so.
He has.
And his durability is also one of the things that he's proven to be. And that's no small thing in the NFL. And he is a guy that has not beaten the Vikings. I think he's 0-3 in his career against the Vikings.
I thought we had decided that we weren't counting anything from last year. I thought every time I mention their record in the NFC North, you give me a dirty look because it's irrelevant to how things are now, and you're trying to live in the right now. So I've been steering away from trying to consider any horrors that
I don't know that
that's
been a conscious effort on my part, but if it has gotten the message across, then that's fine. It wasn't intentional. But I do believe that last year means nothing.
Yeah, I know you do.
Yeah.
I know you do. And I'm not arguing. It's a new administration. It's a new team. I think that I think last year means something in comparison to this year. In other words,
Sure.
I think they've gotten things a lot better and they figured out some things. But the reality is that, we spoke to the head coach on the eve of the season, and he made a point of saying that they were going to be better at the end of the year than they were at the beginning of the year. He didn't make a prediction that they're going to start knocking teams out because they're going to be so much better.
You can definitely feel it.
But you definitely
and see it.
Understood his belief that they had a lot of work to get done. And as they got that work done, they were going to win some games. Now, I was the guy that came here on Monday morning feeling like, oh, God, like what a wretched performance they had against the New York Football Giants. And how did they win that game? They had to come back and win it at the end. And the frustration of the entirety of that game was difficult given the struggles that the opponent was having. But now, I mean, I hate to say this because, I love the local guy made good, but I would say that you're going to play a team where you're having a step down at quarterback.
Oh,
I'm going to say it.
You did say it?
I don't think J.J. McCarthy
We're
is
getting
playing,
a texter that's going to be very upset.
I don't think J.J. is playing as well right now as Jackson Dart played against the Bears.
I think that's a good observation. I don't disagree at all. Both are de facto rookies.
Yeah.
708. My God, lay off JJ. I'm a Bears fan, but my goodness, you guys let Caleb off the hook 1,000,005 times last year. This is JJ's first season actually playing more than a minute. Knock it off.
I think we said that. I think we've
knock it off.
I think we've talked that way about him, and we've talked about how we want him to do well against everyone else. But the reality is that you're playing him this week, and you just don't want him.
You don't want him to get right.
Finding his level. You don't want Michigan JJ showing up this week. You would prefer the guy with the bandage on his hand.
I loved Michigan, JJ, because I love that team with Harbaugh and all the things that they did to win a national title. But that was then, this is now. And now the Bears have an opportunity to keep him struggling. And he does have a damaged hand, and he does have a history of getting hurt. And he has all those things that, you want to take advantage of the Bears. Come after him early and often. Blitz, and then blitz some more with old Chauncey, CJ, Gardner Johnson.
CD. Listen, I got a lot of time to talk about J.J. McCarthy, but I just hope he's not a big storyline because that would mean he's playing really well.
Yeah.
We're going to talk to another Michigan guy, Jake Butt, later on in the show at 9 o'clock. And I'm looking forward to that. because yesterday, and I'm sure he's delighted about this, as I would imagine that JJ is, Michigan State was put on probation for violations that occurred when Mel Tucker was the head coach. So that's going back a ways, but they were fined $30,000. They lost, I think it's 1.5% of their entire budget of the program, which is a lot of money. And I'm sure there's going to be guys leaving. I'm sure that Michigan State is really in a sense of turmoil, especially with the scholarship stuff and the restrictions put on
vacating victories,
vacating 14
doing
victories.
Investigations, owning up to what happened during the Mel Tucker era.
I hate to say this, I forgot the NCAA could do anything like that. That's how long it's been since I felt like someone got slapped.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to look at it because you don't know how much teeth that organization still has.
It should damage that program.
Well, reputational damage is immense, and Mel Tucker, that was the dumbest contract ever signed. They gave him $90 million, I believe.
Do you remember when he was here?
I do remember when he was here. I think he was...
And then he went to Nick Saban and kind of
rehabilitated his image in his career.
Yes,
and then he landed at Michigan State, and he did all the things. They won one season. They rewarded him for that, and now we know how they won. Or it's one of those things that leaves a stain and a mark, and it will be something Michigan State has to overcome.
It'll be fun to talk to Jake Butt about what's going on in college football, especially with Northwestern hosting Michigan here in Chicago this
Wrigley
Saturday.
Field.
Yeah, should be a lot of fun. All right, we got a lot to get to. We're going to get to our guy, Casey Johnson, next. We're going to ask him, that's a noise you make when you watch the Bulls play as poorly as they did last night. KC next, Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Coming up this afternoon, tune in at 5 p.m. for the Four Winds Forecast with Dave Wanstead. Coach Wanstead will join the Spiegel and Holmes show to preview the weekend's games. And for your chance to win a $200 gift card to Four Winds Casino and Resort.
You know, he's got the arm, he's got the intelligence, he's got the athletic ability.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Brought to you by Four Winds Casino and Resort in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. It's the fourth quarter and the game's on the line. That's how retirement can feel when you're getting close. You can't afford to make mistakes this late in the game. Trajan Wealth knows the pressure and they know the playbook. Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors have decades of experience helping families protect and grow their wealth. Whether you're 25 years from retirement or 2, Trajan Wealth designs personalized strategy so you don't run out of money before the clock runs out on you. And here's the best part. Consultations are complimentary. Offices are right here in the Chicagoland area, or you can meet with them virtually. Call 630-320-2100 today. That's 630-320-2100. Or head on over to TRAJANWealth.com. That's TRAJANWealth.com. One more time, TRAJANWealth.com. It's your game and your future. Trajan Wealth helps you control the clock and win. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Hey, shh.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
This segment is brought to you by Joel Osco.
Shop Joel Osco for USDA Choice Beef Chuck Roast at $3.99 a pound, limit 10 pounds. Fresh Atlantic salmon fillets are just $5.99 a pound, limit 10 pounds. Plus, don't miss this week's hot digital deals on premium produce.
Hey everybody, it's Spiegs. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score.
Every NFL Thursday, it's your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Matt to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Matt for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larter, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. With Matthew Stafford as the leader in the MVP race at the moment, the Rams have horned into the top of my power rankings, followed by the Patriots coming off an impressive win at Tampa Bay. Then come the Eagles, Colts, and Seahawks, Denver, Detroit, Buffalo. How could they look so awful in Miami last week? The Chargers and Tampa Bay round out my top 10 this week. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
FinishingChicago.com's decorative finishing contractors can transform your commercial spaces for staff, tenants, and customers alike. Our contractors' dedication to safety ensures everyone, including the assets of your building itself, are taken care of from start to amazing finishes. Visit FinishingChicago.com for your free list of decorative contractors specializing in decorative painting, wall covering, drywall finishing, glass systems, and custom signage. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Now, KC Johnson.
Kobe White pull-up 3, overcarries the vert and nails it.
Chicago Bulls insider from Chicago Sports Network.
I've covered the NBA for a long time.
KC Johnson with Mully and Haugh.
Boss.
On 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670. The Score. Always fun to talk to our guy, KC Johnson. Does a magnificent job, and he joins us now on the Arturo Tire Hotline. Arturo, your hometown tire, Arturo.com. Oh, my goodness. KC, that was the worst loss of the year. There's no way of sugarcoating it. A rough one last night for the Bulls, and you know, Billy, I thought he said it correctly. I thought when he talked post game, there was no pussyfooting around. He went right to the heart of the problem. How you doing this morning?
Oh, I'm doing better than the performance last night. Yeah, that was ugly. You could make the case that their other losses were pretty competitive, and to Billy's point, team trying to play to its identity, and last night that wasn't it. They just kind of looked off from the jump. Were missing free throws, turning the ball over, not a lot of defensive energy or intensity until that push in the fourth quarter. So disappointing loss to be sure. And I should also point out, because, Twitter sometimes doesn't give the whole story, and people were screaming at a tweet I put out that Billy included himself in that group where he said we can't show up and not be desperate. He said our coaching staff didn't do a good job, players didn't do a good job. So it was a collective failure last night, and they need to regroup for this 3-game West Coast trip.
Was the biggest problem defense in the paint? I know it was a long list of issues, but it just didn't seem like it was competitive. The defense and the Pistons essentially did whatever they wanted with the group of players. They were without, as you point out, their top 4 starters and 7 guys, and it just was too easy too often in the paint especially.
Yeah, it started with they couldn't control the ball. Jenkins was going wherever he wanted. He didn't even, I think he took like 2 threes, and he just kept getting to the rim, and if he didn't score, he would kick out. He had 12 assists. That's a two-way player who I was talking to some Detroit people that they're really high on. He's had 2 really nice games in a row. So they couldn't control the ball. They just were off. Really kind of across the board defensively. And like I said, they're not an elite defensive team, but in other games you've seen competitiveness, you've seen energy, you've seen intensity, and you could see it from the start. And they've had other slow starts, but not to the extent where they came out after halftime and had a little bit of a spurt at the start of the third, but that got quickly squashed, and then the sustained one was in the fourth, but then it was too late.
Yeah, and I said this to David, who didn't necessarily agree with me, but I think they really missed Giddey last night. Just their pace of play was slowed down. There were far too many turnovers. Even he's got enough size that he can rebound the ball every once in a while. It wasn't one player. There were a lot of guys having rough games. But I really felt like they just needed to move faster because I'm used to seeing them up and down the floor, and that wasn't there.
Well, first of all, he's an elite rebounder. He's an elite defensive rebounder, especially for his position. And second of all, I couldn't agree with you more. He's really off to obviously a great start this season, and he's not the fastest or most athletic guy, but he's just been relentless in getting to the paint with his size and his physicality. And, Io is really good at pushing the pace. He had a couple of stretches last night where he was solid, but, in general, and that was Billy's point, is we just didn't play to our identity. And his other main point, which I completely agree, is we're not good enough to not play desperate and not play to our identity. We don't have, that one guy you can just point to and say, all right, we're having an off night, go do it for us. Kobe can sometimes be that guy, but obviously he hasn't played yet. So, there's hope that both Giddey and Kobe will be back at some point on this West Coast trip. And that will certainly be a welcome sight for the Bulls.
Yeah, because they're not as good as the 5-0 start suggested. They're not as bad as losing 5 of the last 6 suggests. I want to know when you're going to see the Bulls that we thought we were going to see from the beginning, and then we can maybe have a better idea with Kobe White, with Josh Giddey, with Zach Collins, who all looked very good in their street clothes last night, but it would be much better to see them in uniform.
Yeah, and I agree. They're not as good as 5-0, and they're not as bad as 1-5. I agree with that. Ultimately, I think they're going to be in that 40-win range somewhere, give or take 2 or 3. And certainly being at full strength will help that. People forget a little bit. Zach Collins had an amazing preseason. He was playing really well, and he's pretty crucial to the way they want to play with more rim protection, more physicality, taking charges. Until he got hurt, was taking a charge. So he'll help. And then obviously, Giddey, obviously, but then Kobe, I still make the case he's your best offensive player. Even the way Giddey's playing, and those two played very well off each other down the stretch last season. So it'll take some time for Kobe to get up to speed, and get into game condition and all that stuff. He has played very little 5-on-5 since suffering this calf strain in mid-August. So you can't expect him to be the normal Kobe right off the jump, but, just the threat of him being out there will certainly help their offense.
I thought that Kevin Huerter probably was their best player last night, and I don't know. I liked what he said in the post game too. I didn't mind him kind of talking about getting their teeth kicked in and being fairly honest about it. He's a veteran player, and I thought someone should have said something. Obviously, Billy might agree.
Well, a couple things. I mean, first of all, obviously when you play a game like that, like, players know. I mean, they're not dumb. I mean, they knew they didn't play well, and they knew they were pretty bad and didn't play to their identity. So you could have picked anybody. We went to Kevin because he reminds me a little bit of Mike Dunleavy. He's just kind of like a straight shooter. That he's kind of got a little edge to him. I like it. That from a media perspective, obviously. I mean, you know, there's certain guys that you go to maybe not when things are perfect, but when things are a little rough. And Kevin's kind of that guy. He's a realist. He's a straight shooter. Kind of got a smirk to him half the time, and yeah, I mean that's why we went to him. Again, he reminds me a lot of Mike Dunleavy in that regard, who was also a great quote. But you could have picked pretty much anybody, and they would have told you the same thing. We stunk. We didn't play to our identity. I mean, you can't put lipstick on that performance last night. It was a bad loss. Everyone knew it. You try to move on and learn something from it and be better the next game.
So this is the part of the program where you tell me that what happens in the G League means nothing, because Noah Essengay scoring 28 points in 29 minutes the other day means nothing, right? Because he's just going down there to work on his offensive game, so it means nothing, right?
No, you're having some fun, obviously. It means something because for two reasons. The way he scored and the fact that, well, three reasons. The fact that he's playing in a 5-on-5 professional game, which is, you know, what he's used to with his roots in the overseas professional league that he played in. That's number one. Number two, he got plays called for him, and he had on-ball reps where he was going off screens, and that's not going to happen this season at the NBA level. So that's important. And then the way he scored, it was, you know, he shot a good percentage. He got points off offensive rebounds, which to me stood out. So it's important for those reasons, but yeah, in the grand scheme of things, you know, if you're a first round pick and there are high hopes for you, you should go down there and play well. And that's what he did.
I actually watched most of that game because there was nothing really going on. I know, I'm sorry, but I did. And it was weird, man. There were a lot of guys. There were people that who's the kid from Indiana?
Victor Oladipo.
What the hell is he doing playing for the Wisconsin Herd? It was just, you know how you see stuff like that? He's like, whoa, hey, wait a minute. What went wrong here?
Yeah,
anyway,
I actually like those guys who kind of chase their dreams or hang around. I mean, obviously you had the devastating knee injury. There's been other NBA vets who have done that. It's cool to see that, to some extent, but yeah, I didn't watch. I looked at the highlights.
KC, so here we are in the midst of this losing skid for the Bulls, and started so well with the 5 straight victories. I want to know where you feel they are with Matas Buzelis, because he has been inconsistent. And the other night against the Spurs, even in that game, they come back and they do all the things, and then he's really not in closing time. And I just wonder, is there disappointment surrounding his start? Is there encouraging signs? You see some things you like, and then you see some things you don't.
I think internally there's still – I mean, the thing about Matas is, like, both he and the organization don't pay attention to the outside noise. They know that he's a second-year player that's still got a lot to learn and still has a lot of room to grow. So they're mostly encouraged. And in some ways, like, when this sounds weird, but like when he has a poor game, it's almost like that's helpful for him and the organization because of the way he's wired. Like, he doesn't get fazed by that stuff. He's like, he looks inward. He tries to learn from it. And, you know, Billy's big thing is, like, he wants him to move off the things he's accomplishing just off athleticism and start moving on to the things that he's accomplishing as a basketball player, you know, like rebounding with more efficiency and getting into screens earlier and, you know, getting into bodies earlier in a half-court situation without fouling. I mean, he's had 5 of the 11 games where he's had 4 more fouls. I mean, that's really stands out to me, and also a reason why he wasn't in closing time in the Cleveland game and the Spurs game. So, no, I mean, last night he had a nice game, double-double in a poor performance, but Billy wants to move it off the stats and the, scoring and the dunks and the three-pointers and into, like, just basketball stuff. And that's where Modest knows he needs to grow. And, he's a really unique guy because he really, really accepts in-game. He handles in-game adversity well. He handles hard coaching well. He looks inward. He wants to be great. He doesn't get down when he doesn't play well. He kind of just gets right back at it. So I think overall there's still obviously a lot of high hopes for him, and this is just part of the growing pains and the learning curve.
I was surprised. Like he missed free throws at different points, and the worst thing about that game, it was like if Detroit wasn't knocking down a three, it was almost like a Bulls player was playing maitre d' and escorting them to a table, aka the bucket. I mean, they were free walks in for layups. It was crazy. Yeah,
we haven't even got the Paul Reed's game.
That's right.
I got to call him the Paul Reed. I mean, he was so active and just really kind of overwhelmed the Bulls bigs. I mean, Boots didn't have his best game, obviously. And,
yeah, he was.
So, look, I mean, that's Billy's point. I keep hammering this is like, not only do we have to play to our identity, but then he pointed over to the other side and said, that's a team that's missing most of their starters, and they still played kind of the same way you expect that Pistons team to play, and that's why they've won 8 straight. So that's what he said we need to get to. And I want to emphasize, like, I think through 10 games, even though they're only 6-4, I think for the most part they did that. And that last night was the first kind of clunker of the bunch.
Right. 30 seconds, KC. Are you dealing with a lot of questions about trade rumors already?
No. So I only need 1 second for that. No, it's just, this is definitely a wait and see season from management's perspective. They want to kind of see how these young players play together, and then make the harder decisions closer to that. I mean, yeah, and also real quick, that NBA trade season doesn't really open until December 15th when more guys are eligible to be traded. So I've heard nothing on the rumor front, and not going to lie, it's kind of refreshing.
Thanks, KC.
You're the best. Thanks, KC.
All right, guys. Have a good one. See you.
That is our guy, KC Johnson. Yeah. It was just a really bad loss.
Bad loss.
And I tell you what,
trend.
I know no one wants to hear this, but when they get back and they get going again, they're going to win a ton of games. I'm talking about against.
You mean when they get everybody back?
Yes.
Kobe,
Giddy for
Zach,
sure. Kobe, Zach
Collins.
That'd be great. But
Kobe, Giddy, Zach Collins.
I think they're going to be able to attack with numbers, and I didn't see that.
I'm somewhat surprised by your optimism, but I'm not
feel that way,
disagreeing totally.
I think that as the season goes on, like this is just that time in the NBA where some of these teams that didn't start well, and that's not Detroit.
And you're going to have nights like that.
You're going to have nights like that. But that
Kevin Huerter's right. They got kicked in the teeth.
Oh boy, he was right.
Why did that bother you? That he said that?
It didn't bother me at all. It bothered your buddy,
right.
guy over there. Yeah, it didn't bother me.
Okay.
I thought he was spot
I like
on.
Kevin Huerter. I like
do.
the fact that he responded to his opportunity with 2 20-point games.
I forgot that he came into the league as kind of a sharpshooter, and he's playing better than I thought.
He can fill it up.
He's doing well.
Yeah.
He had 23 points last night. He shot Mike Jordan. All right, we've got Nick Costos. We're going to talk to Nick next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Chicago football fans, don't miss 4 Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Fridays on The Score, where all of our shows and unprecedented team of football experts get you ready for the game. Presented by your local Ford dealers on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, if your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or a bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer and Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday. It's going to end soon. Here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer and Cross garage floor is going to be your favorite home improvement in years. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And they just make it so easy. Comer and Cross employees are professionals. They don't use subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They're going to fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer and Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up, you get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey Chicago, it's David Haugh from The Score here, and you know I'm all about staying connected no matter what, and nobody does it like Verizon. I'm talking about the best 5G in Chicago, and with Verizon, everything just works. Need to check traffic before your commute? Boom, instantly. Trying to snag that impossible dinner reservation? Consider it done. This isn't just fast, it's America's most reliable 5G network, keeping you connected to what matters most. And get this, right now, when you bring your own phone and switch to Verizon on Unlimited Welcome with AutoPay Plus, taxes and fees, you can get a single line for just $50 a month. You heard that right. The best 5G in Chicago for just $50 a month. So if you're ready to experience the difference with the best 5G network around, stop by your nearest Chicago Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score. Report dated 2H2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Compassion is more than just care. It's commitment. At UI Health, your story guides us, shapes us, and inspires us. And we're with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory. At UI Health, our care heals, our care saves, and our care triumphs. Find expert care for your journey at uihealth.care.
Winterland at Gallagher Way is back this holiday season with festive fun for all ages. From November 23rd through December 31st, experience the Chris Kindle Mark at Wrigleyville. Ice skating, train rides, visit with Santa, and more. Admission to Winterland is free. Visit GallagherWay.com for more info.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Hey, it's Brian Baldwin here. Makita knows that pros never settle. Get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. When you shop Makita at the Home Depot, these tools don't just meet expectations, they redefine them. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly designed to deliver precision job after job. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36 plus. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
I want winners.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And on the line is Nick Costos, host of You Better You Bet, Odyssey Sports Betting Insider. Insider calls are presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Check the latest lines on the BetMGM app. Catch You Better You Bet weekdays 2 to 6, and You Better You Bet countdown to kickoff Sundays 10 to noon, leading you up to kickoff on the BetMGM network on the Odyssey app. And Nick joins us on the Atturo Tire hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Good morning, Nick.
What's going on, guys? How we doing today?
Doing all right.
Yeah, getting ready for a game tonight and getting ready for a big weekend.
Oh, so let's talk about the game tonight. The Patriots, guys, almost a 2-touchdown favorite at home against the New York Jets, and the Jets will be without their star wide receiver Garrett Wilson, who's going to be out maybe up to a month here. And I just don't know how the Jets are going to move the ball on the Patriots defense. Even if Garrett Wilson were playing, I wouldn't feel confident about that. Now, the Patriots did rule out running back from Ramondre Stevenson, so expect a lot of rookie running back Travion Henderson. Had the 2 long second-half touchdown runs last week in the road win in Tampa. And Kayshon Boutte also out for New England in the wide receiving group. And, gentlemen, I think the beneficiary of that news is going to be Mac Hollins, return of the Mac for the Patriots tonight. With Boutte out last week, and he missed last Sunday's game as well, Hollins ran a team-high routes, had the most targets, 10, had over 100 receiving yards, and his receiving yards prop tonight is in the high 30s, and I think we're kind of like missing the boat here. I think Mac Hollins clears 50 receiving yards tonight, so for a prop, Mac Hollins over about 39.5 receiving yards at BetMGM. All the anytime touchdown prices stink, candidly. Like all the Patriots are expected to win by a lot. I think they're going to win by a lot. If you wanted to grab a Jet at a long price, A.D. Mitchell, who I think will make his Jets debut tonight. He was in the Sauce Gardner trade last week to Indianapolis. A.D. Mitchell plus 950 at BetMGM would be my look at a long shot.
This segment with Nick Costos is brought to you by Finishing Chicago. Great finishes start with contractors from finishingchicago.com. Bears, Vikings in Minneapolis on Sunday, Nick. Is that a stay-away game? See anything you like?
I would really like to bet the Bears in this game, but you guys know, like the injury report is terrible yesterday that came out, where missing a number of players in the secondary, and J.J. McCarthy has not been good, but it's still Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and T.J. Hawkinson, and even Jalen Naylor is playing pretty well. So I'd like to see the Bears get a little healthier on defense, today and into tomorrow, obviously, when the final injury report comes out for the week, before I make my bet. But I do think the Bears right now are a better team than the Minnesota Vikings, even if the Vikings have objectively a better roster from 1 through 53. And I think even the biggest Bears fan can admit that, right? Roster-wise, the Vikings have more good players than the Bears do. But the equalizer for the Bears right now is that Caleb Williams is playing way better than J.J. McCarthy. And maybe McCarthy gets there down the stretch of the season, next season. He's not really there yet. And I'm a Giants fan, and Caleb balled out against my team at the end of the game, and he's been nails in these fourth quarters. So I haven't bet the game yet. I want a little more information on injuries, but I'm looking to bet the Bears, guys, on Sunday. Maybe I even get a plus 3.5 closer to kickoff.
What is your can't-miss game? What's the one that you would recommend if we ask for a best bet?
Ooh, in the National Football League, there are a lot of pretty good. Okay, so let's go do Sunday Night Football. We'll go to one of the big games this weekend. Just so people know what you're going to get this weekend, we have some bangers in the NFC. So Rams, Seahawks in the late afternoon slate, and then Eagles, Lions on Sunday Night Football. I think these are the 4 best teams right now in the conference. I would not put the Green Bay Packers in that conversation after Monday night. And gentlemen, I'm of the opinion that the Eagles are the best team in the NFC. It's not the Rams. It's not the Seahawks. It's not the Lions. I do think it's the Eagles. Philly has the best players, like the best roster 1 through 53. And yes, the stats aren't always there for A.J. Brown and for Jalen Hurts. the stat that I care about is wins. Like, they basically win every game when all these players are healthy. Not every game, but close to every game. They're a 2.5-point home favorite on Sunday night against Detroit. I just need the Eagles to win by 3 at home. That's a bet that I like to make. I'll take the Eagles, guys, on Sunday Night Football.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Nick.
You got it. Wishing everybody minimal sweats winning bets. The absolute very best of luck.
That was the host of You Better You Bet, Odyssey Sports betting insider Nick Costos. Insider calls are presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary for all your betting and sports talk needs. Check out the BetMGM network on the Odyssey app. We're going to be right back. We're going to talk to Jake Butt, former Michigan tight end, man du jour on the Big Ten Network. We'll have a conversation.
Looking forward to talking to Jake, seeing what he's been up to because he does a terrific job in the booth.
Mully and Haugh on the score.
Coming up at 10 with Rahimi Harrison-Grody, Caleb Williams talked about how he leads. We want to examine that to start our show. We will discuss the 6-3 Bears with WGN-TV sports anchor Jarrett Payton at 12:25. Plus, Marquee Sports Networks and Fox Sports Radio's Carmen Vitale joins the show to discuss the NFC North landscape at 1.
Rahimi Harrison-Grody, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel because FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action tonight, all you've got to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of, all the bonus bets. That could be up to $2 million. Just visit FanDuel.com/score. Take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select markets. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who make the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapor Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapor Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
The Chef IQ Sense is a must-have wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat, whether on a stovetop, oven, or grill. It is built to withstand extreme heat. The probe is inserted into your food and connected wirelessly to an app. Once you've selected your desired doneness, the app alerts you when to take the steaks off the grill and even alerts you when to flip them. It's that simple. Order the newly released third-generation Chef IQ Sense, now with so many upgrades at chefiq.com. Enter the code word SCORE for 15% off your order.
Hey, it's Mully and Haugh here for Window Nation's end-of-the-year sale. This November, you'll save big with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0% financing for 5 years, and Window Nation will include their professional one-day installation.
Window Nation's proven quality windows are so good you'll actually save money on lower utility bills and come away with a lifetime warranty. Window Nation even has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Don't miss out on 50% off and 0 interest for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com to get started.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score update studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Week 11 of the NFL is here, and it's here right here on The Score. Coverage beginning at 6:30 as the Jets are at the Patriots. Patriots minus 13, total 43. Bears part of Week 11 has them in Minneapolis taking on the Vikings. It's a noon kick. You'll watch it on Fox. Last night in Detroit, a Motown meltdown for the now 6-5 Bulls, falling to the Pistons 124-113. Bulls at Jazz Sunday. You'll hear it on The Score at 6:45. Connor Bedard, career-high 9-game scoring streak in the Blackhawks' overtime loss to the Devils 4-3. They've got a game at the United Center on Saturday at 6. The Hour, sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, affordable implants, life-changing smiles. The segment with Jake Butt is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on those dental implants today.
Jake Butt, college football analyst for the Big Ten Network.
Sometimes we're going to talk about X's and O's. A lot of times we're going to talk about themes.
Former NFL tight end, Michigan Wolverine great.
Go Blue.
Jake Butt with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always fun to talk to Jake Butt. He joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Jake, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. Good morning. Great to join you.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to our conversation. Got to tell you, did not see this coming with Michigan State, although they apparently saw it coming because they included in the coach's contract, I think $52 million plus coming from Oregon State, that his contract won't be impacted by it. But it really was, it felt like a total blow to that program. 3 years of all sorts of sanctions, $30,000, there is just 14 wins vacated, all from the Mel Tucker era, which I don't remember as being that good. There was one good year, and I don't know. It just feels, I told David this morning, I forgot the NCAA was still out there doing stuff like this. It just feels like it's a total blow to the future of the program. And if I were playing at Michigan State and good enough, I think I'd probably leave. You can always get NIL money elsewhere.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, it's you laid it out. There's not much I could even add. It's just, I I think the Big Ten's better when Michigan State is competitive, and those were back when I was playing against them when Mark D'Antonio was the coach. It was always a tough program. I knew a lot of the guys from high school days, a lot of great humans, and it's just unfortunate because all this aside, they're just not in a good place as a program. But then you factor in blow after blow, vacated wins, and to your point, it doesn't just affect the present, it affects the future. And I know there were some rumors, hey, what does Michigan State do with Jonathan Smith? Like, what's the future look like? Well, what's your pitch to bring in a high-level head coach at this point? It's just the program's in a really, really tough spot.
Yeah, and Jake, obviously you played at Michigan, and they're coming off their own penalty with a probationary period. Now with Michigan State, it certainly changes the scope of that rivalry, at least in the short term. But big picture, how big of a dent to – or how much damage has been done to the Big Ten's reputation overall in the last 18 months or so?
Well, I mean, it's not nothing, that's for sure. But, I was reading Dave Revson, our host at the Big Ten Network. He has a book that goes through the history of all of college football, and I started reading it before any of the news when Michigan broke. And it was almost like divine timing because as I was reading it, I'm going back to the mid-30s and mid-40s where some Ivy League schools were getting penalized by the NCAA for buying trips for the best players. So there was impermissible benefits going on back then. And, it's the unfortunate reality of the world. We are emotionally invested in sports, so we see it. Look, when I was being recruited, NIL was going on before it was legal down in the SEC as well. So it's just, this is football. You're going to operate in the gray area, and then you have instances which are far beyond the gray area.
I guess when I look at the one of the reasons it's fun to talk to you is because Michigan's coming to town. They're going to be playing Northwestern at Wrigley Field. It's such a special place to have a football game, and now the field is big enough. And I think that as we look at games like that, is it better for Michigan or for Northwestern in terms of recruiting and all that kind of thing?
Well, I don't think it kind of to our point there a second ago. I don't know that recruiting matters. It's who cuts the biggest check these days. It's who wants to go to the highest bidder. Did Bryce Underwood go to Michigan because he loves Michigan? I'm sure he's a Michigan kid, but that's a 8-figure check. That's the recruiting pitch. So, but overall, it's cool. I called a game there, Ohio State Northwestern last year. What an awesome experience for myself and our crew to be up there in the booth, and it's part of the college. Part of the college experience is getting cool experiences. So it's also cool for the players to get out there and do something new.
So, Jake, Indiana had one of the more stirring victories you're ever going to see in State College against Penn State. And you look ahead and what they're able to do and where they're ranked. What, in your mind, if you believe this, that makes them different heading into the college football playoff this year than they were a year ago? And do you think that they are more viable of a contender because of that experience?
Well, there's a few things. One, what makes them different is their quarterback, Fernando Mendoza. Curtis Rourke was a darn good quarterback last year, and he was the perfect guy for where they were at as a program. But Curtis Rourke was never discussed as a first-round pick, let alone number 1 overall pick. And Fernando Mendoza is seriously in those conversations right now. We all saw that final drive and, of course, the final throw and catch to beat Penn State. But that's his third fourth-quarter comeback all on the road. He did it at Kinnick, a really tough place to win against Iowa. Did it at Autzen, a really tough place to win against Oregon. So this guy has complete ice in his veins. Last year for Indiana, though, where they fell short, you noticed it in the Ohio State game. You noticed it in the game against Notre Dame. It's the trenches. They just did not have depth. They had a few guys get injured, and they were completely outmatched in the trenches against the best programs in college football. They've upgraded their trenches. Now, they're still not 100%, but their trench play is significantly improved and can go toe-to-toe with anyone in college football, in my opinion. And then maybe the most important thing here is just belief. There's just an internal belief. I mean, you guys know this covering the Bears, like you have to overcome your history, your mindset, overcome, the perspective the world has of you. And I think right now people are starting to say they're making that shift from, oh, Indiana's a great story to, no, Indiana is a legitimate national title contender. This is a darn good football team with a darn good staff and darn good players. Now there's that just unshakable internal belief.
I got to tell you, I thought that was really an amazing performance at College Station, just because I think if we looked at that game at the beginning of the year, it would be one you circled and thought was going to be a key moment for both teams. And, we know what's happened at Penn State with Franklin fired and the rest of it. But I was a little surprised that there wasn't any repercussion from such a narrow victory. And it was, I'm not even sure how the kid that caught that pass got inbounds, he landed without going out of the end zone. The guy was like in the air moving toward, I thought he was going to wind up in the stands. And he was, and an incredible play and an 80-yard drive. And it's just like an amazing moment in their season. But I did think it's possible that the CFP could move them to third and they'd be out of number 2. I don't think it matters very much.
Yeah.
But were you at all surprised that there was no, just win, baby, that's all that mattered?
No, I really just have to give so much credit to the College Football Playoff Committee. I think they've done a great job with their rankings. I think their logic and thought process is easy to follow and easy to track, and I think they're incentivizing the right things. They've done a great job in what is effectively an impossible task. But I think here's a few things to consider. I listen to different coaches talk and listen to, other networks that lean towards the SEC, and I hear them all the time talk about, man, it's going on the road to beat Florida is a good win. Oh, is it? Okay, going on the road. Someone said last week, Mississippi State is not an easy place to play. When have you ever heard that? I mean, come on. And the truth is about Penn State, I understand how disappointing this season is, but the players are the players. And if you just took the roster, there's maybe 2 or 3 teams in the Big Ten, maybe 4, that would not trade their roster for Penn State's. Like this roster still has NFL players. It's full of, I believe they had the most all-conference returning players in the Big Ten. So there's still talent here. They're just a team that was broken in that loss to Oregon earlier in the season. But make no mistake about it, this is still a talented roster.
We're talking with Jake Butt from the Big Ten Network here on The Score. Jake, I'm not sure which bothered me more. USC attempting a fake punt by putting their quarterback in a punter jersey.
That's ridiculous.
Or Lincoln Riley claiming earlier this week, that it was all legal and fine. The Big Ten stepped in, reprimanded USC not far enough, because that is something that is lowest of low and really a cheap play.
Yeah, I mean, look, it puts your opponent in an impossible situation. I'm of the belief though, like Lincoln Riley, like why not do it if that's going to be the penalty you get, if that's going to be all that you're going to be reprimanded for, why not do it? You're looking for an advantage to try to get a win. It's on the leadership above to create penalties that disincentivize that in the future. But it happened, and I just think David Braun, the Northwestern head coach, he's such a great leader. I don't know if you guys saw his comments.
Yeah.
He could have done what most coaches would have done and blamed the Big Ten or blamed whatever. He said, listen, that's on me as a head coach. I have to be more alert and aware for these kind of things. And I just think that's a testament to his leadership. I've been in these meetings, though. This is not – USC isn't the first team to try this. I've been in special teams meetings where they'll point it out and say, hey, we have to be aware of the backup quarterback being in the shield or the holder on field goal. Like it's again, like this is kind of college football. The coaches are going to try to, flirt with that gray area to get an edge.
Yep.
I did read a story that Brian Kelly is eyeballing the Michigan State job if they fire the guy. I kind of would like to see Brian Kelly stuck somewhere. But I guess he's from, around, he's been in that part of the country. The idea that he's holding out to get every penny out of LSU it doesn't bother me as much as the idea that he could land with a Big Ten coaching job.
Yeah, no, I mean, who wouldn't do that when you're talking about, multiple eight figures? Like, yeah, I don't know you guys anything. Give me my whole check, if it's written in the contract. I would be shocked if that's what ends up happening. I mean, I think that would be a slam dunk hire for Michigan State if they could get a guy like Brian Kelly. I don't see a world where that happens. Part of the reason he left Notre Dame to go to LSU is he felt LSU had unlimited resources to help him get over that hump and win a national title. I don't think he would feel the same way about Michigan State. But then again, it'll become a matter of who wants him at that point. So who knows? This is going to be one of the craziest off seasons in terms of a coaching carousel that we've ever seen. It is just simply nuts, all the schools that have moved on from their head coach.
A lot of schools have moved on. A lot of great candidates out there. One of them that has emerged lately, Pat Fitzgerald, his name has come up, whether it's Penn State, Virginia Tech. You see it linked to Vanderbilt if they move on from their head, or if their head coach leaves for greener pastures. What will be your reaction when he takes another job? And do you think there's one of those possibilities that I did not mention?
Yeah, I would. My reaction would be, well, first off, I'm just happy for him the way everything worked out in the end. And I went to Michigan. My second option was Northwestern, though, and Pat Fitzgerald was the coach there. He is an A-plus human being, a great leader. He was having Northwestern compete for Big Ten titles. They were winning the Big Ten West just about every other year there. That is an impossible task. So he's a damn good coach, a great leader. He would be a slam dunk hire for a lot of these programs. And I think college football will be better when he's back as a head coach. And certainly these young kids that are 17, 18 years old, graduating when they're 20, 21, they will benefit from being under the leadership of Pat Fitzgerald. He's just an awesome human being and deserves it.
How insane is the amount of money people are paying to fire coaches this
I know
rotation? Yeah. It's just out of control. And if you're we've been talking about Lane Kiffin, his name literally comes up everywhere, and he's got his pick of any jobs, and probably if he wants to stick around, he'll probably get a huge payday for that too.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, I think the funniest scenario would be all the coaches that we thought would leave. Lane Kiffin was one, Cignetti was another, he's staying, Marcus Freeman's name. What if all these coaches just stay put? Then what? Then what happens? It'd be chaos. The best job is probably not being a head coach that gets fired. It's being their agents. That would be the job I want. I mean, they get the most money. But you know what's interesting, guys? I don't know if there was a really great documentary, and I believe it's a book too, about the impact that Nick Saban had on the University of Alabama and just the state economy as a whole. I mean, when he starts winning there, it literally changed the GDP of the entire state, not just the boosted admissions within the university. So getting the right head coach doesn't just translate to wins and we all feel good and sing Kumbaya together. It has economic impacts both in the present and the long term. So that's where some of this is coming from is, there's no bigger marketing arm than having a quality football program. So that's where the money is really coming from.
All right, Jake, you got to ask you about your hometown team, but not your alma mater. Julian Sayin is a quarterback who's thrown for 2,491 yards at Ohio State, 24 touchdowns, 4 picks. Is he going to win the Heisman?
I think so, and he would be my pick right now. And that was Fernando Mendoza's Heisman moment last week. Right. He had a Heisman moment, and part it is real, that is something. But I'm not going to penalize Mendoza. His Heisman moment is just being so efficient, so talented, so accurate that he just whoops up on everybody. He didn't need a Heisman moment against Penn State because he was so outstanding. Guys, he's a redshirt freshman. This is his first year starting. And when I watch him on film, he's the best quarterback in college football, in my opinion. Operationally, technically, from a mindset standpoint, he's been absolutely outstanding. How fun will it be, Ohio State, Indiana, Big Ten championship with the Heisman and the number 1 seed on the line? It's going to be awesome.
Jake, I guess the deadline is December 1st when college football, the playoff committee has to inform ESPN if they're expanding it. And we know that there are different ideas out there, that there are, I think the SEC wants to expand to 16 teams. It's currently a 12-team format. There are other possibilities of just opening everything up, 24, 28 teams. Are you for expansion or against it? Do you like the current 12-team format, or is it, it's so funny to look at it now because we used to say, well, how do you leave them out, or how do you not? Well, now, I mean, you're not talking about a third team. You're talking about, number 13 or number 14. What is your thought about how much they should expand or should they not expand?
Well, I am for expansion, and let's just be honest about it. I'm not for expansion because I think the 15th or 16th seed is going to make a run and win a national title. That will never happen. Football is not March Madness. I mean, really, right now, there's probably 3 or 4 teams that can actually win a national title, so it's cool to get 10, 11, 12 in there. They're not winning. But I'm for expansion for a different reason, and I think we need to change the college football calendar. Right now, what incentive does Ohio State and Indiana have to play in the Big Ten title game? Like, there's rumors going around that those teams, why not rest your players? You're going to get the bye anyways, and being the 1 seed versus the 3 or 4 seed, it really doesn't give you much. But if you expand the playoffs, make conference championship weekend the first round of the playoffs, and then what you can end up doing is, you have effectively a play-in. So the number 1 and number 2 team in the Big Ten and SEC would play. Both would be auto bids. And then you have a play-in game where number 3 plays number 6 at home. Number 4 plays number 5 at home. So you get additional conference, they're like miniature conference championships, but really they're college football playoff play-in games on the same weekend. So part of the reason the 12-team playoff is great right now is we're talking about 20 to 22 teams all in the hunt. Well, if you do that where 1 through 6 all have a chance to get into the college football playoff, that means you're going to have 8, 9, 10 teams in the hunt in both the Big Ten and the SEC. So that would make for a fun November. That's why I'm for expansion.
Last thing, Jake, we got about a minute. What happens Saturday morning at Wrigley Field? Pitchers duel or a lot of scoring?
Not a lot of scoring with those 2 offenses, that's for sure. Slow game, run game. Michigan probably wins as long as they can avoid the turnovers, but I'm really high on David Braun. I think he's done a good job with that program. I like their running game, their offensive line. I just think Michigan is on a collision course with Ohio State for a big-time matchup there to close out November.
Oh, that's fantastic. Great stuff, Jake. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks so much, Jake.
Really well done.
Terrific.
Yeah, great to talk to you guys. Take care. Have a good weekend.
That is Jake Butt. Honest to God, that's fun stuff. We get to all different fields. All right. Right now, you want to win something? How about something wonderful? Right now, be the 6th caller to the Scores contest line. That is 312-540-0670. You're going to win a gift card to Wild Fork Foods. Do it right now, 312-540-0670. Wild Fork, gosh, we both love it. Wild Fork Foods, good luck to you.
You won't regret that. Bruce Levine, when we come back, he's in Vegas.
Chicago football fans, don't miss 4 Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Fridays on The Score, where all of our shows and unprecedented team of football experts get you ready for the game. Presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. New teeth, new smile, new you. Tired of hiding your smile? Well, at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, we make full mouth implants affordable. Save up to 95%. Get your confidence back at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
The best bulls in the world have come to town. For bull riders, 8 seconds can make them a champion or nothing. Moto Casino PBR Chicago bucks into the United Center December 19th and 20th. Tickets at pbr.com/tickets or Ticketmaster.
Hey, if your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or a bad epoxy job right now, you can get 50% off labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer and Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday ends soon. The number 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer and Cross garage floor is going to be your favorite home improvement. and it's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And they make it so easy. Comer & Cross employees are pros. They don't use subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Call it now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
Hey everybody, it's Spiegs. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score.
Every NFL Thursday, it's your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday Touchdown Jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Matt to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Matt for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, SAG Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Jets visit the Patriots tonight. Could this be a classic trap game for New England? Doubtful, folks. Mike Vrabel has kept his team focused throughout the current 7-game winning streak. Drake May is enjoying an MVP-type season. Meantime, can Justin Fields produce in the passing game when the Pats defense takes away Breece Hall? Also doubtful. Patriots cruise 27-10. Enjoy the game on Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
The holidays are back at Starbucks, so share the season with a peppermint mocha. Starbucks signature espresso, velvety mocha, and cool peppermint notes, topped with whipped cream and dark chocolate curls. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is the story of the one.
As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's the season to come together over your holiday favorites at Starbucks. Warm up with a creamy caramel brulee latte, get festive with an iced gingerbread chai, or share a velvety peppermint mocha. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
Baseball. Bruce Levine.
It's great to talk some baseball.
Score Baseball Insider, covering the Cubs and White Sox for more than 30 years.
Bruce Levine is a newsbreaker.
Inside the Clubhouse co-host.
Great being with you, talking baseball.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always fun to talk to our guy, Bruce Levine, and he joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Bruce, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How's everything in Chicago? Coming back in about an hour or so, and we are closing down things with the White Sox and Cubs here in Vegas.
Well, let's start with yesterday. There was a lot that happened. We'll get to it all, but I think you had a one-on-one with Chris Getz and just wondered what your biggest takeaway was. It sounded to me from the conversation that I heard you having with the White Sox GM that he's shopping for a left-handed power-hitting first baseman, or was that you guiding him down that path?
Well, he talked, in conversations with the media people here in Vegas, he talked about adding some corner depth as far as hitting goes. And going around baseball, I talked to some sources, and the White Sox have had conversations with the agents for Ryan O'Hearn, who's a left-handed power hitter. It was most recently with the Padres at the first DH outfield. You remember him a lot from coming up with the Kansas City Royals. He kind of fills that bill. He's 31, 32 right now. The money won't be huge, but again, you're going to add some depth there. I think that if there was one area where the White Sox were lacking badly last year was having a first baseman that understood how to play the position.
Yeah. Now, it's my understanding, just from previous comments by Chris, that they aren't offering multi-year deals, right? They're looking for kind of one-year deals. Is that limit the number of players we're talking about, or are there kind of, I don't know, is it more veteran guys that have played and are looking to hold on for another year, that kind of thing?
I'd say 1 year, 2 year deals tops, would be for the White Sox.
Yeah.
I don't think they're hitting the free agent market yet. Chris talked mostly about getting more experience for his young players, letting the young players come through, seeing more players coming through their system, feeling good about where their young pitchers are at, coming up, some of the power pitchers that they've looked at and have signed and developed. So, this is a year where another Montgomery, they feel, will be playing for the White Sox rather soon, maybe as early as early spring. So those are some of the things they're looking at. But are they going to add pieces? Will they bring in free agents that make sense for them? I think, talking to Chris about it, it sounded that way. I wouldn't look for their payroll to be enormously high or a lot higher than it was this year.
The other thing White Sox related out of that conversation and his previous meeting with the media was that Grant Taylor is going to be a reliever for the foreseeable future. Did that surprise you at all, Bruce? I know that's the way you think he should be used.
No, I don't. I think he should be a starter.
Oh, that's right. Excuse me. Yeah, we do agree on that. I was forgetting that we do actually agree on this one.
Yeah, once in a while.
Wait, that's breaking news. Yeah, I was going to
say. Once in a while it does happen, but the White Sox have had so much success, and we've talked about it, guys, with going back to Mark Burley, Chris Sale, Crochet, all coming through the bullpen initially with huge arms and ending up, with Burley, it was just the pitchability. The other was huge arms that have had tremendous impact on baseball already. Crochet, up there and finishing second in the Cy Young in the American League. So why not Taylor? But they're slow rolling it, and he's going back to the bullpen, according to what Chris said. No doubt down the line, having David, you and I talked to Grant Taylor a couple of weeks ago on Inside the Clubhouse, and I think he wants to be a starting pitcher, but I don't think that he's fighting them at this point on that plan of him being a closer type important reliever in the bullpen starting 2026.
I am curious when we heard from the great punster, and you had a great conversation with him on the Marquee Network when we heard from the super agent Scott Boras. He did get serious at one point and talk about maybe getting rid of the prop bet instead of just reducing it to $200 top for a various pitch that an individual pitch that a guy would throw. That actually made sense to me, and I've kind of been on that bandwagon a little bit. Are they doing enough, given what happened with Clase? The idea that guys were throwing false pitches for $7,000, $5,000, just feels like they need to do something to prevent that from happening again.
There's no doubt in what Boras was alluding to, and what Craig Counsell talked about earlier in 2025 was the risk factor for players. In other words, gambling and the baseball gambler are so close to the game that now, betting is so prevalent, gambling, advertising is so high that they're losing, the gambler at events are kind of losing perspective of reality, and the jeopardy for the individual players of being threatened. Those are the things that are most worrisome to agents and baseball people about players, that the real threats are out there because somebody loses, their rent money, their money for their mortgage, and all of a sudden it becomes personal. Those are the things they most worry about for our players and people in baseball safety.
Bruce, back to Scott Boras. When he was talking about Cody Bellinger and his fit with the Cubs, then when he was going on the alliterative rant about Pete Alonso and where he might fit, did you get any sense Dylan Cease would look good in a Cub uniform? I think he even mentioned. I know he's selling his guys. Of the ones that are out there, of the Boras clients that are attainable, do you think, which one makes the most sense for you, for the Cubs to maybe pursue in earnest?
Well, I like the idea of Dylan Cease. Now, as to the reality of what Boras and Cease are going to want money-wise, year-wise, most importantly, I think, guys, we've gotten down to the point that money, we know teams are going to have to pay for top-quality pitchers. The amount of years is really the question. Is at 30, is Dylan Cease a 6 or 7 year pitcher at $30 million? Is that the price of poker for Dylan Cease? And does he fit the bill as your number one coming in to go along with another power arm, Cade Horton? The Imanaga story, it looks right now, it doesn't look like, according to people you talk to, that he's going to accept the qualifying offer from the Cubs. So the Cubs will be in the mix with the other 29 teams as a free agent to try to talk to Imanaga. But is that money better spent on a power arm like Imanaga, or are you looking at revisiting the Mackenzie Gore, Sandy Alcantara, or the Joe Ryan trade talks that were being had at the trading deadline with the Cubs and those teams? So that's where you're going to have to go as far as spending money. I think there's money there for the Cubs to spend. As to how they figure it out as far as a power arm goes, I think that's a priority for them moving into the off season here.
So when we talk about what could be done? Are you anticipating that the Cubs are going to be really active? They've said that. They've kind of talked around it. I mean, what does it mean when we say, well, they're going for pitching and they're going to be active? Does that mean they're making a huge deal, a huge impact? Does that mean they're still bargain hunting? What exactly does it mean from your perspective?
Well, I think they have to fill the bullpen. They have free agents out there that are some of them they want to try to revisit. Brad Keller certainly, maybe a Thielbar coming back. They need 3 or 4 pitchers in that bullpen, and they're going to be visiting free agency trades. Again, they're out there in different markets. So when they say busy, definitely bullpen guys. You can count on that. This is the second year in a row they've looked for a power arm in that rotation. They didn't do that last year. I think that's number one for them, is to find that power arm in the rotation to go along with Cade Horton and the other pitchers that they still have there. But as far as lengthy contracts for bullpen guys, 1 or 2 year deals tops. I think when, if you look at the Hoyer history of bullpen people, he doesn't believe in, 4 or 5 year deals for bullpen guys. So, if you're looking at a guy like Diaz who's going to want a 5-year deal coming from the Mets, I don't think that's going to fit into their plans moving forward. But, again, outfield depth as well. Right now, they're down Tucker. There's no inclination here that they're going to be able to sign Tucker to a long-term deal at this point, even though they're interested. They'll have talks with Casey Close, the agent. But as far as getting something done in the 7, 8, 10 area for Tucker, I don't think the Cubs are going to be a player on that.
What about third base? Because as good defensively as Matt Shaw was, Bregman's out there, Suarez is out there, and you wonder if those two guys would be better power options than a young player. And I just don't know if it's too early to wonder about these things.
Yeah, they might be. I mean, going 32 to 33 on Bregman, having played only 114 games last year because of injury. You have to scratch your chin and say, well, how much is Boris going to want this time? They just kicked away a 3-year, $120 million contract, $40 million a year, to go back to free agency. So what is it going to look like to try to sign him? And then Suarez, was actually out-hit by Shaw at the end of the year when he went over to Seattle. He really didn't do much. So, at 35 years old, even though he's coming off a tremendous power year, how much are you going to put forward to get him as a free agent? I don't know the answer to that. I think they'd like to add some depth to their offense, but I think it's more of a pitching year. We looked at the last part of last year, guys, and their offense struggled. We saw Pete Crow Armstrong, we saw Suzuki, we saw Tucker all struggle for different reasons, some with injuries, some, unexplained at this time. But just because they finished 5th in offense last year, I don't believe that's enough. I agree with you, David. They need more offense.
Yeah, I mean, listen, especially if Tucker's leaving. I mean, they would seemingly have to get some more hitting.
Yeah, and we're all assuming that Carson Kelly's going to have another year like he had. I think that's a really dangerous assumption to make, given what he provided unexpectedly, Bruce.
You're right. They got 35 home runs from their catchers. Think about that. You think that's going to be repeated? Not Kelly. Carson Kelly had a great year, and he should have been an all-star. He was phenomenal, but asking him to repeat that, looking at his career, that's asking a lot. And hopefully you'll have a healthy Amaya back, who's shown a lot of growth as a catcher and as a hitter over the last couple of years. But you're right. The linear part of keeping these guys where they're at and counting on those 811 runs again, I don't think you can do it. I think you really have to stay creative looking at your offense, no matter what it looked like to you at the beginning of the year. you have to also pay attention to how that offense looked to everybody at the end of the year, which wasn't really great. It was under, it was right around 3.94 runs per game.
Great stuff, Bruce. Thank you, buddy. You're the best.
Thanks, Bruce.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
Safe travels.
Our guy, Bruce Levine.
Good stuff.
Fun.
Interesting.
No question
Wrap
about
up
it.
from Vegas.
Yeah.
Right now, you can win tickets to Football After Dark at Moretti's in Bedford Park Tuesday, December 2nd.
Great spot.
Hosted by Layla Rahimi with special guest Nashawn Wright. Sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. And brought to you by Remy Martin, VSOP. This is my city. Be the sixth caller to the course contest line at 312-540-0670. And you can win. Good luck.
Hey, have we told everyone that before Chicago takes on Minnesota, you should tune in Sunday from 9 to noon for your local Ford dealers pregame show right here on 670 The Score. We got Olin Kreutz. We've got Patrick Manley. I will be there. And you get set for the game because these guys have all the answers. Then immediately following the game, we'll have instant reaction on the post-game show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Atturo Tire. All of it can be heard on The Score and the Odyssey app. We'll be right back with Marshall and Layla next on The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, always talking Chicago sports with you, the fan. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2.
You're on with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody.
I love you, love the show, 100%.
Tony and Joliet, you're on The Score.
Grody, it used to be the Bears. Every time I hear Bears, now I'm thinking like Bears.
Kevin.
You guys are really the voice of the fan.
Tune in to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week starting tonight. So to get in on this Thursday's action, all you've got to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you can win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/score and take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Must apply Profit Boost token on select markets. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bulls fans, Chuck Swirsky here. Join Bill Weddington and me for all the high-flying action of every Bulls game on 670 The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts.
Bulls win! What a ball game!
See red, Chicago.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sports book at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field. But with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Now we're in a transition a little bit.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We, of course, broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them. Thanks to Jacob Stutz. He makes us twitch away in the morning, helps us in that effort, and you love your twitching.
He loves twitching, and he loves his Illini.
And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Also, thank you for listening on this Thursday.
Yes, Thursday. We're getting there. And thanks to our executive producer. He is Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
As Hidalgo rewriting record books tonight, and she's in transition here. 2-on-1 with DeJesus. Drops it off, and Hidalgo has the record for Notre Dame.
I think it was 44. Was that the record? Or 16
44,
steals?
16 steals.
How many records can you set?
School record, NCAA record for the steals, school record for the points.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
That's great work. And thank you, Brandon Fryer, for not letting us forget that.
I want fans to know that I'm going to do my best. You know, obviously I'm going to have fun, but I'm going to execute, have a surgical execution, and just play ball, man. Like, this is something I've been doing since I've been 4 years old. Now I just get to do it in the greatest city in the world. I'm going to be saying it with my son. It's the greatest city in the world. Yeah, that's a Hamilton reference if y'all don't know. Yeah, 10-year reunion.
I do know. I do. I've seen Hamilton a couple
Very
times.
entertaining, Jameis Winston.
Jameis Winston, the new starting quarterback in New York after the Jackson Dart concussion.
Yes, Jackson Dart out. Russell Wilson washed. Jameis Winston starting.
Yep.
And Mike Kafka was the guy. Kafka told us that yesterday when he was making his introductory comments. Thank Brian Dable. It was really nice.
Yeah, he was classy.
Good guy.
You would expect that.
From a proud son of the South Side. St. Rita guy. Did you know?
Wish him well.
That my high school, Quigley Seminary South, is now called St. Rita's.
Yes, I did know that.
Took over my school.
I did know that. Yeah.
Sons. Don't get me going. The Pope loves that school. All right. His name, he's right here. He's Marshall Harris.
What up? I will say this.
We had a great chat about the Bulls a little bit earlier.
Was it a great chat? Is that how you're defining the conversation?
No, I don't think it was a great chat.
It was a lovely chat.
It was reality.
Layla Rahimi!
Hello. Good morning.
I don't remember your prediction, Layla.
About what?
Or I would revise that as well.
About the Bulls game last night?
Not the game, the season.
Oh, no, you and I had the same one. I said
That's the
39.
Right number. That's what I was trying to explain to Marshall, that he needs to write down that 45 and then...
I'm not bad. I will double down on 45.
You know what happened to me? I just believe, you know the old editor saying in journalism, when in doubt, leave it out. And I always think, like, when in doubt, do nothing. So I was like, in this case, I'm like, I just don't see anything different here. So 39. It was not my most scientifically thought out concept, but yeah.
Mully, we're walking a fine line because we did, I think, have a feeling this morning that, okay, this isn't going to last. It's one of those games. No. They're going to get on a roll when they get everybody back.
As I said to you, what's going to happen
But it was hard to watch last night.
They'll get into the dog days of the NBA, and when everyone else doesn't care and plays like the Bulls did last night, they will be able to run the floor, and they will have energy, and they will do better than people are anticipating. But Marshall has been one of the guys, and David, you stand proudly with this, who's kind of like, 39, how dare you? What were you thinking? When in reality, like, well, I was just copying off all the previous seasons.
Nah,
They're
see,
stuck on a
there
little
are
bit of a
different
treadmill.
The Cubs went back-to-back 83 wins, you know, like
Yeah,
and then hard to come off the number sometimes.
They're on the hamster wheel, so why pretend they aren't?
I will say this. Not only was last night just disappointing in the effort that was given, the lack of discipline, the turnovers, all of that, but it was an opportunity for Modest Buzelis. And while he has a good line at the end of the game, he did not make his impact felt early enough in that game. And that's what you want to see when you talk about the next step.
That's what we haven't really seen consistently enough.
He missed layups.
I have to say, through, what are they now, 11 games, I don't want to pick on him. You still have high hopes. The ceiling is as high as ever. But I did expect more consistency.
There's got to be a mentality out of shot creation.
Yes.
You know, you gotta play into your body. And I feel like I'm also talking to somebody else. Maybe he wears number 44.
Ooh, interesting.
The most improved player in the league.
He's not.
I don't want to be pointing that out.
Now, Patrick Williams has had some good moments, but not enough of them.
No, last night seemed like a step back. Even though it wasn't, it's just one game. But it seemed like a step back.
Are you doing the thing from St. Elmo's Fire where when it's uncomfortable, you whisper that part?
No, I didn't. Listen. Is that movie?
Yeah.
That is,
they're at the dinner party and the mom whispers everything unfortunate.
Is that the one with all those kids from the Brat Pack? Or
Indeed.
Whatever? Did you know that I always felt that was one of the great movies, because if the purpose of art is to evoke emotion, I wanted to charge on screen somehow and strangle all those dudes.
A lot of them acted like jerks. A lot of them were jerks.
The one within you,
that McCarthy
apparently.
kid or whatever is it? He was a writer at a newspaper, and he wrote his first story. The headline was "The Meaning of Life." Yeah. Oh, that's basically what we used to do back in the day. I've got a theoretical column. I'm going to get out.
It is very antithetical to the newspaper men I worked with.
Throw you out the window into the Chicago River.
Not a whole lot of deep thinking going on there sometimes in those days.
I just want to point out the Bulls are
shocking.
The Bulls are 6-5. They have played the toughest schedule in the NBA, and they have the easiest remaining schedule. I want to just land on that, and hopefully you, David Haugh, heard what I had to say about Ja Morant and Anthony Davis and to keep them away out of here.
I know. Look, there's no rumors anyway. KC shot down any rumors. It's too early for that. No rumors. But there is kind of just speculation. I did hear that. It's well done.
You may speculate.
And the thing that I heard came out of that thinking was, number one, I'm glad you expressed that opinion. Number two, I don't want to get painted into the corner as the guy who wants to trade for Ja Morant. We were having a conversation about the speculation and the Bulls' lack of a star. And he's the only one available right now.
I just worry. We're up against it. It's a conversation for another day. We were talking about it after the show too. He's a transition game guy, and they want to run more half court. That's all I have to say.
That's a fair point too.
Welcome to my TED Talk. It continues because we have a lot going on for the next 4 hours. Number one, Caleb Williamson, something that perked both mine and Marshall's ears yesterday when it came to read progression, which is always a hot topic. So we're going to discuss it. And then number two, did the Cubs actually learn any lessons from the trade deadline? Because that would imply you have a goal that you want to have. And I'm not sure about that either, so we'll be skeptical. Russ Dorsey joins us at 11 to talk more baseball. Parch Archian with your fantasy needs at 11:25. Additionally, we have 5 on it at noon. Jarrett Payton from WGN, of course, will join us at 12:25. Mark Rohde live from Hallis Hall at 12:45. And then Carmen Vitale, of course, with Marquee Sports Network and their Bears podcast. She joins us for an hour in studio starting at 1 to talk about this in the NFC North.
Have a great show.
Have a great one, guys.
Officer, could I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight, and I need it more. My kids wet the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweating dead short smells like a dog park. Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're gonna leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Nearly 75 years, one family name, and generations of Chicago area families forever connected by something rare. Trust.
At Rasny Jewelers, it's the same family for 75 years. That's a powerful statement that few can make.
The Rasneys have built something lasting, a family business that treats every client like one of their own.
We don't look at somebody that's making purchases in the store as clients. We look at them as part of the Rasny family.
And it shows in the faces behind every display, many of whom have been there for decades. For the Rasny family, jewelry isn't business, it's legacy. From Stan and Ingrid to their children, Eric, Christine, and Michael.
Rasny Jewelers is truly a family business. You can be in any one of the 4 locations and typically always find a Rasny somewhere in the building.
So if you're looking for high-quality craftsmanship and personalized service, visit Rasny Jewelers in suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast, or shop online at rasny.com. Family-owned, operated, and proudly Chicago.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say Nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Winterland at Gallagher Way is back this holiday season with festive fun for all ages. From November 23rd through December 31st, experience the Chris Kindle Mark at Wrigleyville. Ice skating, train rides, visit with Santa, and more. Admission to Winterland is free. Visit GallagherWay.com for more info.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, 10 to 2 on 670 The.
We love talking to Danny Parkins. It happens every week at this time, 1 o'clock on a Wednesday.
Can I ask you guys a question,
Of
by
course.
the way? It feels like we're nibbling around the edges of a decision regarding Caleb Williams that might impact how Bears fans refer to him for the next, 15 years. People are starting to talk nicknames.
All right, Mako. Spidey, Dragon Slayer, Bojack, Speedy, let's go, man. Sandman, you got it now. Let's go, Hitman. You got it, man. Let's go, Predator. Let's go, Beast. Hey, Dino Dex, let's go, man. D-Walk, go, man. Juggernaut, let's go, man. Let's go, Bay. Hey, Bay, let's go, man. Hey, Governor, B12. Let's show them all cylinders today, huh?
I saw someone commented and called him C. Willie. I really like what I said on TV, but I'm obviously biased because I said it. I think he is the one. And you could play that clip of Morpheus at Soldier Field.
He is the one.
It's like Neo in the Matrix, dodging bullets. And I just feel like we have to nudge fans in the right direction on what this nickname could become.
Caleb is just Caleb.
You don't need a nickname. No, it's too cool. I mean, just Rome is Rome.
When I saw C. Willie, I became very, very concerned. And Grody needs to be going around to people at House Hall and asking how many people call. Can we get some boots on the ground reporting here?
Wasn't that your nickname in college, Mayor Johnson? If you know what I'm saying.
No. I know what you're saying, and I'm not going there.
Okay.
Come up with so many nicknames.
I got nicknames for you guys, too. His nickname's Haugh.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
I don't think it's that easy to come up with a nickname. That's just me. And I like the one from the text line. C-Note seemed pretty good, but he could also just be Caleb Williams, and that's okay. I remember the days where quarterbacks had to have a one-syllable first name. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. Thanks to Robbie Triano for that open. Ray Diaz, our producer, Brandon Fryer as well. And of course, we began talking about the quarterback, but it's because Caleb Williams brought up something very interesting when it came to his Wednesday availability press conference. As much as we talk about reading the field, as much as we talk about read progression with quarterbacks, how that is a time-honored tradition in the NFL. You can talk about every single one of them. You can discuss whether or not they're holding on to the ball too long. You can discuss whether or not they're scheming somebody open. It's really a choose-your-own-adventure at this point. But I know we've talked a lot about timing. I've said before that one of my main objectives now for the rest of the season is seeing how well Caleb Williams will climb a pocket, seeing how well he throws over the middle. You know, unfortunately, I think that's where height can come in to hurt you a little bit in the league, but guys get around it. So the question becomes how. And Marshall, Caleb Williams said something that yesterday regarding all of this, I think put both of us on alert for perhaps different reasons.
My one eyebrow went up. I want to be clear, just one eyebrow, not both, because I
Can
was
you
like,
raise one eyebrow?
wait, did I hear what I think I just heard? And I did the little, go back 15 seconds. I was watching on YouTube, the press conference. And I was like, okay, Caleb Williams is making it sound like he's doing so well or so much better than he was that he's almost going too fast in the way he's processing things. And when I heard it, I was like, that's interesting. No, let me scratch that. That's intriguing. Wait, no, let me cross that word out too. That is fascinating because if this is true, that means Caleb Williams is much closer to the brink of a breakthrough that will take him to elite level than I thought he was. And I was giving him, remember, the entire season under Ben Johnson to see where we are, maybe a month from now, 5 or 6 weeks from now.
And I feel like we always have to qualify this by saying, I don't want Tyson Bagent to replace him. Okay? Is everybody cool with that? How many times do I have to say that? It's like our disclaimer at the beginning.
Do you feel like that's something that people are even thinking about at this point in time?
Oh, yeah. So and those people don't even really listen anyway. They just they're like a bad search engine. They just hear like certain words and then fill in the rest. But for those who do, just know I'm saying that. I think about, though, when I heard him say that, I do think that he throws a fastball. He throws a plus fastball. There's zip on that thing. Again, more objectives that I'm watching is I'm trying to see, when do you ease off? When in the timing with your receivers do you then therefore throw a touch ball? Something where the ball's going to get there, but that still speaks to accuracy. A lot of times you can describe it. Tim Jenkins does a really nice job, especially this week, our quarterback guy, who we have on Tuesdays. He does a really nice job talking about timing and what that means. In baseball, a lot of people think that launch angle is really just a function of timing. So in this respect, I do think it is worth talking about because I do think that perhaps speed is an issue for him. And we see that when it comes to the velocity at which he throws a lot of the balls. So here's what Caleb Williams had to say when it came to reprogression and how he's seeing the field yesterday.
Ben said earlier, he's like, sometimes just training you to stay in there like a tick longer to be able to make the big play. How do you train yourself to do that?
Yeah, it's interesting because you get just kind of the whole process is like, let's get the ball out faster. Let's get through the reads, and sometimes I get through my reads actually too fast. Maybe because of leverage, or maybe because the covers that I'm seeing, and sometimes you just need to hang on. We got special guys, and so sometimes you need to hang on it and let it rip. And then other times, it's there was a play that I actually avoided a sack, but I could have thrown a touchdown this past game. And it's those small things. It's like just the big plays right there. I saw it, and I was about to rip it, and I just saw color flash. And he was running right at me, and I tried to get out of it, got out of it, and threw incompletion. But it's those things that the next level, and something that I talk about with Coach all the time is that's the next level is I do have this ability to get out of stuff, but also there's gonna be times where it's just gonna drop back and let's deliver a ball, and I've done it every so often or whatever, but just doing that more often, and just finding the balance is tough, but that's what we're searching for.
I meet that with a little bit of skepticism because, number one, we've heard Ben Johnson talk about how when he's focusing on receivers too much, like that was a discussion a couple of weeks ago with Roma Dunze, perhaps Olamide Zaccheaus a part of this too, that then it was he's focusing on his primary read, which is fine. Like, you can do that. You don't get an award for reading the field. Perhaps your team gets a trophy at the end of the season, but it's not necessarily first things first when it comes to quarterback evaluation. It is a big part of it, but so that was said. And then I think about what I'm seeing, where I'm seeing his eyes. It's especially notable when you're watching the all 22 at the same time, because you can tell by shoulders and head position whether or not there's a case where he could throw to the other side of the field. Some quarterbacks are better than others. But I say all this to say, if that's the case, I understand that it could be. But the bottom line is then the timing is still off. So you can say this, and we can give you the respect that comes with saying this to us and taking your words for what they're worth. But then we're also trying to match film that meets that. And I don't necessarily know that I have enough to say, how am I seeing this play out?
I took what he said as part of the development that he's undergone this year and him making strides, because he talks about like what the next thing is for him to figure out that balance of staying in the pocket too long versus taking off and running versus trying to make a play downfield. Obviously, number one thing you want to do is avoid a sack, right? And that can mean a different thing on a different play. Sometimes if a blitz is coming, that sack threat is imminent a lot more so than if it's just regular coverage, a four-man rush, right? So I'm interested to see if he takes what he's talking about and if he's really figuring things out 1 week at a time, one game film run at a time, what that means for this week's game against Brian Flores and that defense that we know can be all blitz or let's lay off the blitz like we saw back in week 1 on Monday Night Football. And I'm now, through the lens of what he just shared with us, I'm going to be watching the game for that specifically, because I talked about the fact that this team needs to score 30-plus points a game probably to make a run here in the back half against better teams, at least until they get their best defenders back. And I think this can unlock that if he is on the precipice of taking that next step.
This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score, and we are talking about Caleb Williams saying that he gets through his reads too quickly. Our segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. I want to believe him, but I just don't have a ton of tape that indicates it. And that shows up in different ways. I'm willing to admit that and understand part of that with the game. But regardless, it's still him saying the timing is still off. And I think the reason I'm a bit skeptical still as to how this plays out is because last year there was a big swoon from Haugh to tell everybody that the cadence issues were fixed. And based on the pre-snap penalties that plagued the Bears all season last year and are still an issue this year, I don't think that that's the case either. Not as much as maybe they want them to be. That doesn't mean they're not working on them. That just means that they aren't fixed to the point where I would call it fixed. I don't think your current head coach would either. So that's why I say this and I'm going, well, if that's the case, then how do you try to fix that then? But the speed of the ball at which he throws would indicate that that's part of it. And I like what one of our texters is saying when it says 815, agree with that too fast. He reminds me of a basketball player that plays too fast or hard and gets lost in the flow of the game. And that's okay. 773 says, I think what he meant is he's rushing his reads, which is not a good thing. He's reading too quick and getting off guys before he should be. So I think that's fair too. All of these things are worth discussing. And the fact that he's even willing to tell us this is also a good thing. It's just, I think sometimes people have a tendency to say something might be fixed when it's not. or maybe that's the case how they see it, but maybe, the game tells a different story.
Yeah, I think the important thing, going back to what he said at the lectern, it's not like he said, we figured this out. He said the next step. So that lets us know that he doesn't think this is like a point where he's gotten to the solution. I agree with what 773 said when he talks about rushing his reads. And the fact that he brought up the leverage and the way that the coverage is dictating some of where people are going to be and when they are going to be open. I think if you look at a guy, let's say he's your first read, he's not open yet because of the specific coverage, and then he's going through the reads. He should have stepped and stayed with number one, but he's like, okay, there's pressure coming. I got to get out of this. And a lot of that is the fact that, this guy did not get sacked. He was pressured over a dozen times on Sunday, but he did not take a sack. So there's that balance right there. Yes, I want to throw for the touchdown, obviously, on the one play, but I had to get out of harm's way.
And number one objective that we know is do not get sacked. That's number one. And that has been happening. So now it's, okay, now I'm avoiding getting sacked, but now I feel like I'm moving off of somebody too quickly.
Exactly.
But that also does contradict then the discussions that have happened where they say, well, he keys in on Rome, he keys in on Olamide, and Ben Johnson said, well, that's because those are his primary reads on that play.
Right. That's why I'm saying if it's...
So that's different.
Well, no, but if it's the primary read, but you're not you're going through that specific read too quickly because now you've been told, hey, use your legs too, and also you got to stay alive, but also when you use your legs, don't use your legs too quickly. There might still be a play to be made downfield. That's a lot to balance in what we watch on TV is very different than, like you said, a flash of whatever coming at him. He's got to make a decision.
Well, and I think Caleb is a businessman. He's really good at being able to identify objectives and identify in a professional manner when he speaks, what people want to hear. And not that he's giving lip service, but that he understands what part of the conversation is. But regardless, it's still a timing thing. So until that gets figured out in a more efficient manner, and I believe that comes with reps, I'm not concerned he can't do it. I think he can. This is still where we're at in the process. The game hasn't slowed down enough for him yet. And I do think he still focuses on guys too often. I mean, I don't like picking on Olamide Zaccheaus here, but I think he's a good example of how that occurred and played out during the game on Sunday.
Related 269. Why is C-Dub not in the conversation? I like C-Dub because Dub is a win and C-Dub.
Well, and Rome calls him C-Will, right?
Is that what he calls him?
I think so.
Okay.
Theo Bennett calls him C-Willie.
Which is a play on C-Will.
C-Willie is terrible. I cannot abide by that.
But here's the thing. I'm deferring to them. I'm not going to be over here being like, random woman on the radio has spoken. I give you a nickname. Danny, he's got a little more clout. But me over here, I ain't doing all that.
I think Danny's trying to make fetch happen.
That's how we are. We call CD Gardner-Johnson CD because that's what he wanted to be called.
Hey, I respect that.
And then
man.
I've gotten a lot of comments on various social medias like, it's CJ. And I'm like, no, he told us CD. That's our job. That's our job.
No, I think we're doing the good job. But again, I think Danny's trying to make fetch happen, and that's just not.
So are you saying Tyson Bagent's the guy?
Stop. See, why we were doing so well, Robbie. The fact that you felt like you had to give that disclaimer, by the way.
Absolutely. Because people will be like, didn't you say this? And I didn't say anything like that. They're like, Layla said Justin Fields a generation. No, I never did. I never did.
The suggested name, C-Dub is my
You're
leader
just
in the
a bad
clubhouse.
search engine. Listening is a skill.
Tyson's a stud.
So is reading the field. So is listening to what people have to say. So we do it all together and we try to figure it out. And if you're smart, you get benefit to the people who need it, the benefit of the doubt. And that's what we're trying to do here. You just heard Robbie Triano. Ray Diaz is one of our producers as well. Of course, you talk to Ray on the phone when you call him. Be nice to Ray. He's nice to you. Brandon Fryer helps us out as well. As we mentioned, Mark Grody is part of our crew joining us today. He's at Hallis Hall. You can hear Mark at 12:45. You can join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. Our video team, Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis. Cody Westerland also in the house as well. And you can text and call us when you talk to Ray. 312-644-6767. And yes, please make some jokes like 847. Layla, why do you hate Caleb and love Bagent? Bad search engines, all of you. Coming up next, you're on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. I do want to go back to something that Caleb Williams said after the game on Sunday. It was a really good question talking about how he leads. And I think that is as important as anything. So let's examine it next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday Touchdown Jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. Yes, $2 million. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you've got to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TC of the game, you can win your bet plus a share of the bonus bets. Yes, if your player scores the first or last touchdown, you can win a share of the bonus bet. Visit FanDuel.com/score and take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. Opt-in. Must apply Profit Boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who make the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hi, I'm Nick. And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box so that family memories would be safe and could always be enjoyed together.
And starting now, we're offering listeners early access to our best deal of the year during our $9 tape sale.
1 million families and counting have trusted Legacy Box to convert their aging media because Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your videotapes, film reels, and photos aren't protected unless they're on a digital format.
With the holidays approaching, don't wait. Simply fill your Legacy Box. We'll take care of the rest.
It's the most meaningful thing you can do this holiday season, and the perfect time during our best sale of the year.
Visit legacybox.com/value to get early access to our Black Friday sale and digitize your memories for only $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value. legacybox.com/value.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Your favorite neighborhood spots run unsquare. You know the ones. Maybe it's the popular shop that just opened a new location by you, or the big sports bar that's always packed on game day. These places make the neighborhood, and the money spent there stays in your community. Square powers more than 4 million neighborhood businesses worldwide. To learn more, go to square.com, or just stop by your favorite local business. See you in the neighborhood. Square.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Eagles receiver A.J. Brown says winning isn't hiding the truth. The offense has real problems. After calling things a circus, Brown clarified he's not worried about stats, but about the team's lack of consistency. He said the Eagles can't keep relying on the defense to bail them out. Coach Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts insist it's no distraction, just a player demanding better, even in victory. I'm Maggie Gray.
The Rahimi, Harris, and Grody Show. Middays 10 to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This next guy, man, he's got ice in his veins now. And if you don't believe it now, you just wait, man. The best is yet to come, 18. Here we go.
This goes to everybody in here. It's not just me. I mean, offensive line, hell of a game. You know what I mean? Yes, I took that one sack in the beginning, but hell of a game to y'all. When it came down to it, we needed each other. We always come through every single time.
That was Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson, and the Bears after the game, after they beat the Giants 24-20. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. And Caleb Williams' numbers reflected exactly what he said. 20 of 36 in the air, 220 yards, a touchdown. And then he ran for 63 yards and a touchdown as well. That was key as to how the Bears were able to come back and win the game. And I think after a game like that, you do get a lot of really good answers from coaches, from players, from everybody who wants to talk about not just what's going on, but how they see this thing coming together. We've revisited a lot of what Rome Odunze has had to say throughout the week. I thought he had some really good comments in the locker room. And I also think that Caleb Williams at the podium really told us a lot, not just about what was going on, but again, kind of like similar to yesterday, how he sees himself, how he sees the game, and how he sees all of that coming together. So he was asked about his leadership. And I think there are times where quarterbacks get asked about that. We try to force the issue. You know, sometimes guys are more quiet. They're not necessarily that person. But I don't think there's a leadership concern on this team. And I think it was nice to hear somebody who I think thinks out of the box a lot of the times, to his credit, had this to say.
Caleb, how do you make sense of this offense? You know, you struggled for 3.5 quarters. Yep. Turn it on at the end. How do you know kind of what's real and what's not?
Yeah, we know who we are. We know we're real. We know that, some of the issues we had today were just may have been a drop here, may have been a drop there in certain moments, and it's those are frustrating moments. But it's something that those moments happen, and so you don't waver, you don't lose the confidence. You stay right where you are. You understand that those moments are going to happen. You keep trying to lead your guys, and then from there, when it hits, you just keep harping on that. Here we go. We had a few drops towards the end, and you don't put those guys down. You don't go over and like curse them out or anything like that. You encourage them that it's time to make a play, and I need y'all. I need y'all right here, right now. It's time to go in the game.
It sounds like Caleb is understanding the moments and how different points in the game matter more than others. I think he was born for that part of it. He's every kid in their backyard. We're down 7. There's only, 2 minutes left on the clock. I'm leading a drive. And, in your imagination, you're doing it. Except for this man's doing it in real life. He's doing it in real life. Less than 4 minutes to go and trailing. His quarterback rating is 139. 139.
That's unreal.
It's very real when you talk about the other parts of the game, but in that situation, and I think Caleb has a calming effect on his teammates. And now that they've, pulled off 4, fourth quarter comebacks, everybody else believes, everyone's on board. And that is part of leadership, not just talking about it, but being about it. He's doing it on the field.
When you can give an example like that too, that's when people, really believe. Like, that's when they understand. The examples match the productivity that's on the field. The examples match the final score. You can point to that scoreboard and say, this is a result of that behavior. It also is a huge difference from when we sat here, Marshall, you and I, talking about the objectives at training camp and in the offseason with body language. Think about all the discussion surrounding body language. And people initially thought that meant DJ Moore, who I think, just look at the blocks alone that he's had all season long, all game long in each of these games. And you can understand why I was skeptical if that was the case. But Ben Johnson had mentioned quarterback when it came to the body language issue. And then how was that going to play out throughout the season? And frankly, I didn't blame him. Did you, for being frustrated last season? Would you blame any player for having body language that would indicate this is not ideal last season?
I've grown more and more in line with what Ben Johnson was talking about on the answer to a very specific question, which is, what do you think you could take away from what Caleb Williams experienced last year bringing into this year? And the answer was basically nothing. He played. That's it.
Well, I mean, it's the mindset of lessen the sacks, try to understand that last year shouldn't define you. And then not just that, but unlearn some habits that I think you probably leaned on in college that then leaked into your NFL game, because the voice that was telling you what to do may have not been the one that was the most accurate for success.
The sack thing is huge because that's like the big number, maybe the biggest number you could look at from his rookie year. And to understand that over the last 4 games, this man is averaging 1 sack taken per game. That's insane almost when you really think about it.
The difference. I think it also just comes down to there are ways as a coach to help your players reach that objective. Run the ball. Call more run plays. And frankly, that should have been done in the game to begin with on Sunday. But when you do that, when you prevent a team from being one-dimensional like that, you want to run and pass, then you're going to get fewer sacks because they don't know what they have to commit for on the defensive side of the ball against you. When you run the ball effectively, that is going to, of course, lessen the amount of passes you have to throw overall. We see how play action works. The Bears are the second team in the league who uses play action the most, which makes sense because that's where we see a lot of the successful plays. The bootleg, for example, where he ran him for the touchdown, a good example of that as well. So all of that goes hand in hand for me. But there is definitely responsibility on the part of the quarterback to make sure it doesn't happen. And even while he's focusing on all the things that we've talked about, and even what he said yesterday to everybody at Haugh, to be able to give an example where you know what your job is, not just to throw the ball, but your job as to the person people look to and want to know if you think that we can do this. That's a really good example of understanding how that works and how it's played out in the results that we've seen.
With him, you're just looking for the continued growth, and you have to be satisfied with what you've seen, understanding it's year one under Ben Johnson. I know a lot of people are like, well, his completion percentage isn't what Ben Johnson wants. It's 70%. And, he's 29th in the league in completion percentage. I'm not sitting here dancing around the fact that he has not been as accurate as he needs to be.
Would you say you're dancing in the pocket around that?
Well, he's dancing in the pocket. He's out here moonwalking in the pocket. He's doing anything, everything. Again, I was watching the what was the video that the Bears put out about him in the pocket, like not getting sacked? And
the Bears put out a lot. If you don't know about the YouTube channel for the Bears, you need to learn. The Bears YouTube and IG are some of my favorite sources for just random Bears video.
But they're basically highlighting the fact that this man did not get sacked. I know he got sacked early in the game, wiped away by penalty. So guess what? It's not a sack. It does not count in the official
But you have
ledger.
heard of me.
Yes. I've heard of sacks.
You are referring to the Houdini video that was in black and white where he was being elusive. All the highlights of him eluding all the sacks. Yeah, it was awesome.
Did they play it to Dua Lipa, Houdini?
No, they played it to some old-timey
It's
sounding
old-timey.
music.
It looks like some 1930s.
like when Houdini was around.
Yeah,
Yeah.
black and white.
It
They
looks
put in
old
black
school.
and white, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like with the freckled video.
Okay,
look.
I'm into this. I'm into this video treatment and producing.
Yeah, so understanding that's one reason why this week specifically, because he's faced the Vikings before. He's obviously faced Brian Flores' defenses now 3 times in his career. And to go to their place and have to show off his arm talent, but also his decision-making and processing. It's like, how much closer are we to where he needs to be able to go on the road and win a game at Minnesota?
At Minnesota. That's a perfect pump him up. That was Coach him up Marshall for sure.
Skull.
Did you mean to get him to coach him up Marshall
I
there?
didn't mean to get him to coach him up.
What's wrong with coaching him up though?
One, that's not my job. That's number one.
But what if you're a natural motivator?
You know what? I'd rather motivate the fan base in the city of Chicago and to have everybody on board to being excited about what happens and us not knowing what's going to happen, but be excited about what could happen, the possibility. And I'm not saying like hope casting and wish casting. I'm just saying this is...
No, I would say you're living in the known.
Yeah, I'm definitely living in the known. And the known here is that the Bears, I don't know what you did with your little graphic with the color and all that stuff.
It's in my book.
Okay.
It's in my notebook.
Okay, well, that exists. And so it's something for Bears fans to even be able to have the ability to be this excited about their team this deep into the season. I want to remind you what we were doing at this time last year.
Yes. Where do you want to begin?
No, but what I'm saying is,
where were we into the 10-game losing streak at this point?
It was pretty early. It was relatively early.
So we still, oh God, is this the year anniversary of the Arizona game that we both hate? Bears.
I don't know if it's the Arizona game. It might be the Patriots game. What was the game directly before the Lions game?
I can't
the
think
Thanksgiving
off the top
Day
of
game.
My head. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody, by the way, on 670 The Score. No, it is a... Okay, so Arizona was Sunday, November 3rd, 2024. And then
Yeah, New England. It was New
Your
England.
most hated of the games.
Yeah, the most we didn't even show up game was New England. That's like they didn't even show up. Remember what New England's record was going into that game?
Which game in the Bears 2024 losing streak was the one you hated the most?
It's definitely the New England game. That's when I knew they were cooked. That's when I knew it was over. I didn't know that they were cooked after the Arizona game because things happened in that game and you're like, okay, we'll correct it. Instead of correcting it, they came back and they played a Patriots team that was bad. Is that head coach still there?
No, the Patriots at the time were 2-7 on the season.
And the Bears' record was what? 4-4?
And they were 1-4 away. The Bears were 4-4.
Yeah, they were 4-4. So that's why it was so pivotal. It's like, okay, you get right against a 2-7 Patriots team at home. You're 5-4. You're looking at things very differently. When they lost that game, I was like, oh, this season's over. It's done.
I mean, there was so much quit in that game. So yeah, that's where we were a year ago. The dark place.
Yeah, I was in Vegas watching that game. It was a good time.
Well, Vegas is nice.
It was warm. Toasty even.
You were in a better place.
I was in a better place. But the Bears were not, and neither was this fan base. And now we're seeing a chance to go on the road to Minnesota. And I'm telling you, Layla, if or when, however you want to phrase it, they win this game, the emotions will be high.
Yeah, this
and the hope will be higher.
This glossy playoff graphic that Ray used color ink on for me.
It is glossy.
Will be even more believable because then they will have won their first divisional game this season, by the way. And we have something that we want to tell you about that's a pretty cool event here at 670 The Score, and you can be involved. Keep listening for your chance to win to Football After Dark. Tickets we will give out. It's at Moretti's in Bedford Park on Tuesday, December 2nd with special guest Nashawn Wright. I'm hosting, so I get to ask Nashawn Wright a lot of questions. It should be a really fun event. It really was last year. It's all sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. And it's brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city.
Isn't there like another way, though, you can get in on that action?
Yes, there is. I'm going to be at Captain Jack's Beverages. That's at 15211 Cicero Avenue in Oak Forest next Thursday from 5:30 to 7. You can join me there and register for your chance to win a pair of passes to Football After Dark. So if you don't make it on the call, you can join me there, register for your chance to win a pair of passes. And that is also brought to you by Remy Martin. So that'll be fun. That's on December 2nd.
You're everywhere.
The event.
You're omnipresent.
We try to get outside when we can.
I try to stay inside, but that's just me.
No, that is a lie. That's a lie. The lie detector determines it. Hey, Marshall, what are you doing this weekend?
Staying my tail inside. What are you talking about?
You're not just at the Score. Okay, then where are you where are you working?
I got to go to Mount Carmel for a football game.
And
Mount
that
Carmel
is
and Lincoln Way East. It's a big game.
That would be outside.
No, it's inside a stadium.
And then what are you doing Sunday?
Going over to ABC 7 and hanging out. Also inside. These are inside places, not outside.
Does that sound like it's kind of no? The lie detector.
Outside is
we're
when you're
on
in the
Maury,
streets.
who's the parent here?
No. When you're at a bar or a restaurant, you're outside. I'm at neither of those things.
No, I do. Yeah, that does
outside.
happen. Yeah. Well, this is a liquor store. Does that count?
Yes, that's outside.
All right, let's go outside. Let's go outside next week.
Are you doing shots with the people next week?
No.
Oh.
I don't drink before I have to do a show the next day because my brain doesn't work as well.
Oh, okay. That's disappointing.
That's how I roll. I need my brain to do all the stuff. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. Cubs, what are you doing? Can you explain it to us? Because we don't really know yet.
Do something.
That too. So we're going to ask the question, but did you? Are you sure about that? Did you really learn the lessons you wanted to learn from the trade deadline? Because the actions don't necessarily match up. We're going to take a look next.
Coming up on Spiegel and Holmes, our buddy Pat Manley joins us before 3. Mark Grody with a Bears hit from Hallis Hall as the coordinators speak. It's Thursday, so Coach Wanstead with a beverage at 5 o'clock in studio. The Bulls lose a bad one, and we play categories. All that coming up on Thursday. Today, Spiegel and Holmes, 2 to 6 on The Score.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown of the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of a game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's Second Chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Does this sound like you, where every step or reach is a reminder of what hurts? Oh, do I have good news for you. At QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli and her team taps into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment. And for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. So call QC Kinetics today, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. You order, we deliver. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time. How pros get more done.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
You know that expression, put a little spring in your step? Well, whoever said it must have been talking about Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with Glide Step, you get a pillow-like soft landing, then an explosive takeoff. It makes walking feel effortless. So springy, it's almost like you're floating. And speaking of effortless, have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins technology? Well, Glide Step Skechers slip-ins has got it, and you need it. Just step in. No hands necessary. And instantly your shoes are on. No bending down, no touching. It takes putting on your shoes to a new level of convenience. Whether you're running errands, walking the dog, or on your feet all day at work, Glide Step keeps you comfortable from morning to night, all with the ease of slip-ins. Plus, Glide Step Skechers slip-ins are available in styles for men, women, and kids. From casual to athletic to work footwear, even sandals. So you can get the comfort of Glide Step anywhere, anytime. Put some major spring in your step with Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll be on the phones a ton. We'll try to be as creative as possible. I think there's some years that it's really obvious. You know, the handful of guys you're going to target, the sellers are obvious. I think this year is going to be a year you kind of have to be a little bit more creative.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
But are you sure about that, Jed Hoyer? Because I want to believe you. I want to believe you real bad. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. We broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. I'm going to wishcast this. When we have breaking news on The Score, it's brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food and creating memories.
Wait a minute. Are you wishing that we have breaking news about a big Cubs signing? Is that why you said that I'm going to wishcast this?
Why, Marshall? Why ever do you ask?
Well,
I couldn't possibly be hopefully speaking that into existence.
Seems like that might be the only way we get it Cubs.
I know that this is something that also raised your eyebrow yesterday when you heard Jed Hoyer speak at the GM meetings.
Both.
Both eyebrows?
Both eyebrows on that one.
Not just one, but two?
Right.
Dang.
Because this is my face.
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah.
Oh.
You're not afraid to age for that facial expression. That's how you know.
Oh, yeah. I need the Botox, huh?
No, people's faces should move. Don't mess. I mean, do what you want, but I haven't done it either yet. I'm cheap and lazy. Getting back to the concept, though, of raising your eyebrows because of what people are saying. I didn't mean for this whole hour to be examining like this, but it's kind of turned into it. But here's my main question. When the Cubs say that they learned lessons from the trade deadline, where they said they wanted to go after pitching and the market did tighten up, you knew it was coming because you anticipated this in the offseason, where you didn't do a ton. Not when it came to pitching, not like that, not like you talked about at the trade deadline.
Soroka.
And Kittredge, who got traded back to Baltimore for cash considerations. So then you get Michael Soroka. That was the actual sound of the handshake between Mike Elias and Jed Hoyer. So then now you're saying, oh, the offseason is going to be more pivotal. And Jed Hoyer talked about that at the end of the year. And then he says that he wants to focus on starting pitching. But then when we start looking at the roster, knowing that they've already appropriately extended Colin Ray, you and I both understand that he's not necessarily a defined starter, but pending a healthy Justin Steele. When you go out and you offer the qualifying offer of $22 million to Shota Imanaga, that's not exactly saying you want to do a ton of things different. And it's not like it's not as formatic as how they had to, and formulaic as how they had to extend the qualifying offer to Kyle Tucker. You know, those are two different things in my mind. This was saying you're running the risk of having him come back to the team, and you're going to pay him more than you thought you previously were this year. So when you heard this, what were you thinking?
My honest assessment of listening to Jed Hoyer in his entirety, right? And the message that he was getting across was remembering to last year, the trade deadline did not go as they had planned. There weren't the pitchers available at the prices they thought that they were going to get them. So they had to option for a Michael Soroka as opposed to maybe a frontline starter, a younger guy who still had much, much more consistency and upside.
Seth Lugo got extended, stayed with the Royals.
There's a number of guys that they
Sandy
could have targeted.
Alcantara is still a Florida Marlin. Ooh,
number
Miami
of guys.
Marlin, my bad.
There are so many good pitchers that were not dealt. And not just the Cubs that didn't deal for him, just other guys. Like maybe the biggest deal was Shane Bieber, and he was a guy that wasn't even cleared to pitch at that time. He was still on rehab assignments.
Who just picked up his player option, by the way.
As he should. But the bottom line was, what we were told was that, hey, this didn't happen as we thought it was going to happen, the trade deadline. And so my message from that, just that part in and of itself was, guess what? The trade deadline isn't as guaranteed as it used to be. If we want to make major upgrades to our team, it has to be done in the offseason through free agency and trades then.
So then tell me about how you heard this. Jed Hoyer at the end of this season press conference saying that he regretted not making a bigger move at the deadline. Let's hear Jed say that. Let's go back and listen.
I think if you do this job and do it well, I think you're constantly thinking about what else you could do, and that's natural. But I do feel like when I think back on the most obvious thing that people talk about was starting pitching at the trade deadline, and honestly, like, I haven't really thought about that much since early August because I know what the market was. I know how tight the starting pitching market was. I know to acquire players I thought could impact a pennant race, it would have cost us players that impacted our second half in a big way on the team. And so certainly there's moves going back years that you think about in terms of how you can continue to get better. And I think that, my job is to just keep getting better at this job every single year. So, of course, I think about that. But when it comes to the trade deadline, I don't, just because I know what the market was, and I know what the prices were. And I also know that other teams weren't able to acquire that kind of pitching talent either.
That means teams were asking for players on the major league roster for those pitchers we were just talking about. Guess what? In the offseason, that price has not gone down. But now maybe you're more willing to deal them, except for all I hear is priority pitching, priority pitching, priority pitching.
The market's price is not your price. Period. Paragraph. The market's price has not been the Cubs market's price for a long time. The Cubs price and what the market price are for the talent that they desire are two different things.
But these aren't luxury items. This is going to the grocery store and getting eggs. If the price goes up, it's not like you're buying less eggs. You're still buying eggs.
I've made that correlation many times, even once on this radio station. It was the day before they got Dansby Swanson. Just because you want the price of something to be that doesn't mean it is. The billionaires decided that they wanted to make the price of a lot of what you want higher.
So now
I'm talking about baseball players, but I could be talking about other things.
Well, now the question becomes, so what does that mean?
What do you really want?
Yeah. And what are you willing to pay for it?
Because you can say all this stuff, but what indication do we have that you're actually going to do the things you say you want to do? You're going to have to adjust more than they're going to adjust to you. So what does that look like?
It looks like they're going to have to make some major trades if they're not willing to spend major money to get better on the field in 2026.
I agree with 847. Bieber could have done better as a free agent, but he made his choice. And that's kind of interesting too. So yeah, I mean, I know he wants to do this stuff, and Jed Hoyer says it. And it leads us to believe certain conclusions whenever he says he wants to do something and they don't have the leeway to be able to do it. But we have to question, then what's going on? Because other teams also made deadline trades for starting pitching, and it was in that similar market space. That's the hard part too, is, okay, so when you do have what you have, are you doing the most with the resources that you're able to do? And I don't know if the answer is yes yet.
TBD on that one.
I'm still waiting to see what's happening offensively. We have more coming up on Rahimi Harrison-Grody here on 670 The Score. Coming up next, let's talk about this more with Russ Dorsey. He's at the GM meetings. So what does he know about what the Cubs want to do? And what the major free agents in the league want to do? Scott Boras spoke, so we'll listen to it all. We'll also talk to Russ about it all next.
Bears fans, it's week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score or bets before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Layla for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up and present in Illinois. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Helzberg.com for up to 50% off.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
At Rasny Jewelers, it's the same family for 75 years.
Stan Rasny, CEO at Rasny Jewelers.
To be owned and operated by the same continuous family for 75 years is something that is very powerful and unique.
Daughter and third generation owner Christine agrees.
Rasny Jewelers is truly a family business. You can be in any one of the 4 locations and typically always find a Rasny somewhere in the building.
Indeed. In an industry that's been taken over by corporate stores and online retailers, it's refreshing to know there are still local family jewelers who are still providing exceptional quality, personalized attention, and true expertise.
I cherish when I see in the store that somebody that my parents took care of. When my kids are waiting on great grandkids of the same family, we're a family business developing the future with the next generation.
Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicagoland locations, suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast, and online at rasny.com.
You're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need advanced hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced team. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one in Chicago can offer anything like the Advanced FUE, offered by the world-class team at Advanced Hair. It starts with your free consultation. Call 872-217-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 872-217-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Nice and sunny today, a high of 55.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. We thought we were going to talk to Russ Dorsey, but he might be out there breaking some news at the GM meetings. That does happen every now and then.
He's MIA.
This is one of those times where it's a hurry up and wait business, and that's exactly what goes on at these GM meetings. You could be waiting and chasing down news, and then the next thing you know, something is planned, but you can't do it because that's when you find out something is occurring.
Meat?
Hopefully not that.
It's breakfast time out there, so,
9 o'clock over in Vegas. So we continue to examine. Scott Boras did talk yesterday. And is it right that he ended up making fewer puns than he normally makes?
He made just the same amount of puns.
I think he made the same amount of puns.
Honestly, maybe more.
Because did you guys hear Tanny's comments or his bit yesterday doing
the White Sox?
Boras representing the White Sox players? I was howling.
It was something. It was definitely something.
Oh no, I loved it. I think the Edgar Caro one was probably my favorite, or the Kyle Teal. If you haven't heard it, definitely check it out. It's part of our clips. You can find that on the Odyssey app, or you can go to our YouTube channel or our social media like Instagram. That was one of my favorites.
I did like the Kyle Teal one, especially about leaving opponents feeling blue. Seeing red.
And seeing red.
Yes, all of it. Give me the colors. Give me the color wheel. And that's what Scott Boras is every time this year. He talked for over 40 minutes yesterday. Just the state of the free agency is what we'll call it.
It's basically the GM meetings featuring Scott Boras. Okay, I'm gonna do request hour here for a second. Robbie, should we play the the one about Bregman? For a Scott Boras pun? I'm going to ask for it because I'm looking at a list here and I feel like that's the one that stuck out to me.
Oh, we're playing like Boras roulette just to see what's said?
I just wanted to do it because we were talking
like in Boston, we learned a lot about Bregman in 25 because in Boston, prior to 25, they had a lot of lineup do not polls. And certainly, prior to 25, Boston has been a kind of a club that's been has Duncan well below the playoff line. So, I think it was a bad roast in Beantown, and certainly, and give the owners credit in 25. They went out and spent some Starbucks to bring in a Bregman blend that led them to the playoffs. I'm sure the Boston fans don't want this to be just a cup of coffee, and no one wants a Brexit.
Oh my God!
So I think all teams learned outside of Houston that if you want to have someone that's going to lead a championship army, there's no better general than the Brigadier.
I listen. The Brexit was on point. I would give Brexit credit.
The Brexit is not new material, though. He used that before.
Oh, he used that one before.
Brexit. The Brexit is pretty good.
Comedians bring back jokes, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I hadn't heard the previous, but that was. It was cheesy, but at the same time, the Brexit got me. I did chuckle at that.
The Starbucks. You were listening to Scott Boras Comedy Jam here on Rahimi Harrison Grody. That's what I felt like. Like I think I called that in our group text thread, the Scott Boras Comedy Jam.
Scott Boras would last 60 seconds at the Apollo before that hook came out. That's what I'll say about that.
And does he care? Because he's laughing all the way to the bank?
Because you have to listen to him anyway, because he's got all the pertinent information about guys that, your team might be interested in signing.
I feel like I might be able to get to the bottom of this. Like I might take it upon myself to reach out to Alex Bregman and be like, Are you okay with him talking about you this way? Like, do you think is there a negotiated amount of puns that you have to have, like a conversation with him before he goes out there and does this?
I don't think it hurts my man's contract value because, he opted out for a reason.
But what if you're like Scott? You're limited to 3 puns per reference.
How many was that? 5?
I mean, that was a 6-pack, I feel
think
like.
that was a 5-pack. 5-pack in the Brexit,
Is there-
Brigadier, Starbucks, roast.
Bad roast.
Blend.
Bad roast in Beantown.
Yeah.
I did not see the Starbucks part of it coming. That was more of a Seattle thing, in my opinion.
He just coffee was his lane on now. He's like, I'm just gonna.
He was grasping at any pun possible.
Yeah, anything coffee related, he was gonna make his move.
Well, hold on. This is a good question Robbie raises. Is Scott Boras freestyling this, or is this written material?
Oh, it's written material. It's rehearsed material. This is his time to shine. He had a 40-minute set at the GM meetings, and he made sure that he was prepared. Yeah, get the laugh track ready.
Oh God, there's got to be there's got to be Cody Bellinger puns in here. Do we have the cut that's it's the second one on our list here? It's 2AY2. I'm giving away some secrets here as to how we number these things.
This is just standard.
Oh, we could use our Google Doc too. How about that?
Yes.
All right, so we have the Cody Bellinger.
Really, he's the only 5-tool free agent outfielder. And when you look at season 25, I'd say among all the free agent outfielders, he was the top gun of the class. He was defensively certainly a versatile viper in the outfield, playing both first base and all 3 outfield positions. He was kind of offensively a middle lineup Merlin in the sense that he felt that he's providing power and production. The other thing about Belly that's kind of unique for a guy his age, under 30, he's played in all 3 markets, LA, Chicago, New York. And so really in many ways he's an urban maverick, without a doubt.
Oh, God.
When you think about what he's done in an LA market, he was kind of Hollywood ringing for a championship, MVP. He was kind of a Windy City Wolfman and getting the comeback player of the year. And in New York, he was a true Iceman, cooling any thoughts that he couldn't hit behind Judge. And the other thing about Bellinger this year is that he doesn't have that the qualifying offer is that, that goose is gone. So he's really out of it. So I think that, when it comes to Bellinger, there's no question that, the teams have a need, the need to belly proceed.
Oh, no. This is the Scott Boras Comedy Jam here on Rahimi Harrison Brody on 670 The Score.
I counted 9 that time. The Top Gun references.
Does he deserve it, Robbie?
A laugh track?
No. The Top Gun theme.
Well, it fits. That's what he was trying to pull off here. I get it. But first of all, he started the scrum. He started the belly conversation with an objective lie.
Yeah,
he said Cody Bellinger was the only 5-tool outfielder available in free agency. Who is Kyle Tucker? Is he not a 5-tool player?
He doesn't exist if he's not his client. That's really it.
Yeah, Kyle Tucker is represented by Excel. That's what you need to know.
Next year, when Lauren said he would ship Tanny to go to this press conference because it's like Tanny's thing, we need a camera on Scott Boras and a camera on the assembled media to see their faces every time, like to see if they groan. Like I would love to have a Bruce cam to see Bruce's face during all of this. Like, can you please? This sucks.
That's something Marquis should have done.
Bruce
that's
cam?
social media. That's social media gold.
Wow. He's got to be trolling when he does this stuff because we saw him have a very functional press conference alongside Jed Hoyer and Cody Bellinger.
Those
Do you
are regular.
remember that?
This isn't a press conference. This is a performance. You need to accept what it is. If you don't have the clearance, the media badge, you can't get access to the show. And it is a show that Scott Boras is putting on.
It's just a bunch of dad jokes. Like,
guess what? He knows his audience. A bunch of dads and moms.
Oh my God, they are dads.
They're all a little bit older.
They're all in their quarter zips.
Like, Russ is
living
probably
in some suburban part of a major metropolitan area.
Russ is probably the youngest person covering that.
One of them.
Yeah. As a national guy, he's,
Guys, should we dare try the Pete Alonso? Should we open up the Pandora's box?
There's no doubt that Pete's pursuers are primed to pay the power piper.
Oh, God.
Pete picked the perfect period to play preeminently at a primary position. A playoff parched plethora will pounce to participate in the poll. Pete possesses a pachydermian-like perseverance. I mean, he has a nature about him that is so, and don't get me wrong, power, production, punishing pitchers, they're fully aware of his skill, but what I think they most pay attention to is the core element of what he can do to provide a team that consistency of 40 home runs, power, and production. And because they're just not finding it. They're finding a lot of players in the market that are somewhat there and somewhat not.
What would you say about
pull or plunge? When you look at the number of first basemen that can play 100 games, you'd have to rank Pete right up there in the top 7 or 8, because there aren't many first basemen that can play first base and keep the position. They just don't want to play people there. Forgive the pun, but it's become a platoon, except for Pete.
Forgive that one.
I'm about done with my peas, I think.
That man was, dare I say, on his P's and Q's.
Oh, no, not you two.
Whoa, but
not
look,
you two.
That was strong off the top. He ran out of gas, obviously, but he was ready for the polar bear conversation.
He ran out of petroleum?
Exactly.
Petrol.
Precisely.
Oh, God. Not us, too. By the way, just in case you needed the numbers for reference, which I think are enough to stand on their own for Pete Alonso, 38 home runs, 272 average. His on-base percentage was .347, and his OPS was .871. Hell yeah.
Also, if I can address 773 on the text line, Kyle Tucker is not a 5-tool player. Did you watch games? Horrible defensively.
That's because he was hurt.
Also, the man has a gold glove. Shut up.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
Yeah. I'm laughing at the 847 who says this is Borisment.
I like that.
Yeah, there's only one thing to do in these cases. You just have to make all the dad jokes alongside. Our segment is brought to you by almostfreeteeth.com. Save on dental implants today. So let's not play the Scott Boras comedy jam game with the hitters anymore. What on earth would he say about perhaps Dylan Cease? This one's courtesy of the Marquee Sports Network.
Well, I think we all know how Dylan Cease pitches in Wrigley Field. He is dominant, and to have durability, to have dominance, he has got both. Other than Skubal next year, I don't see a pitcher in the market coming that is going to have the potentials that Cease has and the proven element of durability to go along with that quality and potential. So 200 strikeouts a year, it's just not something the game has. Everybody knows that when you go into the playoffs, you want a number one. Why? You got a 5-game series. You want him to throw twice. You want to have that chance. You want to have your most dominant arm out there. That's why the Dodgers signed Blake Snell. And so those teams that are doing that are winning championships. And I think getting those types of arms are really, really increase your opportunity to achieve that.
Well, that made sense.
Is it bad that the agent's the one making the most sense?
Well, his job is to advocate for his clients to get paid.
But
he doesn't have to really illustrate the value of what Dylan Cease could bring to a team like the Cubs.
How much are you willing, if you're the Cubs front office, if you are in charge, if you have Jed Hoyer's job, how much are you willing to pay Dylan Cease?
That's the question, right? We're trying to figure that out. What is an appropriate AAV for Dylan Cease?
30.
That was pretty much what I was thinking, right? It's got to be a 30.
5 for 150.
See, and that's it. It becomes perhaps the Cubs, because they've never signed anybody to an over $200 million contract. Then therefore, it's got to be in the neighborhood of a certain amount of years. That would make it still under. But the other part of this is I wonder how much, even for the Cubs, that potential stoppage factors in. I can't say that it doesn't. And, I know they've already started to have talks, by the way. Did you see that report come along that said the players' union and ownership has already started to discuss, or at least have preliminary talks? So I guess, good that you're starting the process of however long this is going to take out of the way.
I don't think they're playing baseball in 2027, but maybe I'm just being pessimistic.
The problem I have with it is that we don't necessarily know who's putting it out there.
Well, the other problem is they want a freaking salary cap. This isn't like the past discussions aren't like this current discussion, because the salary cap is a level untold. They're trying to do things in such a radically different way than they've always done things that I just don't see how you can easily come up with a solution for owners willing to lock people out over a salary cap and players who are saying, why would we ever sign up for a salary cap?
Right, because ultimately it prevents their best people from making more money. But what we're seeing right now is the haves and the have-nots. You're seeing a disappearing middle class, both in baseball and in the world, especially in the United States. But when it comes to how that reflects, it's kind of a similar idea. The ones at the top are making a ton of money. And then the players who have years of control on rookie deals, for example, are becoming more valuable because of the time and not necessarily the money. So then that leaves a lot of your free agents who are in the middle dangling for a long time, as we've seen. The guys that we've talked about are the big names on the market. It's the other ones that fill in the gaps that can also really help you.
I've revised my Dylan Cease AAV. I realize it's not going to be 30.
Ooh, 847 said maybe Scott Boras could cease. See, you're good. You've had two good puns so far.
My goodness. Just want to point out some of the recent starting pitcher deals. There's Blake Snell, 5 years, 182.
Ooh.
That's $36 million per year. I think it's going to be closer to 40 than 35. Jacob deGrom, 5 years, 185. That's $37 million a year. And the way inflation works, I know you're familiar with that. We all are. It's probably going to be closer to 40 than 35 for Dylan, if not 40 million
is
a year.
Dylan Cease even that good? Is he deserving of that this year? 8-12 record, obviously records don't matter. 4.55 ERA, 1.1 WAR.
Can I introduce you to the Cubs pitching lab?
I do like that, and the fact that he has the speed, but the fact that we're talking about $40 million for a guy who is, I don't know.
I think the thing is, what, Dylan is not yet 30, right? Or is he just at 30?
He's 28, I believe.
Yeah. So you know that you're getting him relatively young.
Or maybe he's older than that.
29.
29.
So
yeah.
you know you're getting him still relatively young. I know that there is a wrong side of 30 when it comes to starting pitchers. I don't think he's there yet. And I think that, unfortunately, when you're facing the best division in baseball in the NL West, like he was for the last couple of years in San Diego, that's probably affecting your numbers negatively more than they would in another division.
He'll be 30 in December, just letting you know.
Okay, yeah, I knew it was somewhere right around there. So I think he probably sets the market, but it's just a matter of how. And Robbie, that's the discussion, right? That's the discussion every GM is going to have right now. Is he really worth it based on those numbers and what you think you can do with him? And the bigger question also becomes, does Shota Imanaga accept the Cubs qualifying offer? Because if so, then we have a massive amount of things to discuss. Coming up next year on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score, we got to talk fantasy football. There's a game tonight, whether or not you want to watch it. So let's talk about the game this evening, along with your fantasy football weekend. Paul Charchian, our expert, is next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score, always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council. Hey, Chicago, if your commercial business needs a new roof or has persistent leaks, call a Chicagoland Roofing Council roofing and waterproofing contractor whose service technicians all complete a 5-year apprenticeship training program. Learn more about keeping your business dry at chicagoroofing.org.
Hey, it's Coach Wanstead. When I need a perfect getaway, I hit the Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. My wife and I love the first-class treatment they give you. The staff, from the valet to the dealers, are absolutely incredible. The hotel rooms are first class, the live entertainment is next level, and the food is out of this world. Whether you're playing your favorite table games or just watching the games at the sportsbook bar, it's always a guarantee win. Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment and sports escape. Tell them Coach Wanstead sent you.
There's a steak and seafood company based right here in Chicagoland that only sources the top 2% of USDA prime steak for their customers. Hi, Layla Rahimi here for Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. And if you love a great steak and the smell of grilling makes your mouth water, you have to check out Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. This is not the same steak that you find in warehouse clubs or grocery chains. The owners, Chris and Susie, well, I know them because that's how you get to know people at Second City Prime. You know the owners. And they scour the globe. They only source the top 2% of prime steak, filet mignon, Japanese Wagyu, Australian Wagyu, bone-in ribeye, porterhouse, New York strip. Plus, you'll find domestic Colorado lamb, Spanish Iberico pork, wild game, and the best wild seafood. The scallops are a big hit for me. This holiday season, enjoy some of the best steaks on the planet. Order some today and have a mouth-watering meal tomorrow. Steaks from Second City Prime make great gifts for friends, family, and clients, too. Order $200 or more, and they ship free at that price, and orders placed before 5 p.m. Monday through Friday ship the same day. Visit secondcityprime.com. That's second, SECOND, cityprime.com.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday Touchdown Jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. Yes, $2 million. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you've got to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TC of the game, you can win your bet plus a share of the bonus bets. Yes, if your player scores the first or last touchdown, you can win a share of the bonus bet. Visit FanDuel.com/score and take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. Opt-in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who make the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi? Learn more at depend.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Texas may have been on their bye, but it didn't stop the Longhorns from climbing the polls. After a 4-game winning streak, including 2 wins over top 10 teams, Texas moved up 3 spots to number 10 in the latest rankings. Now they're 7-2, back in the SEC title conversation and gearing up for a huge showdown at number 5 Georgia. Arch Manning, once mocked for a slow start, has now come alive, and Texas is showing it can still live up to the preseason hype. I'm Maggie Gray.
I think you're really underestimating the broad sexual appeal that I have.
Paul Charchian, fantasy football guru.
And we get to find out now if all our fantasy drafts, we all love our teams right now. Half of us are going to be like, oh, what have I done?
Chief Execution Officer at Guillotine Leagues at fantasylife.com.
Manungai looks so comfortable in this offense. I love what they've built around him. And when you look to the future here, I feel like Kyle Manungai has got a big role in this offense.
Paul Charchian with Rahimi Harrison Grody on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
We love talking to Paul Charchian on Thursdays because that's how we start our fantasy football weekend. He is the Chief Execution Officer of the Guillotine Leagues at fantasylife.com. And of course, Charch is a Minnesota guy. So we get to talk to him during Vikings week, which is always exciting too. We think that there's a good chance the Bears could win this game in Minnesota.
Yes.
For their first divisional win of the season, Charch.
Yeah, it's a good time to face the Vikings right now as they're trying to onboard J.J. McCarthy. It has been trying for Viking fans. You know, if you recall, if you go back, dial the clock back to last February, this team had Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones on roster and and J.J. McCarthy. And they ultimately ended up going with what might end up being the worst of the 3 quarterbacks. And it's way too early to judge, obviously anything finally for J.J. McCarthy, but so far it hasn't looked great. Accuracy has not been good. He had, I believe, 5 batted balls last week, and he's had 1 in every start. That's a continuing problem for him. Offensive line play has not been great. Vikings can't seem to get the running game consistently going, and you've got a coach who doesn't seem to trust his running game that much. So it's just everything's a work in process right now for Minnesota, and it wouldn't surprise me to see the Bears come out of this thing with the win.
Paul Charchian joins us via the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa app today. He's also on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score.
Charch, I was just going to ask, what's your confidence level in this team and that their ability to win ball games?
Not great, honestly. I just where the Vikings are right now is you get the wobbly quarterback play. The defense, which can be great, and they tend to really perform well against younger quarterbacks who haven't seen it all, haven't been there, haven't experienced a million blitz and a million pre-snap different reads and all the things that Brian Flores does. But when it comes down to facing veteran quarterbacks who have seen it all and don't unravel by all the pre-snap weirdness that Brian Flores loves to give, that's where the Vikings are just getting killed, is through the air by good quarterbacks. And whether or not Caleb Williams is at that level, I don't know yet. I don't think he is quite yet. I think you can still force Caleb into bad plays, but it might not matter. There's going to be so much DeAndre Swift and Kyle Manungai coming in this game that I think that's going to be ultimately the storyline of a Bears victory, is going to be those two, that 1-2 punch, your offensive line just dominating in run block. They're 4th best in run block win rate. And the Vikings run defense has been okay, but I just see a ton of Swift and Monangai coming. And ultimately that's going to be the storyline, I think, of this game is the Vikings the Bears end up winning on just the power running game that we're going to see coming here.
Well, yeah, I think, Charge, that's where I'm looking, is because the Bears, I think, need it to help control the clock for them. They build so much off of play action. We know that that's a massive part of their game. But also, I just looked at the box score last week for the Vikings. They lost to the Ravens 27-19. And the Vikings' vaunted defense, we know how much people love it. Brian Flores will show you a million different looks when it comes to whether or not he's going to blitz. But that run defense has been soft recently. They gave up 152 yards on the ground last week.
Yeah, you nailed it. You nailed it. And that's part of why I think it's going to be a Swift and Monangai game. You know, since the Week 5 bye, DeAndre Swift running at 6 yards per carry, over 6, and Kyle Monangai at 5.8. I just think that's the path of least resistance here. And then, you know, your cornerbacks are watching. Is Tyreek Stevenson going to possibly miss this game? Because that would mean you're out number 1, number 2, and number 3 cornerbacks. What do we know on Tyreek Stevenson at this point?
Well, he played last week, so that was a positive sign in the right direction. But unfortunately for the Bears, they've had guys come back briefly and then be out again, so it's a fair question.
And then, you know, your team's getting attacked in the slot pretty much every game. You know, no Kyler Gordon will do that. The Vikings can run all 3 of the receivers from the slot. And so I think you're going to see this team try to attack that way. And it might be Addison, it might be Jefferson. Jalen Naylor coming off a 100-yard game. That could end up being a factor here as well. So I think that's going to be one of the things, if you really want to nerd out and you want to watch what could be a potentially great matchup, that might be it. Because Nick McLeod, CJ Gardner-Johnson have not proven themselves capable at slot cornerback. And I know your team's been trying to get good reps out of those guys. That's a lot of how teams are attacking you, and I think the Vikings will too.
Let's talk about another big receiver that's gotten a lot of attention this season.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown says that fantasy managers should drop him. He literally said that on a live stream. Is he right?
We've never had, I don't think, a player this good say that you should just outright drop them. We have a term for this called the sabotage drop. The sabotage drop is the boldest, ballsiest move in fantasy football, totally incompatible with the innate cowardice of 95% of fantasy managers. This is where you outright drop a big name player who has been frustrating you and will become somebody else's problem. This all has the hallmarks of a sabotage drop for A.J. Brown. By the way, also a note that you probably don't want your athletes with just like an open mic for an entire game of Madden, because God only knows what they're going to end up saying over the course of the whole thing. So let me ask you two this. For players at A.J. Brown's level, do you think squeaky wheel gets the grease at an A.J. Brown level, and they're going to turn around in this game against the Lions secondary that has struggled a lot lately? Do you think A.J. Brown gets fed the ball intentionally in this game?
Yes, but I think that's because they have to do that to keep up with the Lions offense, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's going to happen because guys like A.J. Brown also don't not eat for a long time. You know what I mean? That might happen here and there. Mm-hmm. But somebody like that is going to get his water will find its statistical level at the end of the season. This might be one of those opportunities. These are two vastly different offensive styles. They're going to have to throw more than they have previously.
Agreed. They're going to have to throw more. And offensive coordinator in Philly is Kevin Patullo, right? They had Kellen Moore last year. He was great, Super Bowl, and then he goes on to be the head coach of the Saints. Kevin Patullo's getting killed in the Philadelphia media. The fan base has very little tolerance for this. It's most of the same players that they had last year on a great offense. They've only got so many levers to pull. When A.J. Brown is cooking, he is one of the toughest players to defend. He roasted my Vikings a couple of weeks ago. I think they do go back to him here. And the other reason you can't drop A.J. Brown, they've got the Cowboys coming up in 2 weeks, and they've got your Bears coming up in 3 weeks.
Don't do that.
And if you're still short Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson, I want that matchup.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
That's painful to think about.
Another fair point is this whole Jordan Love situation. He doesn't look elite on the field. Is he still worth starting in fantasy?
By the way, I mean, how much, just be honest, how much are you enjoying Jordan Love's struggles right now?
I don't even know that I'm enjoying it.
I am.
It's just.
I am.
I'm unsurprised by it, I think is the way I would describe it.
This is a new time for the NFC North where the Packers don't have a surefire thing at quarterback.
It's been a couple of decades.
Where they don't have a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. By the way, let's not shortchange these decades. Marshall, 3 decades
you're right.
of Hall of Fame level quarterbacking, right? I mean, we've had to live through it all too long here. I'm going to put a fantasy spin on Jordan Love's struggles, but I think there's still overriding real life validity here as well. Over his last 20 games, Jordan Love has thrown 0 or 1 touchdown in 13 of the 20.
That's crazy.
I mean, at some point, that is crazy. I mean, you need your quarterback to throw touchdowns at some level. I mean, I don't think that's like fantasy guy talking that I need more than 23 passing touchdowns in his last 20 games. That's awful. To put another name on that output, that's Trevor Lawrence.
Ooh.
Yikes. But Trevor Lawrence and Jordan Love are both getting paid handsomely now that I think about it. Yeah,
they are getting paid.
It also I think it speaks to fantasy in so many different ways, Charge, when it comes to you don't even know who the leading receiver is going to necessarily be for Green Bay on a given day.
It's such a mess, that wide receiver room. I'm not starting any of them. And granted, they've cycled in guys who've been hurt and they haven't had Jaden Reed all season, but on a week in and week out basis, that organization has completely failed to find an alpha receiver, right? Who is their go-to guy? You found yours. Rome Odunze is your alpha receiver. That is absolutely happening, and I believe he is going to be great going forward. They've been trying to find that. They hoped Matthew Golden would be that guy. That hasn't happened yet. Injury is a partial excuse to it, but he's going to play in this game. But it's still just a collage of guys, none of whom seem to have the skill and talent to take that passing game to the next level. And that's been an ongoing problem for the Packers. It doesn't look like it's changing anytime soon. And probably doesn't change, by the way, in this game against the Giants. As you know, as a team that has recently played the Giants, you just attack that team on the ground and you just run your way to victory. And that's probably going to be what happens here. I don't think Jordan Love is looking at a lot of passes. He's not going to have a starting center. Elton Jenkins is great. He's going to be out for this game. I don't think this thing gets better for Jordan Love this week, even against the Giants.
Things looking up for Patrick Mahomes against the Broncos?
Well, this really tough matchup. Broncos are so good. And, for Mahomes, this is a do or die game. If they lose here, there's almost no scenario where the Chiefs are able to continue their 9-year run as AFC West champs. They're going to be so far behind the Broncos and the Chargers that I don't see how they get back to home field. And then, of course, they'll have to go on the road where Patrick Mahomes has only played 3 games out of his 17 playoff games, only 3 on the road. Now, granted, he has had success on the road. He went to Buffalo and won. He went to the Ravens and won on the road, but still much tougher path for him if they don't win here. Broncos pass defense is unbelievable, even without Patrick Surtain. Their pass rush is on pace to be the greatest of all time. Damn. Right now, they are leading in sacks by 14 sacks over the next closest team, Seattle. Their pressure rate is 43%, which is the highest all time in the next-gen stats era. So this is a really tricky spot. And Sean Payton has owned Patrick Mahomes. Last 3 games against Patrick Mahomes, Mahomes has only managed 2 touchdown passes.
That's ridiculous. That may be the stat of the day. Paul Charchian, we always enjoy talking to you. Thanks for chatting it out in the North with us.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, tons of fun. Yeah, we'll see how these Vikings Bears goes, but I think your team's going to win. We don't need to recap next week, but you'll know. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Talk to you later.
George.
Bye-bye.
That is Paul Charchian. You can find his work at Paul Charchian on X. He is also, as we mentioned, the Chief Execution Officer of the Guillotine Leagues at fantasylife.com. Coming up next, a declaration that I think is just frankly out of pocket.
They say in baseball, when you're washed as a hitter, the pitchers will let you know. In real life, when you're washed as a person, the kids will let you know. Wait until you hear what's going on. Now, you're completely against this, aren't you?
I have my reasons.
All right, we'll talk about it. That's coming up
The
next.
Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
You should never apologize for wins. Never. It's seeing the Bears in a position where people can dream, and you can look at the last 8 games. And for me, the number is 10. Can you find 10?
I
Can
agree.
you find 4?
From now, it's can you find 4?
Can you find 4 out of the next 8? That's up to you.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Play of the day is Patriots running back Travion Henderson going over his rushing prop of 78.5 yards. Henderson is coming off a breakout game last week, racking up 147 yards and 2 touchdowns in the Patriots win over the Bucs. Plus, the positive game script usually is good for running backs, and the Patriots are 13-point home favorites over the Jets tonight. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Does this sound like you, where every step or reach is a reminder of what hurts? Oh, do I have good news for you. At QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli and her team taps into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment. And for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. So call QC Kinetics today, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. This November, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest for 5 years.
Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Rahimi Harrison Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision, Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs, it's a choice for pros who invest in performance, not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
We're talking to play-by-play man Kevin Harlan. You're the best when it comes to play-by-play of life.
We're sending Marshall Harris to D.C. to run on the field.
Come on, Marshall. Bring it home, baby. We're ready for you.
The Rahimi Harrison Grody Show. Middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
What time is it?
It's halftime.
That it is. It is halftime. We spent our first hour talking about some of the stuff that Caleb Williams said both yesterday and on Sunday after the game. He gave really good examples about how he remains calm before the Bears went down, for example, in the fourth quarter to win the game against the Giants. He also talked about going through his reads. If you missed it, you can go to the Odyssey app, go to that rewind feature, and that's when you can hit up the chapters and you can listen to it for yourself. We also asked the question, did the Cubs actually learn any lessons from the trade deadline? Like, you say you want pitching, but you don't have a lot of room to make that happen. So then, therefore, what is going to happen? And then we also took part in the dad joke fest that was Scott Boras. Paul Charchian just give us the lowdown on fantasy football for the weekend as well.
It's halftime.
Okay. You mentioned dad jokes. I want to play something that we found online that was disturbing to say the least. Speaking of fathers and how important they are to our society. Because I grew up in the era that I didn't know has ended, but apparently the Air Monarch era is over. Because listen to what was said online about my beloved Air Force One by Blacksmith on Instagram.
So I was at the comedy club last night, and the manager of the club, she has a teenage son. They're Gen Z, so I like to talk to them because they keep me up on game so I can tell what's going on in this generation after us. Because I'm 33, you know, I'm a little outdated when it comes to the hip new lingo. So I walk in wearing these shoes, and they say, "Oh, watch out, Raj got on the dad shoes." Dad shoes? It's an Air Force One.
Yes, that's right. The shoes he's referring to are the Air Force Ones, you know, the ones referenced in Nelly's outstanding song and video, Air Force Ones.
As in, give me 2 pairs. I need 2 pairs.
Get to stomping in my Air Force Ones. And it gets worse, Layla.
Of course it does.
Because
why be able to enjoy anything in life?
Because not only did the kids tell him that he had dad shoes on, he looked down at their feet, and you know what these kids were wearing? They were wearing New Balances, a.k.a. the dad shoes of my youth.
Oh, so it's become the socks, huh? Because you know how ankle socks were not a thing when we were growing up. And when ankle socks happened, we were like, oh my God, thank God. We don't have to wear these crew socks, these slouch socks, these mom and dad socks anymore. And I tried to like go back to the crew sock, but then they just made my legs look like 1.5 inches long. And I was like, nope, not doing it. Not doing this. I did not suffer to go back to wearing these crew socks. And you know what? I feel the same way about Air Force Ones. And I part my hair to the side. You know why? Because I'm not young and I don't care. So you can call them dad shoes all you like. But like I've said, at least I have assets, like a 401k that I started when I was younger. Now, can I buy real estate? I share their sentiment there. But I'm cool with it. I have a job. I'm going to part my hair to the side. And I'm not looking for their approval. But good luck trying to stand on business in your shoes, children. And I have New Balances. But I'm just not wearing them all the time. The shoes that I go to the most are my Air Force One Elevates. The pink and green, special edition.
The song Air Force Ones by Nelly was released in 2002. So I had to really kind of get introspective on this.
That is unfortunately a little bit.
Yeah, that song's 23 years old. So maybe it's us, Layla.
How old are the Jordans? How old are the Air Jordans?
I mean,
How old is the Air Jordan? How old is the Jordan 1?
That's not fair.
Nope, it is fair. It's 100% fair.
Air Force, I mean, the Jordans go back to like 1989?
Air Jordan 1 was
86?
released to the public April 1st of 1985.
All right, then. All right.
That shoe is Unk.
That shoe is 40 years old. That shoe is 40 years old. But they're still making Jordans they're still making Air Force Ones, obviously, too. But does this not make you pause and say...
You shouldn't even care what I'm wearing anyway.
But you're going to get clowned.
Part.
What are those? You know the culture. That's what it is, man. You put stuff on your feet.
I don't care about their attention.
I agree with you.
My great aunt wore bootcut jeans while everybody else was wearing like mom jeans, and she was cool as hell. And that was the lesson I learned. When it looks good, do you.
But is it concerning that these kids now, or is it just appropriate, really, that these kids who were not born when Air Force Ones were released, when the song was released, is it appropriate that they're now calling everyone who wears Air Force Ones dad? I mean, technically, the dude said he was 33 years old. You're old enough to be a father of at least a high school kid, probably.
They're too busy excluding everything to let you know what the options are. Like, you're so busy saying no that you haven't said yes to options.
It's the New Balances being cool that's really thrown me for the
But
loop.
also with the youth, like I think one of the most bought shoes with the youth right now is Crocs, and I think Crocs are one of the silliest looking shoes out there. Even
they're
though
so comfortable.
They're super comfortable.
Yeah.
But people are wearing like Crocs to school and stuff, and I think that looks insane.
No, I stopped wearing Crocs the minute I stopped having to carry a TV camera every day. Like that, they were great when it came to like being cushy and like withstanding the elements, because when I'd be outside, like then I'd have to run around and like I would wear like the non-clog Crocs.
Yeah.
And they were great to shoot video in because they breathed and you could get them wet and it wasn't a problem. But you want to do this to the Air Force Ones? That's cool. Except the problem is the whole thing is defined by personality traits being trends and telling people what they don't look good in versus what they do. So if you want to live that life, that's fine. Go ahead. I don't care.
I am a function over flash person, which I think all the people who are listening know. I think you guys know. Function over flash. I'm in here, t-shirt, hoodie. When do I put a suit on? When they pay me to put a suit on. That's literally when I put a suit on. So I get it. I'm a little disheartened to know that we're of an age now where the kids are laughing at us openly about what I think is one of the greatest shoes of all time.
If I told you 10 years ago that people would be laughing at you while wearing New Balance and slouch socks, what would you say?
F them.
There it is. In the words of Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
You know how I feel about the kids.
Yeah.
Y'all go right ahead. Be young. If being young means wearing that for you, I can't stop you, but I'm certainly not going to care.
As my grandmother says, you either get older or you die. What sounds more appealing to you?
Yeah. I'm not focused on all that. I'm going to part my hair to the side. I'm going to do what I want.
Me too. I'm going to part my hair to the side as well.
Now, am I going to buy new clothing? Yes. Am I going to buy new shoes? Sure.
I'm not.
But I'm wearing my Air Force Ones along with all the other shoes I wear. And if somebody needs to judge me on that, then that says more about them than me.
We're so washed.
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I've been washed then.
I know.
I've been washed and I don't care.
Yeah.
Unk and Unkette.
I got a
It's
job
Unk
and
and
a
Auntie.
401k. I'm living life.
He called you Unkette.
Oh, and are they saying this to me while still living at their parents' house because they can afford rent? Cool. At least I can afford rent.
I don't know that's something we should be celebrating, but yes,
Me neither,
I get it.
but at least I can afford my rent. So that's what I'm doing. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harris and Grody on 670 The Score, it's time for 5 on It. We have a couple of really compelling football questions and then a scary basketball question. And then another scary question. So I'll face my fear. Let's do it next.
Coming up this afternoon, tune in at 5 p.m. for the Four Winds Forecast with Dave Wanstead. Coach Wanstead will join the Spiegel and Holmes show to preview the weekend's games. And for your chance to win a $200 gift card to Four Winds Casino and Resort.
You know, he's got the arm, he's got the intelligence, he's got the athletic ability.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Brought to you by Four Winds Casino and Resort in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. It's the Patriots and the Jets. What an opportunity. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you will win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Layla for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up and present in Illinois. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Compassion is more than just care. It's commitment. At UI Health, your story guides us, shapes us, and inspires us. And we're with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory. At UI Health, our care heals, our care saves, and our care triumphs. Find expert care for your journey at uihealth.care.
The holidays are back at Starbucks, so share the season with a peppermint mocha. Starbucks signature espresso, velvety mocha, and cool peppermint notes, topped with whipped cream and dark chocolate curls. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is Carrie Cooper. It was a small complex of bungalows in the LA neighborhood of Echo Park in the early 70s. The gigging and collaboration between Linda Ronstadt, Glenn Fry and Jackson Browne was the beginning of Southern California rock. More at FocusOnRock.com.
Getting engaged soon? Engagement ring shopping is harder and riskier than ever before. Diamond shape, diamond size, ring style, even the cut of a diamond can affect its value by 40 or 50%. Listen, make it easy on yourself. Go to Rasny Jewelers. They'll teach you how not to make a mistake. They are the diamond experts, and they got 4 Chicagoland locations. Rasny Jewelers is family owned. They've been serving Chicagoland for 75 years, so they know how to make the process stress-free. Their diamonds are the best out there. A Rasny diamond is one she will be proud to wear. So before you try and buy a diamond online or go to one of these corporate chains, visit any Rasny Jewelers location. Let them teach you how to buy smart. Rasny Jewelers, Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and on Chicago's Gold Coast. Online at Rasny.com. If your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or a bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer and Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday, it's going to end soon. So here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever, and they make it so easy. Comer and Cross employees are all professionals. They don't use any subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly, and they even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer and Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to Comer, COMER Cross.com.
Shop Jewel Osco for USDA Choice Beef Chuck Roast at $3.99 a pound, limit 10 pounds. Fresh Atlantic salmon fillets are just $5.99 a pound, limit 10 pounds. Plus, don't miss this week's hot digital deals on premium produce.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile. Thanks, Zoe.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
It's time for 5 on. Naylor Rahimi and Marshall Harris with Mark Grody bring you 5 topics on their minds today on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Number 1.
The Bears had another lengthy injury report Wednesday that included the following players sitting out of practice. Cornerback Tyreek Stevenson with a shoulder, Jaquan Brisker with the back, and receivers Rome Odunze with an ankle and DJ Moore with the shoulder. Now I will ask you to fill in the blank of the 4 players I just listed, not having, insert name here, would have the biggest impact on the Bears' chances of beating the Vikings on Sunday.
Also, when you looked at that injury report, what was the first noise that came to mind? Because for me, it was, ah! That's not good. And I know there were a couple of NIRs, rest, Kevin Byard, Grady Jarrett. Welcome to also being told that you wear dad shoes. Welcome to being old. But in the meantime, I think the biggest concern I have is still TJ Edwards. I think that Tyreek Stevenson, I'm assuming, is gonna play in this scenario. I need the second and the third levels of the defense to be as intact as they possibly can going into a game where Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison are real.
Wait, are we making up our own rules here? He listed 4 players and you refused to name one of the 4 players.
I said TJ Edwards.
He's not one of the 4 players.
I'll go over the 4 players again. It's okay, just for everyone. Cornerback Tyreek Stevenson
I thought
with the
it was
shoulder.
the entire list of DNPs.
just these 4.
There were 8 DNPs.
This is very specific to these 4 players.
I thought they were just like part of the DNP list as examples.
Oh no, these were the 4 I personally wanted to zero in on.
Somebody help Layla, please.
Because these were the 4
That's a drop?
I love that.
We have that on file?
That happened this week. This is when you were having the laughing
Oh,
outbreak
yeah,
at
when
the
you
beginning
couldn't
of 5
stop
on
laughing.
I don't even remember what I was laughing about.
It
was about the Chris Kendall market. Oh, no, we're not going down that road again.
It's
We're
me
not.
picturing Robbie trying to write things down, wearing an elf hat and mittens.
But we're going to reset this for just these 4 specific players because I know it is an extensive injury list, but I want to zero in on cornerback Tyreek Stevenson, safety Jaquan Brisker, Rome Odunze, and DJ Moore.
Okay, fine, Tyreek, but I still want TJ Edwards back.
Of course.
We all want TJ Edwards back. That's why that would have been a cop-out answer.
I seriously thought that was just the 4 you were mentioning out of the 8.
No, that's but you narrowed it down. You narrowed it down to one of those 4. So
hey, Layla, I agree with you. Out of these 4, it's got to be Tyreek because let me tell you something.
I am making up my own rules, but I don't care. There's 8 players and it freaks me out.
It's not a great injury list. It's not a great injury
When
list.
I know Jefferson, Addison, and Naylor, who's been getting a lot of targets lately from J.J. McCarthy, all going to be out there, I'm going to need all the cornerbacks. I know they're not all healthy, but the ones you have, even if they have like a bum shoulder, be out there.
Yeah, then a body tackle is okay, right?
It has to be.
Yeah.
No choice.
Just fly into somebody. I don't know. The other thing I'm laughing about is Jaquan Brisker. Like, he's going to see Justin Jefferson. And you know, at some point he's going to be like, what the hell were you saying?
I forgot about that. That's not good, Layla. That's not good. That's not good.
They're going to have to, like, this is going to be the meeting since everybody talked.
This is bad. I forgot about it. I might have to change who I predict to win this game based on what Layla just brought up. If you forgot, Jaquan Brisker talked about talking trash to one Justin Jefferson and how he shut him down in the second half of a game, and he didn't really shut him down.
He said he made him cry. And Justin Jefferson's like, what are you talking about? Did he have 157 yards at the half or something?
He had a lot of yards. He had over 100 yards at the half, and he didn't need as many after the halftime.
So you're talking about with you, Gardner Johnson, and you mentioned Tyreek Stevenson as well. Does that get in? Do you try to get into the heads of the other team? Is that really what it comes down to?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We're going to talk, and it does. I mean, especially the way I talk and the way other people talk. I mean, we get in people's head. Grown men over be really crying out there. Grown man with kids. Like, imagine that. Like, seriously. Yeah, so it's hilarious. I wish I was mic'd up every game.
Give us an example of a little trash talk.
My rookie year, you could ask Kendall Vittle. He was at corner, and I was talking a lot of trash to Justin Jefferson, and he was crying. The second half, that's when he dropped like every ball. First half, he killed this, but second half, just pay attention to the game. You'll see. That's an example, though.
And you found that game.
There was one time in which Justin Jefferson was targeted, and he did not pull in the catch out of 13 times.
Was that also when Matty Eberflus was like, no, Jalen Johnson isn't going to travel. We don't want our best corner on the team's best receiver. My system's too good.
It's just so bad. But yeah, that's my answer. Tyreek Stevenson.
Number 2.
J.J. McCarthy was a limited participant in practice Wednesday because of a bruised hand he sustained in the third quarter of the Vikings' 27-19 loss to the Ravens. Minnesota coach Kevin O'Connell said this about J.J. McCarthy's status.
Just so you guys are aware, J.J. McCarthy will have a little, bandage or coverage on the top of his hand. He hit it on a helmet at one point in the game, late in the game, and everything's checked out, but we just want to get out in front of potentially making sure you guys are aware from a communication standpoint exactly what that is. Don't see that affecting really his week of preparation very much at all.
Knowing that, how much do you fear Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy this Sunday?
Here's the thing. J.J. McCarthy was doing some old creative angling for the cameras. He wore a hoodie with a very big kangaroo pocket and then just kept his hands in the kangaroo pocket the whole time.
Immediately when you said kangaroo pocket, I thought about when I was 5 and I had a pair of kangaroos. They had the little pouch on them. You could zip up. I just wanted to share that.
The roos?
Yeah, roos.
Oh, that's
ROS.
adorable.
Yeah.
So he hit his hands the whole time. Does that sound like somebody who, frankly, is confident in their status for Sunday?
I think he has to be, because if not him, then who?
Yeah, because Carson Wentz has got like one arm, right?
He does. He has 2 arms. Only one of them is functioning right now.
Okay.
I think I'm not very afraid of J.J. McCarthy. I think the Bears learned their lesson. They've come a long way. I'll be more scared if the aforementioned Tyreek Stevenson or the aforementioned Jaquan Brisker can't play on Sunday. Then I'll become a little bit more fearful. But J.J. McCarthy, never has the mission been so simple. Put that man on his back repeatedly. Hi, Montez Sweat. Keep your streak going. Hey, Austin Booker. Why don't you go get another one? Hey, Ceedee. What's up? Do that thing you do.
They're going to need everybody.
Number 3.
It's 5 on it with Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris. Mark Grody will be on the show at 12:45, bringing us the latest from Hallis Hall. Here's question number 3. We're going to make a little pivot to some basketball. On a scale of 1 to 10 on the embarrassment meter, where would you rate the Bulls' 124-113 loss to the injury-riddled Pistons last night.
Okay, so I took some notes on my Bulls portion of my notes app here.
Oh, I love this.
Oh, yeah, I see. What does it say?
It says a
Bulls.
lot of stuff I can't read because it's really small.
And then a ton of fine print. I have one for the Cubs. I have one for the Bears. I just keep some notes. The Pistons were missing 7 players from their normal rotation. 7! Like, B-Ball Paul was a focal point of last night. Some dude named Dennis. Like, what? They were down by 23. The Bulls were in this game. Yes, it's embarrassing when the Pistons decided to play only, less than half of their available players at that point? They just kept showing Cade Cunningham seated, baseline on the bench. I don't like courtside on the bench. The whole thing was incredibly frustrating. But it was the part where, like, I'm talking a lot about B-Ball Paul today. You know, there were some dudes with some career nights last night, and I think that should be the part that really upsets the Bulls. So if the embarrassment meter is a 1 to 10, and we got to put it at least a 7.5.
It's a 9 for me.
Woo.
Team's missing 4 of its 5 starters, and as you mentioned, 7 players overall. Their best player is sitting down. You have a chance for guys to step up and do the thing on the road, and you never even lead the game. Wire to wire. Pistons by as much as 23. Now, they did come back to cut it to 4 late, but it just wasn't enough. I thought Kevin Huerter described it very well about them, I think, getting their teeth kicked in, is the quote.
Oh, my God. There were like 8 Javantes out there last night. Like, they had me looking up Javante's career. I didn't realize that he played for our favorite team, Ratio Farm Ulm, a.k.a. Ratio Farm. That was Noah Essengay's team in Germany. I learned stuff about Javante Green last night.
And again, I thought Modest was going to do more. He had 21 points, 14 rebounds, and blocked a couple of shots. But they turned the ball over 21 times. Not good.
God.
It was a very tough watch. So yeah, I'm going to put it at somewhere between an 8.5 and a 9.
Paul Reed.
It was bad.
B-Ball Paul, 28 points, 11 for 13 shooting, 13 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 steals.
Is that good?
Is that his best game ever?
I don't think it's his best game ever, but it's up
Sixers
there.
B-Ball Paul?
That man was a beast when Joel Embiid was unavailable, which is quite frequent.
Fair enough.
I feel like I'm legally obligated to chime in on here. First of all, the Pistons, wagon, 1-8 straight. Second of all, without Giddey, what are the Bulls? Actually, really, what are the Bulls without Josh Giddey? Without Kobe White? They're not very good.
Well, yeah, those are their 2 best players, period.
Well, you just lost to a team without their best 4 players.
7.
That's the point.
B-Ball Paul had a career night. Yeah.
I miss you, Giddey. Come back.
Number 4.
Switching to baseball. Shouldn't the Cubs just bring back Kyle Tucker?
If you think that pitching is your biggest concern, then yeah, because I don't understand if it's not. That guy has a significant enough WAR to matter. So when it was all said and done, his I think it's his B WAR. That's the one I read last night. Was still over 4.5. So yeah, how are you replacing that exactly? Like, even for everything bad that happened, I think his first half WAR was over 6. So you should bring him back, because then it'd be awesome, because you're being like, hey, MLB, we're going to pay dudes more than what you thought we could. And then also we're going to have offense, and then we're going to probably have a healthy year of Kyle Tucker playing.
If you were Kyle Tucker, would you want to come back? So when you say it's a 2-way street,
I think it's a monetary thing for Tucker, right? Like, it's going to be whoever's the highest bidder.
You think so?
Yeah. When you can make that much money, that much.
But if let's say it's within 10 million of like 2 teams bidding and they're within 10 million, don't you then take, just like you and I would do, quality of life, where you're living, what's going on? I think that's a factor. And in this sense, when I say quality of life, I really mean quality of right field.
Yeah, that's the hard part, too.
He didn't exactly thrive at Wrigley.
Lawrence has chimed in over text saying B-Ball Paul, all caps.
Yeah.
8 on the embarrassment meter. I adjusted. I think the Cubs should do everything they can to try to bring him back, but it's still going to be ultimately his decision. And yeah, I would rather be in Chicago than a lot of cities. I've made that clear in my actions. But for him, I don't necessarily know that it's that simple. And he gets to live somewhere else for half the year.
Do you think he's going to make $400 million in this contract?
Yeah.
Well, then, yeah. they're not paying Kyle Tucker $400 million.
Hey, it said shouldn't, okay?
Yeah, they should. Yeah, but I don't know if cry poor is going to be. They're going to say they need to put their resources elsewhere.
Their price is not the market's price.
And
until
that's a
they
problem.
match, I will stand by it.
But let's just say, like, you had unlimited money. Is Kyle Tucker worth $400 million?
Over how many years?
10 years.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's where I'm like, why can't the Cubs just be in the mix? It seems like the Cubs just aren't in the mix, and it's like we're talking about how they can fix the hitting issue. If you get Kyle Tucker, you kind of fix the hitting issue.
And this stuff will come out after the fact, but I want to know that they offered a higher AAV to Kyle Tucker than they did to Dylan Cease or whoever their top pitching target is. And I think that number is going to start with a 4 as far as AAV goes.
Number 5.
Last question here in 5 on it. We're Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. It's a life question. How long could you survive without the internet?
Well, just like akin to the conversation we had at halftime. I could survive. I could survive for a long time.
I would live my life just fine, to be honest. I would get used to having to mail in like my bills and stuff with a check, go get, a map so I can figure out where I'm going, because that's what we did.
The big old binder.
Yeah, the map. Well, like you can get the book of maps. You can just get local maps. Like maps work fine, but really the thing that would annoy me the most is literally having to go and pay bills. That's annoying. That I used to do that as a young adult, and
yeah,
that
like
was annoying.
write the check, and then you had to of course record the check number, and sometimes the checks didn't always arrive, and then it's like, well, then you had to stop the check, and the check stop was $25.
I used to go to the power company, the phone company, whoever, and just drop off the check because I was like, you know what? It's easier to do that than for me to go get postage and have to mail this stuff off.
What about paying your bill in store? I used to do that
Oh
often.
yeah, you can do that too.
I used to tootle on down to the Singular store, pay my bill. Switch from Motorola to a Primeco phone.
I probably had to get some cash, just to have some cash on me. But yeah, I can definitely go back to the way things used to be, Robbie. Robbie, I take it you cannot
I own
survive.
my music, so I could just burn CDs.
Well, I feel
and
like all of
listen
our
to those.
systems are relying on the internet. So, like, if I'm going to a store to pay for food with my credit card, that can't work if I can't use internet.
I'm going
then
to say
it can't
this
use
one
the
more
internet.
time, Robbie,
They
because
used to have
apparently you
this
didn't hear
machine.
me.
It was like a shunk type of like carbon copy
Apparently
deal.
you don't understand this, Robbie. Credit cards predate the internet, okay?
But I feel like all of our systems now rely on the internet.
They
may
would
have
come up
gone
with
that.
new systems. If there was no
I feel
internet,
like
they'd
back
go
in
back
the day,
to the
they
old
would
school.
take down your number and then go to some person and do some things and then all that stuff.
Which
So I
is
feel
fine.
Like, could I survive without the internet? Yeah, I could read a book
Oh.
or find different things or play basketball or go outside, do all these things. But like all of our entire existence relies on the internet. If let's say the whole internet went out one day, first of all, no one would be listening to the show because that's how reliant we are. But the second thing is everyone would be in the streets rioting. Where's our internet? I can't access my phone. I can't. People would be going nuts if one day the whole.
We've had outages. We've had like AT&T outages. Like this is something
but if,
that has
the whole
happened.
country had no internet, there'd be riots in the streets. That's right.
Not after one day, Robbie. No, you just be like, oh, tough day out here.
Maybe for you kids, you
Yeah.
run out there in your New Balances and
Yep.
see how that works
Yeah,
for you.
run around those New
Who's
Balances.
going to tell you those socks and shoes are cool when the internet's not around?
There's going to be a group of toddlers who can't watch Coco Melon who are just raiding the streets.
Here's the thing: you
Where's
can
my
get
Bluey?
you can get an antenna, and then you can collect whatever programming is over the air.
Ray and
then
I have
you-
antennas.
Hear me out. You wait for the show you want to come on.
How many people have antennas nowadays?
I just told you, Ray and I both have antennas.
I got back in on the antenna game when CHSN went over the air.
I didn't.
That's gone now, but
I didn't-
I
You
have
still
my
watch stuff.
I have my CHSN app and I'm happy with it.
I didn't think that I had any survival skills. Like, I'm pretty sure that I was dying in a zombie apocalypse, but apparently I'm not dying as fast as other people.
That is true.
So that's good to know.
You've lived long enough to remember how things used to be.
All
so
I
yes.
need are some like weapon skills, and I think and I could shoot a shotgun decently. So I think I'm on the up and up. I just don't have one on my person.
I still have a super soaker in my closet. Would that help? No.
Sure.
Okay.
Think about the kids, though, and they're Bluey. Just think about it. They're Coco Melon.
Robbie, if you watch Bluey, just tell us that now.
I don't watch Bluey.
More of a Paw Patrol guy?
Funny thing is, Bluey dogs can actually see the colors in that show. Fun fact.
Oh, that's awesome.
Now you know.
We'll ask this question to Jared Payton because I think that.
Oh, Jared can live without the internet.
Exactly.
And I want to know what Jared thinks about Air Force Ones.
Oh, yeah, we got to talk to him about that too.
We'll do it all next.
Chicago football fans, don't miss 4 Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Fridays on The Score, where all of our shows and unprecedented team of football experts get you ready for the game. Presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
There's a steak and seafood company based right here in Chicagoland that only sources the top 2% of USDA prime steak for their customers. Hi, Layla Rahimi here for Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. If you love a great steak and the smell of grilling makes your mouth water, you have to check out Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. This is not the same steak you find in the warehouse clubs and grocery chains. Owners Chris and Susie scour the globe and only source the top 2% of prime steak, filet mignon, Japanese Wagyu, Australian Wagyu, bone-in ribeye, porterhouse, New York strip, plus you'll find domestic Colorado lamb, Spanish Iberico pork, wild game, and the best seafood. This holiday season, enjoy some of the best steaks on the planet. Order some today and have a mouth-watering meal tomorrow. Steaks from Second City Prime make great gifts for friends, family, and client gifts too. Orders of 200 or more ship free, and orders placed before 5 p.m. Monday through Friday ship the same day. Visit secondcityprime.com. That's secondcityprime.com.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Winter is coming, Chicago. Atturo Tire is your hometown tire and knows this climate. Check out their new all-weather tires at your local independent Atturo Tire dealer. To learn more, visit Atturo.com and find performance within reach.
Your favorite neighborhood spots run unsquare. You know the ones. Maybe it's the popular shop that just opened a new location by you, or the big sports bar that's always packed on game day. These places make the neighborhood, and the money spent there stays in your community. Square powers more than 4 million neighborhood businesses worldwide. To learn more, go to square.com, or just stop by your favorite local business. See you in the neighborhood. Square.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male. We'll be right back with Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score.
Hey, it's Coach Wanstead. You know I love the win, and that's why I love Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. This place is a total package. A gaming floor with your favorite slots and table games, luxurious hotel rooms, and incredible restaurants. My go-to is the Copper Rock Steakhouse. Everyone is treated first class. Whether you want a weekend of gaming and entertainment or non-stop sports at the Sportsbook Bar, there's something for everyone to enjoy. Head to Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There's a reason it's so hard to repeat as Super Bowl champions. First of all, you have to stay healthy, but it's also a challenge to keep everyone's ego in check. The Eagles are running into that problem once again with receiver A.J. Brown. He's openly complaining about his role, despite a 7-2 start. The Patriots kept their dynasty rolling because everyone put team goals first. Brown is a fantastic player, but right now, he's putting himself first, and that's not good for a team. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Jarrett Payton.
My name is Jarrett Payton, and I am here to motivate you today.
Former NFL running back.
Jarrett Payton wearing his father's number 34, and looking like the old man. Look at this run. A gorgeous job by Jarrett Payton.
The son of sweetness.
There's Walter with his Cubs jacket on, and here he comes out. His son Jarrett is with him. Sweetness. What an ovation.
Sports anchor for WGN.
You know me. I'm the resident running back.
Jarrett Payton with Rahimi Harrison Grody on Chicago Sports Radio. 670 The Score.
Uncle Luke got me hooked on Hennessy, so thank you to Uncle Luke.
Yeah, that's right. You hear that music? That's Uncle Luke. Maybe you were wearing Air Force One, hanging out listening to Uncle Luke. That's okay. We go to the Circus Sports Hotline. Download the Circus app today. Circus Sports Illinois is where we find Jarrett Payton. He is at Payton Son on X. He is, of course, the anchor for WGN TV Sports. And you can catch the sports office on the free WGN Plus streaming app on your smart TV weeknights live at 7:30. Jarrett is on Twitch as well. Twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. Hey, Jarrett, how are you?
What's going on, guys? How you guys doing?
Well, we're trying to figure out how long we could survive without the internet. And also, have you heard that Air Force Ones are now dad shoes?
Yeah, I have heard. I've been seeing the dads around rocking Air Force Ones. And definitely that was my shoe of choice when I was down in the 305. I mean, you had to have a crispy pair of ones to be able to go out, at nighttime. So I could not live without the internet, but definitely could live without having those ones come back into my closet. So I'm good.
Okay, I like that. Are you good with where the Bears are right now? Because we're kind of figuring out what this week means for the Chicago Bears. This game on Sunday on the road in the division. Haven't won a division game yet in 2 tries.
Yeah, I feel comfortable. Listen, I'm happy with the progression that I'm seeing from this ball club, and I know there are some deficiencies when you look at whether it's on the defensive side of the ball or what have you, or people always want to talk about everywhere I go, the progression of Caleb Williams. But to see where this team is 9 games in, I have to be the one to tell you I did not see them with a winning record at this time. So they've exceeded my expectations. You look at the exceeding last year's win total already, 9 games in. We still got games to go. And I think this team is playing with just a lot of confidence, man. They're believing. It doesn't matter what people on the outside of the locker room believe, that they believe in themselves, and it's shown in their play. Even though people then want to come and talk to me, Marshall, about who they're playing. Listen, that's who's on your schedule that week, man, and you got to beat them. And it is hard. Wins are hard to come by in the NFL. So I give this team a lot of credit for how they've kind of, fed off of their head coach, and give a lot of credit to Ben Johnson for kind of establishing this culture here in Chicago just in his first season as head coach and as a first-time head coach.
Well, I think just to build on that, Jarrett, did you think that the Bears, down for most of the game against the Giants, would come back in that way and be able to score and then ultimately win the game?
Well, First of all, no. I'm always trying to figure out what shows I'm on because it's always a switch during the week of like, which I really was thinking about. I said, last week I was thinking about both quarterbacks using their legs, right, and that it was going to be the Bears defense having trouble against quarterbacks that are mobile that can use their feet and Jackson Dart, and then I was just thinking about. Could Caleb Williams find a way to be able, if things aren't there? I know Houdini is fun to see and to watch all the time, but if it's there, take it, man. Get upfield. And so there was watching the battle between Jackson Dart just darting through that Bears defense. I got a little worried, but after I saw him walk into the locker room, I was like, the Bears got a chance now. They got a chance because I knew who was coming up behind him. As soon as I heard Unlimited Russ coming up, I was like, "Oh, we good. We good, man. We cool. We good." And I knew that if this thing was close in the fourth, man, they were going to find a way to be able to win it. So yes, at first it was looking a little murky. For the first three quarters, I was like, Fourth, I was like, yeah. These dudes are going to end up winning this game. And lo and behold, they did. And in the fashion that they did as well, just, man, giving Caleb a lot of credit, man. It's hard. I said it's hard to figure out with quarterbacks. Like, everybody wants a quarterback everybody's got different criteria is what they want from their quarterback. The one thing that is always added in there is how they are under pressure, especially in crunch time. And he's checked that box. And that's refreshing for me because I believe as this thing grows with him and Ben Johnson through this process and them growing through, and I know all of us talked about this when we said that, like, over time, like after this year, or how they're going to grow in the off season, man, to watch what he can do and check that box is awesome. And I believe that it's just about the other stuff, that first three quarters of the game and finding a balance there in his game. And if he can do that, which I believe he's smart enough, I think he's good enough. There's something special in that young man. That's that fourth quarter stuff. You can't teach that stuff. The ice in the veins, Iceman. You can't teach that.
Is that your go-to nickname, Iceman? We're trying to figure out what Caleb's nickname should be. I just want to call him Caleb, but other people have other ideas.
I just want to call him Caleb too, but I just see Iceman everywhere. I don't know if they're talking about the new Drake album or they're talking about Caleb. So I'm just trying to figure it out, but he does. Iceman, I'm cool with that if he's cool with it.
You're working through it. Yeah.
I don't know if you believe in his actual performance in fourth quarters, but that's okay. We are talking with Jarrett Payton, WGN TV sports anchor here on Rahimi Harrison Grody. Mark Grody, by the way, coming up in a matter of 12 minutes or so right here on 670 The Score. Jarrett, Jaquan Brisker, because you talk about checks, and I keep thinking about checks that you write with your mouth and you better be able to cash them. Jaquan Brisker's comments about making Justin Jefferson cry, is that going to come back to haunt him this week? Is that going to come back to haunt all of us this week?
I hope it doesn't. I really do. I hope it doesn't. I remember when I heard that, as sitting in the sports office at WGN, and we're always breaking down, just, looking for bites and stuff. And so when I heard that, I was like, listen, it's a game. Listen, it can, Marshall, it can come back because we're talking about one of the greatest receivers in all of football. So if they can find a way, it's more about can J.J. McCarthy get him the football, you know what I mean, and consistently. I mean, as much as you want to. And I know one of the biggest issues is getting pressure on quarterbacks with this defense. But I mean, I just. JJ seems frustrated with how things are going, and anytime that you're, a superstar, you want to get the ball, you want to put it in your hands. Lo and behold, the funny part is that he's saying all that stuff, and how much is he going to really see him? You know what I mean? So we'll have to watch and wait and see, but I don't think it's going to, because I said it on Mully and Haugh earlier in the week. I think the Bears win on Sunday, so.
Well, and that's kind of where we sit with it, is this is an excellent opportunity, not just to win the game, but to be a notable win, division game in Minnesota. Of course, we know what happened last year there. But you touch on something, Jarrett, that we've seen a lot when it comes to this Vikings team when they play the Bears. There will be days where you're expecting Justin Jefferson to absolutely eat, and then it doesn't happen. And I don't necessarily think it's his fault. Like I do think Jalen Johnson specifically has covered him well. But
yes,
there are times where the Vikings, for whatever reason, will just have an underwhelming game in the receiving corps.
Yeah, I mean that's where it doesn't scare me as much. I mean, let's flip the script a little bit. If Sam Darnold was still there and he was throwing JJ the ball the way he's playing now, I might be a little worried. But yeah, JJ's still trying to figure himself out. And you know, the hard part is when we think about these quarterbacks, these young quarterbacks, a lot of them have been hurt, so they're not getting the experience that they need to grow. And so the one thing that I feel like we don't talk about enough is the durability of the quarterback that's here in Chicago with Caleb Williams. I mean, this young man has been here, been on the field, and been available. And to me, that speaks volumes, because you look at the other quarterbacks around the league, the young ones, Jaden Daniels, injured. I mean, all these guys, we talk about them and how good we think they are, but hopefully we get the chance to see them progress, because a lot of them can't stay healthy. You can't say that about Caleb Williams. He's been available, and to me, I don't think we speak enough about that.
Jared, we had a question we were bouncing around with ourselves and Mark Grody, and I just want to ask your opinion. Who do you think's been the MVP of this Bears defense so far this season? Because it seems like there's a lot of options there, because no one stood out in a way that says, okay, this defense is excellent, but they've obviously done enough to stay around in these games and get to 6 wins.
Marshall, I'm stopping you. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, bro.
In 2 games?
2 weeks. In 2 games, bro.
Wow.
That is. I don't know if he's the MVP. I just know that that's probably going to be one of the biggest pickups of, during the season pickups for a team, and a guy that has such a big impact in what you've seen. I mean, he has ignited something in this defense. I don't know. I mean, I don't know who else. I couldn't give you another name.
Okay.
As of right now.
I said Kevin Byard, but
Oh, okay. Yes, I will go. I could go with Kevin Byard. I can go there, but the impact that CJ has brought to this ball club has been phenomenal, and I did not know what to expect.
Right.
And when you're making plays and you're getting sacks and forced fumbles 2 weeks into the team that you just joined, that right there, that's different. That's different.
Well, I was laughing because obviously we all remember the 2020 season, where he gets punched in the face twice. And he's laughing all the way to the bank because he's wearing a helmet, number one. And then number two, his team kept winning. And then, George McCaskey at one point called him a punk in reference to how he would get under the skin of players. And now he's giving the post-game speech in the game ball. I mean, what a redemption arc.
It's such a redemption. And that's what you want. Guys that have been around the league and looking for an opportunity, you get placed back with a guy that you have experience with as a coach, and man, it just kind of falls into place. And in that moment when we're all watching that, we're all like, "Dang, bro, he is a punk, man." But now he's on your squad, and you're like, "That's my dude. That's my guy."
That is how it goes. Jarrett Payton, we always thank you for the time. Thanks for coming on today.
Thanks, Jarrett.
I appreciate you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Same here, Jarrett. You can catch the Sports Office on the free WGN Plus streaming app on your smart TV weeknights live at 7:30. The GN Sports crew will break down the biggest stories in Chicago sports with a laid-back vibe as they hang out in their corner office. Coming up next, we go to Hallis Hall and hear from Mark Grody and get the latest. That's on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score.
Bears. Mark Grody, part of the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show on The Score.
I literally remember the first time I listened to The Score, and it was early in the 90s, and I hear these two guys who called themselves the Monsters of the Midday, and it was Mike North and Dan Jiggets. Mind blown. I want to work at The Score. Why wouldn't I want to work at an all-sports radio station in the city of Chicago?
Mark Grody, a lifelong Chicago sports fan and longtime Score guy, talking Chicago sports every day on the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on the team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply.
Hey, Chicagoland, get with a winning team. The all-new Toyota on Edens, one of Chicagoland's fastest-growing Toyota dealers. Score big savings on our fresh line of 300 new 2025 and now 2026 Toyotas. And servicing your current Toyota has never been more convenient with extended service hours, including Saturday service, plus Uber pickup and drop-off. The best way is right off the expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36 plus. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Coach Dave Wanstead here, and I want to tell you my good feet story. I'm a guy that likes to walk everywhere. When you're coming off ruptured Achilles and knee replacements, that puts stress on your feet. And I have tried everything with no relief until I stepped into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk. Since I've been wearing the Good Feet shoes and supports, I haven't backed off my activities either. Sure, walking is the big part, but I'm using the elliptical, I'm biking. The Good Feet arch supports can help with foot, ankle, knee, hip, even back pain by properly aligning your body from the ground up. And they slip into the shoes that you already have. You can use your HSA or your FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Live the life you love, free of foot, knee, hip, and back pain. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by a store nearest you. Locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Bears.
Mark Grody, covering the Bears for 670 The Score.
Can I get a couple minutes with you here, man?
Man, I ain't even talking today, man. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We'll go next to Mark Grody from The Score.
How gratifying is it when you win that battle and get the football thrown to you? What?
Host of the Take the North podcast.
Mark Grote, WBBM.
You're kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though.
Mark Grody.
Baked potato.
With Rahimi Harrison Grody on The Score.
You ain't my beer. Okay.
You know that man's music. That's Mark Grody's music, The Score's Bears reporter. He's the co-host of our show, Rahimi Harrison Grody, and he joins us on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline, circalasvegas.com. And word on the street is he's also available on video today via Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score.
I'm looking at him right now. He looks very warm and cozy.
He's got a vest on. Hey, Groats, what's going on at the
Robbie
hall?
Robbie said I looked handsome, and you do. I guess maybe you don't think so. So,
What?
do you, Marshall? Marshall doesn't.
I think you look
You just
great.
said I
You
look cozy.
Yeah, you look warm and cozy. You got a flannel and a vest
yeah,
on?
you have on a puffy vest.
Yeah, you look good.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. No, I feel good.
Are you done fishing for compliments? Are you done fishing?
I don't know. Just see if you can work in one more compliment.
All right, I'll work on that.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
yes.
So what's the latest over at Halisal? I know today is coordinator day, which usually results in I think some clarifications and then some questions. So
yes,
who of the co-ords spoke?
Yes, all three of the coordinators did speak today. We'll see if we have time to get to all of this. I think the Richard Hightower will allow the world to make fun of me if we actually get to it. But let's start with the real stuff, and that is Declan Doyle. And something caught my ear, and Layla, I know it caught all of our ears yesterday when we heard Caleb Williams discussing wanting to stay in the pocket a tick longer, but he admitted that he occasionally will go through his progressions a little bit too quickly, which causes him to bail out of the play, maybe eject from the pocket a little bit too quickly. And so I did ask Declan Doyle about how to stop that.
Caleb has spoken about staying in the pocket like a tick longer to make the play down the field. He's talked about going through his progressions a little bit too quickly. What do you think when he hears it, and how do you keep him from doing that, or why does that happen?
So sometimes that happens. It can happen for a number of different reasons. One being, your eyes being too quick to process what's happening and kind of moving off of those things. But the thing we're always trying to tie together are their feet and their eyes. And so a lot of times, the feet kind of lead the eyes, and that stuff is ingrained throughout the week or all off season as we practice kind of these concepts. Your feet keep you on time, and then your eyes are evaluating, hey, is that open? Can I pull the trigger or not? If that's not there, then my feet lead me on to whatever my next read in the progression would be. And so those two things we're trying to tie together all the time. We're constantly working it, and it's something that can always improve.
Feet and eyes, guys, does that sound familiar? I mean, that is the familiar refrain from all of the offensive coaches, and it's something that Caleb Williams is still trying to conquer.
Oh, yeah. No, I feel like it's gotten to the point where certain plays for me with him, where if you see lesser defined footwork, then you probably are expecting an incompletion. So I would say that, yeah, that is absolutely crucial. That's a great explanation out of Declan Doyle.
And just the idea of the feet, we've known about this, obviously, the feet and the eyes thing, but understanding that now the extra carrot of, hey, if you've got 15 yards of field in front of you, take off, run versus making a play downfield. I think that might be an internal struggle, which might just take game reps to figure out for Caleb Williams. And I'm completely comfortable with that, honestly, Mark.
I agree with you. I mean, I think it was for the first time, not that I haven't done this before, because I have no idea what it's like to be a quarterback in the NFL or at any level of life. But I found myself thinking that's a tough trick that he's trying to turn. Look, he's been great at not getting sacked this year relative to last year. So he's got that in his mind. Like, that's number one. Don't lose 8 yards on this play because you're dancing around out there. But at the same time, he has to think about, if I stayed 1 or 2 more seconds, if I didn't eject, maybe I have a guy open. I love that and he even said yesterday, Caleb did, that's the next level stuff. And I like hearing that because the coaches know it, he knows it, and quite frankly, it seems attainable. We talked to Declan Doyle, to Dennis Allen today as well, the defensive coordinator. And look, he talked a lot about Minnesota and the usual suspects and how good some of the weapons are on that offense. He talked about J.J. McCarthy, and, we can go through all of that. But I actually thought the most interesting thing today that he talked about was Caleb Williams and if he had to defend him. And we actually got we got some smiles out of Dennis Allen, a little bit of personality, and a really good answer about if he had to go up against Caleb Williams.
What do you think when you see Caleb Williams get out of some of those incredible predicaments that it looks like he's dead to rights, and all of a sudden he finds a way to get out?
Well, am I on the Bears sideline rooting for him, or am I trying to defend him? Because if I'm trying to defend him, I'm like, damn.
No, in your just in your opinion, watching him, like, what do you think of him?
Look, I think he's grown tremendously from where he was, in the spring and in training camp, where he's at now. I think you see in the field, much better. And he's always had that athleticism. He's always had that ability to get himself out of trouble. And so, when you see that happen, first thing I'm thinking is I'm glad he's on our side. Because it's a pain when you see guys that can create with their feet. It's just, it creates a lot of problems for the defense. In terms of how you want to rush them. If you want to play man coverage in the back end, well, okay. If you play man coverage in the back end and he escapes, there's a lot of backs turned to him. You want to rush 4 and play zone coverage behind it. Well, they got 5 and 6 people blocking versus 4, creates escape lanes for the quarterback. So I think the mobile quarterback is a huge challenge defensively.
And that's what all defensive coordinators, like, there is no bigger headache than to, even if you're not a great quarterback, and you still have the ability to scramble, defensive coordinators will always call that the biggest headache, to have to deal with those guys. I loved hearing Dennis Allen sort of break that down.
Jackson Dart agrees with you.
Yeah, I mean, we know it well, of course, the history of the quarterbacks we've had over the past couple of years, and then also what it is like to try to face them on the other side. That was fun from Dennis Allen. And then I will say special teams didn't have as bad of a week as it did the week before. So what did our friend Richard Hightower have to say this week?
Yeah, the line of questioning much more pleasant to Richard Hightower and the special teams. We know that he was, as he told all of us, the collective media last week, that he was determined to get it right, and they would do it. They have to do to get it right. Everything looked more representative, but the people asking the questions, like me, Mark Grody, let's just put it this way. I'm not sure if I shanked this question or if I muffed this question, a shank or a muff. A muff, or we all love muff, like a good Mike muff, or a shank. We all love a good shank. Don't cover your face, Layla.
Oh, that's right. You can see that. Oh, man.
Oh, you look very handsome today as well, Layla.
Thank you.
Let's listen to me. I mean, I make fun of everybody else. Now we got to make fun of me, and I was getting made fun of because I was messing up my vocabulary words. Here we go.
What did you think of their muff punt? Is that just like a favor from the special teams gods when that happens to the other team?
Their muff punt? Which one are you talking about?
Oh, maybe I've been the week before.
I think the shank, right?
The shank. Oh, the shank punt that they had. Yeah. No, I'm with you now. I'm with you now. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. No, you're all right. We're all in here. We're all learning every day. You know what I mean? We're all still learning every day, me included.
Oh, coaching moment.
Yeah, he said, next time you want to criticize me, remember, you're still learning too, Grody.
Hey, man, I think he looked at me like, see, you and I are in the same boat. I swear to God, man.
But also, Grody, that shirt you're wearing, it brings out the silver in your silver fox hair. That was my delayed compliment, by the way.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. What about the eyes?
I can't see your eyes. It's kind of
the lighting
grainy.
isn't great.
They're probably red. They're probably red and old.
Oh, no.
I'm just a baby, Layla.
Yeah, just put your Air Force Ones on. Stop it out. You'll be fine.
Air Force Ones?
Yes.
Why would you tell me to do that? Why? those are dad shoes, man.
Of all the times you retort with not just the line, but the perfect delivery, I did not think it would be the Nelly Air Force Ones. That was tremendous.
Good job,
I got
Mark.
these sick dad Hokas on right now. Actually, that's what I got.
Yeah, that's too much.
Everybody's got
information.
Hokas. I don't know if Hokas are for dads.
For
I think
whatever,
Hokas.
so for whatever reason, they don't fit me well. Like I'm the one
Really?
person who the Hokas have. I haven't found my pair yet. No.
For one who, and we all do, and Marshall especially knows this because walking every day in the like I accidentally walk probably an hour a day in the city, so you got to have good footwear, and the Hokas have changed my life in that regard.
Well, I'm glad to hear it for you, and I'm glad you and Richard Hightower got that straightened out. Yes, that was a shanked punt. Mark Grody, we appreciate the time and, of course, the production out at Hallis Hall.
Always a pleasure, guys. We'll talk to you. I'll see you guys in studio tomorrow. And
Can't wait.
Fun with my buddy. Have fun with my buddy Carmen Vitale. Ask her about her dog.
Mozzie. We will ask Carmen Vitale about her German Shepherd dog, Mozzie. And also the NFC North. You know she knows it well. Carmen Vitale is coming up just like what Mark said next on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Always talking Chicago sports with you, the fan. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2.
You're on with Rahimi Harrison Grody.
I love you, love the show, 100%.
Tony and Joliet, you're on The Score.
Grody, it used to be the Bears. Every time I hear Bears, now I'm thinking like Bears.
Kevin.
You guys are really the voice of the fan.
Tune in to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
It's Blackhawks and Bowl season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Hey, Chicago, Thanksgiving is coming fast. Make it easy and delicious with Wild Fork. From whole turkeys to tender breasts, plus duck, lamb, ham, and beef roast. We've got every centerpiece and side covered. Shop in store or have it delivered right to your door. Enjoy turkey starting at $1.28 a pound, smoked spiral sliced ham at $3.28 a pound, or boneless lamb leg roast at $4.98 a pound, and so much more. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice. So many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat. Grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. Patriots playing the Jets seems like a great night for it. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or the last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Layla for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up and present in Illinois. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey Chicago, it's David Haugh here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with my plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on my plan. That means new and existing customers. There's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Chicago Verizon store, and they will give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-to-verizon/.
Wildfire Restaurants is celebrating 30 years. An iconic supper club serving a variety of food with something for everyone. Open for lunch, dinner, carry-out, private parties, and catering. 5 Chicago area locations. For reservations and to order online, visit wildfirerestaurant.com.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. We'll be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score.
This hour brought to you by Menards, featuring Carmen Vitale. Everybody, save big money at Menards.
Here with Carmen Vitale from Fox Sports.
I am joined now by Carmen Vitale, Fox Sports NFL reporter.
Carmen Vitale of Fox Sports.
Joining us, it is the NFC North writer at foxsports.com. It's Carmen Vitale. How you doing, Carmen? Great to have you.
Welcome to a special edition of the Chicago Football Show. I'm Scott Bair alongside Carmen Vitale. Speaking of elusive, and I swear this was not part of my transition plan, that's what quarterback can...
No, own that. Own that, Scott. That was absolutely part of your transition plan.
Right from the top of my brain.
The scramble, the elusiveness is why Caleb Williams was the first overall pick.
You know her music. We love having Carmen Vitale in studio. She is a Fox Sports radio host. You can listen to her every Saturday. She's a host and analyst for Marquee Sports Network and the co-host of the Chicago Football Show at Carmi V on Twitter. And she joins us now, fresh from Haugh, right? You were just at the Hall earlier today?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
I put what I got called out by Kevin Fishbane of The Athletic, actually.
How so?
Because I posted my videos from yesterday today.
You had me fooled. I thought you got here in record time.
No, I wasn't good. I'm way too anxious for that. Like, I can't. No, I need my time to like get places and like not stress myself out.
Carmen is bending the space-time continuum, getting from Haugh to here in 5 minutes.
That is it's so hard. That commute is so hard because you also, okay, this is my one little thing that I'll talk about with that commute. Obviously it's hard because Haugh's way up there, but if you're coming from the city, you miss the express lanes going both ways. they're closed. They're going the opposite direction when you're going up there, and then on the way back, same story. So like it's just adding insult to injury when you're seeing the express lanes move, and you're like, oh, that could be me.
That is a great point. I've many times lamented that as you see the people zipping by the other way.
And as somebody who used to do the shows for Comcast Sportsnet at Hallis Hall, by the time we were done, it'd be 5 o'clock. It would take 2 hours sometimes to get back to the city.
It's anywhere from like an hour 15. It's never less than an hour 15. And it's sometimes it'll creep up to 2 hours.
Well, and we thank everybody who lets us in on their commute, by the way. But in the meantime, when you were at Hallis Hall yesterday, that's where we began our show. The thing that was said out of Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson, we all have certain statements that hook us, was him talking about getting through his reads, he thinks too quickly. I know you heard that too. What were your takeaways and what was your impression?
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about wanting Caleb Williams to play more on time, that's part of it. It's not just like, oh, he's bailing on the pocket and he's, throwing these very low completion percentage throws and trying to make something that just the chances of it happening, when it happens, it's awesome, right? Like, the one or two plays that he gets in there that no one else on the planet can do. That's, you heard me say it, like that elusiveness is why he was the first overall pick. But when you're talking about running an entire offense for all 4 quarters, you need to stay on time. And that's not just that starts with staying in the pocket the amount of time that you need to. That starts with getting through your reads when you need to get to them, because that's all timing based, especially in a Ben Johnson offense where these receivers are they're counting their steps. I mean, literally, like that is how precise all of this is receivers are like, all right, you take 5 steps, you need to get to this hash mark, and then that's when you cut, or that's when you break your route or whatever. That all has to time up, and it has to time up with Caleb Williams' footwork. It has to time up with his eyes reading those different routes, because if you get to a route before it's open, of course you're going to go past it, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't supposed to already be open. And that's how you sustain drives. That's how, those heroics, while they're awesome, don't get me wrong, aren't necessary in the fourth quarter.
That feels like the last step
it is
in this process for Caleb Williams to become what Ben Johnson needs to be, because the timing of it is tied to the accuracy factor, which would lead to the 70%.
Right.
If you're able to make the reads, you can hit the guy that's open, and those guys can, let's take last week out of the equation, usually catch the football. And so I feel like we're really knocking on the door for Caleb Williams being unlocked. Not that he hasn't been great in improving every step along the way, but do you get the sense that Ben Johnson feels like they're where they need to be as far as the progress being made?
Yeah, I mean, he says they are. And he, to his credit, he's been very transparent with the media, and he especially when he comes into, I think, those midweek press conferences. I think I heard Lawrence and Speaks and Holmes. I was listening to them on my commute home yesterday.
That long commute.
And they were talking about how like that midweek press conference, it takes the pressure off Caleb because Ben is so kind of detailed about it, because he's had a chance to watch everything, kind of turn the page, do all of that kind of stuff. So Ben is very detailed in what he tells us, I feel like, in his midweek press conference, which I really do appreciate. But that being said, I mean, yeah, I keep going back to something that Ben said in the beginning of the year where he was like, we're not going to be playing our best football until December. And I'm like, yeah, that's how long it realistically takes when you overhaul an entire offensive system and you have a quarterback who is different than the last quarterback you were with, by the way. So you have to kind of tailor things to him. You have to learn him just as much as he has to learn you at that point. If you want Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams to be on the same page, that goes both ways. And I think Ben Johnson has been really realistic about that. So I think Caleb is in a good spot for where what part of the season we're in. I don't think he's there yet, but I think that's okay. And that's kind of one of those things where my caveat to saying like, oh, I need Caleb Williams to be better and play, within structure, on time, all of that kind of stuff. It comes with the caveat of like, I didn't expect him to be there yet at this point. And that's okay that he's not there yet, because there aren't any real expectations on the Chicago Bears this year, whether or not this market wants to admit it.
Well, they created some expectations though, right? When you start 6-3.
When you start 6-3, but I mean, you've seen this team play.
I have.
It's not consistent. And when you think about a team that's going to win the toughest division in football, you need consistency. You need to be able to rely on this team to go out there and score points and not, kind of play with their food a little bit the first 3 quarters.
Well, and they said that in the post-game press conference too on Sunday. And I'm with you, Carmen, to echo that point. I need to see more in the pocket at this point. And yeah, Ben Johnson, that's been one of the benchmarks that I have listened to, was if he's going to tell us December is the goal for this to look more like a Ben Johnson offense, then that's what I'm going to go with. Yeah. And that's okay. I feel like we're in the 101 level still because the game isn't slowing down for Caleb Williams enough yet. And I think that's kind of how I hear him talk about that reading speed, is where he's still thinking, no sacks, no sacks, no sacks. Yeah. How do I make that happen?
No sacks, no interceptions. That's very much in his head.
And think about how fast that first drive felt watching the Bears against the Vikings in week 1. Like, I remember thinking this is like lightning speed compared to what I had seen before. So I take that into consideration, knowing hopefully this time around it doesn't look as rushed.
The other encouraging thing, I think, is when you look at the very beginning of games. I've talked a lot this season in general about the script. So each, it doesn't matter what team, usually every the first 10 to 15 plays of every game are scripted in advance by the coach. So when you're doing the game plan, when you're having your meeting with your quarterback, you're saying, all right, these are the plays that we're going to run. And they're not just because you think they're good plays. They're meant to kind of feel out the defense, and they're meant to feel out the other team and what they do against you. And that way you can kind of set up the rest of your of the game. So that's the purpose it serves. But like when I see Caleb Williams in that script period to start a game, I mean, even this Giants game, he's delivering the ball on time. He's stepping up in the pocket. He's staying in the pocket. They are methodically moving down the field. Whether or not they finish, that's a whole other story. But it's a tangible difference still, but the fact that Caleb can execute it is encouraging to me, because then, the next step then is to continue that, because Caleb's brain has now synced up with Ben's when it comes to timing, when it comes to the plays, when it comes to what he's seeing on the field and what he's going to do against it. I mean, that's an incredibly complex relationship that's just going to take time, and we just haven't had enough of it yet.
I'm looking at this division, and I'm looking at these Bears, and I think we're on the same path, you and I, Carmen, about this Bears team not being good. They just have a winning record because they played a bunch of bums and they've beaten the bums. They lost to the only team in blowout fashion that has a winning record that's in the playoff picture.
And I mean, it's been down to the wire with these teams that have losing records that don't have any, that are pretty hopeless at this point. I mean, I did joke on Twitter that the Bears aren't even really that bad this year, but they still got a coach fired.
We all had that same thought. Maybe not the not bad part, but I can't believe the Bears got a coach fired that wasn't theirs.
It's exciting.
It's very exciting.
Isn't it?
I think people in New York are excited. I mean, Giants fans, I think, had been out on Dable for a while, but can't blame them.
That's fair. And I brought up the situation that we're looking at, because what do you see as, because you said there's no expectations, but what is a realistic, if the Bears make the playoffs, obviously that's a successful season.
Yeah.
You're saying, do you believe that if they don't make the playoffs, it shouldn't be considered a disappointing season?
Yeah, I do. I stand by what I said to start this season, which is if you flirt with the playoffs, I think I had them at 8 and 9 this year. They're going to reach that. And I think that is perfectly fine for Ben Johnson's first year at the helm, who is also a first-year head coach himself. I wanted to allow for some missteps by Ben Johnson, not because I think he's a bad coach, but because there's inevitably going to be a learning curve when you're taking over that spot for the first time. I think he's blown it out, he's blown it out of the water. He is just, everything has been so consistent with him, from the messaging, from the coaching staff, from the messaging from the players. Everybody is on the same page. And like I said, Ben has been very detailed and very transparent when it comes to how he's addressed the media. And it's been very, again, consistent with what we're seeing on the field. And I think it's made a lot easier when you're winning, right? Like, it's made a lot easier to be jovial and get up and joke with the media and kind of be a little bit more transparent when you're winning. And, I remember something Bruce Arians said to me at one point when I was in Tampa, was like, you can learn just as much from winning a game as you can from losing, and you might as well do that.
Amazing.
So and that's the thing, is Ben hasn't shied away from saying, we're still learning. there's still a lot of things that we need to clean up and improve on. And the winning is a bonus. So I view this as such a bonus year for the Chicago Bears, because if you can flirt with the playoffs or make the playoffs this year, I mean, that to me says that you've laid a really strong foundation that is in turn going to be sustainable. And then next year is when you can start to have real expectations of this team.
That is the voice of Carmen Vitale. She, of course, is with Fox Sports Radio. You can hear her on the weekends. She works for Marquee Sports Network and is the co-host of the Chicago Football Show on Marquee. And that's something I want to get into with you as well, is not just what our impressions are of the Bears, but like you mentioned, you've been in Tampa, you cover the division for years and years. What does everybody else say about the Bears' ascension? We saw the reaction in New York. That was enough for them to make a decision regarding Brian Daboll's future. But what do other people say about the Bears that you know and trust in the league?
Yeah, I mean, I think that everybody is kind of on the same page of like, is anybody really thinking that they're going to win this division? No. But I think everybody has... a lot of it, I think, has to do with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams in particular, where everybody has now accepted that. I mean, Ben was already very well respected as an offensive coordinator. That is only elevated, I think, across the league, where he's now a really good head coach. And when you're turning around a franchise, it's like I can see kind of some of the same DNA and threads from what I saw in Detroit when Dan Campbell had gotten there. And, you know, I came in the year after, started covering them the year after Dan took over, but it was Ben's first year as offensive coordinator. And you start with the culture in the building. And that's, again, something Ben Johnson seemed to kind of follow that playbook. And if the wins come, they come, that's great. But at the end of the day, you can fall back on the belief that your players have in what you're doing and in the process itself. And I think Ben is very process oriented. So I think people can see that across the league, where this is a team that's being built the right way. And it's not there yet. I don't think, again, like I said, I don't think nationally people take the Bears seriously, as serious as maybe their position in the division currently would suggest. But that's a great place to be too, because then you can just go and surprise people.
No, I think that's a very good point.
I love surprises.
I do too.
Well, we've had very good surprises around here lately. That has not been the case.
Over deliver.
Yes, and so when I'm looking at the defense specifically, when you were there and you get word that Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson are both still expected to be back this season, how much hope do you think that gives the Bears in terms of what they could be, say, by the end of the year when they're facing Detroit in that last game?
Yeah, I mean, I think both those guys, and then you look at guys like TJ Edwards, who have been missing a lot of time. I think TJ is kind of the thread that holds it together when it comes to the run game, especially, or the run defense, especially. And I think if you have a full roster like that, everybody complements each other so well. And Kyler in particular, if you bring Kyler back, and now that you have CJ Gardner-Johnson, you can do a lot of different things then, because CJ has played all of those positions in the secondary, right? So you now can kind of move him around as a little bit of a chess piece, which just adds to kind of the diversity and the variety in your coverage schemes, which only ends up either getting you more takeaways, which the Bears are excelling at currently, or, you know, helping out the pass rush with some of those coverage sacks, stuff like that. I think CJ Gardner-Johnson in general, you're going to see more development out of him as he gets more comfortable again with Dennis Allen's scheme. Like, obviously he's familiar with it, but the terminology is probably slightly different. And in the first 2 weeks, they've kind of eased him in just exactly how you want to be eased in, where like he's been getting after the quarterback from that nickel spot. And Dennis Allen loves kind of pulling those DB blitzes off and kind of showing different looks that way. So you add Kyler Gordon back into something like that, and now you have a ton of different blitz packages that you can potentially show. You can get so creative. You can have kind of like that star position player in the secondary. I think of, and I promise I don't always bring everything back to the Buccaneers, but I do think of something like Todd Bowles' scheme, where, especially on the back end, where they just do so many different things when it comes to how they move their players around, those defensive backs around. And it just allows you to really catch offenses off guard. So I think that once these guys come back, we could just see a lot more creativity out of this defense.
That is the voice of Carmen Vitale. She is in studio with us for the whole hour. We're looking forward to talking football and having some fun with her. And before Chicago takes on Minnesota, tune in Sunday from 9 a.m. to noon for your local Ford dealers pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Cruz, Patrick Manley, and Mully get you set for the game, and then immediately following the game, they have instant reaction on the postgame show presented by Timber Tech Decking and Railing and Aturo Tire. All of it can be heard right here on The Score and the Odyssey app. More with Carmen Vitale, not just about the Bears, but the NFC North. We'll talk about it all with her next.
Bears fans, it's week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shock the Black Friday Now sale at Grand Appliance for Black Friday deals like LG Counter Depth refrigerators starting at just $15.99. Visit grandappliance.com or your local Grand showroom to save all month. That's Grand Appliance, appliance expert since 1930.
Gear up for epic football games under the Vegas sun. Stadium swim at Circa Resort and Casino. It's amazing. Dive into the 6 temperature-controlled pools or relax in the luxurious lounge chairs, day beds, and the private cabanas. Private cabanas, that's where it's at. Feel the energy and catch every play from every game on our massive 143-foot screen. When it comes to watching football all season long, nowhere comes close. Grab your spot at Stadium Swim today at circalasvegas.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday Touchdown Jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. Yes, $2 million. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you've got to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TC of the game, you can win your bet plus a share of the bonus bets. Yes, if your player scores the first or last touchdown, you can win a share of the bonus bet. Visit FanDuel.com/score and take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. Opt-in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who make the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now would be a great time to clean out your garage and donate that old car to Cars for Kids. See how easy it is. Call today, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or online at carsforkids.com.
Your favorite neighborhood spots run unsquare. You know the ones. Maybe it's the popular shop that just opened a new location by you, or the big sports bar that's always packed on game day. These places make the neighborhood, and the money spent there stays in your community. Square powers more than 4 million neighborhood businesses worldwide. To learn more, go to square.com or just stop by your favorite local business. See you in the neighborhood. Square.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
More Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards, 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Paul Skeens is racking up the awards, but when you're a Pittsburgh Pirate, it comes with an asterisk. The 23-year-old phenom won his first Cy Young unanimously. He was fantastic, but his team only won 71 games. The next question is, how long can he dominate like this and not win? The kind of questions that unfortunately plague all great players in Pittsburgh. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on 670 The Score.
What creates the most strain mentally? I'm sure Flo would tell you that it's not that much defense for them, but when you're on an offensive perspective, it just seems like a lot of variety of fronts and coverages and personnel groups, and so he does a good job mixing everything up. He does as good of a job as anybody making sure he puts his guys in a good spot and keep the opposing play caller guessing.
That is Ben Johnson talking about Brian Flores, the lauded, respected, and frankly feared defensive coordinator of the Minnesota Vikings. This is Rahimi, Harrison, Grody on 670 The Score. Carmen Vitale of Fox Sports Radio. You can hear her show from 2 to 5 every Saturday. Is that right, Carmen?
3 to 5.
3 to 5.
3 to 5. I only have to do a 2-hour slam time slot. I don't have to do what you guys do.
A 2-hour show.
I don't know what that's like.
No, 3 hours is a cakewalk compared to 4.5. So you can hear Carmen at that time on Fox Sports Radio every Saturday. She's also on Marquee Sports Network, and she's the co-host of the Chicago Football Show. Mm-hmm. That I think is as big of a piece of any of this is Ben Johnson has faced Brian Flores not just with the Bears in week 1, but also, of course, with the Lions previously. So what do you think when he's trying to game plan? Are there any similarities that you've picked up on in your coverage of the division back from what he said in Detroit and now for what you think might happen on Sunday?
I'm so excited for this game because it's so honestly, the best time for the Vikings to have played the Bears was probably week 1 because of the fact that you didn't know what this team was going to look like under Ben Johnson. Also, Ben Johnson was just starting to install his offense and therefore wasn't to the full Ben Johnson level, right? And I'm not saying that it even is right now because we're like it takes at least a year to get to that, I think, but that was like the best time to play but now you have all this tape, right, leading up to this matchup. We're going into week 11 and you see how this offense is starting to evolve. And these two coordinators in particular, Ben Johnson and Brian Flores, they both excel at the exact same thing. And it's what makes them so good is they create question marks on the field. That is like their main goal is to just have to make the other team think as much as possible, because if you think, you get slower. And we've heard that echoed for both of these guys. Ben Johnson just said that this week. And they're so good and they're so detailed in what they do. And Brian Flores creates question marks because he literally, I think, like bends the time-space continuum. We talk about bending the time-space continuum. He bends the laws of physics when it comes to what he asks of his players. And you have guys, and I keep thinking back, I think this was last season, but like I just saw Harrison Smith start on the line of scrimmage and then go back to cover a deep half. And I'm like, what madman asks a 35-year-old player to go and do that? What madman asks a 24-year-old player to do that? The answer is Brian Flores. And if you talk about the personnel he has available to him, when you're talking about, you know, we'll see about Jonathan Grenard, but Andrew Van Ginkel and the way that they can move him around, and just a bunch of the guys that they have on that defense are so versatile that they can keep up with the demands, no matter how unrealistic they are, of Brian Flores. And so what that does when you're a quarterback trying to go against this team is you're like, all of the hard and fast rules that I know about each position on the field don't apply to that, because you do have safeties that are starting on the line of scrimmage, but they're not coming and then blitzing. They're still going and covering the half that you thought they were vacating. Like, there are so many things that are just not what they see when it comes to Brian Flores. But what Ben Johnson does so well is he thinks like 2 or 3 steps ahead. And that gets harder with a guy like Brian Flores, again, because you can't really rely on the rules that you think you can. But this game in particular against the Giants, I noted their usage of 6 offensive linemen, that jumbo personnel, that jumbo look, because they didn't seem to do it in any sort of specific situation. It was they did it at different parts of the field. They did it with different, on a different downs. It wasn't necessarily a run, wasn't necessarily a pass. But I think Ozzie Chapillo was out there like 6 snaps. And I just kept wondering to myself, I was like, is this something that Ben Johnson wanted to put on tape, not for the Giants, but for the Vikings coming up?
No, absolutely. I feel like you've got a defensive coordinator and an offensive play caller here in a chess match in which both sides are really good at causing conflict for whoever the opponent is, right? And that's what makes this so good. And unlike week 1, where execution was more of the story or lack thereof because it's week 1, as you mentioned.
Right.
This time around, it feels like both of these coaches and their players will be more highly sharpened and ready to go. And so that's what's going to make this fascinating. And then on the other side, it's like, who's healthy enough to cover Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and Jalen Naylor? And that's what makes the game not so much. We talked to Paul Charchian, who comes on every week, Minnesota Vikings fan, fantasy football expert. And he's just like, I think the Bears are going to win because they're just going to run the football. But last week, I thought the Bears were just going to run the football, and that didn't happen. And so, yeah.
And that's the thing is, again, and I think even in week 1, Caleb talked about it yesterday, where he was like, we talked to him about, hey, that Brian Flores is known for how much he blitzes. He hardly blitzed Caleb in that week 1 contest. So he just does he doesn't do the things that you expect him to do in the situations you expect him to do it. But I do think that this comes down a lot to, so Minnesota's hurting on their offensive line. And as much as they tried to rectify that this offseason, the injuries have just, I feel so badly, honestly, for, what they tried to do and then versus how it turned out. But you talk about the Bears' improved pass rush and how we're hearing Montez Sweat's name a whole lot more. And those interior guys like Javon Dexter, Andrew Billings, they are getting more pressure up that middle. Well, that middle of the offense, the interior of that offensive line in Minnesota is their weak point. And it's also the fastest or the shortest distance to the quarterback. A quarterback who is young, hasn't had a whole lot of reps, who you can conceivably get to make some mistakes that way. So I think that's going to be really important from the Bears defense in particular. But offensively, I'm with you. Run the football as much as you can. Brian Flores is really good at that, though. Like, the run defense is still very good in Minnesota. But I think that there's maybe an opportunity there, because the other thing is you just have to stay multiple against Brian Flores. Like, you can't get yourself into a situation like the Bears have been, where it's the fourth quarter, you're down by double digits, because those are obvious passing situations. Then you have to pass the ball because you have to make up as much ground as possible. And if you get out of that run game, it is just it's going to be that much easier for Brian Flores to come after you.
This is Rahimi Harrison-Grody. We're talking to Carmen Vitale, who is reporting, of course, for Marquee Sports Network and also hosting their football show. And you can hear her on Fox Sports Radio every Saturday. I want to go back to a piece that you wrote for Fox last year when you talked about the use of pre-snap motion and how the Bears were practically non-existent in that area compared to, at the time, the Lions. You were the one, I think, to first put it on my radar that was such a part of what the Lions do. Mm-hmm. How do you see that and compare it last year with what you saw and what you heard from both those teams to what you're seeing now? How much of that did come over and go over from Ben Johnson?
I mean, it did. It's a fundamental part of Ben Johnson's offense, just like play action and everything kind of going through, starting up front, going through the offensive line. But there is a lot of window dressing because that is the easiest way to, again, create those question marks. Another thing that I think the Bears have been doing really well with Ben and what he kind of brought over is his usage of 12 personnel and multiple tight ends. And I think a lot of people have kind of gotten caught up in the fact that maybe those tight ends haven't had the receiving production that you want. But again, if you look at this through the lens of creating question marks, there is no better player on offense than to create question marks than a tight end, because you don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to stay in and block? Are they going to release into a route? Are they going to chip the guy on their way to releasing into a route? And when you have two guys on the field that are combo tight ends, which is not something he had in Detroit, by the way, when you have Colston Loveland and Cole Kmet that are both capable blockers, they are both capable receivers. That, to me, I mean, the Bears are top 10, I think, in 12 personnel usage this year. They're about 29% of their plays are being run with two tight ends on the field. And that's something that is, again, it aids in kind of the motion to what you can do, the pre-snap motion, which is where you can present a look pre-snap that doesn't end up happening once the ball is snapped. I've seen a lot of kind of the same kind of DNA, but obviously this offense isn't there yet in Chicago because it wasn't there yet in Detroit the first year either. I mean, They had a much worse record. I always bring up that they went 1-6 to start Ben Johnson's tenure in Detroit as offensive coordinator. So they're by far and away doing so much better than they were before, like that Ben did in his first year with Detroit. But it's not there yet. So I think it's only going to get better. We're only going to see more kind of creativity. And I'm very excited for the day that he finally throws or he puts the ball in an offensive lineman's hands.
Who's your offensive lineman of choice in that situation? Is it Trapillo? Is it the big fellow on the right side, Darnell Wright?
Darnell told me he doesn't want the ball.
He said that?
He told me that.
Because they just put out a social media video highlighting him making the big catch.
Did you see the Darnell Wright coded video that the Bears put out?
Yes, I did. And that's why I asked him. I was like, listen, I saw you in training camp catching footballs. Like, because how this came up was he talked about how like he thinks he's kind of like cracked the stone, but he hasn't like broken wide open yet. So like he still sees himself as an ascending player, which is incredible because he's already great. And I was like, is it going to crack open when you get the ball in your hands? He's like, oh God, I hope not. And I was like, oh no. So whether that was just trying to, I mean, that could have been just trying to throw me off the scent. Who knows? But.
Oh, come on. We all know it's coming. I thought it was either going to be him or Braxton Jones.
I think it might be Ozzie, though.
Yeah, I think it might be Ozzie.
I think it might be Ozzie.
Keeps coming in as that third tight end.
So going back to what I said earlier about how they trotted out this jumbo personnel against the Giants where they had 6 offensive linemen on the field, and it was Ozzie Trapillo that was reporting as eligible. So he played 6 snaps, and again, it was in all sorts of different situations. He did not get the ball in his hands. He didn't act like, a fullback or anything like that either. So I'm like, all right, are they going to show the Vikings that same look? And based on the tape, the Vikings are going to think, oh, they're just bringing on whatever. And are they going to try and get the ball to Ozzie? Now, I don't know how good Ozzie is at catching the football, though. We're going to see.
I think we're going to find out.
There's video of Darnell in that video they put together.
Like, he told me he doesn't want it.
He looked pretty good.
I know, but I asked him again. I was like, I'm like, you really don't want the ball? And he's like, no.
I don't think he likes all this attention.
I don't think he does either. I mean, he's an offensive lineman. None of them do.
Speaking of attention.
Some are okay with it, I think, more than others.
It's because you are tapped into the division. I got to ask this question.
Okay.
Can you see the Packers missing the playoffs?
Oh, God. No.
Okay.
Why?
Again, honestly,
at the Broncos, I'm looking at the schedule. Ravens late.
Yeah, this comes from my trust issues of growing up a Bears fan, though.
Oh,
of like until I see it. I mean, granted, we saw it last year of Aaron Rodgers, then they missed the playoffs because the Lions like knocked him out. I was at that game; it was incredible. It was just, it was but They have, even with all the injuries they have, and I mean, the offensive line injuries are what worry me most, obviously, because Matt LaFleur doesn't seem to understand that his offensive line is hurt. He keeps trying to run the ball on early downs and establish physicality at the line of scrimmage to like get the offense going. And I'm like, you don't have the horses anymore, Matt. You can't do it that way. But the other injuries to the receiver core, I'm like, you still have a guy at every level. And if you've got a guy at every level and you've got Jordan Love, provided he can get back to playing like Jordan Love, he's been so conservative lately. And I don't really understand why he's scared. He looks scared out there. And maybe it is the offensive line injuries that are whatever. But you have Josh Jacobs, you have Luke Musgrave, the tight end, you have Christian Watson back now to stretch the field. You have all of those things at every level of the offense. You should be fine still. And then you have a defense that you can rely on. And that's, I think, the Packers need to lean more into the fact that they can afford some risk offensively because they have a defense that can back it up.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that this trading for Micah Parsons thing has not gone as expected as I thought it would. That is the voice of Carmen Vitale. Carmen in studio with us for the hour, including our next segment. She's a host and analyst for Marquee Sports Network and Fox Sports Radio. And it's time for a giveaway. Caller 6 to the score contest line 312-540-0670. 0670 will win a pair of tickets to Football After Dark at Moretti's in Bedford Park on Tuesday, December 2nd with special guest Nashawn Wright. I'm hosting, so I get to ask Nashawn questions. It's a fun event and it is sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com and brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. Carmen, Cam Scadaboo has a question for all of us. We need your opinion on it.
My son.
Yes.
I went to Arizona State. He's not actually my son. I just call all of the...
Yeah, he ran all over
And Danny
Mississippi
Parkins
State.
isn't actually Robbie's dad, but you know.
Yeah.
Kind of.
That's how it works.
Yeah. And Marshall also covered him in high school. So you guys might be related.
Yeah, Sacramento.
Ugh.
Big time in high school, as you can imagine.
I mean, I'm so sad that, you know.
His career started at Sacramento State. He was at FCS school.
Yeah.
He
You
puked
can
and
imagine what he was
rallied
doing
on the
there.
air, live on TV.
I had so much fun watching him in college, and he embodies he belonged at Arizona State. Like he embodies everything that an Arizona State football player is.
You missed him when you played Mississippi State this year, didn't you?
All right.
we did. Okay.
I'm going to let these two fight it out. We'll bring you the results on air next. Oh
my God.
Before Chicago takes on Minnesota, turn on the score from 9 a.m. till noon for your local Ford Dealers pregame show featuring Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz, long snapping Iron Man Patrick Manley, and Mully from the Mully and Haugh Show. Listen in as the guys get you ready for the game. Your local Ford Dealers pregame show, 9 a.m. to noon on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeart Radio apps.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
This season, some gifts don't come wrapped in paper. They come wrapped in trust, commitment, and integrity. At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise, especially during the holidays. That's why we created the Patrick Promise. Now, through the season of giving, enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select new 2025 models. Here at Patrick, we stand by our word, just like the traditions that bring us together.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
It's Blackhawks and Bowl season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36+. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters.
Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
Mom, I don't feel good.
And every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit standbyouillinois.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with nearly 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit standbyouillinois.com or call 866-575-2583 to renew your coverage today.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply, select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, and Vitali today. Carmen Vitali joining us for the entire hour. And in true Rahimi and Harris and Grody fashion, we're all yelling at each other about silly stuff during our commercial breaks. So it's official. Like, you're in. So we mentioned this earlier. If you don't know Carmen, get to know her work. Fox Sports Radio, host and analyst for Marquee Sports Network. She's the co-host of the Chicago Football Show. And she went to Arizona State.
I sure did.
College of Cam Scadaboo.
Go Devils.
And Marshall covered Cam Scadaboo in high school. Showdown. Who knows him better?
She probably does.
No, he probably does.
I know young Cam Scadaboo when he was crazy and he had an older brother who played football.
I didn't cover him at Arizona State. I just watched him and I claim him now as my son. But
and not to be confused with Mozzie, your puppy.
My first son. He's my actual son.
He was a problem. So he's from Rio Linda, California, and the whole thing was when I first got there, it was like, oh, this guy Cam Scadaboo. Is it Scadaboo? Yeah, no, it's Scadabo. Are you sure? So I'm like calling people at the school trying to figure out how to pronounce this dude's name.
Say his name.
Camp
I
Scatterboo.
call him Scatterbooyah.
Oh my goodness.
snap.
Nobody gets that.
Shout out to
though.
the late, great, and my former mentor, Stuart Scott on the Booyah.
Oh yeah, that's. I was actually quoting Kanye West, but
Well,
from the monster.
Stu Scott
No, I was
predates
gonna say,
Kanye
no,
West.
that's fair. And honestly, Stuart Scott, that's a better
reference. There's got to be a year cap for the Kanye reference.
Right, like I mean that's old Kanye, right? Like
Yeah.
I miss the old Kanye.
we all miss the old Kanye.
Chop
He
up
doesn't
the
exist
soul,
anymore.
Kanye.
I drink a boost for breakfast, an inch for dessert. Yeah, that
And
was my
now,
song.
and now there's whatever
Drive
is
Slow
happening
is
there.
one of my favorite songs
that's
ever.
good, too.
See,
Driving down Lakeshore Drive, bumping that.
Carmen
Is
went
there
to
anything
York.
better?
Feels.
Carmen's a York Township girl.
Yeah, York Community.
Oh, my bad.
In Elmhurst.
Yeah,
York
York
Township
Community.
is different, but
Yes. Forgive me.
that's okay. We were known for cross country. That's pretty much it.
That's an amazing thing to be known for, actually.
The coach that we had when I was there had won like the last 23 state titles, and like they made a movie about him, Joe Newton. Yeah.
Wow.
What's the movie called?
I don't know. The Green Line, something like that.
We
I
can
don't
look
know.
it up.
She doesn't hold down her hometown like I hold down my hometown. That's fine.
Well, listen,
See, there's a fight here.
if York would like claim me, they don't claim me, and I'm like, excuse me.
York Carmen is successful.
The fact that she did
What
the
the
hair flip
heck?
when she said that, though, that's what sold that for me.
No,
claim
I've
me.
seen. I saw like you were a cheerleader, weren't you?
I was a pom, yeah. I was
Pom
on the-
squad, and they're
Pom
not.
squad.
Wow,
I
York,
know. I was a
wow.
varsity athlete, and
Unbelievable.
My niece just did their little dance camp though, and I got to go back for the first time I think since I graduated, and it was so cute.
Were you a dance mom?
With her, yeah. I'm 100 because her mom is not a dance mom. But
You're
like,
doing amazing, sweetie. Chin
literally,
up.
I brought her like treats. I brought her like a little present, and like it was a 2-minute performance.
We have jumped off the rails. We are officially
I love it, though.
gone.
We are off the rails. Sorry, guys.
I
All
think
right, back
we
to Camp Scatterboo.
Yeah, I think we still have time. No, that's what happens. You start fighting about family, and then ultimately the talk becomes about your family. So our friend and child, Cam Scatterboo, asks, really what I think is, Ray, you are correct in your description. The definitive taco question of our time.
Do you like turn your head to eat a taco, or do you turn the taco for you? Like, are you dominant to the taco, or does the taco, like, do you turn your head for the taco? It's about the dominance of the taco, though. Like, if you're turning the taco, you're dominating the taco.
It's that Arizona State education for you.
I think the taco, the problem is if you turn the taco for you, then the ingredients fall out.
No, not if you pinch.
No, you gotta
the
pinch. Yeah, I'm a pincher.
Thank you.
I'm a pincher.
Thank you. Yes. Keep your head in its normal position. Turn the taco to its side and pinch so that things do not fall out of
Right,
said
and
taco.
then you can get like your pinky and it, like,
Yeah.
like supports the bottom
Yeah,
of it so it doesn't like
a
spill
whole
out.
thing.
Yes. Although I also just kind of like sometimes, hack it with the Crunchwrap Supreme. Then you don't have to worry. This also reminds me of like drinking out of a can. I hate the end of the can where you have to crank your neck all the way back. I hate it.
I'm good with that.
I hate it.
I know, I hate it too. I would drink out of a straw like all the time if I could.
Like that song where they say sucking beer through straws.
Yeah, well, I don't drink beer, so.
That's a yeah, and Yingling Flight, for example, comes in a bottle, so that doesn't count. But like, that's a Nene Cherry song.
So to be clear, you are a head turner when it comes to eating tacos.
Yeah,
you turn your
no,
head to
I
the
adjust
side.
my body for
now
whatever
I'm, like,
the situation
doubting what I
is.
do.
I know what I do. I grab that thing. I was like, we're not gonna look all crazy out here.
I think I go halfway.
Oh, okay.
I think I both, which is probably not the right thing because like then you are head tilting, but you're also like losing some of the at risk of like losing some of the ingredients.
I don't
know.
Let's take a more formal poll and get 2 more people to chime in on this. Where are you guys with this, Ray and Robbie?
I think I do turn my head. Like I had tacos the other day, and I think I did turn my head. Also, bonus question, 2 bonus questions: flour or corn tortilla, or
Corn.
what's your favorite type of taco? Because carne asada, my favorite taco.
Corn fish taco.
Corn carnitas.
Quesadilla. What are we talking about?
Ray?
Corn
Yeah.
for the tortilla
Oh,
itself.
for the tortilla.
Yeah, corn for the tortilla itself. for me.
It doesn't really matter.
Have you had
He's a flour
have you
guy.
had
He's a
Bodega
flour guy,
tacos
for sure.
from Costco?
No.
Oh my god, they're so good.
Every day. How does it that Costco has so many things that people talk about? Every day I learn something new about Costco.
I need I don't think Costco does deals with people. I need a Costco deal, man. I am there all the time.
Their deals are with the people.
That's true. No, they are.
I
But
just
yeah,
wanna
get the
mention-
burrito tacos from Costco.
Chicken tinga also honorable mention for me.
Tilapia.
Oh, yeah.
Tilapia tacos.
Ooh,
Just
they're
delicious.
so good,
tacos,
Ray.
Delicious.
Yeah.
Also, there's Marshall and Carmen are on it in terms of not losing your stuff in your taco. All you have to do is, and I have a prop here, a napkin taco. Just grab the back of that thing and kind of fold it, and then you're not going to lose anything. If you hold it and you use, as you said, Carmen, your fingers in the back of that taco, you fold up the tortilla. And as you said, Marshall, you squeeze the tortilla. You're not going to lose anything.
Next, you're going to tell me like you guys don't know how to use chopsticks. Like there's rules to this.
So you don't need to bend your head all out of whack. You just support your taco from the bottom and from the back, and then you're good.
Wow.
The way you just said that though,
that's a drop. Almost like a song.
It's great from the way we started. Actually, the last hour, the way we ended it with Grody to the way we're ending it.
I was gonna
now.
say, yeah.
He did tell you. He said, "Ask Carmen about her dog." So, how
that's
is
true.
Mozzie?
Mozzie's great. So Mozzie is our rescue dog. He, we got him when he was 8 weeks old, and he was rescued from South Central LA. He was found as a stray at 5 weeks old, and we found out. We did a DNA test on him. He is like every breed of cop dog, of military dog. He's German Shepherd, Belgian Malinois, and Dutch Shepherd, and then he's got like a bunch of other stuff mixed in. So he's incredibly smart, and he is incredibly stubborn, and he has so much energy. It's wild. He's not even a year old yet, so he keeps us on our toes. He's also gotten to the point where he gets mad at both Dave and I whenever we get on a podcast from like our home studio, where he will be on the couch completely just doesn't care. It just happened to me this morning before I came here. I was on a podcast and he comes strolling into the office because you can't close the door because then he's going to bark. He'll bark at you to let him in. He comes in and he is just all over the place. Like apparently had a lot of opinions on the Packers. I don't know.
As do we all.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, Mozzie's one of us.
He is. He was whining. He's like, I don't want to hear this. I guess I don't know, but he's the best. And I'm absolutely. He saw snow for the first time. This is the first. Obviously, he's from LA. He's never seen snow before, so he loved it.
Aw, an animal's first snow. That's always a lovely memory.
I was crying, Layla. It was so pathetic.
Well, tell Mozzie we said hi, and Mark Rohde says hi too to Mozzie.
I will.
And thanks for coming in studio. When is the
having
next
me.
time we can catch your work? What's airing next?
Well, we have the Fox Sports Radio show on Saturday. Actually, tonight though is the Chicago football show. Will be airing on Marquee Sports Network.
Okay. Chicago football
What time is that,
show.
I think it's at 6 p.m.
Okay.
Central.
So look for that on Marquee Sports Network.
Check your local listings.
Check your local listings.
Carmen, thanks as always for coming in. That's Carmen Vitale. Nice enough to hang out with us for the whole hour here on Rahimi Harris and Grody. Coming up next, Transition. Lawrence Holmes and Matt Spiegel next.
Chicago football fans, don't miss 4 Seasons heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electric football Fridays on The Score, where all of our shows and unprecedented team of football experts get you ready for the game. Presented by your local Ford dealers on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This segment is sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council, roofers and waterproofers Local 11, training skilled craftsmen for the roofing and waterproofing industry. Whether you decide to go green or go solar, they provide their contractors with professional roofers to meet all of your roofing and waterproofing needs. Visit them at chicago-roofing.org.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
After an accident, you don't want another headache dealing with the insurance companies. Let us get you all the money you deserve. Call
222-2222. That's 222-2222.
Learn and roll is the way to go. Call 222-2222. 222-2222.
Jonathan Faust, managing attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score.
Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score or bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Layla to take a shot at the jackpot. That is FanDuel.com/Layla for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up in President Illinois opts in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As seasons change and days grow darker sooner, it can be a tough time for many. This November, BetterHelp is encouraging everyone to reach out, check in on friends, reconnect with loved ones, and remind the people in your life that you're there. Just as it can take a little courage to send that message or grab coffee with someone you haven't seen in a while, reaching out for therapy can feel difficult too, but it's worth it. And it almost always leaves people wondering, why didn't I do this sooner? BetterHelp does the initial matching work for you so you can focus on your therapy goals. A short questionnaire helps you identify needs and preferences, and the 12-plus years experience in the industry match fulfillment rate means they typically get it right the first time. With more than 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp is one of the world's largest online therapy platforms, having served more than 5 million people worldwide. This month, don't wait to reach out. Our listeners get 10% off the first month. Just call pound 250, say the keyword David Haugh, that's keyword DAVIDHAUGH after calling pound 250. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. Give online therapy a try at betterhelp.com/David Haugh to get on your way to being your best self.
Hey Chicago, it's David Haugh from The Score here, and you know I'm all about staying connected no matter what, and nobody does it like Verizon. I'm talking about the best 5G in Chicago, and with Verizon, everything just works. Need to check traffic before your commute? Boom, instantly. Trying to snag that impossible dinner reservation? Consider it done. This isn't just fast, it's America's most reliable 5G network, keeping you connected to what matters most. And get this, right now, when you bring your own phone and switch to Verizon on Unlimited Welcome with AutoPay Plus, taxes and fees, you can get a single line for just $50 a month. You heard that right. The best 5G in Chicago for just $50 a month. So if you're ready to experience the difference with the best 5G network around, stop by your nearest Chicago Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score. Report dated 2H2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
When it comes to cancer, expertise matters. Loyola Medicine offers leading-edge treatments and a team dedicated to your whole health. From prevention to advanced therapies, we're here for every step. Discover more at loyolamedicine.org/cancer.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This holiday season, Target has your back with irresistibly cool gifts for everyone on your list. For the trendsetter, start with affordable beauty kits and gift sets. Need something the whole fam will love? Grab snuggly matching fits in every size and style. And for the thrill seekers, don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online. And step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Thanks to everybody who helped out with our show. Ray Diaz, Robbie Triano, Brandon Dreyer, Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis. Thanks to our guests. We had Paul Charchian, Jarrett Payton, and Carmen Vitale in studio with us today, which was a lot of fun. And we're wishing a good time to Jarrett Payton because he's in Miami. He's in MIA. That's going to be a good time. Lawrence just shook his head.
Well, not to be confused with MIA. He's in MIA, you know?
Yeah, he's in MIA.
Those are two different things.
Yes, you're right about that. And now we have...
I fly like paper, get high like planes.
Good song. Matt Spiegel's here rocking the D-Rose hoodie, and Lawrence Holmes is here also rocking a hoodie. Hi, hoodies.
Pretty much always rock a hoodie.
He does, but Lawrence's zip game, like either quarter zips or full zips, is elite.
Oh, thank you.
It's impressive.
It's become my uniform.
Does he have matching Air Force Ones? No? No, I'm just asking because we had a whole Air Force One's conversation today.
We did.
I'm mad that you didn't have the ruse conversation, Mars Haugh.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know. Now I know. Now I have something to lean into.
Transition is brought to you by Old Republic Kitchen and Bar. Ice cold beer, legendary food.
So Robert Plant was in the lobby today.
What?
It's the lead singer of Led Zeppelin. I guess he was at XRT, but I walked in and I'm like, I didn't know that because I walked in I'm like, that's Robert Plant.
Did you speak to him?
Robert Plant was upstairs?
He was downstairs by the escalator, just hanging out, talking to a couple people, and it made me pause. I paused and I found myself gaping, and I was like, how many rock and roll people would make me pause and gape? And it's probably a bigger list than I realized, but Robert Plant, that's a golden effing god.
Did you speak to him?
I did not. I tried to. I decided to try to and say something to him, and the security guard was like, yeah, we're way behind. I'm not going to be able to. No pictures. I'm like, I don't want to take a picture.
I just want to look at it.
I literally want to
He's
say
not
something.
real.
10 seconds. I wanted 10 seconds to tell Robert Plant that
You did not get 10
I
seconds?
did not. His life after Led Zeppelin is incredibly inspiring. That man is still making new music, still stretching his boundaries as his voice has decayed. Because how could it possibly be what it was? He continues to make art, and I admire the hell out of that.
I guess he was in the XRT studios.
Yeah.
Like above us?
I think so.
So he was upstairs and downstairs?
He was everywhere.
Robert Plant.
Robert effing Plant.
No.
Let's go.
I don't believe you.
So who else is on the list of people that would stop you cold for the entire room?
Yeah, I mean, McCartney. I mean, of that vintage who are alive,
Or just in general.
I mean, McCartney, Dylan, Paul Simon. But then Stevie Wonder would stop me cold.
Mm-hmm. He see you coming.
That joke
So messed up.
So maybe it's a bigger list. You know?
I know, there are so many, especially from that era.
But him, that's top notch.
Just the brilliance. Also, isn't it cool that Jameson Tyone's song was "When the Levee Breaks"?
Was that his song?
It was one of them, yeah.
Yeah,
when he was on the mound,
You're right. That was the Tyone song.
Layla, is there anyone that would stop you dead in your tracks?
I mean, that would be like U2, obviously. Like,
doesn't have to be a musician.
Well, I was going to ask the next question because he had the very specific musician. Is there an athlete that would stop you in your tracks like that?
I mean,
because you cover sports, so
Bo Jackson.
Okay,
I'd have to that would connect in the childlike way.
We are
the same
aligned.
way that Plant. would.
I randomly stood in this, the hallway leading to the Sox dugout and the camera well over at the rate. Bo Jackson and the whole 94 team, they had their reunion in 2019. They did that celebration on the field.
That's
So I was
cool.
just chilling, standing there with Bo, just
Come
hanging
on.
out.
Come on,
I was
man.
just like, what?
I mean,
and he is this chill. He's a very laid back guy.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, I've heard he's a lovely guy. I've never interviewed him even.
And then Ozzy was, of course, the most talkative in the hallway, and Bo would just shake his head every now and then.
Have you ever talked with Joe Cowley about Bo Jackson?
No.
Put it on your list of things to do before you die.
Wow.
He's got so many stories that you will absolutely love about Bo Jackson.
I think the hard part about stopping somebody in their tracks now, or mine anyways, I never believe that I'm seeing the person I'm actually seeing.
Yes.
I'm
that's
always
the
like,
thing.
is that so-and-so? And then I'm like, no, that isn't. No, and
then it was
20
Lance
minutes later,
Armstrong.
It was, yeah, and I'm like, damn it. So I'm not good at that.
It was Bill Russell for me. During All-Star Week in 2020, when Chicago just put on, and I was over in Auburn Gresham, and Bill Russell walked into the gym, and the gym just was silent. Like everyone was like, there's a tournament that was going on, and then Bill Russell walked in. Everyone was like, that's Bill Russell.
I was thinking
we should
about
probably stand, right?
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Some people deserve you to stand. I was thinking about Bill Russell last night because Ruben and I were playing a one-on-one Nerf hoop in his bedroom. And I was a beast with the block shots. Like I was Mutomboing and wagging my finger. I was just dominating.
Were you Wimbying?
Yeah, pretty much. But then I realized I need to find that part of the Bill Russell documentary when it talks about how he used science, he used geometry and physics to figure out how to block more shots and play team defense. Like that man completely changed the geometry of basketball by figuring it out when he was at, I believe, University of San Francisco and obviously early in the Celtics era. But and there's a portion of that Netflix documentary that shows that. I got to find that and show him.
What's crazy about it, and someone like Wemby could learn from it, Giannis can learn from it. Wemby, I think, is actually pretty good at it.
Keeping it in bounds?
Yes. The thing about Russell and block shots was controlling the block shot.
Yeah.
And not just swatting it into the stands. Like, go get a possession out of that.
He knew where to be on the court to leave his feet. Like, I think
that's
that was
a good
part
call.
of it. I'm also still.
So he's gonna be. Robert Plant's gonna be at Old Town Music.
Old Town School of Music, School of Folk Music tonight and tomorrow.
Are you gonna go?
I hadn't planned it, but maybe I should.
I think you should. If
I'm
you
a,
can.
I'm an admirer. I do. I'm an admirer of the man. That's a great place to see music too. That Old Town School. It's like a little theater space. It's gorgeous.
Love that. I was still thinking about people who stop you in your tracks. What about interviews? Like one of my first interview in Austin on air live. George H.W. Bush at Texas A&M.
That's crazy.
Who correctly predicted that Dennis Franchione was going to Dennis Franchione resigned after the game. And he said something prophetic about Fran. And then I was just like, well, this is his dad. And I was interviewing him, and it's just me. And I was like,
oh, it's his dad, right?
Herbert Walker. So then as I'm interviewing him, I was like, I see why you were at one point the leader of the free world. And I was like, really salient football points. And then after the game, I was like, oh, George H.W. Bush knew. He knew.
Did he play baseball at Yale?
I thought that was W.
I know.
The dad was an athlete too, though.
Did he not play football?
I don't know.
He might have played football.
I thought HW played football and W played baseball.
But
I think you're right, Lawrence.
So that was probably the most random, and that's how I started my time in Austin. Was that chaos?
Man.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of people that would stop me in my tracks.
So that's probably it. If interviewing a president at any point in time.
George H.W. Bush played first base for Yale from 46 to 48. Captain of the Yale baseball team his senior year in 1948.
And what about W?
I will look.
As the text line points out, W traded Sammy Sosa.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. He did trade, and then he threw a strike after 9/11.
He played baseball for one season as a pitcher during his freshman year. Did W? He was a bench rider in the bullpen, and then moved on with his life.
Then the president of the damn United States.
That was a wild day. But that's probably that's the thing is usually these people come to me in work form, so that I don't have to double guess and think, is that me or is that my brain?
The work thing is different because you're kind of in a mode.
Yeah.
But if you're just walking down the street and you're like, oh, that's Halle Berry.
Okay, Halle Berry would be
on the list.
When I met Gabrielle Union, it was like that.
Yep.
I was like,
you stood up straight. You're like, hey.
You met Gabrielle Union?
Yeah, we were at the opening for the National African American Museum of History and Culture, and it was wasn't even open yet, but we got a preview tour with the National Association of Black Journalists, and she was there. And I was like, and my boy Kevin Frazier knew her obviously, and I was like,
Kevin's a good man.
I was like, bruh. Introduced me. He's like, oh yeah. And I was like, you know what? I don't even remember what the conversation was about, but she was so pleasant. Just pleasant. You forget that people can just be pleasant even if they're famous and,
And if they're gorgeous and pleasant, it has an effect. Doesn't it? Let's be honest.
There are a few things as nice as having an interaction with a beautiful woman where you feel like
You
she's
actually
cool.
connected?
Yeah, like she's cool. Like
Yeah.
it's not. There's no.
She was into you, Marshall.
No, I'm not
Yes, she
saying
was.
that.
In that moment,
I'm not saying
she was
that.
paying attention.
She was just
D-Wade's going to come out of the bushes and say,
Yeah,
take her
she
away
was just
from him.
open to like a conversation. Yeah, I'll meet your friend Kev. It was cool. It was cool and it was laid back, and I was
Sure.
like,
Did you get a number?
that was nice. Stop. Come on. The woman is married.
I know.
To somebody we kind of know.
Yeah.
Someone tried to tell Dwayne Wade. I saw it. I was laughing out loud. Someone tried to tell him on a red carpet that Future has more money than him, and Dwayne Wade was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, probably, right? Like, yeah, he made music for forever, so he's probably got way more music than I do, or way more money than I do." And I was like, "Mm-mm."
Does he not know about how child support works?
Does he know how right? Because Future's got, what, 8 kids?
More than I can count.
One that he's not.
Right.
Some of those are with Sean
no.
Kemp, right? Is it with Sean?
What?
Is that not how that works?
No. He's got his own army of kids.
I'm looking at a picture of George H.W. Bush in 1948 with Babe Ruth when he was playing first base for Yale.
That's crazy.
And was the captain. So time's a flat circle. That's crazy. Thank you to the texters for filling in some blanks. By the way, shout out to one of the great restaurants, the great spots in this town. I had lunch today at Manny's over on Jefferson near Roosevelt, and man, do I love that place. Always a cultural melting pot, always delicious food.
He brought us the black and white cookie.
I did.
Always look to the
and
cookie.
they are
Always.
doing really great work keeping people fed.
That's right. Them,
Seinfeld reference.
Lou Malnati's. There's a couple of Harold's that has done it too. October Cafe, Penelope's, Zacharia. A lot of, like, Chicago is like, we live in a great city filled with great people who are looking to try and help people. So shout out to all the restaurants, including our friends over at Manny's that stepped up with the government being shut down and people wondering where their next meals are going to come from, saying, you know what, we
got you.
We are part of this thing. So B Gabs in Hyde Park, shout out to them too for doing
Speaks,
that.
what was the meal like? What was the traffic like at Manny's?
Oh my God, it was packed, and there were a couple listeners in line, and we chatted for a little bit. But they don't. I mean, Manny's, everything's good. Like their pastrami's good, and the corned beef is great. But I was with a friend one time. He had the turkey. He said it was the greatest turkey sandwich he ever had in his life.
Really?
Today, I saw they had a giant thing of roast beef, like a huge, flank of roast beef. And I was like, how often do you have that? They're like, not that often. And so I had a roast beef sandwich. It was unbelievable. I have half of it left.
He
here.
took a picture of it.
I did. I took a
damn.
picture of the flank of beef.
Phone eats first.
And you brought back black and white cookies?
And
Always look to the cookie.
And some turkey pastrami for Tanny today to bring home to
Well,
the fam.
I see, giving begets giving.
And it's so funny.
Fam.
The fam!
Yeah, get out of here with that. That's for me.
Excuse me, turkey pastrami for Tanny to keep here and hold on to and have every day.
I'm walking in the hallway after
Amen.
I toasted my bagel, and Tanny's got his nice little dish of chicken and rice. And I'm like, look at you. He's like, this is not enough food. This is not enough. I'm going to need more. And now,
And
look
now
at
he's
this.
got it. He's got it.
The good Lord provides.
Odie, if you're listening, sorry none's coming home.
Nope, none of that is making its way home. Here's what we got planned for you today. It's Thursday. That means Coach Wanstedt's going to be here in the 5 o'clock hour, and that is always a party, so make sure you are here for that. Mark Grody has got a Bears hit for us at 4, one word, probably. Patrick Manley is going to join us at 2:45. There's a lot of stuff going on with special teams that I want to get his thoughts on.
And his thoughts on his old buddy Rex Grossman being on the score.
Yeah, and again, you guys did a wonderful job with the Rex Grossman interview. If you have not checked it out, you need to check out the Rahimi Harris and Grody YouTube page and watch that interview. It's outstanding. We are going to talk about a get-right game, trying to get a little get-back if you're the Bears versus the Vikings. We are going to do that after Tanny's Open next here on The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Bet365. When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only, must be located in Illinois.
The 37th annual Chicago Bears Coat Drive is here in partnership with Jewel Osco and benefiting the Salvation Army. Jewel Osco is collecting new or gently used coats for families in need. Drop off your coat donation at any of the 189 Jewel Osco stores across Chicagoland, now through February 16th. The goal is 25,000 coats. So check those closets. If you haven't worn it in a year, it's time to donate. Help make this winter a little warmer. Find donation locations at chicagobears.com/coat drive.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sports book at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field. But with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Imagine you fix a turkey this Thanksgiving that was so delicious, your guests will talk about it for years to come. Sound too good to be true? Well, it's not. This year, order a Green Circle Heritage Turkey. Layla Rahimi here for Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. I asked owners Chris and Susie, what makes this bird so special? For starters, it's delivered fresh, never frozen, to your doorstep the week of Thanksgiving. Skip the low-quality frozen birds at the grocery store and choose a fresh Green Circle Heritage Turkey from Second City Prime. All turkeys are raised free-range, antibiotic-free. They're fed a diet of surplus vegetables from farmers markets and wholesome gluten-free grain. From start to finish, these birds are treated and fed well, and the result is a supremely tasty turkey this Thanksgiving. But hurry, the deadline to order is November 15th. Just visit secondcityprime.com. Orders of $200 or more ship free. Visit secondcityprime.com. The word SECOND. That's secondcityprime.com.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with... Hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile. Thanks, Zoe.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Your favorite neighborhood spots run unsquare. You know the ones. Maybe it's the popular shop that just opened a new location by you, or the big sports bar that's always packed on game day. These places make the neighborhood, and the money spent there stays in your community. Square powers more than 4 million neighborhood businesses worldwide. To learn more, go to square.com, or just stop by your favorite local business. See you in the neighborhood. Square.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger, Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Last night in the NBA, for various reasons, there was no Giannis in Charlotte. The Pistons were missing 7 regulars, and the 5 biggest names skipped Cavs Heat in Miami. But Nikola Jokic was out there, completing a back-to-back with 55 points, 12 rebounds, and 6 assists. During Denver's 6-game win streak, he's averaging 35, 12, and 11. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
Mark Brody's got a Bears hit.
And so I wanted to get into the mind of somebody in that Bears locker room about Justin Jefferson and what makes him tick. CJ, CD, Gardner Johnson was the one I spoke to about Justin Jefferson.
Why is he great, though? Can you pinpoint it?
Man, he can do block, he can catch screens, run the ball. He's one of a kind. He's a unicorn.
Now, we got to stop with the unicorn. We have to stop. Not everybody is a unicorn.
I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write.
We just saw one in Victor Wembanyama.
He's a unicorn and he's special.
It is unicorn. It's that unique.
Yeah, I mean, he's a unicorn for sure.
Put the tape on. That's all I'm going to say. This guy's a unicorn.
He is a unicorn.
We call it kind of like that unicorn fastball.
Unicorn! Enough already.
That's the only unicorn who's been in our sports diet this week. Apologies to Darnell Wright, but he's not one either.
You know, I got a joke right now. He's a little bit of a unicorn.
I guess he's saying rare stuff. Because unicorns are rare. That's the best guess I have. I don't have a horn.
Dan Campbell. He's an amazing person. One time someone told me he is a unicorn.
The idea of using coal out wide. He's a little bit of a unicorn.
I'm Michael Jordan. If you're doing it, stop it. Get some help.
I'm Team Tony Wise on this.
There's no such thing as a unicorn as an offensive lineman. Anthony Munoz may have been a unicorn. Randall McDaniel might have been a unicorn. And Dwight Stevenson.
Let's stop. That broke me on the unicorn thing.
You had
It
to
just broke
stand
me.
up.
I did.
And for yourself and for your team in that moment.
And for unicorns.
I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!
Unicorns are cool, but I prefer dinosaurs, honestly.
The official adventures of
Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons 2 to 6 on 670 The Score.
Welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show. We got a full boat for you today, including a 5 o'clock hour with everyone's favorite coach, Dave Wanstead. He will be here. We will talk Bears, maybe a little college football. Pitt's got a big game coming up this weekend. No? All right. Well, maybe not. Also on the show today, Mark Grody is going to join us. He's going to let us know what's happening at Haugh. That's a thing. And then in a few minutes, in 20 minutes, in fact, we're going to talk with Patrick Manley about the Bears, about special teams, about Rex Grossman. There's a lot to get done. Alex is here. Tanny is going to be well fed. That man is Matt Spiegel.
Hello. We're going to hear from Scott Boras a little bit later on a Cubs target as well.
I noticed that you guys were like, you just ignored my idea of allowing the listener to do that.
Oh no, I liked that idea. I did. I didn't give you proper support and love in the text thread. I admit. But I didn't even click like on it.
But after I sent it,
I'm gonna go do that.
No. After I sent it, I was like, we probably shouldn't. We probably shouldn't do that.
No, you should.
Because
well, call it what you will. No, I think that's a ridiculous idea.
Yeah.
I just there are other. Let me put it another way. There are other better ideas, in my opinion.
I think that's fair. Black guys sound like Haugh, like awful idea too.
Hug a Jew Day.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Terrible idea.
Alex is like, wait, this stuff happened?
Yes. Hug a Jew Day happened.
And black guys sound like Haugh happened here.
At this esteemed radio station. This is why we get the respect that we deserve in the Chicago market.
It's this type of stuff that I forget to tell Layla when she's like, hey, give me some score history. I always forget that type of stuff, and that's the type of stuff I should be telling her.
I don't know.
No.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff.
No, there's a lot.
But no, I don't think that was a bad idea. I just thought, like there are other better ideas.
I was just so overwhelmed by how great Tanny did with it yesterday.
It's Tanny's bit. He didn't even let us in on it.
He did not.
Like, I would have sat down and written up some puns, and I'd like to play along. I'm a punster.
I figured that there were some people that were probably starting to, Cub fans or Sox fans were probably doing the same thing with their roster.
Feel free to send them in, folks. If you want to get your Tanny on, you want to get your Tanny becoming Boris on, you want to be a punster about a Cubs player, a Sox player, you send those in via text, and we will collect them and get to them later on in the show.
That's true.
Don't be a chicken. You need your Benintendies.
Oh,
sorry, guys.
See? Yeah,
I'll show
Alex.
myself out.
Alex, thanks for your call.
Speaks, the Bears have a really interesting game on Sunday, not just for the season record and the playoffs part. That part is obvious. What I'm excited about when it comes to this particular game is that this is the first time that we get to see a Ben Johnson rematch, that we get the opportunity to be like, hey, you remember what happened in week 1? Now what do you do? Like, how do you fight back? Like, what are the changes that you make, the corrections that you make? Your team is completely different now altogether.
Your team is completely different now.
So it's a new squad, basically, that he's running out there that's learned a lot. So what does it look like when Ben Johnson has an opportunity to look at the tape of his team versus another team? And will this be another marker for us to be like, you know what? Bears head coach is pretty smart.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. Because we know what Ben can do with the bye week as he restructured the entire run game. And they have come out since that bye. They're averaging 5.2 yards per carry since the bye. So that's what he decided to work on then. So what does he do with a game plan when he's got a team that beat him? And remember, the Lions, they beat the hell out of Brian Flores.
They beat the hell out of the Bears, too.
I know, but like 40-plus points. No, I mean like in Ben's time there. Ben was 4-0 against Flores, as the play-calling offensive coordinator, and now he's 4-1. The lone loss was that week 1 game. So now what does he do with theoretically an improved quarterback and certainly an improved running game? I think. Do you have an idea? Have you been thinking about what he's going to do?
I just been thinking about. It's different. Like, there are things that you have to consider. It's not optimal because that place is very loud, even with a team that's not as good as they were last year. It's a loud place, so some of the things that you are checking into and out of might be a little bit more difficult. Have we really seen Theo Benedict in an environment like this against a pass rush that can be generated by Brian Flores? Are there now things that he saw Caleb not be able to handle that he thinks, A, Caleb can now handle, or 2, he has put in some things to help him handle it? Like, if you're seeing this blitz, like, we're going to go hot here, and that's like your only read. If you see that they are blitzing from this angle or this angle, like strong safety comes down and you like, oh, that guy's, or Metellus. I love Metellus.
Yeah, man.
He's a good player.
Not Martellus Bennett.
I also love Martellus Bennett.
I know you do, but I think of him every time. It's Josh Metellus. Metellus is one of those wonderful hybrid toys that defensive coordinators in the modern NFL love to have.
Yeah.
Could be a safety, could be a backer, could be a nickel, could be a D-end every once in a while.
And they've lined him up at all sorts of places. Does Caleb have a better understanding of what he saw after being able to watch himself with Ben? You know what I mean? Like now, instead of trying to get the answers from the previous coaching staff about Minnesota, and that changed twice throughout last year, for him to be like, okay, I understand the concepts of what we're running, and this is what happened in game 1. I now see it better because Ben and I are in a place where he can explain it to me and I can go, I got it, and now let's go attack it.
I hope that that's the case. That's certainly the goal. I'm not convinced that Caleb is there for that kind of thing yet, but you could see it in the scripted stuff, and then we know that Caleb is comfortable in the fourth. In the first matchup, it was J.J. McCarthy who was comfortable in the fourth and dominated, and Caleb did not. So maybe his overall comfort will be there. I think the run game as the dominant engine of the offense just makes everything easier for Caleb. So that, I'm just so glad that has been established. That gives me the most calm going into this matchup because, I think that Brian Flores was able to stop the run without doing much to try and scheme to stop the run the first time around.
No, you're 100% right. So that's something that they can kind of say, hey, we have improved upon and we will stick with. And then the other part to me is sometimes you have to send a monster to kill a monster, and Brian Flores is a maniac. So is Ben Johnson. And I'm sure that it's been sitting with him like, we lost that game.
Yeah.
But we were prepared for that game.
Right, but you know the stuff that, like Greg Olson pointed out, when you see that the blitz is coming, just attack that spot.
Yep.
Like that play where he didn't do that.
Don't look left if the blitz is coming right and you know your hot is on the right side.
I assume that that's some of the ways that Ben Johnson has attacked Brian Flores with Jared Goff in the past. Is like, hey, Jared, you know that Brian's going to do this thing. When he does this thing, just go ahead and just toss it right over to him, to the man who goes into the space where he sent the people from. Like, is Caleb ready to understand that and execute that kind of thing? I don't know. I don't know if he is. He needs to eventually. Maybe he is a little bit more this week. But I feel like that stuff's still a work in progress.
It is, but that's why I'm looking forward to it, because now it's 2 months later. It's 2 months later, and you have an opportunity to go, okay, we learned the lessons of the first game, and now we're going to adjust.
Yeah.
Like we're going to put pressure on you instead of allowing, and I also mean that defensively too, because that's what I would like to see them do
to JJ,
to make his life uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's I'm glad you're bringing up the defense, because that's Ben's. While it's Dennis Allen's purview, Ben's the man in charge. So are you going to attack JJ or not? JJ was comfortable.
Very. In the fourth quarter, for sure.
Yes. He led drives to dominate that thing and pull the Vikings back. I don't want to see that again. This is a kid who's looked like a kid an awful lot of times. We talked about it in Turn the Page yesterday. He's struggling after the first 15. They're having those conversations. They're like, JJ doesn't really get it other than what he and O'Connell are working on up close.
I remember those conversations.
Yeah.
I hate those conversations.
Yeah, it's no fun.
I call 9. 9 comes out, and I got to understand, okay, he can't be at his peak performance throughout 3.5 hours. So.
Yeah, we've referenced it, Tanny. You've played it. Do all the listeners understand that's J.J. McCarthy talking about his own alter ego?
I call him 9. 9 comes out, and I got to understand, okay, he can't be at his peak performance throughout 3.5 hours. So how do I find little ways, on the sideline, get back to my breath, get back to my visualization that could kind of maintain that intense, competitive stamina throughout the whole game?
Alex, what's your nickname for yourself?
for a certain part of yourself.
For when I am terrible at my job for most of the day and then turn it on at the end? Is that what you're talking about?
Your 5 o'clock hours have been really good. They really have. Something about the 5 o'clock hour lets Alex just relax,
From 2:30 to 3, we're good. That's the first 15. It's 3 to 5 where there is a huge issue.
There's a lot of chaos in there. I need to do a better job with that, in taking care of that chaos.
Yeah, you got to coach him up, man.
Yeah.
Come on, Lawrence.
We'll get you through it. We'll definitely get you through it.
It's good self-awareness out of you, though, Alex. That's impressive.
There's still a lot I need to learn.
Yeah. In structure, you're making more plays in structure now than you were a few months ago.
You guys don't see him dancing around sometimes when he's putting a guest on the show. He's just dancing around back there.
Tell you what, the body language is better than it was last year. Something goes wrong, he used to just slump in his chair, fall apart. You got to be a leader of men on that side. Taddy doesn't know how to do anything without you leading him.
I'll just use the 4 o'clock hour to slump in my chair.
Do that. When we come back, Patrick Manley is going to join us, and we're going to spray to all fields with Patrick. There's Bears stuff that we want to talk about. There's old Bears stuff that we want to talk about. There's stuff going on in the league that's interesting from a special teams perspective. So don't go anywhere. Patrick Manley joins us next on The Score.
Listen to Spiegel and Holmes on the Odyssey app, no matter where you are or what you're doing. Unquantifiable but undeniable truth, led by two guys with an unmatched work ethic.
Work harder than just about anybody in the business.
So whether you're catching Spiegel and Holmes live afternoons 2 to 6 or using the Rewind feature, use the Odyssey app.
It's just like, oh, like everything here is great.
And take Spiegel and Holmes with you everywhere.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In here to help you beat the books for the BetMGM Network. We have a big-time college hoops game tonight with number 8 Alabama hosts number 2 Purdue. Bama's coming off a great win over the weekend against St. John's where they scored 103 points. I think the Tide are a little inflated in the market right now, and laying 3.5 points is too many against a Purdue team with terrific guards. Give me Purdue plus the points. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
Mom, I don't feel good.
And every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit StandByYouIllinois.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with nearly 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit StandByYouIllinois.com or call 866-575-2583 to renew your coverage today.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit tremfya.com.
I was special teaming it up all during the week.
Patrick Manley.
My all-time favorite Bear would have to be Patrick Manley.
Bears long snapper for 16 seasons.
Manley is the long snapper, and they fake it. And it's Maynard, the holder, and he fires the pass, and it's caught for the touchdown. Brian Urlacher on the reception. Pretty good imagination.
Craft beer mogul.
Are you drinking the Kool-Aid?
I'm drinking a long snapper IPA.
Patrick Manley.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Yes.
I got one.
That's the
I've been waiting for that, man. I was hoping I'd get
You got to
one
be
of those.
thrilled, huh?
Yes. Let's go into my diary tonight.
Patrick Manley with Spiegel and Holmes.
And a ton of stuff. Of course, the Manley snap.
On 670 The Score.
Before Chicago takes on Minnesota, tune in Sunday from 9 a.m. until noon to your local Ford dealers pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Kreutz, Patrick Manley, and Mully will get you set for the game. Then immediately following the game, they'll have instant reaction on the postgame show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Arturo Tires. All of it can be heard on The Score and the Odyssey app. And with that, we bring in Patrick Manley, who joins us here on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline, circalasvegas.com. What's up, Patrick?
What's up, guys? I'd like to be addressed as 65 for the rest of the segment,
65, the alter
Yes.
ego. So what did 65 do on game day? And what did you have to do to enable 65 to live his best life?
I would always tape my left wrist first, and then tape my right wrist. No, no, I was just a long snapper, guys. Man, I was just living.
He just show up from the golf course and be ready to.
No, that would be practice down in Bourbonnais, man. Game day was a little different. I did have to, tune it in a little bit and get ready to go. Make sure Robbie and Brad could do their thing.
We talked about you the other day, and we're looking forward to talking to you because Rex Grossman was on The Score, man. Your dude. And
Yeah.
I remember that you guys obviously were buddies and would have a couple drinks sometimes after games and all of that. And knowing that you were a listener of the station who ends up working at the station. And then Rex talked about being a listener of the station who freaking hated the station and now was on the other day, and it was really cool and honest and open. That's really nice that Rex is in a good, comfortable spot. It was great to hear him on the show the other day, on the Midday show.
Yeah, it's good that he came back on there because, he was such a polarizing figure. Lovey always saying Rex is our quarterback, and you wanted him to be great, and you were hoping for him to be great. Career didn't go as well as planned, his injuries he had or whatever, but it's good to hear him back. He means a lot to the city of Chicago. Took us to a Super Bowl. Unfortunately, we didn't win, but I just wish his career was better. He was a good teammate, good guy. But it was good to hear him.
Do you remember talking about The Score with him back in the day when he was getting it?
I don't, but I know a lot of guys, either hated The Score or we listened. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
We did both. Obviously, on postgame, we always listen to Doug and OB, but there were times you would listen, you'd be like, you guys don't even know what anything you're talking about.
No,
there'd be story like, you wouldn't know anything is going on in the locker room, but yeah, it's hard too because you're in the opinion business, and I was doing it with you, Speaks, every day. You got to come up with stuff to talk about. You got to give your opinion. You got to put yourself out there. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. I do it now. There's times it's hard to talk about players that are playing poorly, but I try to do it as a coach. I try to do that all the time. And I'll tell you what, though, guys, it's a lot more enjoyable now with the Bears at 6-3 when where they're at. Studying film and doing all that stuff is a lot more fun. So any of the guys listening now, they'll probably listen a little bit more.
Yeah, and Speaks, Zach and I were the guys who ended up getting the
feeling the wrath.
Yes, you did.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you did.
Well, and then who you had on the air back then too? They you talk about opinions.
Yes. Yes, there's no doubt about that.
Who's this?
Exactly.
Hey, easy, pal.
So Patrick, let's talk about this quarterback and them being 6-3. When you watch last week's game, walk me through the emotions of maybe being like, oh, here we go again, to, whoa, they won.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. What I'm finding out, the guy's a winner. And guys are talking about belief and winning in the known or whatever they're talking about. That's fine. That's some good locker room speak. I like all that. That gets them all together, but they believe in each other, man. That's the thing that I'm seeing, that they get in the fourth quarter. These one-score games are going to be that way in the fourth quarter. That's the way it is in the NFL, but they believe, and the young man's doing it. It hasn't been pretty up to that point. There's still room for improvement, but as far as belief as that clutch gene, what you want in a quarterback, I'm definitely in on that, and it's been fun to watch.
Man, that it really is cool, and the numbers bear that out, because it's not just the running that happens in the fourth quarter. Our friend Jason Leisure just wrote about it over at the Sun-Times, and in the final 5 minutes of games, he's first in yards per pass. He hasn't thrown an INT. His quarterback rating in the last 5 minutes of games is 143.8. So I don't know what that is other than clutch and calm.
I think it's clutch, man. I'll give you. So we were watching when Olin and I were at Revolution Brewing. We're watching that Cincinnati game, right? And we're sitting next to each other. And the funny thing is, we were in a room upstairs watching the game, thinking it was over. And on the way down, everything started happening, and we got to watch the final part of it. And when the offense got the ball, Olin just said under his breath, out loud, he's like, all right, Caleb. Instead of like, oh, no. And I looked at him, I'm like, you're confident in this guy. And he's like, I mean, you could just tell. I think everybody is. I mean, we're confident, on this side of the microphone, not on the field or whatever. But it's just a good feeling I think we have in Chicago about him.
When it comes to a rematch, and the Bears get the Vikings this weekend, and the first game did not go well for the Bears. What do you hope they correct, and what do you think you see that's better now than in week one?
Well, the biggest thing is funny. I was rewatching the TV copy today, and it's just all the penalties. They had 12 penalties, offsides, all that stuff, and they just did not have command of that offense. And it looks like now they're getting that way. So I feel like that's going to happen. And then the run game. I mean, you talk about the best double team in the NFL, Jonah Jackson and Darnell Wright. Whoever that three technique or whoever they're going against, it's got to strap it up on Sunday or Monday or whenever they play. So they've got that going well. So I just see a different team, and it starts with Caleb. It starts with the command of the offense, and then the run game is just – it's as good as anybody in the NFL. So I think that can now win games and help Caleb. It'll be interesting to see what Brian Flores does to combat that. Does he stay in the too high shell? Does he bring guys down and bring another defender down there to open up the passing game? Because a lot of teams are still respecting Caleb's arm. So I don't know what we're going to see out of Brian Flores. He seems like every week he dials up a different game plan. But as far as the Bears, keep cleaning up the penalties. They only had 3 last week, which is a lot better. But this run game is it's pretty fun to watch.
Explain the too high shell to people and what that was in the first game, the first matchup of this game.
Well, you're going to see, 2 safeties back. You're going to see a light box. You're going to see not the extra defender. You're not going to see that safety. So too high would be the 2 safeties. You're not going to see that extra safety down in the box. So as an O-lineman, when you're counting defenders, you're going to see 7 or 8 instead of 6 or 7, depending on how many offensive people you have in your box, considering whether you have 12 personnel, which is 2 tight ends. So it just really is how many people are down within 7 yards of the line of scrimmage. Will you put more down there to stop the run, or will you continue having guys, back shell of the defense to contain Caleb's arm?
I read an interesting piece in Sports Illustrated by Connor Orr, and I'm going to send this to you, Patrick. It's the cover story on SI. It's about special teams, and it's about how special teams this year has evolved, where there's a whole bunch of blocks, like the blocks themselves is going at a higher rate, and there's a lot of conversation about kickoff strategy and using a knuckle kick to land in the land
kick or whatever. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So about all of this stuff. I guess the question is, why is it why was it that the rules were the only thing that allowed for there to be an evolution here? And what do you think of that evolution?
The evolution of the blocks. You want to start with that one?
Sure, let's start there.
I don't know. I do not know. I mean, being honest, I don't know why so many field goals are blocked. I think Minnesota's already blocked 2 this year. I mean, it's just, I've been in so many meetings where you say, okay, this is the weakness. Let's attack it. But you still can't get home. For some reason, they're getting home. I don't know why. Maybe it's because that they're kicking longer kicks and the balls are coming out a little flatter. And are those the ones getting blocked? I don't know the studies on that. But it is interesting. I mean, you're seeing more punts blocked. You're seeing more punts affected. I mean, the Bears got one tipped in the first week against the Minnesota Vikings. And then as far as the kickoff rules, I'm still trying to figure that out. I want to go sit with somebody this offseason, whether it's Tabor or Tobe or one of my old coaches, and kind of figure out why guys can't return better. Why are they hitting big returns? What does the dirty kick do with timing and all that kind of stuff? It's always called timing and spacing when you're covering kicks between, like the kickoff and kickoff return. It's just, to me, it seems it's one of the hardest things to do is to block on kickoff return in that tight of a space and turn around and block somebody. But the kickoff rule and the new kickoff, I like it because they are returning the ball and it adds more to the it adds a more exciting element to the game. But I still haven't figured that one out either. It just looks like it's a very hard play to coach. Looks like it's a very hard play to play as well. Was Robbie ever experimenting where it's like not just kick it through the back of the end zone or like we would do like a mortar kick, so one that would be really high to like the 10-yard line, so you get the more hang time. So it's, obviously the rules are different now, so you could take off when the ball was kicked. But guys would work on like a shorter kick with a higher hang time, so you could cover faster and make it more like a punt. But now just the game's so different with that kickoff rule that it's there are different kicks, but they're okay. Yes, there'd be a squib kick. You remember Devin Hester? Everybody squib kicked to Devin, and that would cause a lot of problems because a lot of kickers were not used to doing that. And now everybody's gotten better because they start practicing more on these different kicks. But yeah, they were doing that more and more. But the rules now on kickoff and kickoff return have changed so much that it just changes everything.
I can't wait to read this article that Lawrence grabbed Connor Orr from Sports Illustrated, and because there are some special teams coordinators. John Fossil's longtime guy in special teams says it's the special teams are the wild, wild west. There's a lot of teams doing a lot of different stuff. There's no groupthink, Patrick.
That's why I can't figure it out, because when I turn on tape and watch I see so many different ways to do it. Normally you would see a strategy on kickoff return to say you're either going to run a wedge, and then they took the wedge out, right? You're going to run wedge left, wedge right, wedge up the middle, and a counter. Then they went to you could only do a 2-man wedge, so you could add more variety to that. Now you're trying to see them just trying to figure it out because you don't know your coverage guys. It is so hard to block on kickoff return. So I think they're trying to figure it out as well.
And even figuring out your personnel on it.
That's the other thing, yes. So it's, so you look at last week, I was trying to go back and say, remember when I talked to the other show about changing up your personnel. Well, it's hard to do that because when you have injuries, you're already changing it up anyway. So I went back and compared to some of the positions that were on kickoff last week, against the Bengals, against the Giants, and there were changes naturally just because of injuries. So it is hard to do that because especially this time of year, you got so much attrition and guys coming and going. And it's hard to coach this. I mean, I'm telling you, it has got to be one of the hardest things as a player to block and cover and do all that stuff on kickoff return. So as a coach, it's very hard to coach and figure it out.
Patrick, as always, we appreciate the knowledge. Thank you, sir.
All right, you bet. Have a good week.
Thanks, Patrick. All right, go Bears. I'm going to read this report, this special teams article, and get back to you.
There's a lot there, Speaks. Like it's just a lot.
Just give me time. I need a little time.
I know you got it.
All right, we're entering into a tough part of the day for Alex. At 3:00, it's just he tends to fall apart.
Well, I got something for him, and apparently the NBA's got something for the Bulls because it's been a rough week and a half for your Chicago Bulls. We'll talk about what happened last night where Detroit had nobody and won by a lot of points. Next, here on The Score.
Coming up this afternoon, tune in at 5 p.m. for the Four Winds Forecast with Dave Wanstead. Coach Wanstead will join the Spiegel and Holmes show to preview the weekend's games. And for your chance to win a $200 gift card to Four Winds Casino and Resort.
You know, he's got the arm, he's got the intelligence, he's got the athletic ability.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Brought to you by Four Winds Casino and Resort in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape.
This segment is sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council. Chicagoland Roofing Council provides exceptional services in all facets of the roofing and waterproofing industry. If it's time to go solar, call a professional solar roofing contractor to guide your solar roofing system selection. Find a highly skilled roofing contractor at chicago-roofing.org.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
It's that time of year again, hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
We've been serving Illinois for over a decade. After a wreck, you make one call, that's all, to Lerner and Rowe. 708-222-2222. That's 222-2222.
Jonathan Rouse, managing attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score.
Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score or bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Layla to take a shot at the jackpot. That is FanDuel.com/Layla for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up in President, Illinois. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hey Chicago, it's David Haugh here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with my plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on my plan. That means new and existing customers. There's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Chicago Verizon store, and they will give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-Verizon/.
$20 is $20, and at Old Republic, it gets you 2 full pounds of tender, fall-off-the-bone ribs. It's Rib Fest all month long. Get the best ribs voted by the Daily Herald. Old Republic in Elgin. Dine in, take out, or order online.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on The Score.
Last night was not a good night for the Chicago Bulls, and it has been a struggle ever since Speaks anointed them NBA champions.
That is not accurate. That is not accurate. Now, I was very excited and really looking forward to games of consequence during the course of the season.
And we went and saw Wemby.
Yeah, but I did talk about them when they were 5-0, especially. Or I guess 5-1 because we were back together.
I think 6-1 is where you were like, hey man.
Well, it was after they beat the Knicks in one of the 2 back-to-backs. I'm like, come on now. This is, some teams got to step up and get into the top 6 in the East. That's unexpected in a bad conference. And why not the Bulls? The system is the star, I said.
Now they're at 9 again, where we're used to seeing them.
They're back in the play-in game where they can hang out and then welcome the Miami Heat. But actually, the Miami Heat are probably ahead of them right now.
Yeah, they're in the 6th spot.
Yeah.
Milwaukee's in the play-in right now, too.
Look, the standings are not where the season is going to end as right now. I mean, eventually,
yes,
the standings are where the season it's going to end.
That's how we'll decide.
The point is, what are they, 6-5?
They are 6-5 after losing 4 in a row.
The Pistons lost early to the Bulls, and now they've won 8 games in a row.
The Pistons lost more than half of their team, and they still beat the Bulls last night.
This is the trouble. That last night, the Detroit Pistons decided to play without Cade Cunningham for an ankle, Jalen Duren, who is excellent, with an ankle, Tobias Harris with an ankle, Isaiah Stewart with an ankle, and Oscar Thompson also with an ankle. And Jaden Ivey hasn't played yet this season. So I can do math. That's 6. That's their top 6 that they were without last night. Some of that was just rest. They were handing the Bulls a road win.
And here's Javonte Green.
Here's B-Ball Paul.
My man.
I mean, it's like some of the people. Here's Duncan Robinson.
And you're like, when did he become a Piston?
Yesterday. No, he's been there for a while. But still, here's our second unit. And I know the Bulls are without Josh Giddey. They don't have much of an offensive identity without Josh Giddey. Have you noticed that?
They struggle without him, the three-point making, and obviously his ability to start a break after a rebound. Like, there's a lot of stuff that goes away when he's not there.
Yeah, I think they kind of play to his particular basketball DNA. So without you guys out there like Kevin Huerter trying to do a lot. And
Kevin Huerter is balling right now.
He really is. Now, there was a time when he was in Sacramento and he was a baller. He was like part of, was it the Light the Beam year in Sacramento where Huerter was there and he was good. So he's balling, and Modest was trying last night and all that, but That is an ugly, ugly loss for the Bulls. Even though it's on the road, it's Detroit without their top 6. I'm sure Billy was happy, though. I'm sure Billy was all good with it. The Hall of Fame coach must have been very pleased with the results as well as the effort. Is that true, Lawrence?
No.
I'm a big, big believer that you get what you earn. And we didn't do anything to earn it. And not taking away anything from Detroit, because certainly all the way around, from myself, our staff, the players, you know, they were just better all the way around. You know, we talked about it before the game, you know, about them having some players out. We obviously have players out too, but you know, I think maybe Joe had mentioned to me, you know, maybe a couple days ago about, you know, how open maybe the East is as wide open as it's been. But like, to me, this is my point. You got to earn it, you know, and we're not good enough, quite honestly, just to go out there against any team and not earn it. We're just not. You know, there's areas we can get better at, and we earned the right to be in it. We didn't even earn it. I mean, we made a gallant, you know, dash towards the end to try to, you know, make a run at it, but you can't, to your point, play defense for part of the game and then expect to win. It just doesn't work like that. You get what you earn, you know, and I don't want to sit there and say you get what you deserve, because, you know, sometimes, but you earn things, you know, and in the NBA, where it's the most competitive league in the world, you have to earn stuff. These guys are NBA players over there too, and we're not in a position to just think that if we don't play desperate. That was the biggest surprise to me, is there was absolutely zero desperation, and we need to be desperate. We're not talented enough not to be desperate, and we're not gifted enough not to be desperate. We have to be desperate, and I feel like up to this point in time this season, we've played with that kind of mentality, and I didn't think we played with that mentality. And if we don't play with that mentality, that's what we look like. We just dropped 3 games in a row. You know, like, this is not like we've run off like 7 or 8 in a row and maybe we're a little bit full of ourselves. We just dropped 3 in a row, you know, and you should be coming out a lot more desperate than that, in my opinion. You know, and like I said, this is a highly competitive league, and I don't think anybody in this league's good enough just to show up and think they can step across the lines and play. You have to have incredible focus. You have to be really, really, you know, unbelievably locked into what's going on, and you have to be really, really desperate. I mean, listen, I think what ends up happening sometimes is when guys get an opportunity on a team that maybe they did not or were not afforded an opportunity because of some injuries and things happen, you see guys play desperate, you know, and sometimes you realize the talent gap's not as great as it may appear, you know, and you know, it's just not, you know, and we're not that much, you know, more gifted than teams that we can just, okay, we're just going to show up. You don't come out with a level of desperation, it's really, really hard, because the league is so competitive and it's hard to win.
Wow. That's some good stuff right there.
6 times did he say desperate in there? This has been my feeling on this Bulls team walking into the season.
Desperate, zero desperation. And we need to be desperate, desperation.
Oh,
Wow.
so like 12 times.
Like 9 or something.
He said desperate.
Big pile of. Did Tanny talk about that before? That was amazing. Good job.
He's just the best at doing this.
You guys are just good at radio. Alex, take notes, all right? I know we're in your downtime right here. Between 3 and 5.
This is when we got to coach him up, though.
That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, just pay attention. Watch the film. You and Tanny watch every play together, okay?
I'm just going to let my teammate pick me up.
There you go.
Good job.
Good job.
Good teammates having to do that, for sure.
Yeah, just like Ben and Caleb watch every play together. You and Tanny. After the show tonight, you guys listen back to every moment of the show.
So that's the part that always scared me about this particular Bulls team is the level of energy that they're going to have to play with to be competitive. And we saw it through the first 9 games of the season. We saw them play with a level of competition that you go, okay, even if they're not the most talented team, they're going out there and they're giving effort. But you pair that with they're not great at defense. And then you lose a guy that's kind of the thing that you build your offense around, and you get performances like that last night. The turnovers were killer, especially in the first half of the game. Chuck and Bill were talking about it, and they were like, ooh, because that's when the Bulls never led in the game, by the way, yesterday.
They charged all the way back to way down. I think maybe even closer than that. They get it all the way to 1?
I thought they got it to 4, but maybe they did get it to 1. But the idea that the Pistons with their top 7 guys out were able to beat you wire to wire is concerning. And I think that's why you hear the concern in Billy's voice about the performance.
There's a zoom out, which is a positive, and that is that he thinks they can win some games this year.
Yes.
He thinks that they ought to be decent this year because of what they have built and all of that. So now what you have is a fully engaged, dialed in, and verbally passionate Hall of Fame basketball coach. That was awesome. I trust and assume that he's delivering that message directly to that team.
There's no doubt about that.
There's no doubt about that. And that is awesome. And I know there's some debate sometimes about whether the Bulls are interesting, whether this Bulls team is worth it, whether you're all the way back in, whether you're paying for CHSN, whether, frankly, we should discuss them sometimes. All of that, right? The fact that you've got a coach who's that good and respected, who is this engaged and this demanding for the effort, kind of raises it up a little bit there. Like if you like basketball, watch and listen to this guy this year because he gives a crap and thinks that they have built something that ought to be competitive, and he'll be pissed off when they're not.
I'm never going to turn down the opportunity to hear from Billy. And that's why I ran into the meeting asking Tanny, was there sound? Because I had read the quotes, but I couldn't find posts. And I was like, is there Billy? Because this is a pretty amazing stuff that he's saying.
You remember what Tanny said? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He had
heard it.
Well, after that, the first thing I said was, Alex, is there sound?
And Alex didn't know because it wasn't yet 2:30. That's when he's dialed in. No, this has got to stop.
Alex is like the nicest person.
I know, a friend of mine who
but
loves,
I just need to focus.
A friend of mine who loves comedy and loves the radio show, and those things are not mutually exclusive.
I was going to say, yeah.
I know. Sometimes it feels like they are. But he texted me the other day, random show thought, but the running bit of being mean to Alex, who's so clearly young and nice, absolutely kills me. He really enjoys the bit.
So he likes it.
Yeah,
so he's telling you to keep going.
That was very encouraging.
Interesting.
I think one shot a day is probably all right. Yeah.
How do you know, though?
How about an hour?
Thank you, Alex. Once an hour. So I'm done. All right, it's 3:14. Enjoy the rest of your hour.
Does anyone believe he's not going to take at least 3 more shots at Alex?
I'm going to be so tempted.
I don't think that's a thing.
God, it's going to be hard.
But can I just say this? It was great to see Paul Reed go out there and do work.
Tell us about Paul Reed. B-Ball Paul is what he's called.
B-Ball Paul, he and Max Strus, and to a certain extent, Javon Freeman Liberty are the only thing standing in the way of DePaul basketball abyss in the NBA. So when Paul Reed was at DePaul, it was like, this kid might have a chance to be a pro. When you're watching him as a freshman, and Zach and I were calling those games, like, man, he's got the tools, and he definitely has the NBA body. And then he put it together. The upsetting thing is that there were 2 NBA players on a DePaul team, and they won 10 games that season.
How do you do that?
That's not good.
That's impressive
at all. But
which Dave Lato regime do we have to blame for that?
That was the second one.
Okay, I knew it was one of them.
But yeah, and I've had Paul as a student too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Come on now, Paul was one of your kiddos?
Yep, one of the kiddos. And he asked really good questions in class about media and how the ecosystem works and everything else. So
that's phenomenal.
Yeah. To see an engaged kid who knew he was probably going to the NBA and still cared about showing up and going to class.
Oh, man, you got to have love for Paul Reed now. And now I will.
Yeah.
And he got time last night because Detroit punted on the game.
Yep.
And said, Paul, why don't you play? And he's like, all right.
He had some really big games when he was with the Sixers. Remember when Embiid was hurt?
Yeah, 30-13 in a loss to Denver last January.
So he was right on his career numbers because what did he finish with, 28 and 14 last night?
Yeah.
So that's a big night for a young guy. I love to see him do well because he was just a super nice kid. And
That's so cool.
Thank God he and Max Strus and Javon Freeman Liberty exist.
So in June, B-ball Paul Reed signed a 2-year, $11 million contract to go back to Detroit. So that's nice.
Yeah.
$11 million. Guaranteed. It's coming. Save it.
Well, he made decent coinage with the Sixers, too.
All I'm saying is don't accept the poker invite from Chauncey Billups. Do not.
No one should.
Accept. I agree.
You don't need $1 million contract. People don't like giving away money.
Nobody should. I mean, I probably would. Like,
you do it for the experience?
Yeah, just so I could then come back to poker games and talk about it, you know? Yeah, I probably would. But I don't need to because I'm rolling on the FanDuel Sports app. I am just absolutely rolling right now. I hit a Wemby parlay last night.
What was it?
The Wemby parlay was pretty basic. Alex, you'd enjoy this. I know you like to play a little bit. 25.
Lawrence and I were waiting.
Nah, it's nice and clean. 25 points, 10 rebounds, 3 3-pointers made.
Ooh.
Plus 318 were the odds. I'm like, I'm going to go a little bigger than my normal bet because the odds aren't. So they're not like I'm not trying to hit a wild one.
And you were feeling the basketball angel from seeing him earlier this week.
I saw his confidence from 3 up close. And
against Vooch.
And the fact that he'd do it. And I figured this would be a high-scoring game with Golden State. And he hit those numbers very well. He only had 3 threes, but he hit the other numbers
man.
very, very well.
Look at you out here hitting.
Yeah. Hitting some NBA parlays. Because you can tell I've been touched by the NBA angel over the first few weeks of the season.
Now, you didn't get any special information or anything, right?
About Wemby?
Yeah, that like maybe one of the defenders was hurt or anything. I just want to make sure that we close the loop on everything.
I mean,
you doing the poker and you hitting a big number on FanDuel.
I'm not even going to check. I'm not even going to check the phone and see if I got a text from a low-ranking member of the Warriors. Just because, that would probably get me subpoenaed these days.
That's true.
Just a reference.
So with the poker game.
Yeah, it should. Did you see the end of that game? I woke up and caught the end of that game. Steph Curry had 46 points. Every once in a while, Steph says, oh, by the way,
I'm still great.
I'm still unbelievably great. And I could carry my team through a game, through a series. And if you're me, every couple of weeks during the NBA season, you're like, man, they might win another title. They might, it just has that effect on you to see Steph like that.
Well, you know that he could go Tasmanian Devil in a 7-game series, and you look up and be like, oh, Steph averaged 35 a game in the series?
Right.
I'm not shocked by that.
Right. Or you could see him like he did in the Olympics. I
got this.
Yeah, best players in the world. No problem. I'll go ahead.
I got it.
I'll take care of that.
You guys just, I got it.
Yeah.
And watch these last 2 minutes where I hit 19 shots.
Draymond Green was awful last night and was terrible. And Steph's like, yeah, I got it. It's cool. We're good. We're good.
Yep.
So
yeah, he's still really great.
Yeah.
And the thing is that him being great inside of the LeBron era that's gone on for 2 years now, I think it's not allowed people to really talk about how great Steph is. He's amazing.
Yeah, and he's more box office than LeBron. During the whole career, I would pay to see Steph sooner than I'd pay to see LeBron.
I can't believe that I haven't missed LeBron, but I have not. The NBA season has been so compelling that I haven't found myself being like, man, they're missing LeBron. There's a lot of Wemby is one of those dudes that is stepping up in the place of that empty chasm of where's the next superstar coming from? It's that dude. He's an alien.
One more quick NBA thing. Derek Queen had 26 points last night.
I don't want to hear it.
He's so interesting.
Good.
He's good. He can score. He's on a bad team. So there's going to be a lot of that. But I can't believe the Bulls didn't draft him. They took a 19-year-old French kid who won't see the court.
Yeah, he's probably going to play in where do they play? The Sears Center?
Yeah.
He's probably going to play there.
He's going to play there.
He'll be fine.
I'm fine, but you're trying to make the playoffs and be a thing.
I'm with you.
And this dude, a legit front court scorer, was right there for you.
You know how I felt about Derek Queen in the draft.
I do, and I got there with you. And then he was there. They were on the clock, and he's sitting right there. I'm like, oh, here it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And then I had to look up the French kid. What are we doing?
Nope. When we come back, let's talk about the GM meetings and Scott Boras and what the Cubs might do. Oh, and also the White Sox? Question mark? Back after this?
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Always talking Chicago sports with you, the fan. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2.
You're on with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody.
I love you, love the show, 100%.
Tony and Joliet, you're on the score.
Grody, it used to be the Bears. Every time I hear Bears, now I'm thinking like Bears.
Kevin.
You guys are really the voice of the fan.
Tune in to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sportsbook at your fingertips. Circus Sports Illinois, it's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field, but with Circus Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. You must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, it's Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. If you're in the market for windows, we do things different than those other big window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product made here in Chicago with the best installation and best warranty, all at the lowest price. Deal directly with me and call the Chicago Window Guys at 847-881-3060 and check out our 5-star reviews at chicagowindowguys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
This segment is brought to you by Staples.
Have an easy holiday, only at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, plus shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely. Don't miss 40% off custom cards, invites, photo gifts, wrapping paper, and more. Staples. That was easy.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown's disappearing. Maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. Well, I've got good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with the monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what about regrowing your hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and I personally recommend them. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR, or go to advancedhair.com.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
Allstate knows your home means everything to you, and you'll do anything to protect it. But not just with any protection. You want insurance that'll be there for you and your family when you need it most. And that's what Allstate's been doing for over 60 years. So check Allstate first for home insurance you can rely on. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. And while A.J. Brown's candor may seem obnoxious or diva-like behavior, the reality is he's right. Forget the Eagles' 7-2 record. This is a basic offense that has underperformed and has been bad at times. And if Nick Sirianni, the head coach, isn't going to call truth to power to his team, thank goodness someone, even their wide receiver who's disgruntled, did so. Good job, A.J. Brown. I'm Bill Ryder.
Spiegel and Holmes Show Flashback.
Greg Council's Cubs will take on Dylan Cease for San Diego.
Yeah, Dylan Cease finished fourth in the Cy Young voting last year. Not been quite that kind of year for him this year.
And half swings and misses here. Cease gets him again, make it 1 for 22. Suzuki strikes out on a devilish slider, the second strikeout for Dylan Cease. And he strikes out swinging again. Swords up for Cease. You get a 3-2 breaking ball. Another strikeout, that's 4 for Cease. Back to the heater. 100 from Dylan Cease for another punch out.
Oh, slider, slide.
Does Dylan Cease make sense for the Cubs? Is a reunion a fair request for a Cub fan?
The Cubs rotation was 27th in Major League Baseball in strikeouts per 9 innings. 27th. They don't have a lot of swing and miss power stuff in the rotation. They must go and find one, if not two. So yes, Dylan Cease makes a lot of sense. There are other guys I like a little better in terms of the fit and how the money might fit. But yeah, Dylan Cease makes a lot of sense. What's weird about him is the ERA numbers have never matched the stuff, including this past year. Like, you look at him and you're like, I wonder what it is. So he's a guy who you probably need to look under the hood a little bit with the analytics or maybe with the pitch usage. And maybe you're the Cubs and you can do what some of the smart franchises do where you're like, hey, lean on this instead. Lean on that instead. And you can untap some true dominance because he hasn't had consistent dominance. But Lord knows the stuff is there.
Yeah. There it is.
There it is.
Yes, the stuff is there. It is flummoxing to see him not be dominant when you know he has dominating stuff.
4.55 ERA this past year, a 4.58 in 23. 22 was a truly, truly great year. But these last 3 years, he's been healthy and productive, but has not been dominant. But the stuff still is there.
If they walk away with Dylan Cease in the offseason, does that feel like enough of a win?
They need more. They need some bullpen arms. I think they need offense, as we talked about a little bit yesterday.
I agree with you on the offensive front.
So yeah, and I really like Michael King, Cease's teammate with the Padres, but It'd be a huge get to get Dylan Cease, who's probably going to sign for $170 million, $180 million, maybe as much as $200. Scott Boras is Dylan Cease's agent and had a one-on-one with our Bruce Levine on the Marquee Sports Network. Here's Boras.
Well, I think we all know how Dylan Cease pitches in Wrigley Field. He is dominant, and to have durability, to have dominance, he has got both. Other than Skubal next year, I don't see a pitcher in the market coming that is going to have the potentials that Cease has and the proven element of durability to go along with that quality and potential. So 200 strikeouts a year, it's just not something the game has. Everybody knows that when you go into the playoffs, you want a number one. Why? You got a 5-game series. You want him to throw twice. You want to have that chance. You want to have your most dominant arm out there. That's why the Dodgers signed Blake Snell. And so those teams that are doing that are winning championships. And I think getting those types of arms are really, really increase your opportunity to achieve that.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's right about the high-end arms who can really give you length. The thing is that Cease doesn't really give you length. Cease, tends to end up throwing a lot of pitches and kind of scrambling and scuffling. He didn't give the Padres length when he started for them against the Cubs at Wrigley in the postseason. And he often hasn't given you length. He's given you innings overall when you look back at the end of a year, but not length in specific starts very often. He's a really interesting dude. You got a lot of homework you got to do on him to know exactly what you're getting.
And we do know that there have been success stories from Cubs Pitch Lab. And the point that you bring up of hey, I know you got 5 pitches, man. Why don't you try throwing 3? Let's figure out how to make you more situationally strong, and just throw 3 pitches, and let's move on with some of this stuff.
Yeah, you'd think that would have been unlocked for him if it was something like that. It's like, hey man, that slider's just not hittable. Just throw it a lot more. Throw it a lot more. I mean, maybe the arm hurts every once in a while when he does. I don't know, but yeah,
maybe.
These are some of the things. Lot of interesting reaction to the Cubs offense conversation yesterday on social media and more. And we'll see. There really is only one spot where they could make a big improvement, and to me, that's third base. So that's why Suarez or Bregman, if you want to go get kooky, is the thing.
The thing about making a move at third base for the Cubs is how much do you believe that Matt Shaw can get better quicker? And how much better does he need to be for you to make the jump versus spending some money on guys that you already know do the thing that you need Matt Shaw to do? I'm with you. I think that they need to upgrade that position from an offensive standpoint. I also understand the idea of, he's young and he's under control, and there were bright moments inside of his season.
That's lovely. That's lovely. So he can be on your team. It's a wonderful piece to be on your team. That's a good base runner. That's a good defender, probably at multiple positions, and you can let him do that. And if your third base signee sucks or gets hurt, he's right there for you. Yeah, I mean, your bench ought to. I mean, imagine the starting bench is Casey and Ballesteros and Shaw. Love that.
Is Shaw more valuable than Turner as a bench piece?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. So you can figure that out. Hey, you got a guy, Luis Robert. He's very, very skilled, and he's on your Chicago White Sox. Lawrence is not necessarily thrilled about that.
I'm not. I kind of figured this would be over.
It's not over.
That Getz could kind of do his own thing a little bit, and it's.
Well, Getz still thinks that they can trade Luis Robert even now that they picked up the option.
Right, but you're paying.
Well, yeah. So they still have the control, and they could maybe still even do that.
I know we already had
easy,
this
guys.
argument.
Easy. All right. Easy. Don't fight again about it. Okay.
Yeah, we already had this argument.
Shut up, Tanny. What are you doing?
Fight. Wow. Shut up, Alex.
Hey, Alex is done taking shots for the hour. Well, just from me. You can still do it, Tanny, if you want.
Thank you, Mr. Spiegel.
Alex, good to see you, man.
Lawrence, you got one too.
I should probably not do anything stupid, considering. So anyway,
here's Chris Getz talking about Luis Robert.
We need to continue to listen, and he's still very attractive.
That's all you wanted to play? Is that?
That's it.
He is still very attractive.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, debate this.
I remember the first time.
There's no debate.
Oh, there's no debate.
He's still in his prime years, as far as I'm concerned.
I remember the first time I saw him in the clubhouse in Camelback, and he was changing his shirt, and we'd all heard about, Luis Robert. He's an Adonis. He looks unbelievable. And then I was there, and I was like, yep, that checks out. That is not the way that anyone I've ever seen, perhaps in a baseball clubhouse, looks.
I believe it was Aaron Bummer who said he was an Under Armour mannequin. I believe that was the big.
Oh man, what a compliment! Like that's a compliment right there.
Yeah, that's good.
You ever hear Nate Bargatze talk about that?
No.
Talk about wearing an Under Armour shirt and how it's worse than not wearing a shirt.
It just exposes you.
He's like, instead of like, if you're going to get plastic surgery, just walk in with that shirt and they'll go, hey, here are all the trouble areas that you have.
Thanks for showing us. Thanks for making it.
Thanks for wearing that shirt and being able. So being an Under Armour model, having an Under Armour model body, that's top notch.
We need to continue to listen, and he's still very attractive. He is. Plenty of organizations have reached out and expressed interest, but that's been the case for a while now. So from our standpoint, we look at not only what he did in that second half, but also what we anticipate him doing next year in future years. We believe in the player. We do. And so we don't want to be short-sighted, and if there's an opportunity that makes sense, then something needs strong consideration. We'll have those conversations, but if it doesn't come together, we'll still be very happy to have Lou Robert in center field.
So yeah, they're going to be happy to have him.
It sounded like he was talking himself into it.
Yeah, I think you're hearing things because you need to be talked into it.
I do not need to be talked into it. I know exactly how I feel.
Well,
Tanny, can you run it again?
He's here.
Listen to Chris Getz talk himself into the idea of keeping Luis Robert.
He's still very attractive. He is. We need to continue to listen, and he's still very attractive. He is. Plenty of organizations have reached out and expressed interest, but that's been the case for a while now. So from our standpoint, we look at not only what he did in that second half, but also what we anticipate him doing next year in future years. We believe in the player. We do. And so we don't want to be short-sighted, and if there's an opportunity that makes sense, then something needs strong consideration. We'll have those conversations, but if it doesn't come together, we'll still be very happy to have Lou Robert in center field.
Yeah, I don't hear him trying to talk himself into it.
He's totally trying to talk himself into it.
I hear him trying to
drum up business.
No, I hear him trying to elucidate a thin margin decision that he is locked in on. It's not like a 90-10. Of course we're going to keep him. It's probably a 60-40. Like, it just makes sense to keep him because they get one more shot to try and trade him before the deadline, and they didn't want to just give him away for nothing. So he's locked into that 60-40 decision. He's trying to elucidate it, and he's willing to not come off like it's a 90-10.
Can I just say, though, that the second half thing is a bit of a misnomer. Luis Robert played 31 games in the second half of last season.
That's not a lot.
He didn't play in September.
Yeah,
that's the biggest flaw with what he said. Is like, we feel good about what he can do next year in the coming years. It's like, well, what is a typical Luis Robert season?
Yeah, in the coming years is a nod towards trade value because they're not going to keep him past this coming year.
Yeah, but you can't even, that's not even an actual selling point if you were trying to talk another GM into acquiring this guy.
He's dependable. He'll be around.
Right, yeah. You can project his numbers to be this. You can't even do that.
Yeah. But, Tanny, you get get it. You get the decision, like, to stick with him.
Absolutely, yeah. It's you got to catch lightning in a bottle. Hope he gets hot. It's the same thing every year with this player. So, but I understand why they did it. I probably would have done the same thing, to be honest. You just don't let him walk for nothing, in my opinion.
Okay, that's where things stand. All right, well, that concludes our talks on the GM meetings.
Folks, if you have a Scott Borisism for a White Sox or Cubs player, feel free to send them in via text to 312-644-6767.
Yes.
Maybe you'll be the funniest.
You can use the voice message feature on the Odyssey app as well.
That's the meatball machine?
Oh,
I didn't know
here
we were allowed to use that.
This is why, listener-driven content,
But that's actually
you don't have to use it.
That's
I'll
the
come
best
through
way
it.
to do it, though. That way we're not doing it live and no one has to feel like they're on the hook live.
That is a good way to do it.
Which can mess people up occasionally.
Good job, Alex. Way to go, man. Crush that.
Do you feel condescended to when he does that?
A little bit.
Oh.
He's still very attractive.
He is.
I meant that.
He is.
I did.
One of Caleb's peers has really nice things to say about Caleb. We will share that with you next here on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Dennis Allen frees up Ben Johnson to be a head coach, to be a play caller. But the defense is not good. Takeaways are great, but to live and die by takeaways, it means you're up and down as a defense. 1 week it's 3 takeaways, the next week it's none. So I think Dennis Allen continues to be evaluated. I don't think it's a complete body of work, but I think he overall has been more asset than liability.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of a game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Macy's Veterans Day sale is one of your best chances to save big on furniture and mattresses. That's because you'll find great deals on our best sellers, like our exclusive Radley 5-piece sectional, delivered to any room in your home with white glove delivery for $25.98. And so many top brand mattresses at 20 to 60% off, plus an extra 20% off closeouts. So come in, try it all out, and get an incredible deal today at Macy's Veterans Day sale. Savings off select styles, exclusions apply.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
FinishingChicago.com's decorative finishing contractors can transform your commercial spaces for staff, tenants, and customers alike. Our contractors' dedication to safety ensures everyone, including the assets of your building itself, are taken care of from start to amazing finishes. Visit FinishingChicago.com for your free list of decorative contractors specializing in decorative painting, wall covering, drywall finishing, glass systems, and custom signage. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up, you get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding health insurance can be so confusing. That's why we are here to help.
With thousands of insurance brokers to help you find the best health plan for your budget.
All free.
At getcoveredillinois.gov. Here to help.
Max Crosby putting him to sleep, and he is putting together a monster of a first half here in Las Vegas.
Spiro, what does everybody say when they play the Raiders? We've got to account for one guy, right? But so far today, they have virtually let him destroy and put that in negative situations, snap in and snap out.
That is our guys, our favorite broadcast team in the NFL, Spiro Dedes and Adam Archuleta. Well, that was the day they ate a hot dog from the concession stands in Vegas and pretended it was from the Wiener's Circle, thereby insulting an entire city.
I still struggle with that.
Right, it's just a horrendous move.
I just struggle with, there were enough condiments at the stadium that if you wanted to just throw some mustard on it, for God's sakes.
Sure, and they could have said, we're going to try to have a Chicago dog with what we have here.
Right.
Right? Just a little honesty.
Yes, that would have been very easy to do.
Instead of being thoroughly disingenuous.
Hey, show a little holiday spirit, okay? Enough.
It is the holiday season, Tanny.
It's wonderful to see, especially this time of year. It's the holiday season.
It's the holiday season. So unnecessary. You're lashing out today. I don't know what it is.
Holiday season.
Yeah.
It's a lot of stress.
I call it Stressmas. Am I right, guys?
Man. But that was before the holidays.
Stress-Hanukkah?
Yeah. Oh, man. It's like 7 nights of just tension. Stress-Hanukkah is no fun. So we're going back to the Vegas game because Max Crosby was in it, and he was an absolute beast.
He was a monster. He was so good in that game. And all you saw was like, oh, they're trying another smoke route. There goes Max Crosby again, almost taking it to the house.
Yeah. Hey, there seems to be trouble in the middle of the defensive line. Yep, that was Max Crosby. Trouble on the edge. That is Max Crosby. And then you saw this. Does he have a podcast? Because that's the law.
The Rush Pod is where I saw this. And as someone that played against Caleb Williams and did pretty well against Caleb Williams, he probably should have been AFC Defensive Player of the Week that week. He was so good against the Bears. But here's what he thinks of your quarterback.
Bro, he's balling. And that's the thing. Like, it's going to take him some time. Like, he definitely has some things that he's, you know what I mean? Like, just being an NFL quarterback, like, you can't be Superman and scramble for your life as much as he does. You know what I mean? Like,
Bro, he's running for his
life. And some of that's not his fault.
He's got wheels.
No, for sure. Like, some of that's not his fault. I'm not blaming him. Like, if he can do that, that's a great thing. Like, he's helping them win in that way. He needs to pick his spots a little bit more. It's like Jackson Dart. Like, he's a hell of a player and a great young player, but like he's another. You got to be smart. Like, 6 concussions is like, okay, now you need to slide instead of nose diving. You know what I mean? Just be smart.
Yes.
But at the same time, like Caleb he's got all the talent in the world. He's got all the ability. Their O-line is all right. They'll keep pouring into it. You know what I mean? They're going to keep figuring it out. But like, Darnell Wright's good. They got Joe Thuney there. They have some pieces. They just got
is nice too, dude.
Yeah, they got to figure out the left tackle, that situation. But like, yeah, they got pieces, bro. They got pieces. They paid. They invested in that team. They're like, we're gonna build an offense just like how Detroit did. And Ben Johnson is not stupid, bro. He knows what he wants and what he likes and how he sees it. And he's got the quarterback is not the problem, bro. He's talented. And you're seeing it, bro. He's especially a young guy doing it in the clutch like that. That's a really good sign for what they got going forward, bro. Because it's funny how last year, like, he got so much heat and everyone was like, Jaden Daniels should have been the pit. You should have da-da-da-da-da. And look how fast things can change,
He's got C.J. Stroud telling him, hey, man, after the game. Like,
yeah, exactly.
He was sunning him. He was sunning him.
Everyone was trying to sun him low-key. But I will give it to Caleb, bro. He's got some dog to him. And I said it after we played. And you know me. I don't say that about I don't think nobody is a dog for the most part. Like, there's only a select few. I really think Caleb's got that to him, bro. And as a competitor, he goes out there, bro. He's trying to do everything he can to win. So when you got a guy that's hyper competitive, bro, you got a chance. Period.
Dude, that was good. I had only seen a real short clip, which was like an amalgam of the stuff. Hearing that extended, that's really good. That's smart. That is not out of town stupid in terms of the Bears, and that's really cool to hear. It's good logic in there from Max Crosby talking about Caleb Williams.
And knowing that he matched up, and he's like, Darnell's really good. They got to figure out what's happening over on the left side.
Truth.
Which is fair, right? And we'll see how Theo does up in Minneapolis this weekend. So there's that part of it. And then I love that they peeped what most people in Chicago peeped with the C.J. Stroud stuff. He totally tried to sum him.
He absolutely did. Like James Franklin to Marcus Freeman.
Yeah, he totally tried to be like, all right, little bro, this is how it works. And Caleb was like,
yeah, no, I don't need that.
I will punch you in the face.
I think that's you. I think you might have been projecting just a little bit.
Go back and look at the look on Caleb's face. And that was the look of, I don't need you to tell me, Jack. I will punch you in the face.
I will punch you in the face.
CJ Stroud.
Oh, man. But no, it's and that clutch stuff and balling and just saying see it there at the end. He's totally right. And you can't scramble around like Superman as much as he does. And he and Ben are working on it. They're watching every play from every game. And they're talking about, hey, you could have just gone to another platform and thrown a touchdown here instead of done your wacky orbit scramble and try to do your thing, you know? So they're talking about it. They're figuring it out.
And I feel like the only time where I see Max dap up a quarterback is Patrick Mahomes. Like, I feel like that's one of the only guys that he gives that level of respect to.
Hey, when is Max a free agent?
I was hoping that the Bears would trade for him.
I know.
But they didn't,
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
And I do wonder if he's like, why am I still out here?
Oh, I would be wondering that. I'd
like to go someplace where I can compete.
Winning would be cool. Although Vegas probably,
Yeah, but remember, he's
kind of fun.
He's changed his life. Because, he's had some issues, and
that's right.
So maybe Vegas not a great place for Max.
Depends, man. I wonder, how many times you can go see Carrot Top if you're out there?
That's true.
You go see the top again and again. You get season passes to the top.
You could if Max could probably be in the show. with the top.
Oh my God, he would do that. The top would, if he needs it. Alex, reach out to Max. Let him know that if I need to connect him with the top, I can take care of that.
It's okay.
I will specify Carrot Top.
Thank you.
He does change his show all the time, and that's what makes him so great.
Max or the top?
The toppers.
Max.
Toppers will switch up the show.
Max also red-haired, right? They could bond on that.
They could.
They could bond on that.
Carrot Top and Carrot Top too.
Get Zach out there. Get Boog Shambi out there. Andy Dalton. Get all those people together.
Unfortunately, Speaks, he signed a 3-year extension in March.
Whatever, Alex.
Carrot Top at the Luxor?
Yeah.
I almost made it to 4 o'clock, but I just took a shot at Alex. Damn it. Almost got there.
Mark Grody has got a Bears hit for us. There's a lot going on at Haugh. He will share with us next here on The Score.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
Caleb Williams brought up something very interesting. Is making it sound like he's almost going too fast. He throws a fastball. Perhaps speed is an issue for him. And we see that when it comes to the velocity at which he throws a lot of the balls. If that's the case, then the timing is still off.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it speaks. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet, plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Matt to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Matt for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Helzberg.com for up to 50% off.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
It's about time pros had one partner for every part of the job. Simple ordering, fast delivery, continuous support, all from one partner. The Home Depot delivers supplies on your schedule. Our pro team helps you plan ahead so projects run smoother. And with Pro Extra benefits, you can simplify ordering, track spending, and save time every step of the way. Because with one partner, you get more than materials, you keep your job moving. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Hey, Chicagoland, get with a winning team. The all-new Toyota on Edens, one of Chicagoland's fastest-growing Toyota dealers. Score big savings on our fresh line of 300 new 2025 and now 2026 Toyotas. And servicing your current Toyota has never been more convenient with extended service hours, including Saturday service, plus Uber pickup and drop-off. The best way is right off the expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
For all the planned.
Okay, it's on my calendar. See you then.
And the unplanned. For your healthiest days.
Woo! Nice catch!
And the days when you need us most.
Oh, let's get you back in bed.
It's time to enroll in or switch healthcare coverage. And Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is here to support you throughout all of life's ups and downs. With member benefits like preventive care, plus access to leading doctors, hospitals, and specialists. all within a reliable network that gives you confidence for every part of your wellness journey. So no matter where life takes you, go with a trusted plan that'll help take care of what matters. Open enrollment ends soon. Visit needcoverageil.com or call 800-605-7000 to sign up for health coverage today.
Hey Chicago, it's David Haugh from The Score here, and you know I'm all about staying connected no matter what, and nobody does it like Verizon. I'm talking about the best 5G in Chicago, and with Verizon, everything just works. Need to check traffic before your commute? Boom, instantly. Trying to snag that impossible dinner reservation? Consider it done. This isn't just fast, it's America's most reliable 5G network, keeping you connected to what matters most. And get this, right now, when you bring your own phone and switch to Verizon on Unlimited Welcome with AutoPay Plus, taxes and fees, you can get a single line for just $50 a month. You heard that right. The best 5G in Chicago for just $50 a month. So if you're ready to experience the difference with the best 5G network around, stop by your nearest Chicago Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speed. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score. Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Tonight becoming partly cloudy with a low around 40.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
Here's the man that you fear most in football staring you right in the face.
Mark Grody.
I call him a maniac, a stone maniac.
Covering the Bears for 670 The Score.
You had to overcome the mystique. It was almost like an odor. He exuded a kind of a presence.
Co-host of the Take the North podcast.
His whole damn life was football. Wasn't driving a pretty car. Wasn't going to the local bar, pounding your chest, I'm the greatest. It was the opposite.
Mark Grody.
He was Moby Dick in a goldfish bowl.
Mark Grody with Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score.
Hell yeah, it's Mark Grody time. He's got your Bears hit for us here on Spiegel and Holmes, and he joins us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline, circalasvegas.com. Hey, Groats, what do we need to know?
What's going on, gentlemen? Good to talk to you guys as always. And just thinking about the first time, the last time the Bears took on the Minnesota Vikings, it was at Soldier Field. Bears fans remember a 27-24 loss to Minnesota, a game in which I can say the Bears dominated the Vikings for 3 quarters. They were up 17-6 at one point in time. Nashawn Wright had a pick 6 in that game. J.J. McCarthy did not look good until he looked really good when he had in the fourth quarter. He had 3 fourth quarter touchdowns, including 1 on the ground. And all of a sudden, McCarthy looked like a weapon. 13 of 20, 143 yards, 3 TDs, and a pick in the game. Again, the Nashawn Wright pick 6. So now here we are heading into the 10th game of the season, by the way, for your Chicago Bears. And second time around now, wonder what the Bears defensive coordinator, Dennis Allen, thinks about J.J. McCarthy.
Look, I mean, he's a good quarterback. He was a top 10 pick. I think his ability, to use his feet to create in the passing game, I think is a challenge for us. And I just think, they got so many skilled players that make it so difficult to defend. You want to load the box and try to take the run game away, and you got skill position players on the outside that make it a challenge. And then, you want to play them in a light box and, try to devote more resources in the passing game, and now the run game comes alive. So I think and look, I've gone against Kevin O'Connell and his offensive schemes, several times, and it's always been a big challenge to defend. So I don't expect it to be any different this week.
So, look, there's a lot there about the specifics and, frankly, the basics of how they're going to go about this. In terms of the running game, the Vikings have not been good at it. at all. They're like 22nd in the NFL. So he says light box, and then the run game comes alive. I don't much worry about the run game coming alive.
I do in this aspect that their quarterback is part of their running game. And we saw in the first game that they played that made a difference. Like him and his legs ended up making a difference. So that part I get. And I always wonder, when we talk about this in weeks past, what's the choice? And it's usually a combination of both. Are you playing drop coverage or are you coming after the young quarterback? And it's usually a combination of both. But this week, especially, C.J. Gardner-Johnson has been really great at blitzing off the edge. So do you deploy some of that stuff because it's already on tape? Do you then go, we're going to show it, and then we're not going to do it, and then try and confuse J.J. McCarthy? There's a lot here with them playing better and Montez having a good run right now, maybe sacking the quarterback.
Maybe you can just rely on that front four to do their thing. It's going to be interesting. How aggressive you think Dennis Allen might be, Groats? I guess we'll see, huh?
Well, you know what? One of the things that speaks that I asked to Dennis Allen today, that I'm not playing this audio right now, but I will paraphrase that. I said, how much of what you want to do can you do right now? How much does it hurt you that, he's got what 4 starters out right now? Like, how much can you do differently? How creative can you get when you go up against an offense like that with so many weapons? And naturally, he said, like, that's not an excuse, and you have to go with what you have, and you have to be. And you heard it. Like I thought part of the interesting part about what he said about J.J. McCarthy was that he quickly pivoted from J.J. McCarthy to the rest of the offense, and that's because McCarthy, relatively speaking, has struggled lately with a 53.7% completion percentage right now, but he went through the litany of all those weapons. Justin Jefferson, like we talked about these guys yesterday, Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson will kill you if you're not looking as well. So all of that comes into mind. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna go a little bit out of order from what I had sent you guys. I want to talk about Tyreek Stevenson here right now, because we discussed yesterday, gentlemen, Jordan Addison. And obviously Tyreek's going to spend a lot of time with Justin Jefferson. But as we discussed yesterday, Addison killed the Bears last year. I think as Lawrence dug up for us yesterday in real time, over 200 yards of offense against the Bears last year. He did not play in the first game at Soldier Field this year against the Bears. So let's listen to Tyreek Stevenson talk about Jordan Addison, and then low-key some pretty good breakdown or discussion on Kevin O'Connell and what he does and how one could counter that.
Good receiver, if you don't keep him, stay on top of him. He'll definitely, let me see how I can put this. He'll definitely expose the defense down the field. So, good receiver, all in all, covering him a couple times in college and so definitely good receiver.
You guys have faced Kevin O'Connell's offense a couple times. What makes it so challenging aside from the talent on the field?
Just the play calling. I would say I've been in this division, 3 years now, and just going against him, and when Ben was over there, just making sure the same play looks the same, but it's a whole different play. So just going out there and letting your keys take you to your work. He could show you the same play in the first quarter and bring it back to you in the second or third, but it's a whole different play. So just the fact that they play call using the same plays and the same formations.
I wish I felt better about Tyreek. I wish I felt like I did during that 2 or 3 week stint when it seemed like he was
in his bag
and maturing, and then there was the injury, and now since he's come back, he's gotten burned badly a couple of times.
Progress isn't always linear.
That is true. That is very true.
What I do like, though, is hearing a defensive player explain what it's like to be on the other end of different things look the same and same things look different.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of cool to see it from his perspective of like, yeah, guys like him and guys like our coach, they make it difficult on you because of the detail that they put into what they're doing on offense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was cool. We had a moment with Kurt Warner earlier this week, Groats, where he said that when Mike Martz got to St. Louis, they ran the same running play 8 different ways. No, there was Matt Forte. It was Matt Forte about when Martz got here. They ran the same running play with 8 different pre-snap looks and movements. So, like, that's the kind of tree that Ben's on, and we know how good Kevin is.
Yeah, no, it's pretty impressive. And yeah, Ben Johnson likes to do that as well. That's a really good trick to have in your bag for sure. And a lot of offensive coordinators try to get that part down and are not always successful, but it will be very interesting. You're right. You guys are right. Like the last couple games, Tyreek has not been great out there. So this certainly will be a big challenge for him in this game. Jordan Addison, 6 games so far this year, 26 grabs, 392 yards, and a couple of touchdowns as well. And I was having a really good off-mic conversation, but on the record yesterday with Elijah Hicks, one of the Bears safeties. And, I was talking about how, Justin Jefferson, I suggested to him, he's going to get his, right? And he said, well, not necessarily, depending on how you cover him, if you're going to double team him. And that he said specifically that leaves opportunities for other members of the secondary to do one-on-one work against guys like Jordan Addison, like TJ Hawkinson, like Adam Thielen, who, yes, is still on this Vikings team. So there's a lot to it, and it would be a lot easier for us to just sit here and say it's all Justin Jefferson. Unfortunately for Vikings opponents and for the Bears coming up this week, it's not just Justin Jefferson.
I heard Stacey Dales on with the morning show, and it was really compelling stuff. And they were talking to her about whether or not the Bears are a playoff team. And she said, maybe. She said these next 4 games, and then she gave reasons for each one. So to see that that's something that you talked about in the locker room today is fascinating.
Yeah, we had a good discussion with Bears wide receiver Roma Dunze about that. And the first thing that I asked him, and I'll paraphrase this. I've got the audio, but I could just easily paraphrase it. It's about the question of, is this like, what do you think about the narrative of a lot of us at times going through the competition and saying, who have the Bears really beaten? Rome gave the good answer of, it doesn't really matter. This is the NFL. All teams are good. You take the wins where you can get them. But then I brought it up to him. Is it possible that these next 4 games at Minnesota, home against Pittsburgh, at Philadelphia, at Green Bay, is it possible that those will tell the truth and that this is an actual gauntlet in the season? And here's how Roma Dunze responded to all of that.
Oh, I mean, you can look at it like that, honestly, for sure. I mean, you got great teams that we're playing the next 4 weeks, and they got a, record of size, regardless of what it is, the talent, what they put together the past few seasons. I feel like from all those teams, it's been pretty good football. So you got to go out there and give it your best for sure. And those 4 weeks are definitely going to tell at the end of this where we're at, and obviously have implications for our playoff run and all that. So when it comes to difficulty, I think it's just honestly focusing on that team, that game, regardless of how good or how bad people may perceive them. At the end of the day, they're an NFL football team, and you got to give it your all.
Yeah, man, these next 4, I mean, the whole rest of the way,
but
actually.
Just a reminder,
okay,
at Minnesota, then against, I own you, Aaron Rodgers and Pittsburgh. Mm-hmm. They have not been very good. Then at the Eagles, then at Green Bay. That's the next 4 games for the Bears.
Man, how about 2-2? Wouldn't that be fun?
The goal is to get to 10 wins, right?
Yeah, if you get 2 here, then you only got to find 2 after that. See how I worked that out?
And in the name of all of this too, like even if they lose, let's say they lose 3 out of 4, okay, which obviously would not be good for the Bears.
Shut your mouth.
But if they look like representative playing in these games, if they look good in playing these games, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know it's all about the playoffs, but for me, in a lot of ways, it's still about development. Yeah. And how good can you be legitimately?
Yeah.
And what will it look like next year when this thing is, in theory, humming a little more? So I don't want the Bears to lose 3 out of 4. Nobody does. But if they lose well at Philadelphia or Green Bay, then I mean, we're going to be mad and we're going to pick it apart, but I don't know if I'd have such a big problem with it if they actually look good in losing.
It's a bonus year. That is true.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it.
It really is. Absolutely. All right. How did the young Declan sound to you as he addressed the offense or addressed you guys about the offense?
I was inspired, Spiegs, yesterday as we were talking about Luther Burden, and Lawrence suggested, it's possible that Olamide Zaccheaus and Luther Burden maybe switch the amount of snaps, and being very careful to say that that's not like he gets like the full boat of targets out there. But in the name of that, just ask Declan Doyle about Luther Burden and where he is right now in his development and what he is doing well and what needs to be worked on.
I've seen a guy that comes to work every day. He's done a really good job of, he does a lot of work behind the scenes with just with the offense, trying to ingrain, really the techniques and the fundamentals that we're going to ask him to go out and execute. I've seen a guy that has taken advantage of the times where the ball may find him, and he's gotten better without the ball in his hands as well. And so that's really the area that, you like to highlight, and that's the biggest area of growth.
All right. So look, I think that flip is entirely possible.
39-33
is what it was last week
in favor of Zacchaeus.
Yes.
So I feel like that you can do that fairly easily without either guy feeling like Luther's like, oh, I'm being put upon with all these extra plays, and Olamide feeling like, oh, they're moving me to the bench.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you should expect from your second round pick to then push his way kind of slowly onto the field.
I also thought really one of the big parts of that was right at the end where Declan Doyle is talking about how he's better now without the ball in his hands. If you're not blocking on this team, if you're not doing it well, then you're not going to get the ball as much. And I'm not saying that he has been sort of punished in some way, shape, or form, but they have been developing him in the blocking. He noticeably has gotten better at it. And there has been a correlation with him getting more footballs his way. But I also just think it's natural progression of a player who, again, did not have the offseason program, was limited during training camp. So to some degree, he's playing catch up. And I'll say it again, I can't wait to see where he is come the end of the season, because barring injury, it feels like with Luther Burden, we see all the skills there. It feels like the sky is the limit, and the development has been spot on so far.
It feels like impressive restraint to not have used it more, because when you see this dude after the catch, either with the speed in the open field and the moves, or the courage and comfort to use his power and just lean into dudes, I'd be so tempted to just get him out there more and more and more. But that's not the way. It's not the way that Ben works it, nor Antoine Randall. All right, what you got? What else you got there, Mark Grody?
Yeah, one more cut for you guys, and that is we all got to talk to Kevin Byard today. He was not available yesterday because, just dropped my little notebook here, that he was resting yesterday, so he was back and available to us. And I was like, wonder what he thinks about Harrison Smith, because there's some
similarities. Like an OG talking about an OG.
An OG talking about an OG, and I thought it was excellent. Lawrence, take a listen, guys.
You're pretty well decorated as a safety in this league, but what do you think about your counterpart, Harrison Smith, who's obviously been a stalwart for a lot of years with that team and in this league?
It's a guy I've been looking up to for a long time. I remember even in my early days in Tennessee, I would watch a lot of his film because, his disguises, he always do something that was really cool, that he would start on the line of scrimmage and on the snap run to the post. And I asked him that a couple times, like, hey, what are you doing on these type of disguises and things like that? But obviously he's been playing this game for a long time at a high level. From all type of ball production, interceptions, sacks, and all those type of things. A lot of respect for his game. And I personally, I think he's a future Hall of Famer.
So you kind of appreciate the gamesmanship, because it felt like Caleb appreciated some of the gamesmanship with him last year, some of the talk that was going on.
Yeah, for sure, because like I said, he's a baller. Like I said, he's a guy that's obviously been healthy too, you know what I mean? So kind of just picking his brain about stuff that he does, off the field and things like that. Like I said, when you play this game for a long time, you look at a lot of different guys across the league, Harrison Smith, but like I said, just a lot of respect for him. And to be able to play him twice a week now, talk to him after the game, stuff like that. Like I said, he's a future Hall of Famer in my eyes.
That's pretty cool, man.
I love that.
That's a good thought and a good angle. And Byard is, imagine how old you got to be for Kevin Byard to look up to you.
Right. Because Harrison Smith this is what, year 14, I believe, for him?
So he's probably, I should have this looked up already, but he's probably 35. And I think Byard's only 32.
Harrison Smith is 36.
36 years old.
Yeah.
He'll be 37 during Super Bowl weekend.
Yeah. They're okay.
Every once in a while, it hits you like, we talk about dudes from age 22 to like 36, and then we're kind of done with them. It's such a weird thing.
And then they have to go on and like live a life.
Yeah, the rest of their freaking lives. And we've talked about them and discarded most of them and been like, well, remember that dude's development? Yeah, it just hit a wall, didn't it? Too bad. And then his life ended.
And then all of us would love to then go back to the place where we think those guys are done. Like, if you gave me an opportunity to go back to 36, I'd run to it.
Sign us up,
With that kind of
Groats.
money in your pocket? With that kind of money in your pocket?
Yeah,
too?
yeah.
Oh.
Got an opportunity to chart an entire new course. As will you when you're done with this report. Mark, any nuggets, tidbits? What you got?
I just realized, let me give you the injury stuff here, guys, and then I'll get out of here. Jaquan Brisker still did not practice. It's the shoulder we talked about yesterday. TJ Edwards did not practice again today. Joe Tooney was out resting. Rome and Rome and DJ both practiced, both limited. Komet, Swift, those guys returned to practice today as well. And just one thing on Tyreek Stevenson, as we were talking to him about his shoulder, he referred to it as a stinger. He said it's the same shoulder that he did tear in college, and he says when it hurts or acts up, he's always just very cautious about it. So it's something, again, this goes back to his college days, and they're just an abundance of caution, as we like to say.
Thank you, Groats.
Groats, thanks for everything you do up there.
Thank you, guys. I will talk to you guys soon.
All right, man.
Hey, I was thinking, can I get wacky here for a little bit?
What do you want to do?
We should start calling categories scataboos.
Scataboos?
All right, maybe not. We can't call it categories because that's an actual thing.
With the R, but we could call it scatagories if you want to get your scataboo on. You enjoy that dude. He's out for the year, though.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, he eats tacos weird. That guy.
He does.
It's just strange.
It's okay.
Let's call it categories.
No, I think that's probably the best.
Category. That's because that's what it is.
It is categories.
And I'm hosting again.
You were jumping at the opportunity to host again, which makes me concerned about what the categories actually are.
Well, you know there's going to be a music category. Jazz band leaders. Let's go.
I thought we already did that category.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. Let's take a break. And your favorite, well, next to your favorite Thursday thing, because Coach just walked in. He'll be with us at 5. Categories is next here on The Score.
Bears fans, it's week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
You're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. It's modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need advanced hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced team. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments. And get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one in Chicago can offer anything like the Advanced FUE offered by the world-class team at Advanced Hair. It starts with your free consultation. Call 872-217-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. Call 872-217-HAIR or go to advancedhair.com.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
It's the biggest savings event of the year. Menards. 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day. Save big money on everything you need for any project. We've got something for everyone. Homeowners, contractors, DIYers, the kids, and even grandma. Hurry, Menards 11% rebate ends Thanksgiving Day.
Save big money at Menards.
11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See menards.com for details.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the Black Friday Now sale at Grand Appliance for Black Friday deals like LG counter depth refrigerators starting at just $15.99. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom to save all month. That's Grand Appliance, appliance experts since 1930.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
It's time for Black Friday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy huge savings on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus, featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more, faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits, like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
The premier name for bridal and engagement rings in Chicagoland is Rasny Jewelers, with locations in Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and Chicago. Visit Rasny.com.
Don't live one more day with agonizing joint pain. QC Kinetics has solutions that will give you relief without steroids, harmful drugs, or surgery. The consultation is free. QCkinetics.com.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the Sports Machine, Sean Levine, with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I'm telling you, the Patriots don't just have the best record in the AFC. They're the best team in the AFC, and that didn't take very long. You look at the Colts, very difficult schedule going forward. The Broncos are good, but they play in the same division with both the Chiefs and the Chargers. And the Steelers, well, they're basically what they've been the last couple of years. The Patriots are a problem. The Patriots are going to get the 1 seed. The Patriots can get to the Super Bowl. I'm the Sports Machine, Sean Levine.
You're not the Sports Machine.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Good vibes, baby.
Afternoons on the Score.
So, I think it's time to play the game.
We're playing the game?
Yes, we're playing the game.
Do we have to play the game?
What's the game?
The game is categories, and we play it every week here on the Spiegel and Holmes Show. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da.
This week, I am your host. I will give you 3 categories, and you, Lawrence, Tanny, and Alex, have to name a thing or person in that category. You, the listener, get to play along. 2 of them are sports. 1 of them is not. First one, J.J. McCarthy, the opposing quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings against the Bears this week, was the quarterback for the national championship Michigan Wolverines in 2023. I am looking at a list of every starting quarterback for a BCS or college football playoff champion. So between 1998 and now, 2025, the starting quarterback who won the college football championship. Got it? That's the category. J.J. McCarthy not allowed. Lawrence, you're first. Who do you got?
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts is correct. In 20, yes.
He didn't finish that game, but he started that game.
There are a couple time splitters on here. We honor the time splitters. Yes, Jalen Hurts. Tanny.
A.J. McCarron.
A.J. McCarron twice in a row in 11 and 12. Alex.
Cardale Jones.
Cardale Jones with Ohio State in 2014. Lawrence.
Vince Young.
Yes, 2005 with Texas.
Whew. You scared me there, Speaks.
Just good looking for a little drama there. Tanny, since 1998, your college football national champion quarterbacks.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Same year, 2017 with Alabama. Yes, sir.
Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson, 2016 with Clemson. Lawrence.
Tim Tebow.
Tim Tebow, 2008 with Florida. Tanny.
Tony Rice.
Tony Rice is the kind of you throw it in the towel guest that lets Chris Tannehill watch The Sopranos for the rest of the category. Alex.
Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence, 2018 with Clemson. Lawrence.
Joe Burrow.
2019 with LSU. Alex.
How about Matt Flynn?
Matt Flynn, 2007 with LSU.
I am so stunned by that.
Oh, man.
1998
is when it began. Dun, 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 dun.
Peter Warwick.
Peter Warwick is incorrect. Oh. Alex, one more for fun.
Tennessee head coach Josh Heupel.
Josh Heupel from 2000. Alex, you probably got more. Go ahead, rattle them off if you want. I mean, feel free. But T. Martin in 1998. Chris Wenke, Ken Dorsey, Craig Krenzel, Matt Mock from LSU, Chris Leak, Greg McElroy.
Chris Leak.
Cam Newton, Jameis Winston. We would have given you J.T. Barrett, Jake Coker for Bama in 15, Mac Jones, Stetson Bennett, and Will Howard to complete
That's
the
a great
list.
Category. Congratulations, Alex.
Good job, everybody. All right, guys, we saw Victor Wembanyama. That was some fun right there. Dude's 7'5". I am looking at a list of the tallest players in NBA history. These are the uber tall freaks that even in the NBA, you were like, I can't believe this dude. Everybody above 7'3". I have no 7'2" guys. 3, 6, 9, 12. There's about 30 of them here. Got 30 guys 7'3" or taller. Tanny, give me a really tall player in NBA history.
The tallest, George Mirasan.
7'7". George is off
Great
the
actor
board.
as well.
Yes.
Yao Ming.
Yao Ming, 7'6". Nice job. Lawrence.
Manute Bol.
7'7", tied with Georgie for the tallest, according to Wikipedia. Somebody's been reading it, and that person is me. Tanny.
Sean Bradley.
7'6" inches tall. Very nice. Really tall people, 7'3" or above. They have existed for longer than now. Goes back.
Kristaps Porzingis.
Kristaps
Great poll.
Porzingis
is 7'2", isn't he?
Is not 7'3" or taller. That's a great poll, except it's incorrect. So no Kristaps Porzingis. I'm sorry. Lawrence.
Bowl.
Bowl is absolutely on
Damn
the
it!
list.
I knew the run on Bulls was coming.
It's like when all the tight ends go in the draft. You know what I mean?
Is Ralph Sampson on the list?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Still going
Oh, my
here.
bad. Take Ralph Sampson.
Yeah, I will. Ralph Sampson's got to be up there.
7'4" tall. Absolutely. Back to you, Lawrence.
All right, I'm out of guys now.
You gave one away. Right
Greg
there.
Ostertag.
Greg Ostertag was not 7'3" or taller. Tanny, got any more?
Shout out to my guy Campy. Is this guy Boban on there?
Damn right he is. Damn right he is. Boban Marjanovic is on there. Taco Fall.
Taco Fall.
Chuck Nevitt back in the day. I won't give you all of them. Mark Eaton. Priest Lauderdale. Rick Smits. Randy Brewer. Zach Eady is one maybe you could have thought of there, Alex. But you didn't. Our Vetus. He's not my Vetus. He's not your Vetus. He's our Vetus. Sabonis. Hashim Thabit. Serge Zwicker among the options for 7'3" or taller. All right. Folks, I saw Robert Plant in the lobby of the building earlier today. That is one of the greatest rock and roll lead singers of all time. I'm looking at a list from Billboard.com of the greatest rock and roll lead singers of all time. So it's rock and roll for the most part. I mean, pretty much all. And it's not just men. It's men and women from the category of rock and roll. The best lead singers or front men or front women of all time. Robert Plant is number 4. Alex, I got the top 30 right here. What do you got?
Mick Jagger.
Number 1 is Mick Jagger on the list. Lawrence.
The greatest... Say the category for me one more time.
Best rock and roll lead singers. So it's not just classic rock. It does drip into the modern age. It is men and women rock and roll front people.
Gwen Stefani.
She's not on the list, not on the top 30. She might have been in the top 50.
Damn it.
That's what I had, but not in the top 30. Tanny, got one?
Paul McCartney?
Not here as a front person.
Ooh.
Not
All
as a
right, well,
lead
will you allow me the other Beatle then? I mean,
John Lennon?
Yeah.
Also not here.
Okay.
As a
All
lead
right.
singer.
Feels like this is a pretty terrible list.
I'm out on this category.
It's like
More ways than
front
one.
people. Oh, come on. I'll give everybody another shot.
Fred Durst.
Not on the list. Not on the list.
Bono?
Bono is number 9.
Alex wins.
Alex. Freddie Mercury. Kurt Cobain. Axl Rose. Roger Daltrey.
My brain's just stopped working.
Michael
in this
Stipe.
segment.
Chris Cornell. David Lee Roth. Eddie Vedder. Jim Morrison. I thought we'd get somewhere.
Yeah, that's my bad saying Beatles.
Right, in terms of front person? Yeah, bad job with rock and roll going to like a legendary.
It's also like,
it's subjective.
What
too.
do you call rock and roll?
Yeah, I know. For instance,
because at first, like, I went like way back, and I'm like,
damn it.
Rolls.
I hate when I have to point a thumb. I felt so good about the other two categories.
No, it's a good category.
George Clinton is on the list. That's not rock and roll.
That's what I mean.
I know.
Because
James Brown popped in my head.
Yeah.
Right. Smokey Robinson jumped into mine.
Yeah,
but I'm like, does that count?
Big no on both of them. I mean,
don't look up the song titles from Smokey's last album.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Don't do that.
They Trump related or?
Oh, no.
Smokey's.
It's the help. Is it the help?
Smokey is...
He's active still.
He is very active at 80-something years old.
Oh, really?
Yes.
He was active with the help, which we found out.
Yeah.
That's the name of the album.
He's active with help. Don't look up those song titles.
The album's called Hiring Practices.
It's a double CD, best and worst.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, the winner of categories, I don't know. Alex got one. Who else got one?
I did.
Yeah, Tanny got one. The winner, as always, is the listener. Damn it. You didn't have fun naming tall guys, didn't you?
Did you see Coach walk in here trolling Tanny?
He's wearing all the Pitt stuff. He's like top to bottom in Pitt regalia. Pretty amazing.
I told him he should go. McAfee's going to be there. The game day crew's going to be there on Saturday. I told him he should show up in that outfit and just crash the set.
Yep.
Just be like, hey, how's it going? By the way,
think it's happening.
And Steven Tyler is on the list, Texter. Yes, you got that one.
If you happen to see this commercial, I think Pat McAfee's voice twin is Ty Pennington. I was looking down at something, and then I was like, oh, why is McAfee trying to sell me like home goods? I was like, oh my God, that's Ty Pennington.
Ty Pennington from that old reveal where they would reveal. Move that bus.
Yeah, I think they're voice cousins. I don't know if they're from the same area or whatever, but it felt like they were voice cousins.
It could be. It could be
Sorry,
indeed.
Sidetracked the show.
You don't apologize for anything. Not a damn thing. Look, folks, there's somebody getting into the Bulls Ring of Honor that is near and dear to our hearts.
Yes.
We need to discuss.
Chicago football fans, don't miss Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Fridays on The Score, where all of our shows and unprecedented team of football experts get you ready for the game. Presented by your local Ford dealers on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Chicago, this is Chris Hodge from TakingVegas.com and the Bet Big Talk Loud podcast. I got my main man, JR, with me. New England, New York tonight. Text the word WIN to the number 545454. That's text the word WIN to the number 545454. Not only are we going to give you a free pick between New England and New York, we're going to give you a same-game parlay that pays 6-1. It's free. Text the word WIN to the number 545454. I got to bring my main man, JR. JR, 7-3 for you on the free picks on the Bet Big Talk Loud podcast and all your radio shows. And this is one of your biggest Thursday night plays.
Absolutely love the game. Anyone that knows me knows I've made a reputation on single game nights, especially in pro football, and tonight could be no bigger. I know a lot of guys are scratching their heads. A lot of guys might think they know what they're doing in this game. I will either confirm or tell you to go the other way on what I'm looking at as the biggest Thursday night of the year so far. So here's what you want to do. Text the word WIN to 545454. I'm going to give you my expert analysis and, of course, the right side of this game via text message. Again, all you have to do is text the word WIN, WIN, to the number 545454. We're going to hit you right back with this point spread winner on the house.
Also, after we win this game, you get a same-game parlay, touchdown scorers, couple alternate spreads, okay, that pays 6-1, so you can make a killing on Thursday night. The reason why we're doing that, if you text the word WIN to the number 545454, is JR, because come Saturday, we have our biggest false favorite of the year going off, a plus 225 that we expect to win outright.
Not just the biggest false favorite of the year, but the biggest of all time that we've ever given out. We've already had a plus 205 this year that came in. And guys, I got to tell you, this plus 225, it really is. The favorite should be the dog, and the dog should be the favorite, which is what excites me so much about not just being able to do what we're doing tonight, but having the extraordinary means to be able to make a huge move on this matchup on Saturday.
Right now, everyone is trying to make money at sports wagering. People are getting hammered all over the place. You guys work all day. You don't know what to do. You don't know who to play. You don't know what strategy to employ. So you text the word WIN to the number 545454. You get New England, New York tonight absolutely free, along with a same-game parlay that pays 6-1. But, JR, the only way to make money at sports wagering is to treat it like a business, an investment, and follow your strategies.
You have to be able to follow the strategy, execute properly, and, of course, got to have the right strategy. So text the word WIN right now to the number 545454. That's text the word WIN to the number 545454. You're going to get not only the big winner tonight, guys, because I'm telling you, I love this matchup, but we're giving you a multiple leg parlay that's going to pay 6-1. We're going to lay it out for you, and you get it without having to do anything other than look at your text messages. Text WIN right now to the number 545454. That's WIN to 545454. And let's start your week off with a huge blowout Thursday night.
Now, if you want to treat sports wagering as a business and investment, feel free to give us a call. That phone number is 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. But if you just want New England, New York tonight with a same-game parlay that pays 6-1, all you have to do is text the word WIN to the number 545454, and be sure to check out the Bet Big Talk Loud podcast.
The proceeding was paid for by Sports Marketing Services.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Spiegel and Holmes Show Flashback.
We talked to the man who talks Bulls basketball, Norm Van Leer. Our former score colleague is with us now on WSCR. Hello, Norm.
So, how are you doing?
We're doing okay, and Norm, how are you?
I'm doing great.
All right, Norm, we'll let you go. We appreciate you jumping on. We had a caller the other day suggested the best combination in Bulls history, best 1-2, Sloan and Van Leer. Unfortunately, we had to go find him and beat him to death.
Yeah, we brought up Jordan and Pippen as a possibility there, and he said no.
I told Jerry I used to hit him and start fights and run behind him and tall Boney.
Norm, we appreciate you jumping on with us, my friend.
Hey, as my boys say, rock and roll, guys.
Speaking of Robert Plant, Norm Van Leer loved Led Zeppelin.
He loved rock and roll.
Yeah, he did. He would have crushed that category.
Yeah, I just think it was an oddly worded
You think so?
category.
It's a front man. I gave him front woman. Look, we'll debate that another time.
Unrewarding.
It was Orson Welles. That is correct. It was unrewarding for all concerned. I'm glad Orson has a presence on this show.
And if you know who Orson Welles is,
come on, man.
Get your affairs in order.
People out there have watched the first 10 minutes of Citizen Kane before bailing on it.
Wow.
Before being like, this is way too slow.
Is that your hot take?
No.
That Citizen Kane is not good?
The greatest testament a man has ever built for himself. It's on the on the home of Charles Foster Kane. News on the march. That's not why we're here.
It's a sled.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Spoiler alert.
God. You're the worst. It was salty. You're salty after categories.
Wait, how old is that movie? Is it an 80-year-old movie?
I don't know.
That I just spoiled?
We're here to talk about Norm Van Leer, who's getting inducted into the Bulls Ring of Honor on the 22nd of November, along with Johnny Bach, Bill Cartwright, Neil Funk, Horace Grant, and John Paxson.
You know what's wild? Neil Funk gets a pretty big crowd pop whenever he pops back up.
Sure.
Like he usually does like a game a year or so, like filling in for Adam. And he's like, Neil Funk's here? Let's go.
Yeah. Well, the Bulls put out a little Instagram teaser because they're doing videos for everybody. And they put out this little Instagram teaser with Kendall Gill, with John Paxson, with Mark Shanowski, and with Doug Collins, all talking about our friend, the former score host from The Bull and the Bear, and our guy, Norm Van Leer.
You knew when he was talking that it was always the truth. His feelings were on his sleeve. 48 minutes of intensity. You know, he used to say that all the time. But he meant it because that's the way he played.
You have to play 48 minutes of intensity. 48 minutes. So 48, baby.
We all have our perspective. And Norm, his perspective was his time playing.
Competitiveness that he had as a player carried over to his broadcasting career. And I think his genuineness, his honesty, and his willingness to say things that maybe some in the business would be reluctant to do really made him very popular.
Let's understand the crux of where this is coming from. This guy's heart
This guy's heart is the Chicago Bulls.
I never really felt like he was a broadcaster. I felt like he was just a guy talking basketball, and the camera happened to be on him.
I was just in rehearsal with Mick Jagger, working on my moves, for the up-and-coming concerts. Can you drive with those glasses?
Man, that is so fun.
One of my favorite things of when I started at the Score was because, when you start here, back in those days, we had just gone 24 hours. You usually end up with a late night shift or an overnight shift filling in for people. And when I got the job working with Les, I always loved the contrast of the Bull and the Bear, because those guys would come in while I was working.
He said, Doug, he called me Dougie Fresh.
And what you would get is 3 o'clock in the morning, there's Doug. He's reading his papers. He's asking you if anything happened overnight. He's in. Remember the old kitchen at Belmont Speaks?
Yeah, of course.
He'd be in there with a cup of coffee, and he'd be looking over everything, because that's how Doug was. And then 5 o'clock, here came Norm, strolling in, ready to work.
Strutting and strolling.
What's up, Holmes? Norm, how are you today? Oh, we ready, baby. We ready. And they would go in and do their show, and it was awesome.
Man, Norm was great talking basketball.
Talking life,
Fun
man.
as hell.
You talk about a guy
life.
who lived.
Yeah.
Like he lived. Like he's a testament to bouncing back over adversity. He went through a lot of stuff and was just one of the toughest SOBs ever to play the guard position in the NBA.
And he was living clean, for like super crazy clean for long portions of his media life and Score life. I ran into him once at Whole Foods. He was getting a shot of wheatgrass. I mean, he was like all over green living at that point.
We had this thing called the mustard greens and stuff, and we called it the mustard seed. See, the mustard seed is about that big. You can barely see it. That's about how big the heart is on this basketball team.
Oh, the mustard seed is not big, man.
Doug also told the story about he had to once throw Norm down a flight of stairs.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. Was Norm there after 5 o'clock?
It was Norm was having himself a night.
Oh, that happens.
I never met a guy, I'll tell you, a more honest guy than him. And I know a lot of things he said. Maybe came off a little bit wrong, and he didn't know anything about political correctness.
Man, that's hearing Doug Buffone talking about Norm Van Leer. Those are our Score grandparents
God.
right there, man.
Two beautiful souls. Two absolutely beautiful souls. And it's great to see Norm and Sloan, like those are real dudes, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like what those guys did together as a backcourt was amazing. And the physical style that they wanted to play in, and how Norm was looking for that whenever he was watching modern basketball.
He wanted to see your heart, wanted to see that you cared and weren't afraid to get physical. The Bulls have a website over at bulls.com/Ring of Honor, where they asked notable basketball figures to write tribute essays about the honorees. Listen to this. Harvey Grant writes an essay about Horace Grant. Mike Wilbon writes an essay about Bill Cartwright. And you can read all these today. Digger Phelps writes about his former player, John Paxson. Mike Breen writes about Neil Funk.
Wow.
Doug Collins writes about Johnny Bach.
Wow.
And Oscar Robertson writes an essay about Norm Van Leer.
Come on now.
That's at bulls.com.
I'm happy that published, because I thought maybe we couldn't reveal that. You know what I mean? But that's really awesome that that's up there now.
They published today. So yeah, Oscar Robertson.
Can you give me like a quote from Oscar on Norm? Is there anything in there already?
I can.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, it's
Dave
cool.
Kerner, always the colonel, the general, the man.
He wasn't any of those, actually. He was the governor. But that's the colonel.
Dave Kerner, always the colonel, the general, the man.
Yeah.
The governor.
Uh-huh.
Love Dave Kerner. It's the guy that made my life easier when I was starting out.
Here's from Oscar Robertson about Norm Van Leer towards the end of his essay. Those Bulls team made Chicagoans proud. I know because I had many friends in the city who identified with those players. Working class people who appreciated their effort every night. It may not have always been pretty, but those fans embraced the Bulls' hard-nosed style of play. Strength, hard work, intensity, and determination. And the skinny kid from St. Francis, whom I met when he was a rookie, was at the forefront, flourishing, confidently and brashly, running the show.
Man, that's awesome.
It's Oscar Robertson talking about Norm Van Leer.
Big O, baby.
Whew, that's a player.
That's a player right there.
Tell you what.
I tell you what.
Put a foot in your ass.
When we come back, Dave Wanstead is in full regalia. No one is more ready for Notre Dame at Pitt than Dave Wanstead, except for Tanny.
Sort of. I may have to go to Coach's house and watch it.
I mean, you guys are ready.
Just play some stones if you go. That's all I'm saying.
It's very important. Let's talk Bears and Pitt Notre Dame with our guy, Coach, next in The Score.
Before Chicago takes on Minnesota, turn on The Score from 9 a.m. till noon for your local Ford dealers pregame show featuring Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz, long-snapping Iron Man Patrick Manley, and Mully from the Mully and Haugh Show. Listen in as the guys get you ready for the game.